Chapter 1. Rebirth. At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Shen Wan inadvertently consumed an aphrodisiac, losing her virtue and becoming pregnant. Her cousin Shen Wu and her distant cousin Yi Kai Wei conspired to deceive her, leading her to believe that she was carrying the offspring of Prince Xiao Yun, and she was married to him in a grand ceremony adorned in crimson. She devoted herself entirely to supporting Xiao Yun's ascent to the throne, only to find herself a mere seamstress for her cousin's wedding gown. Xiao Yun murdered her father and brothers, annihilated her maternal family, and drowned the children she bore through immense suffering in a lotus pond. He even arranged for her to be humiliated, forcing her to immolate herself in the cold palace. Perhaps due to the bitter nature of her demise, she lingered in the form of a jade pendant for 3 years, witnessing the retribution that befell those who wronged her. The heir of the king of Jingbei, Xie Jingyu, was ambushed and fell from a cliff. Not only did he survive, but he also raised an army in revolt, charging into the capital with unstoppable momentum. Toppling Xiao Yun from power, her vengeance was finally realized. Yet, Shen Wan remained perplexed as to when she had ever crossed paths with this man. In life, he had shamed and ridiculed her, and in death, he sought to scatter her ashes in a fit of rage. However, after her ashes were cast, she was reborn. "Miss, we should hurry back to the Duke's residence," her maid Bao Cui urged, just as in her previous life, tugging at her sleeve in a flurry. Shen Wan had confirmed her rebirth, and astonishingly, she found herself on the very day Xiao Yun had rescued her. Originally intended for a shopping excursion, last night, Yi Kai Wei had a nightmare, prompting them to visit the Gua temple for blessings. However, while Shen Wan was offering incense, the incense stick broke, causing her eyelids to twitch and her heart to race with unease, leading her to insist on returning to the Duke's residence. The journey to the temple was long, and her cousins were reluctant to return so soon, leaving her to make the journey alone. That on the descent, the carriage was startled, and she was thrown out, only to be saved by Xiao Yun. As they tumbled down the slope, he shielded her in his embrace, sustaining merely superficial injuries while he broke his arm. Grateful for his life-saving act, she secretly harbored feelings for him from that moment on. Her parents must have suspected that the startled horse incident was no accident, as they forbade her from marrying Xiao Yun. Despite his public act of heroism, they rejected the emperor's proposal, citing her youth and the injury she sustained from falling into the water, claiming it would render her incapable of bearing children. Yet her heart remained tethered to Xiao Yun. Later, after being drugged and losing her virtue to him, she became pregnant, and despite her parents' reluctance, they had no choice but to send her off to marriage. The thought of her parents suffering because of her, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of those malicious individuals, left Shen Wan breathless. Graced with a second chance at life, she vowed never to repeat the mistakes of her past. The schemes and plots inflicted upon her would be repaid in kind. She would ensure they paid in blood for their debts. Shen Wan shook off Bao Cui's hand, declaring, "I feel quite anxious. Go procure me some food." It was a quirk of hers to seek solace in food during moments of unease, and Bao Cui, without suspicion, hurried off to comply. Nearby, beneath a tree, there was a fortune-telling stall. The old Taoist priest dozed, unoccupied. Shen Wan approached and placed a gold ingot upon the table. "For my use, I shall help you achieve eternal fame." The old man smiled, opening his eyes. "My lady, I have awaited you for a long time." Bao Cui returned with some candied fruits, only to see Shen Wan departing from the fortune-telling stall. Bao Cui rushed to her side. "Did you have your fortune told, miss?" Shen Wan ignored her. Once in the carriage, she handed Bao Cui a spare gown, stating firmly, "Change into my dress." Her tone left no room for refusal, and Bao Cui complied without question. Ordinarily, Bao Cui often covertly adorned herself with Shen Wan's jewelry. Now that she was afforded the opportunity to wear it openly, how could she possibly refuse? Shen Wan donned the attire of a maidservant and tossed a veil to Bao Cui. "Put on the veil and return home on my behalf. Ensure that our parents do not uncover the truth." Watching the young servant depart with the carriage, Shen Wan's gaze turned somber. In her previous life, Bao Cui had frequently ventured to the prince's residence to deliver items, and after several visits, she had unwittingly formed a clandestine bond with one of Xiao Yun's guards, leading to a secret entanglement that resulted in her own disgrace and, ultimately, a brutal punishment from her parents. This moment, Xiao Yun must be waiting to rescue her, she mused. Shen Wan felt a flicker of anticipation, curious about Xiao Yun's expression upon discovering that the one he had saved was merely her maidservant. Help! Help! A faint cry for assistance echoed from a distance. Chapter 2. A cry for help. Shen Wan made her way towards them, and, from a distance, spotted Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei descending the steps, eager to bear witness. Shen Wan had always recognized the striking resemblance between the two, yet she had never fathomed they were half-sisters sharing the same father. For years prior, her uncle, General Yi, had perished on the battlefield, sacrificing himself for her father. Unable to bear the grief, her aunt fell ill and departed this world, leaving her cousin all alone. Feeling a sense of guilt towards his niece, her father sought to bring her cousin from Qingzhou back to the residence for care. However, due to pressing military duties, it was her second uncle who attended the funeral and returned with Yi Kaiwei. Upon entering the household, her parents showered Yi Kaiwei with affection, whatever she possessed. Yi Kaiwei possessed as well. Even when her father achieved military honors and the emperor conferred upon him the title of county lord, he relinquished it in favor of Yi Kaiwei. In her past life, Yi Kaiwei had wed the cousin of Xiao Yun, becoming the wife of the heir to the Duke of Song, both sisters having ascended through the blood of her father and maternal grandfather's family. Hatred coiled around Shen Wan like a vine, nearly suffocating her. Nevertheless, Yi Tsaiwei's birth, as the illegitimate daughter of the second master, was something Shen Wan only learned after her death. Shen Wu and the second mistress were likely oblivious as well. Otherwise, given their temperament, how could they allow an illegitimate daughter to become the wife of the heir to the duke's estate? As they crossed paths, Yi Kaiwei initially failed to recognize Shen Wan. After a closer look, she expressed her surprise. Cousin? Shen Wu halted abruptly, turning to see Shen Wan clad in maidservant attire. She gasped, "What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to be here?" Shen Wan retorted. Aware she had misspoken, Shen Wu added, "A maid just reported that a horse had startled the carriage. We feared it was you and were rushing to check. Thankfully, it was not you. But why are you dressed as a maidservant?" Not only was Shen Wan wearing a maid's attire, but she did so quite openly, without any attempt to conceal it from them. Shen Wan had already suppressed her animosity, her gaze sweeping over Yi Tsaiwei's face. "My incense has run out. Did you not worry about my impending misfortune, dear cousin? I sought out a priest over there for divination. He foretold that I would return to the residence, with one maidservant meeting with death and another being injured. If the maidservant returns in my stead, then both she and I shall remain unharmed. She is unscathed, but what of the prince?" Shen Wu hurried towards the location of the startled carriage. As in her previous life, Xiao Yun had saved someone, only to sustain injuries from a fall down a slope. Realizing he had only rescued a maidservant, Xiao Yun's complexion darkened, his eyes simmering with restrained fury. Shen Wan approached him, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Prince, for saving the life of this humble maidservant. Had it not been for your intervention, she would likely have perished on the spot. I offer her to you, so she may express her gratitude for your life-saving act." Bao Kui stood nirbs. Her delicate features flushed with embarrassment, eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Xiao Yun. Serving the prince would ensure a lifetime of wealth and honor. Xiao Yun's forehead throbbed with veins. This prince does not require maidservants to serve. Seeing him clutching his arm, Shen Wu expressed her concern. "Prince, your arm." "It's nothing." The words were forced through gritted teeth. To sustain an injury for the sake of a maidservant was a humiliation he could not bear. Xiao Yun mounted his horse, his gaze cold as it swept across Shen Wan's face before he departed. Watching him ride away, Shen Wan hoped that his bravado was merely a fade and that he would indeed be all right. As Xiao Yun departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei devoid of any desire to continue their leisurely stroll through the Hugwu Temple, and they returned to the residence alongside Shen Wan. Although the carriage was spacious, the presence of 3 individuals rendered it somewhat cramped. Passing through the bustling streets, Shen Wan listened to the vibrant clamor outside and lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to gaze out. Amidst the throngs of people, a strikingly handsome man astride a horse captured her attention with an undeniable force. His countenance was one that could overshadow entire streets. Yet, instead of admiration, Shen Wan felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune wash over her. The man was none other than Xie Jingyu, the one who had scattered her ashes. After enduring the trials of rebirth, having yet to reunite with her parents or elder brother, she found herself confronted by an unwelcome presence, including this insufferable scoundrel. The memories of the extreme humiliation he had inflicted upon her in her past life surged to the forefront of her mind, and the thought that even in death, he had disrespected her ashes, ignited an uncontrollable urge for vengeance within her. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from her, Xie Jingyu turned his gaze in her direction. Their eyes inadvertently met, and in an instant, Shen Wan hastily lowered the curtain. A lunatic, not worth provoking. Once she dealt with Xiao Yun and the second household, she would seek her opportunity to confront him. The grudge of having her ashes scattered. She would exact her revenge. Chapter 3. Proposal. If she does not carry the ashes of Xie Jingyu, she would no longer bear the surname Shen. Shen Wan swore silently within her heart. As Shen Wan moved with a hint of anxiety, Yi Kai Wei, puzzled by her demeanor, lifted the curtain of the carriage for a glimpse and teased, "Cousin, are you still so afraid of the crown prince of Jingbei?" Who was afraid of him? Shen Wan's face was as cold as frost. The humiliations inflicted by Xie Jingyu flooded her mind. Should anyone dare to stand before her, even with a knife in hand, she would lose all reason and plunge it into him, leaving him grievously wounded. Shen Wu remarked, "Uncle seems quite fond of the crown prince of Jingbei." Unfortunately, both he and the Jingbei prince wield significant military power, holding half of the court's forces and coupled with the immense wealth of the Yun family. The emperor would never allow a union between the two families. This was merely Shen Wu's assumption. In fact, in her previous life, the emperor intended to bestow Shen Wu upon Xie Jingyu in marriage. However, Xie Jingyu, deeply wounded by love, had categorically refused the emperor's proposal, declaring that he would never marry a woman bearing the Shen surname. Prior to this, it was widely known that the crown prince of Jingbei had been abandoned by someone. But with that declaration, it became clear to all that the one who had forsaken him was a lady of the Shen family. The ashes of Xie Jingyu were raised against her, and coupled with her own surname. Even after 3 years of her demise, she was still the subject of scandalous rumors. Suspected of having been the one to abandon Xie Jingyu. Was it unjust? Shen Wan did not argue with Shen Wu. Her heart was solely set on returning to the Duke of Dinghui's residence, yearning to see her parents and her elder brother. She missed them dearly. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage halted before the grand entrance of the Duke's residence. Upon alighting, Shen Wan beheld a splendidly adorned lady emerging with a smile. It was her mother, Yin Shi. The moment she laid eyes on Yin Shi, Shen Wan's heart ached and tears welled up. "Mother!" She nearly threw herself into her mother's embrace. Clinging tightly to Yin Shi, she choked on her words, "Mother, I missed you so much." The sudden embrace left Yin Shi both amused and bewildered. She assumed Shen Wan was startled by the events at the Hugui Temple and gently patted Shen Wan's back, soothingly saying, "You've been out for less than 2 hours, and it feels as if we haven't seen each other in ages. You haven't even changed your clothes." Not caring if the Duchess of Zheng finds it amusing, Shen Wan was still clad in the attire of a maid and had hardly noticed the Duchess of Zheng. Her longing for her mother consumed her. In her previous life, after enduring the calamities of her elder sister, the death of her brother in battle, and their father's beheading by enemy forces, her mother had already been on the brink of collapse, ultimately succumbing to the relentless torment inflicted by her sister-in-law and the second branch of the family. When she passed, her appearance was gaunt, her eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. Gazing upon the gentle and beautiful face before her, Shen Wan felt joy mingled with a tinge of sorrow and fear. Before her self-immolation in her past life, Shen Wu had revealed to her that she was not the biological child of her parents, but a foundling picked up by them while they were on their way to visit the Yun family in Yunzhou, prior to moving to the capital with her elder brother and sister. To this day, Shen Wan could not bring herself to believe that she was not their flesh and blood. Her parents cherished her, guarding her as if she were a fragile treasure. And though her father had no intention of engaging in the struggle for the crown, he wholeheartedly supported Xiao Yun after she married him and bore his offspring, ultimately sacrificing his life in the process. Yet, to have been told that she was not their biological child, How could Shen Wan accept such a truth? Regardless of the circumstances, her parents, elder brother, and the Yun family were individuals she would risk her life to protect. She would not permit anyone to harm them. Upon seeing her mother alive, Shen Wan's gaze barely registered anyone else. In her previous life, the Duchess of Zheng indeed visited their residence on this day, but she had departed before they returned home, coincidentally around the same time they did. Evidently, the Duchess had lingered a bit longer at the Duke of Ding's estate. Shen Wan felt a flush of embarrassment as the Duchess remarked that daughters were indeed delightful, loving to cling to their mothers. Unlike sons who could vanish for an entire day, Mrs. Shen had 2 daughters, which was something to be envied. Mrs. Yin also felt a deep satisfaction in having 1 son and 2 daughters in this life, though she lamented that her daughters could not remain by her side forever, as they would eventually marry. The Duchess smiled and said that since their households were close, it would be convenient for them to become one family. The phrase become one family did not sit well with her. After Mrs. Yun had seen off the Duchess of Zheng, Shen Wan inquired about the purpose of the visit. In her previous life, the Duchess had merely come to pay a visit and left without any significant matters, but she could not shake the feeling that today was different. Mrs. Yin replied that she had come to seek a marriage proposal for the heir. Shen Wan was taken aback, her voice rising in pitch. A marriage proposal for my daughter? She was thoroughly alarmed. No wonder Shen Wu and the others had altered their plans to visit the temple of the guardian today. They must have known that the Duchess would come to propose. Given that Xiao Yun had saved her and had suffered a broken arm, the Duchess likely refrained from pursuing the matter directly out of respect. In this lifetime, Xiao Yun had only saved her maid, and the proposal was not interrupted. Shen Wan's voice trembled. Mother, did you and father agree? Mrs. Yin nodded, stating that once the horoscopes were matched and there were no issues, the engagement would be formally established. Though her parents were reluctant to part with her, marrying her off sooner would provide them with peace of mind, preventing. The rest of her words trailed off, a pain buried deep within her heart. Having witnessed her eldest daughter's misfortunes in marriage, both she and Shunji were acutely aware of the importance of Shen Wan's future. Mrs. Yin praised the Duke's heir extensively, but Shen Wan absorbed none of it. The engagement was not yet finalized, leaving room for negotiation. The Duke's heir was indeed commendable, but she had returned to this life to seek vengeance, not to marry. Unable to endure any further, Shen Wan interrupted her mother, asking, "What about father?" Mrs. Yin replied that her father had gone to the palace to apologize to the emperor regarding the maid who had fallen down the slope while being saved by the prince. "And my elder brother?" Shen Wan pressed on. "Your elder brother has left the residence and has not yet returned." Shen Wan then declared, "Mother, since the prince saved Bao Chui, I intend to send her to him. She cannot remain here as a maid. Her life is precious. It would be better to send her to the estate for her care." Such a shameless maid was intolerable to Shen Wan, and given the prince's life-saving favor, she could not dare to keep her by her side any longer. Sent to the estate, Bao Chui was advised to remain modest and compliant. She did not mind being granted a chance for survival. However, if she were to rely on her past rescue by the king and flaunt her status, it would only lead her to self-destruction. Lady Yin also feared retaining Bao Chui, as this maid had instigated Shen Wan to seek an audience with the king. It would be preferable to send her to the estate, where she could be nurtured properly. Having already changed Shen Wan's attire, upon hearing Lady Yun's decree, Bao Chui's countenance paled, and she fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Madam, I implore you not to send me away to the estate. Please allow me to remain by the young lady's side to serve her." Shen Wan had proposed this arrangement, and Lady Yun consented, resolute in her decision and unmoved by the maid's desperate pleas. With a wave of her hand, 2 other maids seized Bao Chui and led her away. The more Lady Yun observed Shen Wan's attire, the less she approved. It was unbecoming for a young lady of the Duke's household to don a maid's garments. "Go and change at once," she commanded. Shen Wan nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to instruct stewardly, "When my elder brother returns, please have him come to me. Tell him I have an urgent matter that requires his attention." Chapter 4. Threat. The Duke's residence remains as it was in my memories, steadfast and reserved, exuding an air of authority, unlike the ostentatious, lavish abode transformed by the second branch, which has lost its solemn dignity. In my previous life, My elder brother and father faced calamities in succession, leading to the title being inherited by the second branch. Once they ascended, they undertook radical renovations of the Duke's estate. Before the passing of Lady Yun, I visited the residence to bid her farewell, but by then, the Duke's residence had undergone significant changes, and I never returned thereafter. As I passed by the Qingyi courtyard, a glimmer of cold light flickered in my eyes. This was once my abode, and when my second uncle brought Yi Kaiwei back to the residence, she, fearing loneliness, insisted we live together. For a year and a half, we shared everything: food, shelter, and secrets. However, with my elder sister's marriage, our living arrangements became inconvenient, necessitating our separation. They leveraged my uncle's benevolence in rescuing my father to pressure me into relinquishing the Qingyi courtyard. Though I harbored reluctance in my heart, I eventually moved to my elder sister's Minghua courtyard. Over the years, much of the fine gifts bestowed by the Duke's family and the Yun family remained in the Qingyi courtyard. Even though my father had passed, I saw no reason to contest these material possessions with Yi Kaiwei. It was clear that they coveted what was rightfully mine, yet they twisted the narrative to claim that I could not accommodate a solitary girl like her. Everything that belongs to me will be reclaimed in full. I shall restore Yi Kaiwei to her rightful place. The Qingyi courtyard boasts an excellent location, convenient for visits to the front courtyard, paying respects to my parents, or greeting the old matriarch. In contrast, the Minghua courtyard is somewhat isolated, requiring a longer journey. Within the Minghua courtyard, several maidservants whispered among themselves, discussing the matter of Bao Chui being sent to the countryside for recuperation. Their conversation was so engrossing that they failed to notice my return. One maidservant defended Bao Chui, questioning how it was fair that she, who had not erred, was sent away, especially after she had helped a young lady avert a blood disaster. Did the lady not fear for Bao Chui's safety among the country folk? As I approached, I realized I had neglected my duties. "You go and attend to Bao Chui," I commanded, my voice suddenly breaking the air, startling the cluster of maidservants into immediate submission. One maid, in particular, paled in color, repeatedly apologizing. This servant spoke out of turn. "Please, do not be angered, my lady. Send her to the countryside," I instructed tersely, before striding directly into my quarters. This maidservant, named In, was currently a second-tier maid, but in my previous life, 2 months later, Bao Chui was unjustly punished and met her demise, and I had subsequently promoted Ziyuan to head maid. During the celebration of the royal dowager's birthday at the Kongwang residence, I had brought Ziyuan with me. When I was drugged and in a stupor, it was Ziyuan who assisted me in seeking out Xiao Yun. The events of that day are a blur in my memory. However, I distinctly recall glimpsing Xiao Yun approaching me before losing consciousness. In the aftermath, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei deceived me into believing that it was Xiao Yun who had rescued me, and Ziyuan corroborated their tale, which left me without suspicion. I shall no longer harbor these treacherous maidservants who could pose a threat to my safety. Within my chamber, my other head maid, Shen Wan, diligently polished the antique shelf. Shen Wan is industrious and reserved, having learned the dire consequences of excessive chatter. In a past life, Xiao Yun saved her from injury, but her parents opposed the idea of her marrying him. Bao Chui urged her to sneak away to the prince's residence for a clandestine meeting with Xiao Yun, while Shan Hu advised against it, warning that the duke and his wife would be displeased. Heeding her counsel, she refrained from going. Tragically, Shan Hu perished that very evening, drowning in the lotus pond. Shan Hu prepared tea for Shen Wan, who took a sip to soothe her throat. As Shen Wan settled down, she casually inquired, "I recall you mentioned a fellow townsfolk residing in the manor. What is her name?" Shan, who had only briefly mentioned her acquaintance to Shen Wan, so she was surprised the latter remembered. She quickly replied, "Her name is Yin Chuan. She tends to the flowers in the garden. Bring her to me." After indulging in a comforting hot bath and completing her grooming, Yin Chuan entered the room, apprehensive about the reason for Shen Wan's summons. Shen Wan had not remembered this made merely on Shen Hu's account. In her previous life, after Shen Hu's drowning, Yin Chuan was found burning paper money at the site of her demise, only to be caught by her mother. It was then revealed that Yin Chuan and Shen Hu hailed from the same town and had entered the manor together. Yin Chuan had borrowed a small sum of silver from Shen Hu, which she could not repay before her untimely death. She bought paper money and secretly burned it at night for Shan Hu, hoping to provide her with some comfort in the afterlife. Yin Shi, recognizing Yin Chuan's loyalty and affection, elevated her to serve in her own quarters. By the time of her passing, Yin Chuan had become one of her most trusted maids. But the circumstances of her downfall remain a mystery, as she ultimately ended her own life with a hairpin. Presently, Yin Chuan is still quite young, yet adept in managing accounts after proper training. Shen Wan asked, "Would you wish to follow me in the future?" Startled at first, Yin Chuan nodded vigorously. "I would be honored to serve." Initially, Shan, who had intended to arrange for her townsfolk sister to reside in Mingyue courtyard for mutual support, but she had not dared to express it openly, and Shen Wan had not perceived it, leaving the matter unresolved. In this household, Shen Wan was cautious about whom to trust, preferring those who had passed her mother's scrutiny. "Go back and make your preparations. You shall move in with Shan Hu," Shen Wan instructed. Yin Chuan eagerly nodded in agreement. Outside the beaded curtain, a small maid entered and announced, "Miss, the young master has arrived." Shen Wan hurried out to greet him, where she beheld her brother, Shun Li, striding confidently in the sunlight. A wave of emotion washed over her, and tears streamed down her face. Shun Li, upon noticing, asked, "Why are you crying?" "Who is crying? I merely have dust in my eyes, but there is no wind," she replied. Shun Li, puzzled, questioned whether his sister had an urgent matter to discuss with him. Wiping away her tears, Shen Wan pulled Shun Li aside, ensuring no one was around, and said, "Brother, I do not wish to marry the Duke of Zheng's son. You must help me thwart this engagement." While it might be easy to disrupt the arrangement, he secretly had a more suitable candidate in mind, but hesitated, knowing their parents had already consented. Shen Wan pressed on, "If you do not assist me, I shall inform our parents that you have a sweetheart." Shen Li's face flushed. "No, do not speak such nonsense. What sweetheart could I possibly have? If there is no sweetheart, why do you blush and stammer?" As her brother, she certainly understood him well. If you have no sweetheart, then why are you hiding someone's painting and refusing to show your face? Shen Li stammered, "No, that is not the case. How did my sister come to know about this?" At this moment, Shen Li was anxious about being overheard. Shen Wan said, "Elder brother, will you help me or not?" "I will help," he replied, appearing as if he had been caught at his weakest point, reluctant to refuse assistance. Shen Wan felt a mixture of laughter and tears. In her previous life, her elder brother did not marry the woman he adored. Their father held military power, and the Yun family was extraordinarily wealthy, leading to not only her own and her elder sister's engagements being manipulated, but her brother's fate was also not spared. He was compelled to marry his sister-in-law, resulting in a relationship that was merely a fade. The sister-in-law discovered a portrait without a face hidden in her brother's study, and upon questioning him about the identity of the woman in the picture, they learned he harbored feelings for someone special, yet he never revealed her identity despite relentless inquiries. Shen Wan asked, "Since elder brother likes her, why doesn't he go and propose?" For a fleeting moment, Shun Li's expression dimmed, but he soon smiled, playfully tapping Shen Wan on the head. "Fortunately, elder brother rushed over upon hearing you were in urgent need, only to end up being threatened." Shun Li abruptly shifted the topic, and Shen Wan chose not to press further. In time, she would uncover the truth. The woman who had been cherished enough for her brother to conceal her portrait for years must have been extraordinarily beloved. In this lifetime, she vowed not to let her brother be manipulated by others, leaving him with regrets for eternity. Chapter 5. Care having met her mother and elder brother. Shen Wan was eager to see her father, Shunji. Unfortunately, her longing was in vain. Military affairs kept Shunji preoccupied, and he returned to the residence only after dusk. Shen Wan visited the front courtyard twice, but found no one. Thus she had to relinquish her hopes. She retired early that night, for now that she had returned, life naturally resumed its course as that of a sheltered daughter. The following day, after breakfast, Shen Wan accompanied Coral to Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Before they even entered the room, the sound of laughter floated out. The old matriarch sat elegantly on the Luohan couch, her hair slightly gray yet meticulously arranged, a benevolent smile gracing her face that would make anyone perceive her as a kind-hearted grandmother. Yet, how could the matriarch, who had raised a brood of ambitious offspring from the second and fourth houses, be deemed virtuous. In her previous life, her elder brother met with misfortune on the battlefield, and their father was devastated. Within days, he met his own demise at the hands of the enemy, resulting in a collapse of the military prestige he had built over the years. The Duke of Jingbei's household faced disintegration. At this critical juncture, her second uncle, Shen Lu, was summoned to take over their father's position. Within a month, he avenged their father by capturing the enemy general responsible for their father's death. Shen Lu gained renown upon stepping over their father's corpse, his authority surpassing that of their father during his lifetime. At that time, she was oblivious to the machinations at play and was immensely grateful to Shen Lu. Only after her death did she uncover the intricate schemes. Their father's head had been offered to the southern Liang as a token of goodwill, while capturing the enemy general was merely a reciprocation. Both her father and the king of Jingbei perished on the battlefield, allowing Shen Lu to monopolize military power. He was obstinate and nepotistic, leading to a lazy disposition among his troops. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for Xie Jingyu to rally support for his rebellion, let alone storm the capital within 3 years, plunging them from the heights of fortune into an abyss of despair. Shen Wan respectfully addressed the old matriarch as grandmother. Though she was not her biological grandmother, she was merely the younger sister of the late matriarch. When the late matriarch gave birth to Kai Wei, she tragically died in childbirth, fearing her husband would take a new wife who would neglect her 2 children. Before her death, she arranged for a half-sister to marry into the family. And the one who ultimately entered was the old matriarch, who had even called off her engagement to marry their grandfather instead. The old matriarch bore him 2 sons and a daughter. While their grandfather was alive, he treated her with great respect, and after their father inherited the title, the old matriarch wielded considerable influence within the household. The Duke of Jingbei's estate comprised 4 houses: the Yun family, the second wife, the third wife, and the fourth wife, all gathered together. Shen Wan approached, curtsying gracefully. The old matriarch's smile, though warm, diminished slightly upon landing on Shen Wan's face, yet her kindness remained evident. She first inquired about Shen Wan's sleep the previous night, and then continued, since Bao Chui was publicly rescued by the prince. You may have reservations about treating her as an ordinary maidservant. It would be acceptable to send her to the estate for nurturing. With the absence of a senior maid, I shall have Bai Po tend to you. Bai Po was a second-rank maidservant by the old matriarch's side. In her past life, after Coral's tragic drowning, the old matriarch had bestowed Bai Po upon her, with Bao Chui already dismissed. Having Bai Po attend to her would ensure that all her words and actions were closely monitored by those loyal to her. Shen Wu feigned jealousy, asserting that the old matriarch favored her elder sister the most. The moment a maid was lacking, she promptly replaced her, lest any care be neglected. Shen Wan approached the elderly matriarch and settled beside her, playfully asserting, I know grandmother holds me in the highest regard, but could you possibly indulge me a bit more? I do not desire Bai Po, as her temperament closely resembles that of Shan Xiao. I have a fondness for Hong Xiao. Might you be willing to part with her? Hong Xiao was the matriarch's chief maid. It is customary to accept the elder's gifts, and the matriarch, in her generosity, offered a maid to Shen Wan. While she could not refuse, she had the liberty to select one of her preference, and, of course, her choice would not be arbitrary. In her previous life, Hong Xiao, the matriarch's trusted maid, met a secret demise shortly thereafter. Shen Wan had heard whispers of this, the veracity of which was uncertain. If she brought Hong Xiao closer, perhaps she could unearth the hidden truths. Yun Shi lightly admonished, Hong Xiao is accustomed to serving the matriarch. How could she be given to you? Your mother shall bestow Dongmei upon you. Upon hearing this, the matriarch remarked, it is rare for her to take such a liking to Hong Xiao. How could I, as her grandmother, possibly refuse to grant her this wish? Thank you, grandmother, Shen Wan responded with an affectionate expression, then turned her gaze to Shen Wu and Yi Kai Wei. Yesterday, I was fortunate to have that Taoist priest avert my misfortune. I did not properly express my gratitude. I plan to visit the Huwu Temple again today. Would you accompany me? The Huwu Temple lay beyond the city, the journey arduous and lengthy. Shen Wu and Yi Kai Wei had just visited the day before and were reluctant to return. Shen Wu stated, "I must practice the piano. I shall not accompany you." Yi Kaiwei added, "I also need to rehearse my dance." With neither of them willing to join, Shen Wan turned her attention to the third branch, Shen Yin, and the fourth branch, Shen Yao, but none were inclined to accompany her. These individuals typically revolved around Shen Wu, only attaching themselves to her during moments of financial indulgence. Yin Shi interjected, "It is merely a gesture of thanks. You need not go in person. Send the steward instead." Although Shen Wan had escaped misfortune the previous day, the thought of it still unsettled Yin Shi, who was hesitant to let Shen Wan venture alone to the Hugui Temple. Nevertheless, Shen Wan insisted on personally making the visit. "If you are worried, mother, then accompany me." "Very well, I shall accompany you." However, in the end, it was Shen Wan who left the household alone. As she exited, the wife of Duke Zhang arrived. With her unexpected promptness, Shen Wan wondered if she had come to return the engagement token and dissolve the betrothal. Yin Shi intended to greet the Duchess, but found herself overwhelmed. Shen Wan, unwilling to postpone her visit to the Hugui Temple, could only set out alone. Once the carriage departed from the Duke's residence, Shen Wan instructed the driver to the Yun residence. Chapter 6. Prudence. It is indeed somewhat amusing. When she visited her maternal grandfather's home, she had to remain cautious of those who might follow her, using the excuse of going to the Hugui Temple. The Yun family, affluent and lavish in their generosity, never allowed any visitors to leave empty-handed, which is why Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei delighted in accompanying her to the Yun residence. In her previous life, the Yun family suffered due to her entanglements. She recalled the farcical incident of stumbling upon Xiao Yun and Shen Wu in a compromising situation. The mere thought elicited laughter, as Xiao Yun had deceitfully claimed to assist her in alleviating the effects of an aphrodisiac, leaving her with lingering repercussions that rendered her unable to consummate their marriage. For 4 years, she had been wed to him without ever having been touched. For Xiao Yun had not taken a concubine and shunned female company, a notion she accepted without doubt, until she witnessed their bodies entwined in a passionate embrace. It was then that she comprehended his disdain for her, a loathing so profound he would not even feign affection. Xiao Yun ceased his pretense and relegated her to the cold palace. That same day, under the pretense of fabricated charges, the Yun family was raided, and agents were dispatched to hunt down her second and third cousins who had fled the capital. Among the hundreds of souls in the Yun household, only her third cousin managed to escape. She learned of his survival through a grim encounter, as he confronted Xie Jingyu, seeking retribution. It was then she realized her cousin had indeed remained alive, aligning himself with Xie Jingyu and becoming his trusted confidant. The Yun residence was situated some distance from the Duke of Dinggui's manor in the southern part of the city, much like the disparity between their statuses. The societal hierarchy placed merchants at the bottom, and despite the Yun family's immense wealth, they garnered little respect in the politically charged capital. Her mother had wed her father and ascended to the position of the Duke of Dinggui's consort solely because of her maternal grandfather's formidable presence, keen insight, and the illustrious dowry that continued to be the subject of admiration. The Yun family's dowry was not composed of mundane possessions or extravagant silks, but rather a remarkable 20,000 loads of grain. 2 decades prior, during the intense strife between the court and the southern Liang, compounded by natural disasters, the state treasury had been depleted, and the military was in dire need of provisions. The court had no choice but to borrow grain from the Yun family, a transaction typically easy to initiate, yet difficult to repay. Grain was indispensable, yet 20,000 loads was no trifling sum. The Yun family could not suffer such a loss. Thus, when the time came to procure grain from Yunzhou, the elder Yun patriarch sent Shun Ji on this mission, having immediately recognized his potential. He informed Shun Ji that while the Yun family possessed the means for 20,000 loads of grain, it was ultimately a dowry intended for his daughter. To claim the Yun family's grain, one would require a grand procession. At that time, the frontier was in turmoil, and soldiers were already starving. Shen Yi, with no time for hesitation, made a resolute decision. I shall marry. The 20,000 loads of grain were not a loan to the court, but rather a protective talisman for his bride. At that moment, Shun Ji was the heir to the Duke of Dingyuan. Without this grain, there was no possibility of the Yun family marrying into the Duke's household. For the law dictated that should the bride be divorced or meet an untimely fate, the dowry must be returned to her family. 20,000 loads of grain, even with the financial prowess of the Duke of Dingyuan, would be an insurmountable burden to repay. Shen Ji wed the Yun lady, and the following day, he took her, along with the grain, to the frontier. The elder Yun patriarch, having navigated the world of commerce and encountered countless individuals, had not erred in his judgment. Marrying the Yun lady, they cherished a loving relationship, never belittling her due to her origins, and entrusted her with the household affairs, never taking a concubine. Old Master Yun was decisive and resolute, choosing not to offend the court for the sake of borrowing grain, thus avoiding future peril for the Yun family. He secured a promising match for his daughter and, in doing so, found a formidable ally for the Yun clan. As for the loss of 200,000 pickles of grain, the Yun family swiftly recovered, thanks to their son-in-law's dual acquisition of status. Yet, such a visionary and audacious family was brought to ruin because of her actions. Gazing at the resplendent signboard of the Yun family, Shen Wan was overcome with self-reproach and guilt. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she ascended the steps, where the steward of the Yun family awaited her. Shen Wan inquired if her elder cousin was in the residence. The steward replied that the eldest young master had departed early that morning. Send someone to find him and inform him that I have matters to discuss. She instructed before proceeding to visit her maternal grandmother, Old Lady Yun. Upon seeing Shen Wan, Old Lady Yun expressed her delight, albeit with a hint of curiosity. Why is it that you are alone today? Has your mother not accompanied you? Shen Wan settled beside her grandmother and explained, Mother intended to come with me, but when the Duchess of Zheng arrived, she stayed behind to attend to her. Just recently, I was speaking with your grandmother about your marriage and preparing your dowry, Lady Yun remarked. Although the engagement with the heir of the Duke of Zheng had not yet been formally established, the Yun family had already received word to begin preparations for her bridal gifts. In her previous life, she had wed Xiao Yun, and the Yun family had bestowed upon her 18 shops, 6 estates, 1,000 acres of fertile land, and countless treasures of jewelry, paintings, and silks. Much of it had been utilized to aid Xiao Yun in garnering favor with court officials. Her parents and the Yun family had invested so much in her. It was truly foolish to have believed Shen Wu's words, casting doubt on her parentage. Shen Wan leaned her head against Old Lady Yun's arm, who gently asked, Have you been wrong, my dear? Shen Wan shook her head. No, I merely miss you, grandmother. Sensing Shen Wan's affection, Old Lady Yun said, If you miss me, you should visit the Yun family often. It brings me great joy to have you here to chat. Just then, the sound of jingling ornaments announced the arrival of 2 young ladies. It was her cousin, Miss Yun Miao, and her younger cousin, Miss Yun Qing. Upon seeing Shen Wan, they both beamed with happiness. You arrived just in time. We were just preparing to send you the floating light brocade that recently arrived from Jizhou, but here you are. Following Yun Qing were several maidservants, one of whom carried a bolt of shimmering brocade. Its brilliance was breathtaking, even to someone who had once possessed it. In her previous life, Yun Miao and Yun Qing had specially delivered this exquisite fabric to the Duke of Guo's residence for Shen Wan and Shen Wu. The embroiderers had toiled day and night, and while the sisters of the Duke's household wore it to banquets, the admiration fell solely upon Shen Wu and Yi Kai Wei, leaving Shen Wan the object of envy and resentment. The floating light brocade was precious, produced in limited quantities each year, and due to their standing, Yun Miao and Yun Qing could not wear it themselves. However, since Shen Wan adored it, the Yun family had gone to great lengths to procure it for her, even fearing that her single ownership might incite jealousy, hence ensuring that Shen Wu and Yi Kai Wei received their share as well. Yet that was in the past. They would not claim any further benefits from the Yun family. Shen Wan clung to the arm of elder Madame Yun, expressing her gratitude for her grandmother's consideration of both herself and the sisters in the manor. However, the precious brocade was too extravagant. Once brought back, the sisters would undoubtedly hasten to fashion it into skirts. Such a display would be overly ostentatious, rendering it rather commonplace. A flower's beauty requires the enhancement of green leaves. Thus, she decided to take one piece back today and leave the remainder for another time. Elder Madame Yun contemplated and agreed that it would indeed be too showy. She would assist in keeping it safe for now. Shen Wan engaged elder Madame Yun in conversation to alleviate her boredom, and later accompanied the Yun sisters to the garden to admire the blossoms. In the garden, young Master Yun Yin sought out Shen Wan, inquiring if his cousin had summoned him for a matter. She responded that she needed her cousin's assistance with something of importance. Shen Wan led Yun Yin aside and whispered her concerns. Yun Yin furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of both issues. Had his cousin not informed their uncle and aunt? Shen Wan shook her head, explaining that without concrete evidence or an opportunity to catch them in the act, those individuals would never confess. With her father occupied with military affairs, she feared her elder brother might lose his temper and inadvertently alert the culprits. After much contemplation, she deemed it wiser to seek her cousin's help for a more secure resolution. Yun Yin nodded in agreement, assuring her that he would send someone to investigate and that he would relay any findings promptly. Chapter 7. Trust after enjoying lunch at the Yun residence. Shen Wan returned home, having declined the other offerings, only taking with her a piece of light purple shimmering brocade. This puzzled Coral, as the young lady's favorite color was blue. Why did she not choose that one instead? The shimmering brocade was not for her personal use. Shen Wu and Yi Kai Wei, being true sisters, shared similar tastes. In her previous life, the shimmering brocade was a common possession, and they had even quarreled over its color. Now, with only one piece available, she was keen to observe whether they would engage in a fierce competition. If they were not allowed to contend for their own interests, they would certainly conspire together against her. Upon returning to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Shen Wan had yet to inquire about the purpose of the Duchess of Zhenghua's visit when a maid approached her, informing her that the Duchess had returned the second young lady's engagement letter. That is good, Shen Wan sighed in relief, but Coral questioned, why was it returned? The maid replied, it is said that last night, strange occurrences plagued the Zhenghua residence, causing quite a commotion. Even the Duke's horse was foaming at the mouth and collapsed. Shen Wan, her forehead was lined with dark thoughts. Her elder brother had acted rather hastily in this matter. It was as if he nearly slapped the words incompatible with the Duke's air onto the Duke's forehead. Could it be that he was intimidated by her? A twinge of guilt surged within her as she made her way to Shun Li's study. The door to the study was ajar, and, as Shen Wan entered, she overheard her brother speaking. I distinctly remember placing it here. Where has it gone? Turning her head, she saw Shun Li searching the bookshelf. Brother, why are you here? She asked. Thank you for helping me with the engagement cancellation. Cough, cough. Shun Li began to cough violently. What is wrong, brother? Shen Wan inquired. Is something the matter? Did she truly seem so oblivious? Sitting there, her brother was clearly occupied. Shun Li rubbed his forehead. Brother has a guest. A guest? Shen Wan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned around to find a man calmly sipping tea. Upon recognizing him, Shen Wan nearly exploded with fury. It was Xie Jingyu. How could he be in her brother's study? Considering the close bond her brother shared with Xie Jingyu, who had the audacity to bully her despite being fully aware of her brother's affection for her, Shen Wan's anger boiled. How could her brother associate with such a scoundrel? It was imperative that he sever ties with him to avoid being led astray. Shen Wan felt a deep sense of indignation. Shen Li whispered, you were rather loud just now. What shall we do? What else is there to do? Silence him. Shen Wan's eyes glinted with menace. Shen Li remarked, truly my sister, you possess such boldness. A dagger lay conveniently on the bookshelf, which he handed to Shen Wan. You go ahead. I shall dig the grave. Staring at the dagger being offered, Shen Wan questioned whether this was still her true brother. She glanced at Xie Jingyu, who was now looking back at her. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, Shen Wan seized the dagger. Shen Li was momentarily astonished. He had been jesting. After all, surely, his sister would not genuinely dare to. Just as he contemplated retrieving her, Shen Wan had already departed, stealthily taking his dagger with her. Shen Li found himself amused by the absurdity of his own misapprehension. Shen Wan clutched the dagger tightly, suppressing her emotions. One day, she would drive this blade deep into that scoundrel's heart and reduce him to ashes, thus venting her pent-up fury. Xie Jingyu observed Shen Wan as she exited, his gaze shrouded in darkness, concealing untold emotions. Shen Li approached, clearing his throat. We were merely jesting, sibling. I shall graciously accept this leverage. Upon leaving the study, Shen Wan securely stowed her dagger and proceeded to Shoan Hall. Inside, Shun Wu and Yi Kaiwei were engaged in light-hearted banter with the matriarch. As soon as Shen Wan entered, Yi Kaiwei gasped in admiration. Floating light brocade. The group surrounding the matriarch swiftly shifted their attention to the exquisite fabric. Shun Yao caressed the floating light brocade, its smooth texture captivating her. Indeed, seeing it in person was far more enchanting than mere hearsay. Where did this come from? Second sister? I just retrieved it from the Yun family. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly. The Duchess of Zheng visited our estate, and mother was unable to accompany me to the Guaguosi temple. I was a bit apprehensive alone, so I diverted to the Yun family. Regrettably, the floating light brocade was exceedingly rare. The Yun family possessed only a single piece. Shen Wan turned to Yi Kaiwei. This shade of pale purple is your favorite, so I shall gift it to you. Yi Kaiwei exclaimed in delight. For me? Are you truly willing, cousin? I am reluctant, wishing to keep it for myself. However, since our parents wish to find you a suitable match, and the Princess of Shenyang will host a banquet soon, you could wear a gown made of this floating light brocade to perform, undoubtedly captivating all. Yi Kaiwei's cheeks flushed. Does uncle and aunt truly wish to wed me off? While modesty is admirable for a young lady, one should refrain from speaking so harshly. Shen Wan smiled faintly, her eyes lacking true mirth. If you refuse, I shall bestow it upon third sister instead, treating it as an early gift for her coming-of-age ceremony. As Shen Wu reached out to accept it, Yi Kaiwei quickly interjected. I want it. Thank you, cousin. Fearing that Shen Wu might claim it, Yi Kaiwei took the tray from Coral and instructed her maid to carry it. Coral was puzzled as to why the young lady would prioritize her cousin wearing the floating light brocade over herself. But upon recalling how the uncle had shielded the Duke from arrows, she understood that the young lady's generosity was warranted, especially since the Yun family still had more. Shen Wu desired to reclaim the floating light brocade, but dared not act. Second sister is truly kind to our cousin, she remarked. Shen Wu was merely a month older than Yi Kaiwei. Shen Wan replied with a smile, had it not been for my uncle sacrificing himself to save me, I would have no father. It is only right that I treat my cousin well. This was advice they had often imparted to Shen Wan. Yet hearing her articulate, it was a novel experience for them. Once these words were uttered, it effectively extinguished Shen Wu's hopes of persuading Shen Wan to bestow the floating light brocade upon her. To obtain the brocade, she could only turn her attention to Yi Kaiwei. After spending a quarter of an hour at Shoan Hall, Shen Wan returned to Mingyue Courtyard. Inside the chamber, Hongxiu was arranging flower pots, and, upon seeing Shen Wan enter, hurriedly approached to pay her respects. Greetings, miss, she said. Shen Wan helped her up, saying, You were specifically requested by my grandmother, so how can you be burdened with such menial tasks? From now on, let Coral and Yinchun handle these chores. Hongxiu looked perplexed. But these are the duties of a servant. What then shall the second young lady ask of me? Understanding her confusion, Shen Wan smiled and explained. I requested you for my grandmother because I admire your needlework. With my maternal grandmother and grandmother's birthdays merely a month apart, I intend to embroider a longevity motif for my grandmother. It would do to favor one over the other, yet managing it alone is quite the task. Coincidentally, my grandmother wished to reward me with a maidservant, and I seized the opportunity to ask for you. While being under my care may not compare to serving my grandmother, rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. Shen Wan retrieved a gold bracelet from her dressing box and adorned Hongxiu's wrist with it. This bracelet was part of a pair, and once the longevity motif was completed, the other would be yours as well. The weighty gold bracelet on her wrist made Hongxiu feel as though she was caught in a dream. She was aware of the second young lady's generosity, but she had not anticipated such lavishness. A gold bracelet as a casual gift was astonishing. Initially reluctant to come to Mingyue Courtyard, she now felt as though she had been struck by a fortune from the heavens. Hongxiu quickly expressed her commitment. I shall wholeheartedly assist you in embroidering the longevity motif. With Shen Wan forbidding her from doing any of the rough chores, Hongxiu had no more tasks to attend to in the room. Having just received the bracelet, she promptly set to work on the embroidery. Noticing Coral's envious expression, Shen Wan playfully tapped her forehead. Do not envy. I shall not neglect you either. I do not trust her completely, so in our interactions, you and Yinchuan should refrain from being overly candid with her. Chapter 8. Emotion for 2 consecutive days. Shen Wan had not seen her father, leaving her at a loss for words. However, it was quite normal for her father, as a general, to be preoccupied, especially given the turmoil that would soon erupt at the frontier a few months later. Among those she longed to see, besides her father, was her elder sister. The thought of her sister's predicament cast a shadow over Shen Wan's mood. After breakfast, Shen Wan accompanied Coral to Shoan Hall. Passing by Mingyue courtyard, they encountered Yi Kaiwei, who called out from a distance, "Cousin." Normally, Yi Kaiwei would not wait for her and would directly pay respects to the old matriarch. So Shen Wan was surprised by her patience today. Coral quietly remarked that she had overheard a young maid in the courtyard saying that the third young lady had sought out the cousin yesterday evening, and for some unknown reason, the two had quarreled, leaving the third young lady quite upset as she departed. The rift between Yi Kaiwei and Shen Wu was part of Shen Wan's plan. However, she had not anticipated that Yi Kaiwei would cling to her following the fallout with Shen Wu. Not only did Yi Kaiwei attach herself to Shen Wan, but she also attempted to manipulate the conflict between Shen Wan and Shen Wu to her advantage, which Shen Wan would not allow. Upon arriving at Shoan Hall to pay respects to the matriarch, it was evident that Shen Wu, along with the third and fourth houses, had ostracized Yi Kaiwei, disregarding her attempts at conversation and deftly changing the subject whenever she spoke. After a couple of attempts, Yi Kaiwei, visibly agitated, turned to Shen Wan and said, "Cousin, shall we go shopping later?" Typically, when shopping with Shen Wan, it was she who paid for most of the expenses. The Yun family was affluent, and Shen Wan had never lacked for money, always being exceptionally generous towards them. Did Yi Kaiwei not intend to ignore her? If she had the ability to go shopping, she should not follow along. Shen Yin and Shen Yao immediately sided with her, exclaiming, "That sounds great." Yi Kaiwei even provocatively inquired of Shen Wu, "Isn't the third cousin coming?" Shen Wu, irritated, twisted her handkerchief, reluctant to speak as if uttering a word would signify her defeat in this battle. Shen Yao chimed in, "Of course, third sister will accompany me." Shen Wan smiled faintly, "I shall not join you. I intend to visit the residence of the Earl of Yongqing to see my elder sister today. It's not too late to shop after visiting the eldest cousin." The arrangement seemed quite agreeable. However, Shen Wan was disinclined, having spent these days embroidering the 100 longevity tapestry. She had become somewhat rusty with the double-sided embroidery technique she had recently mastered and wished for her elder sister to teach her once more. Fearing she would have no time for shopping, Yi Kaiwei, lacking the patience for needlework, was not alone in her disinterest. Neither were Shen Wu nor Shen Yao inclined towards it. Under normal circumstances, Yi Kaiwei would have surely given up, but now, isolated by Shen Wu, she preferred to accompany Shen Wan to the Earl's residence rather than endure the bullying from Shen Wu and her companions at the Duke's estate. Shen Wan felt a deep-seated annoyance, but maintained a serene facade. "Yesterday, I intended to visit Hugui Temple, but my cousin was too busy practicing her dance to accompany me. Seeing your diligence, I plan to have my mother invite the deputy director of the Inner Dance Academy to our residence to guide you. If you accompany me outside, the entire day would be wasted." Even the Yun family had only given a single piece of shimmering silk to the cousin, and now they were to invite the deputy director of the Inner Dance Academy to instruct her in dance. Was the second young lady being overly generous to the cousin? Yi Kaiwei was profoundly touched, exclaiming, "Thank you, cousin." "Of course," Shen Wan replied, her smile deepening. Did they not all believe she ought to treat Yi Kaiwei well? Then she would gladly oblige, demonstrating it for all to see in the capital. She would elevate Yi Kaiwei to great heights, for only from such heights can one fall devastatingly low. She would ensure that all of Kyoto knew that the legitimate daughter of the Dingwu Duke's second household paled in comparison to the talents of a mere illegitimate child. When the Yun family arrived, Shen Wan broached the subject with old Madame Yun, who suggested that since they were already inviting guests, they might as well include someone skilled in playing the guqin to instruct Wu and the others. It was not her money being spent, and the arrangement was certainly economical. In her previous life, the second madam had proposed hiring the deputy chief of the Inner Academy to teach Yi Kaiwei. An old madam had also permitted lessons for Shen Wu and the others. Yet, Despite her mother's expenditure, no one uttered a word of gratitude to her. As Yunshi was about to agree, Shen Wan preemptively remarked that it was not an easy task to invite the deputy chief of the inner academy to the residence. And wouldn't it be beneficial for the third sisters to progress together? Learning to play the guqin could be arranged later, allowing her cousin to join in at that time. Always considering matters from her cousin's perspective, she felt that the eldest branch owed nothing to the second household. Old Madam agreed, and Yunshi sent someone to the inner academy for the invitation, while Shen Wan, accompanied by Coral, proceeded to the residence of the Earl of Yongqing. In the carriage, as Shen Wan lifted the curtain, she first caught sight of the stone lions standing guard at the entrance of the Earl's residence, then glanced up at the gilded plaque above the door, her heart encased in a layer of frost. She hoped this would be her final visit to the Earl of Yongqing's estate. She would swiftly extricate her elder sister from this den of peril. Upon disembarking, Shen Wan had already composed her features, concealing her emotions, as the maid led her to meet her elder sister. Upon entering the room, separated by a beaded curtain, Shen Wan spotted her elder sister, Xinyu, wiping away tears while mustering a smile. Why has Wanner come to the Earl of Yongqing's residence? Seeing the redness at the corners of her eyes, Shen Wan inquired, "Sister, have you been crying?" "No, not at all." Xinyu vehemently denied it. Shen Wan turned her gaze to Shenyu's maid, Tu Bai, seeking an explanation. Unable to contain herself, Tu Bai divulged the entire incident. The young master's cousin had accidentally torn the brocade robe that the young master's wife had made for him. Although the young master's wife had yet to say a word, the cousin had already taken offense, and the young master had mistakenly believed that the young master's wife had scolded her, chiding her for several moments. Tu Bai found it unjust for Xinyu, who had invested over half a month in crafting the robe, to receive no commendation from the young master, but rather a barrage of blame. Shen Wan's anger flared, yet she fought to suppress it. After all, they had shown utter disregard for her elder sister's life, let alone the robe she had painstakingly made. The Yun family, being exceedingly wealthy, held little value for anything that could be purchased, and Shunji's usual attire was all embroidered by the Yun family, which left a profound impact on Shen Wan and Xinyu. Shen Wan remarked, "Mother made the robe for father because he would cherish it. Even the slightest damage would cause him distress. Crafting for someone who does not care is merely self-inflicted suffering. To them, the effort of my elder sister is no different from that of the embroiderers in the household. So what is the point of expending such effort?" Her words undeniably struck at the heart, leaving both Coral and Tu Bai apprehensive about hurting Xinyu. Xinyu's nose tinged with bitterness, I know. Shen Wan offered no further words, deeming it unnecessary to mourn over such matters. "Come, elder sister, let's go shopping." Xinyu, reluctant to comply, found herself directly pulled to her feet by Shen Wan. Chapter 9. Quarreling Xinyu possessed a gentle disposition, even when she lacked the enthusiasm to shop. She complied with Shen Wan's request for her company. Just as they stepped outside, they fortuitously encountered Lady Yongqing and her cousin, Su Zi. Noticing the redness around Shenyu's eyes, Lady Yongqing felt a sense of unease. It was common for couples to bicker, but to leave one's maternal home over a mere disagreement seemed rather immature. Su Zi, sensing the tension, apologized, explaining that her earlier actions had been careless and that she wished to make amends with her cousin-in-law. It appeared that Su Zi had misunderstood and thought that Xinyu intended to report their elder sister to the Duke's residence, prompting her to intervene. In her previous life, Shen Wan had feared her father and elder brother, which led to the tragic demise of their elder sister, who had discovered the illicit romance between the cousins. Anger surged within Shen Wan, yet her expression remained composed. What quarrel? What need for apologies? She turned to Xinyu, who seemed perplexed by Shen Wan's feigned ignorance. Lady Yongqing inquired if they were not returning to the Duke's residence. Shen Wan replied with a smile, "Elder sister has unintentionally ruined brother-in-law's brocade robe, and feeling guilty, I shall accompany her to select a gift to express our apologies." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lady Yongqing's face as she consented. "Then you may go." Shen Wan bowed slightly, and she and Xinyu departed. Once outside, as they settled into the carriage, Xinyu regarded Shen Wan and began, "Wan are you?" Shen Wan chuckled. "Is elder sister surprised that I, who am usually forthright, have learned to be diplomatic?" Xinyu remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Shen Wan continued, "Did I not just tell elder sister that it is not worth being distressed over such trivial matters? I shall not inform father, mother, or brother about this." In her previous life, neither her parents nor her brother had known the truth, and within a fortnight, their elder sister had been tragically killed by their adversaries. If the truth were revealed, their fear might compel them to take preemptive action, if not for the lack of evidence preventing her from directly removing their elder sister from the Yongqing estate. Shen Wan would have preferred her elder sister never to lay eyes on them again. Shen Yu had once been promised a splendid marriage, which had been arranged well in advance, merely awaiting her coming of age. However, just days before her debut, she and the heir of Yongqing had fallen into the water, leading to an intimate encounter that made public their bond. The original engagement was annulled, and she was betrothed to the heir of Yongqing. Shen Wan would never forget the day she and Yi Kaiwei were flying kites in the courtyard when a servant brought the devastating news of their elder sister's carriage losing control and plummeting off a cliff. Their elder sister had been married for over 2 years, yet remained childless. In search of child, she had visited the Jingmiao temple, but fate dealt a cruel hand, as her carriage met with a tragic accident. The coachman and all attendants perished alongside her in the calamity. Their father investigated the incident. Witnesses claimed to have seen their elder sister boarding the carriage in tears, yet none knew the cause of her sorrow. The Yongqing estate conducted an elaborate funeral for her, and the heir of Yongqing, consumed by grief, abstained from sustenance. However, this seemingly devoted husband, who appeared to mourn his late wife deeply, soon after her burial succumbed to drunkenness and engaged in a scandalous affair with a cousin who had deliberately donned their elder sister's attire to seduce him. Though the cousin's actions were reprehensible, their parents could not reproach him, for it was unreasonable to expect the heir to remain unmarried indefinitely. Following the mourning period, the Yongqing estate hastily arranged a celebratory event, and within 8 months, the heir welcomed a son into the world. Lady Yongqing, protective of her cousin, dared not let the Duke of Dinghua's residents know of her son's affection for Shen Yu, fearing the wrath of the powerful family. Should Shen Yu uncover their secret affair, the Yongqing household would undoubtedly not spare her life. Shen Wan had already tasked her cousin with investigating the matter, yet the resolution remained elusive, leaving her in a state of unease. Grasping Shen Yu's hand tightly, she recounted how, thanks to a priest outside the Hugui temple, she narrowly escaped the calamity. Afterward, she asked the priest to divine when her elder sister might bear children, to which he replied that progeny was not the immediate concern, advising her sister to refrain from leaving the house for the next fortnight, particularly avoiding Jingmiao Temple. Shen Yu consented to remain indoors, pledging not to visit secluded places, even those within the Yongqing estate. Shen Wan's anxious demeanor stirred a sense of unease within Shen Yu, who nodded in agreement. However, mere assent was insufficient. Once they ventured into the streets, Shen Wan reiterated her caution to Tu Bai, insisting that if her sister ever felt compelled to visit Jingmiao Temple, she must be informed immediately. Tu Bai nodded, affirming her understanding. Once her instructions were conveyed, Shen Wan led Shen Wu on a leisurely stroll through the streets, meandering from one end to the other. She could scarcely recall the last time she and her sister had enjoyed a carefree outing together, often accompanied by Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei, always accommodating their whims. After traversing 3 streets and acquiring numerous items of interest, they eventually entered an art shop. Finding little of interest on the first floor, they ascended to the second. As Shen Yu walked ahead, Shen Wan followed closely, when suddenly Shen Yu stepped back in a flurry, inadvertently stepping on Shen Wan's foot, causing her pain. "What's wrong, elder sister?" Shen Wan inquired, only to see the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping descending the stairs. Shen Yu sidestepped to avoid him, pressing against the wall, her posture betraying her discomfort, as if she dared not breathe. The heir's gaze lingered on Shen Yu's face, yet he remained silent as he continued downwards. Once he had departed, Shen Yu turned to face Shen Wan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fearing discovery, she quickly averted her gaze and hurried upstairs. The bond that once flourished between them had devolved to the point where they could not even exchange pleasantries. Shen Wan felt a deep ache within, wishing to see the Yongqing household obliterated. The heir of Xiaoping had once been betrothed to Shen Yu, But after she nearly drowned and was rescued by the heir of Yongqing, the incident stirred considerable gossip, prompting Lady Xiaoping to withdraw the engagement. At the time of the engagement's dissolution, the heir was away from the capital, returning on the very day Shen Yu was to marry another. He arrived bearing carefully chosen gifts for her, only to witness Shen Yu adorned in bridal attire, entering another's palanquin. The engagement had been annulled by his mother, leaving him without justification to claim her. 2 years had passed since Shen Yu's marriage, yet the heir of Xiaoping had not entered into another engagement. Shen Yu selected a square inkstone, while Shen Wan purchased nothing, and they departed the shop, each taking a carriage back to their residence. Shen Wan watched as Shen Yu departed, and upon retracting her gaze, she noticed the heir of the Xiaoping marquis, perched upon his steed in a secluded corner, gazing mournfully in the direction of the departing carriage. His figure appeared desolate. The last encounter Shen Wan had with the Xiaoping heir was on the anniversary of Shen Yu's death, a day when her parents and elder brother had all passed. She had gone to pay her respects, and at her elder sister's grave, she encountered the Xiaoping heir, who was also there to mourn. Shen Wan vividly recalled the redness in his eyes at that moment. Perhaps a bold thought surged forth. Shen Wan's heart could not contain its exuberance. Chapter 10 Invitation. Shen Wan contemplated seeking a few words with the young master of the Xiaoping marquis, yet just as she took a step forward, he mounted his horse and departed. The bustling streets were hardly conducive for conversation, and she recalled the peony banquet at the Princess of Xuanyang's residence in her past life, where the young master had also attended. With the event not far off, she decided it would be prudent to address the matter then. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Dinghua, Shen Wan learned that the deputy of the Inner Teaching Bureau had been invited into the estate. Shen Ji, held in high regard by the emperor, was well supported by the Yun family, ensuring that the Inner Teaching Bureau would extend their courtesies. Shen Wan proceeded to Qingyi Garden, where the deputy was instructing Yi Kaiwei and Shen Wu and Shen Yin, pointing out their shortcomings. The young ladies were diligently absorbed in their studies. Yi Kaiwei had a natural talent for dance, and with the guidance of a distinguished teacher, her skills had advanced remarkably in just 3 days, while Shen Wu and the others made little progress in their music studies. After observing for a short while, Shen Wan returned to her own courtyard. In her childhood, she had fallen into water while Shen Wu and the others were beginning their education, and during that time, she was occupied with medication, while they practiced music and dance. She remained consumed by her treatment. It could be said that until she reached the age of 10, she was merely a vessel of medicine. Her parents' greatest hope was for her to grow up safely. She had once wished to learn the arts like Shen Wu and the others: music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song. But her frail constitution prevented her. Her father would comfort her, saying, "My daughter Shen Ji need not learn such embellishments. When you grow a bit more, I will teach you how to ride." It was a well-known fact throughout the court that Duke Shenji had a frail little daughter. Thus, in her previous life, when she was saved by Xiao Yun, her father declined the emperor's proposal for marriage, citing her childhood accident that had compromised her ability to bear children, a reason the emperor accepted without question. After all, the duke's residence frequently summoned imperial physicians for her care, and the emperor was well aware of this. Her father would rather nurture her for a lifetime than allow her to marry into the royal family. If she were to encounter someone who did not mind her ability to bear offspring, they would surely be indifferent to the fact that she had been rescued by Xiao Yun. No one anticipated that she would be drugged, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy, which not only stripped her father of any reasons to refuse marriage, but also nearly implicated her in treason. In her previous life, the deputy of the Inner Teaching Bureau had instructed Yi Kaiwei alone in just 3 days, this time with Shen Wu and Shen Yin added to the mix. It took an additional 2 days. As Deputy Li departed, he lavished praise upon Yi Kaiwei and Shen Wu, extolling them beyond measure. The elderly matron was quite pleased, and Deputy Li received a generous reward before joyfully returning to the Inner Teaching Bureau. On this very day, the Princess of Xuanyang sent 2 invitations for the peony banquet, one addressed to Shen Wan and Shen Wu, and the other to Princess Chonglu, namely Yi Kaiwei. 2 years prior, when Shen Ji achieved great merit, the emperor intended to bestow the title of county princess upon Shen Wan. Upon hearing this delightful news, she felt a surge of happiness, for it was a mark of honor from her father. However, in her moment of elation, Yi Kai-wei, with teary eyes, remarked, "How fortunate it is to have a father." Shen Wan vividly recalled the lively main hall, which fell silent upon Yi Kai-wei's words. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned to her father, who appeared rather uncomfortable. Eventually, he soothed her, relinquishing the title of county princess to Yi Kai-wei, promising that in the future, after further accomplishments, he would petition the emperor for her own title as well. Compared to the title of county princess, her foremost desire was for her father's well-being. She willingly conceded the position to Yi Kai-wei, knowing that the emperor, grateful for General Ye's selfless act of saving Shinji, would certainly agree to the rewards bestowed upon her. Thus, Yi Kai-wei became the county princess of Chang'e. Although merely a title without substantial land or income, it was enough to incite envy among the esteemed young ladies of the capital. From that day forth, Yi Kai-wei received individual invitations to various gatherings hosted by the prominent families of the capital. In just 6 days, the embroidery house had crafted her gown, resplendent and breathtaking, even more exquisite than in her previous life. In her past, each gown was a singular effort, with the embroidery house laboring day and night, whereas now, it was perfection incarnate. Yi Kai-wei eagerly anticipated the peony banquet, while Shen Wu had already prepared her own attire, initially filled with delight. However, upon seeing Yi Kai-wei, her own dress appeared rather lackluster in comparison. Shen Wu, unwilling to play second fiddle to Yi Kai-wei, sought solace from the second madam, who, in turn, took her out to select a set of opulent accessories, lifting Shen Wu's spirits. On that day after breakfast, Shen Wan visited Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the matriarch. Shen Wu and Shen Yin had arrived early, yet Yi Kai-wei had yet to appear. Wanner has come to pay her respects. Why hasn't Kai-wei arrived? Is she unwell? Yun, feeling concerned, suggested visiting Yi Kai-wei. Shen Wan interjected, "Mother, do not worry. If my cousin were truly unwell, her maid would certainly inform you. I shall go check on her shortly." Though her parents adored her, the title of county princess was still granted to Yi Kai-wei, placing her in a position equal to Shen Wan's within the duke's residence. No servant would dare to neglect their duties for fear of incurring her parents' displeasure. "It is well. You and your cousin are of similar age and can converse easily," Yin remarked. Shen Wan was aware of Yi Kai-wei's intentions, familiar with such ploys. Arriving at Qingyi courtyard, she approached the beaded curtain and found Yi Kai-wei seated at the dressing table, selecting jewelry, her demeanor visibly agitated, with reddened eyes, as if she had suffered some grievance. Shen Wan approached. "What troubles you, cousin? Are you unwell?" Yi Kai-wei looked at Shen Wan, holding a golden hairpin, her expression one of wounded pride. "My dear cousin, you gifted me the shimmering brocade and arranged for Vice Minister Li from the Imperial Academy to teach me dance, ensuring I shine at the peony banquet in Princess Xuanyang's residence. Yet, I have searched through all the jewelry, and none befits that gown. If I cannot find an appropriate adornment, I shall appear unbalanced." In essence, she sought jewels. Whatever Shen Wu possessed, she too desired. Shen Wu had the second madam to procure her finery. Thus, Yi Kai-wei believed it only fitting for Yun to provide her with similar luxuries, assuming the identity of a county princess entitled her to such indulgences. After all, they would eventually reclaim everything, so why concern herself with the quantity at present? In her past life, not only had they purchased for Yi Kai-wei, but Shen Wu and Shen Yin had also received their shares. This time, Yi Kai-wei intended to demand for herself, a result of Shen Wan's diligent scheming to sow discord. Prior to returning Yi Kai-wei to the second house, she would fulfill all her requests, provided her parents could accommodate them. Shen Wan would also support her endeavors. Shen Wan smiled and said, "There is nothing suitable in the dressing box. The jewelry shop outside the mansion will surely have what you need. I shall accompany you to purchase it." Yi Kai-wei lowered her head and replied, I don't have enough money. You need not spend your own," Shen Wan reassured her. "I will gift it to you." Yi Kai-wei's face instantly brightened, and she exclaimed, "Thank you so much, cousin." Chapter 11. Generosity. Yi Kai-wei, unable to contain her excitement, rose swiftly, and the two of them exited Qingyi courtyard together. Upon leaving the gate, Shen Wan instructed Shen Wan to inquire whether the third young lady and her companions wished to accompany them for a stroll in the city. Before Shen Wan could respond, Yi Kaiwei interjected, suggesting that it would be better for just the two of them to go, as her cousin had mentioned that recent dance practices had interfered with her piano lessons, and they would require at least half a day for their outing. Thus, it would be best not to delay her further. Everyone is in agreement with my cousin's wishes, Shen Wan conceded. As they reached the entrance, they took a carriage to the most renowned jewelry store in the capital, the Jade Pavilion. The peony banquet at the Princess of Xuanyang's residence was approaching, and invitations had been extended to the young masters and ladies of prominent families in the capital. Consequently, there was an abundance of young ladies at the Jade Pavilion today, selecting jewelry. Many acquaintances came forward to greet Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei, though their relationships were merely superficial and did not extend to a level of selecting jewelry together. Shen Wan remarked to Yi Kaiwei, "Cousin, which set of jewelry do you think complements your gown? The price is of no concern." Without even glancing at the first floor, Yi Kaiwei ascended directly to the second floor, where the jewelry was not only more exquisite, but also considerably more expensive. After perusing the selections, Yi Kaiwei found two sets that captivated her, one adorned with gold and rubies, and the other featuring a jeweled butterfly hairpin. "Which of these two do you find more appealing, cousin?" Yi Kaiwei inquired. "I find them both delightful and desire them equally," she confessed, aware that ultimately she would have to choose one, leaving the other behind. Shen Wan smiled gently. "If they do not immediately captivate your heart, they are not truly beloved. If nothing on the second floor astonishes you, we might venture to the third floor for further options." Yi Kaiwei paused for a moment, then burst into joy. "May I truly explore the third floor?" Shen Wan replied with a smile, "Since I promised to gift you a set of jewelry, as long as it pleases you. Price is no object." Her words were not whispered, and the nearby young ladies overheard. The jewelry at the Jade Pavilion was already exorbitantly priced, and the items on the third floor were even more astonishingly costly. The few who ventured up there did so with trepidation, as coveting items beyond their means was a painful endeavor. With the opportunity to explore the third floor, Yi Kaiwei quickly lost interest in the two sets she had previously admired, eagerly pulling Shen Wan up the stairs. The selection on the third floor was limited compared to the second, yet each piece was enough to render the jewelry on the second floor pale in comparison. However, the prices were indeed staggering, with the cheapest items starting at 2,600 taels. Yi Kaiwei selected a set featuring purple magnolia flowers, the jade exquisite and breathtaking, and her gaze was transfixed upon it. It was evident she had found her choice. Shen Wan addressed the attendant at the Jade Pavilion. "We will take this set." As she watched the attendant wrap the jewelry, Yi Kaiwei felt a sense of disbelief. A single set of jewelry cost 3,666 taels. It was not merely expensive. More significantly, Shen Wan herself had never possessed such costly adornments. Upon descending from the third floor, Shen Wan remarked, "Miss, you are exceedingly kind to your cousin. You have never purchased such expensive jewelry for yourself." Shen Wan replied, "My uncle perished shielding my father from harm. And at such a tender age, my cousin has already lost her father. It is only fitting that I bestow kindness upon her." Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei had not yet returned to the Duke's residence when news of Shen Wan gifting a set of exquisite jewelry to Yi Kaiwei began to circulate among the elite circles of the capital. Those who heard of this event could not help but praise Shen Wan for her gratitude and exemplary upbringing of her daughters. Feeling fatigued, Shen Wan returned directly to her courtyard. Before she had even finished a cup of tea, Shen Wu and Shen Yin arrived, inquiring whether it was true that her elder sister had gifted her cousin jewelry worth over 3,600 taels. "Indeed," Shen Wan replied. Shen Wu felt an insatiable jealousy brewing within her. Her elder sister seemed to have eyes only for their cousin, showering her with the finest treasures. Just a single exquisite fabric and a set of jewelry had elicited their innate envy. Shen Wan smiled gently and remarked, "Have you forgotten what grandmother said? Our cousin has lost her father and mother. Although father treats her as his own daughter, the outside world will not believe it. Only when I relinquish the title of county princess to her will others truly understand that father is wholeheartedly considering her interests. If I can part with the title, what significance does a set of jewelry hold? Our cousin is now of an age to accept suitors. Her splendid appearance will better facilitate her prospects in marriage. Do not compare yourselves to her. Shen Wan employed their grandmother's words to silence them, leaving them speechless. Shen Yao nestled beside Shen Wan and playfully said, "Elder sister, you are so generous. Such beautiful jewelry, I desire it as well. You cannot favor one over the other." She expected Shen Wan to express gratitude towards Yi Kaiwei while treating them equally, insisting that whatever was given to Yi Kaiwei should also be bestowed upon them. Truly, they had been spoiled. Shen Wan withdrew her arm from Shen Yao's embrace, responding, "Do not speak of desire. I wish for it myself. However, alas, I can only afford one set at present, so I must prioritize our cousin." Shen Yao felt slighted, thinking that at least their elder sister should consider them a little. The implication was clear. Even if she did not gift Yi Kaiwei something as extravagant, she ought to present them with other tokens. Shen Wan feigned ignorance and, feeling weary from her outing, said, "I shall not keep you any longer." Filled with jealousy, Shen Wu and the others departed. Realizing that Shen Wan had intended to invite them along, but Yi Kaiwei had intervened, igniting their anger. They resented being excluded from accompanying her, suspecting that Shen Wan had been coaxed into gifting such lavish jewelry. After lunch, Yin arrived at Mingyue courtyard and inquired, "You have given Kaiwei such valuable jewelry. Why did you not select a set for yourself?" Shen Wan sat beside Yin, replying, "If my cousin has it, my third sister and the others will be envious enough. If I were to purchase one as well, it would surely cause a stir in the residence. If discord arose, the matriarch would undoubtedly chastise Yun for indulging her too much, leading to unrest in the household, ultimately pressuring Yun to spend money to appease the situation. I do not place much value on such things. Neither my mother-s nor the funds of the Yun family are easily come by." Yun caressed Shen Wan's face and remarked, "Your father says you have matured. You have indeed made significant progress." Chapter 12. Covering the mouth. On the 8th day of the 4th month, the peony banquet was being held at the residence of the Princess Shenyang. The carriage came to a gentle halt before the grand entrance of the princess's estate. As Yi Kaiwei stepped out of the carriage, gasps of admiration resonated around her. The title of county lord, her flowing dress adorned with shimmering patterns, translucent purple jade jewelry, and her exquisite makeup, all contributed to the envious and jealous gazes directed at her. Yi Kaiwei reveled in the attention, her every gesture exuding an aura of unparalleled beauty. Meanwhile, Shen Wu felt her teeth nearly grind in jealousy. Given Shen Wu's temperament, it was evident that she had refrained from employing underhanded tactics to undermine Yi Tsaiwei's appearance, which would have rendered her a mere accessory to Tsaiwei's splendor. Ye Zhongyi, being the biological daughter of the second master, stood to gain immensely from securing a favorable marriage, a matter of great benefit to her father. Further confirming that Yi Kaiwei was indeed the second master's illegitimate daughter, a fact unbeknownst to the second mistress. Reluctant to be overshadowed, Shen Wu entered the princess's estate and, upon reaching the garden, promptly parted ways with Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei to greet some familiar noble ladies. Shen Wan, too, soon abandoned Yi Kaiwei, seeking a quiet pavilion with fewer people to enjoy her tea in peace. Gradually, young gentlemen from prominent families began to arrive in the garden. Assuming that the heir of the Marquis of Xiaoping had also arrived, Shen Wan rose to seek him out. However, after searching for some time without catching sight of him, and feeling reluctant to inquire with the princess's maids, she continued her quest. In her search, she unexpectedly encountered the heir of the king of Jingbei, Xie Jingyu. Accompanied by two others, Xiao Cheng, the prince of Yuzhong, and Chu Yang, the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang. Had she known that this insufferable fellow would be on her path, she would have surely taken a different route. Reluctant to make a detour now, Shen Wan pressed forward. Upon their encounter, she could hardly avoid the customary greetings, acknowledging both the prince of Yuzhong and the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang, who responded with nods and smiles. Xie Jingyu's gaze fell upon Shen Wan's face, but she pretended not to see him and walked straight past. Noticing Xie Jingyu frown, Chu Yang stifled a laugh and remarked, "Is a relationship between you cousins really so strained? You don't even greet each other upon meeting." His voice, somewhat loud, drifted into Shen Wan's ears, igniting a flush of embarrassment upon her cheeks. It was a memory she wished to forget. When Shen Wan was 10 years old, in the bloom of youth, She had once ventured into the city with her maids and servants. Upon learning that her aunt had brought her cousin to the capital, she returned home in high spirits, but mistakenly thought Xie Jingyu was her cousin and greeted him enthusiastically, calling out, "Cousin." Xie Jingyu looked at her, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Wanner, your cousin. I don't know if you're my eldest cousin or second cousin." "Ah, I'm your third cousin." It was the first time Xie Jingyu had met a cousin who did not recognize him, and he found it amusing, intent on teasing her. Shen Wan, however, took it seriously, believing her aunt had brought along some illegitimate son or nephew. Later, when she saw Xie Jingyu again on the street, she waved enthusiastically from a distance, calling out, "Third cousin." Amidst a crowd, onlookers were puzzled by the apparent familial connection between the heir of Jingbei and the second daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. It was then she realized her blunder in mistaking him for a cousin, leaving her mortified and wishing to sink into the ground. From that day forward, she avoided Xie Jingyu whenever possible, yet he continued to bully her to the point of exasperation, a situation Shen Wan found intolerable. As the wind blew, the warmth on her face returned somewhat. She continued her search for someone, asking, "Who are you looking for?" "The heir of the Duke of Xiaoping," replied Shen Wan, scanning her surroundings. "Why not wait here? I shall look for him," suggested Coral. Shen Wan agreed and remained in place while Coral set off to find the Duke's heir. However, the garden of the princess's residence was vast, and after a considerable time, Coral had yet to return, leaving Shen Wan weary from standing. She contemplated finding a place to rest, and, as she headed towards a nearby pavilion, she noticed Suji Yi, the cousin of the Duke of Yongqing, making her way to the northeastern corner of the garden without a maid, appearing somewhat furtive, as if trying to avoid attention. Without hesitation, Shen Wan followed her. Keeping her distance to avoid detection, Shen Wan hid behind a rockery and saw a man waiting there. She leaned out to discern whether he was indeed the Duke of Yongqing's heir. Just as she stepped forward, a hand clamped over her mouth, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was pulled back. It was her first experience as a pursuer, and the suddenness of being silenced sent her heart racing. When she recognized the person who had covered her mouth, her fear escalated. It was Xie Jingyu. The proximity between them awakened haunting memories of past humiliations in the rockery, leaving Shen Wan's face pale as she struggled against his grip. "Don't move," Xie Jingyu whispered. Did she dare to comply? In her previous life, he had dragged her into that rockery twice for torment. Once, after returning from a border, he had been toasted by Xiao Yun, who expressed regret for not having been able to drink at his wedding. Shen Wan had smiled at him then, only for him to later seize her and choke her, furious, demanding to know who allowed her to smile at him. "Do you think I can still smile now?" That was her first encounter with the sensation of suffocation, nearly losing her life in that rockery. After that, she dared not smile at him again, nor even to meet his gaze. The second time was at a banquet celebrating the first birthday of a child, where he, intoxicated, had knocked her maid unconscious and pulled her into the rockery, accusing her of breaking her promise to wait for him to complete his mourning before seeking marriage. "Are you so eager to marry him? Do you truly like him that much?" That day, mistaking her for someone who had abandoned him, he had interrogated her with force, and despite her attempts to cry out, she was powerless against his strength. He had attempted to kiss her forcefully and nearly assaulted her in the rockery. It was only when she bit his lip and slapped him that he finally came to his senses and released her. That had been their last encounter in that life, followed by the scattering of her ashes. Now, once again trapped near the rockery, Shen Wan trembled with fear, desperately trying to suppress her terror as she heard a soft voice, "Cousin, please don't." Chapter 13. Impudence. A voice emerged from behind the artificial hillock, and the person who had been a dozen paces away had somehow approached unnoticed. Had it not been for Xie Jingyu pulling her back, she would have stumbled right into the scene. Shen Wan's heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat. The young master of Yongqing Bo was coaxing Su Zi, playfully lamenting his cousin's impatience, promising that it would soon be over. Su Zi pleaded for mercy, begging her cousin to let her off just for today, as she still had to dance. "For whom would you dance? Do you still wish to marry someone else?" The cousin's voice was insistent yet mocking, assuring her that he would be gentle and not cause her pain. Shen Wan felt a tumult of fear, anger, and shame. If it were only her eavesdropping, it would be one thing. But to have another person there, especially a man whom she despised with an intensity that made her wish for his demise, was unbearable. Her heart ached for her elder sister. She was aware of the scandalous affair between the young master of Jingbei and her cousin, which had led to her sister's untimely death. Yet, she had never anticipated his shamelessness to this extent. Here, in the Princess of Xuanyang's residence, they had come to rendezvous, seeking thrill while discarding all sense of honor and decency. Though the location was secluded, it did not guarantee privacy, should they be discovered. Both the Jingbei family and the Su family would be utterly disgraced. Shen Wan's chest heaved with indignation, her breath warm and damp against Xie Jingyu's palm, causing him to draw in a breath. She dared not meet his gaze, consumed by her fury and oblivious to her surroundings. A voice in the distance startled the two would-be lovers, prompting their hasty retreat. As they departed, Xie Jingyu wrapped his arm around Shen Wan's waist, guiding her to the other side of the hillock, thus avoiding exposure. It was fortunate they left, otherwise, she and Xie Jingyu would have been forced to endure an inappropriate spectacle. Once assured that they were far away, Shen Wan struggled against him, and Xie Jingyu finally released his grip from her mouth, his palm still warm and damp. She attempted to leave, but he seized her again, pressing her against the hillock, his tone incredulous. "Did you not see that I just helped you? Not even a word of thanks." As he leaned closer, Shen Wan trembled uncontrollably, her complexion pale. "Are you afraid of me?" It was more than fear, it was sheer terror. Shen Wan could not utter a word, her eyes brimming with wariness and veiled hostility. What had he done to instill such dread within her, to provoke thoughts of murder? Shen Wan was so frightened that she scarcely dared to breathe. Xie Jingyu stepped back, and without a moment to catch her breath, she fled in haste. Watching her escape, a flicker of unspoken hurt crossed Xie Jingyu's eyes. Shen Wan hurried back to the garden, where she found Coral and the young master of Zhaoping waiting by the lakeside. She approached them quickly. Upon witnessing this scene, Xie Jingyu's attractive lips pressed into a thin line. As Shen Wan reached them, Coral greeted her, inquiring where she had been, mentioning that the young master of Zhaoping had been waiting for her for quite some time. Shen Wan expressed her apologies for keeping him waiting. The young master of Zhaoping asked if Shun Heir had business with him. She nodded slightly and glanced at Coral, who discreetly stepped away. Once assured of their privacy, Shen Wan turned to the young master of Zhaoping, stating, "I have always hoped you would become my brother-in-law." The brilliance in the eyes of the young master of the Zhaoping marquis extinguished in an instant. "I share a bond with your elder sister, yet it is unfulfilled," he remarked. Shen Wan inquired, "Your elder sister has been married for 2 years. Why have you not taken a wife yet?" The young master of Zhaoping remained silent. Shen Wan pressed on, "Do you still harbor feelings for my elder sister?" Each question grew bolder than the last. The young master's expression turned awkward, and he turned to leave. Shen Wan did not impede him, but posed another question. "If my elder sister were to divorce, would you still wish to marry her?" The young master's steps faltered. He turned back to Shen Wan. "Divorce? How could your elder sister ever divorce?" "She will certainly divorce," Shen Wan asserted emphatically. She gazed at the young master, stating, "If you have truly moved on from my elder sister, I apologize for my earlier audacity. Consider that I have said nothing." "I shall marry," he declared, resolutely and without the slightest hesitation. Shen Wan felt a pang in her heart, for her elder sister was both unworthy and worthy of such devotion. Yet, there were certain truths she needed to express up front. "My elder sister will only divorce once in her lifetime. Thereafter, she will only know widowhood, never divorce again. I will not let her down." Shen Wan also believed that her father's choice for her elder sister's husband would not be misguided. The fact that the young master of Zhaoping had visited and honored her elder sister after her death was worth taking a gamble. Shen Wan continued, "Outside the Hugwood Temple, the recently famed Taoist is under my influence. If you truly do not mind that my elder sister has been married before and still wish to marry her, then find a way for your mother to seek the Taoistess counsel regarding your marital fate. If you do mind, it is only natural. After my elder sister's divorce, I will find her a picturesque place to spend the rest of her days." This was Shen Wan's initial plan, after Shen Yu's divorce, to settle her in a beautiful locale, waiting for her to exact her revenge before reuniting with her elder sister. However, that day while shopping, when she saw Shen Yu anxiously evade the young master of Zhaoping, only to steal a glance at him after he departed. Shen Wan realized her elder sister had not moved on from the young master. Coincidentally, she also discovered that the young master had not forgotten Xinyu. The agony of lovers unable to unite was something she had felt in her previous life with Xie Jingyu, and she wished for her elder sister and the young master of Zhaoping to harbor no regrets in this lifetime. Chapter 14. Embarrassment after the departure of the noble scion. Shen Wan made her way toward the bustling crowd. In the distance, she spotted a young lady approaching, accompanied by her maid. The girl possessed an enchanting beauty, yet her gaze was fierce, perpetually poised for confrontation. Coral whispered, "The third miss and the fourth miss of the Wei Guogong mansion have quarreled again today." This was no surprise to Shen Wan. She was well aware of the animosity that brewed between them from her previous life. Having witnessed Shen Wu clash with the fourth miss of the Wei Guogong mansion over jewelry, their feud deepened due to the rivalry between their fathers for official positions, escalating to the point where they were at each other's throats, and naturally, they would not regard her, the second miss of the Ding Guogong mansion, with any kindness. The enemy of one's enemy is a friend, and thus Shen Wan found herself harboring a modicum of fondness for the fourth miss of Wei. As she walked past, a piece of paper mysteriously appeared on the ground. The two girls ignored each other and brushed past. The fourth miss, noticing the paper in the middle of the path, glanced back at Shen Wan, her delicate brows furrowed, before bending down to pick it up. The peony banquet commenced, with young masters and ladies of noble families taking their seats. Xiao Yin was present as well. In her previous life, Xiao Yin had missed the event due to a broken arm incurred while saving her, but in this life, having merely dislocated his arm while rescuing a maid. He had fully recovered, and it was hardly surprising to see him there. Shen Wan sat alongside Yi Kai Wei, sipping tea delicately, awaiting the entertainment. First, the dancers performed, followed by the young gentlemen and ladies showcasing their talents, entirely voluntary, with no compulsion to take the stage. After a few noble ladies displayed their skills, Yi Kai Wei could no longer contain herself. Determined to shine at the peony banquet, she had practiced a particular dance hundreds of times over the past year, receiving guidance from Vice Minister Li of the Inner Teaching Bureau, and she felt confident that she could dazzle all present. Just as she was about to rise, Shen Wan pressed her down. "Not so fast. You should wait a while before taking the stage." "Why? Isn't it better to have more people to compliment you? Shen Wan had lavished her with gifts of shimmering silk and jewelry, leaving her no grounds to doubt Shen Wan's intentions. Shen Wu played the guqin, having made considerable progress under the tutelage of the Inner Teaching Bureau in her previous life. Yet this time, she had not improved. Due to her desire to cherish the opportunity to learn dance from Vice Minister Li, she had grown complacent over a few days. Although her performance was still commendable, it was not enough to captivate the audience. After Shen Wu stepped down, she was visibly discontented. Following her, Yi Kai Wei ascended the stage, adorned in a gown of shimmering silk that sparkled in the sunlight, further accentuated by purple jade jewelry, signifying her noble status. Her movements were graceful, her feet as delicate as a brush, her flowing sleeves like ink, a beauty that rendered the audience spellbound. Upon completing her dance, she was met with resounding praise. The gazes of admiration and envy directed towards her were immensely gratifying. She truly understood Shen Wan's intentions, for after her performance, no other noble lady would dare to take the stage. They would either forego the opportunity or choose to perform something else. Fuming, Shen Wu tore apart the silk handkerchief in her hand. She had never seen such a foolish display from Shen Wan. Supporting Yi Kai Wei so fervently, what benefit could it possibly bring her? Infuriated, she suppressed her jealousy, reminding herself that there would be future opportunities to shine. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a maid finally approached with ink, paper, and a brush. Today marked the peony banquet, where attendees were to compose a poem about peonies. The most outstanding would earn the title of champion and a reward. The time limit was 1 incense stick. The maid set the tray down, and Yi Kai Wei said, "Cousin, you may go first." Shen Wan replied, "I am not adept at poetry. You should proceed." Ye Zhangyi, feeling encouraged, took up the brush, feigned contemplation, and swiftly penned a poem. As the incense burned down, the maid collected the poems from each table and presented them to Princess Shenyang and several esteemed ladies for evaluation. Among the compositions, a few were passed around, eliciting admiration from the noble women. The best poem from a young gentleman was attributed to Liu, the young master of the Hamlin Academy, while among the young ladies, it was Shen Wu. Princess Shenyang offered several compliments and shared both poems for everyone's enjoyment. Shen Wu beamed with pride, while Shen Wan lifted her teacup, the fragrant steam concealing the smile at the corner of her lips. When the verses reached the hands of Miss Wei, she cast a glance and inquired of Shen Wu, "Did you compose this poem on the spot?" Shen Wu stood, her demeanor haughty, of course. Princess Shenyang then asked, "What is it?" Miss Wei replied, "I found a poem in the garden that is identical to Miss Shun San's." Shen Wu's expression froze. Impossible. Miss Wei, undeterred, produced the paper she had discovered and unfolded it for the young ladies around her to see before handing it to the maid to deliver to Princess Shenyang. Upon reviewing it, the princess's countenance darkened. The peony banquet had proceeded smoothly until this moment. Now, with the event nearing its conclusion, such a scandal had arisen. She knew that many were not proficient in poetry and might prepare in advance. Yet to resort to deceit and bring in a cheat sheet for a mere few lines was beyond comprehension. How could one not memorize a few verses? The earlier display of talent had now turned to embarrassment. Shen Wu had confidently claimed the poem was composed on the spot. But Miss Wei had found an identical poem in the garden, leaving her speechless. How could such a poem have been written down and come into Miss Wei's possession? Shen Wu, despite her efforts, could not fathom that it was Shen Wan's handiwork. In her pursuit of reputation, she had prepared the poem in advance, yet was dissatisfied with her own composition. She had requested assistance from the second madam to refine it, and still found it lacking, prompting her to ask the second master to seek further enhancement. A single poem, composed of 28 characters, had undergone refinement on 27 of them. Such meticulous effort surely deserved acclaim. Not only Shen Wu, but Yi Caiwei's verses were similarly crafted. Although Shen Wu's poem was commendable, being caught in deceit rendered it invalid, as it would be unfair to others. Thus, the victor among the young ladies became Yi Caiwei. Naturally, some speculated that Yi Caiwei might have engaged in trickery, given that both she and Shen Wu hail from the Duke of Ding's household and were cousins. However, without evidence, they dared not speak out. Furthermore, even if the verses were suspect, Yi Caiwei's earlier dance had been devoid of pretense, and her triumph was accepted by all. Shen Wu felt humiliated, while Yi Caiwei gained fame, all within the framework of Shen Wan's plans. However, Shen Wan did not anticipate that she would neither showcase her talents nor compose poetry. In stark contrast to Shen Wu's deceit, her sincerity appeared all the more precious. Chapter 15. Curiosity. Yi Caiwei received an auspicious gift, a magnificent Eastern pearl of considerable worth. Yet the true value lay in the recognition from her peers. She had never anticipated a day where she would bask in such glory. Nor did Shen Wu foresee a moment of such humiliation that she could hardly restrain herself from shattering her silver teeth. Enduring until the banquet concluded, Shen Wu was unwilling to linger any longer and rose to depart. The sisters of the household would certainly leave together. However, just as they stepped outside, a maid approached Shen Wan, informing her that someone wished to speak with her by the bridge. "Who seeks my presence?" Shen Wan inquired. The maid shook her head, indicating that she could not disclose the identity of the visitor. "It is not that I do not know. Rather, I am forbidden to speak of it." How could someone request her presence without revealing who they were? Shen Wan dismissed the matter, saying, "If they truly have business with me, they may find me at the Duke of Ding's residence." With that, she departed. Yi Caiwei hurried after Shen Wan, asking, "Cousin, are you not curious about who seeks you?" Shen Wan replied, "I have nothing to conceal. If someone wishes to find me, they should do so openly. A clandestine meeting only invites gossip, which would tarnish the reputation of the Duke of Ding's household." Upon exiting the Princess Xuanyang's residence, the three of them boarded a carriage to leave. Yi Caiwei clutched her gift, while Shen Wu, already consumed by jealousy, felt further provoked as Shen Wan praised Yi Caiwei, stating, "Thanks to my cousin, our family's honor remains intact. Upon our return, I shall certainly request a reward from grandmother on your behalf." Enraged, Shen Wu dug her nails into her palm, her face turning an ashen hue. Yi Kaiwei remarked, "Cousin, you are too modest. We are indeed family, and it is my duty to uphold the dignity of the Duke of Ding's household." "What you say is true," Shen Wu replied, shutting her eyes, wishing she could cover her ears as well. Recollections of mocking glances flooded her mind, and she longed to uncover the identity of the person who had caused her such disgrace in public. Should she discover who it was, she would ensure they suffered greatly. Upon returning to the Duke of Ding's residence, Shen Wan alighted from the carriage just as Yun Yin rode over, calling out cousin. Shen Wu had already entered the estate, and Yi Kaiwei felt it necessary to greet Yun Yin, particularly since she wore the exquisite brocade of the Yun family and wished to show some regard. Shen Wan said, "Cousin, please enter first. I would like to speak with my cousin for a moment." She approached Yun Yin. "Cousin," they conversed privately. Yun Yin had come to see Shen Wan regarding the matter she had previously asked him to investigate. After days of inquiry, Yun Yin had confirmed an illicit relationship between the heir of the Earl of Yongqing and Su Zi. However, catching them in the act proved quite challenging, as the two either visited each other's residences or met in secret. On the rare occasion they did meet, by the time Yun Yin received word and rushed to catch them, they had already dispersed. The only way to apprehend them was for both to leave simultaneously, allowing for a chance encounter. Sending a messenger might not be timely enough, so Yun Yin brought a carrier pigeon. "In the future, should you require anything, feel free to send a message via pigeon, cousin." Shen Wan nodded gratefully. "Thank you, cousin." Yun Yin was pressed for time and did not enter the residence. Departing directly thereafter, Shen Wan visited Shoan Hall, where Yi Kaiwei presented the Grand Eastern Pearl to the matriarch. The matriarch was delighted but declined the gift, stating that the heartfelt gesture was sufficient for her satisfaction and suggested Yi keep it for her future dowry. Upon entering, Shen Wan remarked that her grandmother ought to reward her cousin generously. Amidst so many distinguished young ladies, it was indeed no small feat for her cousin to emerge victorious, bringing great honor to the Duke of Ding's household. The matriarch, in high spirits, bestowed upon Yi Kaiwei a jade bracelet from her wrist, leaving Yi in a state of astonishment. However, Shen Wan felt this was inadequate, noting that the matriarch's gift was far less than the rewards from the princess of Xuanyang's residence. The matriarch, with a playful scold, showed no signs of displeasure and requested the pair of peony gold hairpins from her dressing box. With the winnings and such abundant rewards, Yi Kaiwei was overjoyed, her smile wide and uncontainable. Yet, where there is joy, there is often discontent. The scandal involving Shen Wu's deceit at the Shenyang princess's residence was unmentioned by both Yi Kaiwei and Shen Wan, as it was a matter certain to become common knowledge and would inevitably reach the matriarch's ears. There was no need to add fuel to the fire and invite resentment. Indeed, within half an hour, the matriarch learned of Shen Wu's disgraceful actions that tarnished the family's reputation, declaring that failure to impose strict punishment would render the family rules mere decorations. The matriarch chastised Shen Wu and decreed that she should transcribe the family rules in the Buddhist hall for reflection. Shen Wu felt extremely wronged, and the second madam did not dare to plead for her daughter. As they exited Shoan Hall, the second madam inquired about who was aware of the poem. Shen Wu replied that it was in her father's possession and that no one had seen it, except for the magpie that was by her side. After a pause, she added, "And Yi Kaiwei, on that day, when you visited her, she had seen the poem on Shen Wu's desk and picked it up. But Shen Wu had swiftly snatched it back, uncertain whether Yi had seen it clearly. Given the brief moment, it was improbable that Yi could remember it. However, the magpie was fiercely loyal to Shen Wu, and she could not believe it would betray her. Yet, Yi Kaiwei's loyalty remained uncertain. The second madam's gaze was filled with a fierce resolve, declaring that if Yi dared to tread upon her daughter's reputation, she would not let it go unpunished. Chapter 16. Obstruction After Breakfast. Shen Wan instructed Coral to seek out the Taoist priest at the Hugui Temple, while she took Hong Xiu to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Shen Wan harbored doubts about Hong Xiu and was reluctant to bring her along. Yet as Hong Xiu was requested by the old matriarch, it would arouse suspicion if she were not present. Thus, Shen Wan endured the discomfort, Reassured that the situation would not require her patience for long, Shen Wu was punished to transcribe the family rules in the Buddhist hall, leaving the Shoan hall notably quieter. Yi Kaiwei and Shun Yao gathered around the matriarch, sharing laughter and idle chatter. However, just as Shen Wan was about to leave, she was halted at the courtyard gate by Yi Kaiwei, who suggested they assist in transcribing the family rules for their third cousin. This was quite a shift from her previous demeanor towards Shen Wu. Following the conclusion of the peony banquet at the Princess of Shenyang's residence, Fu Guangjin, having achieved his goals, withdrew, now apprehensive about offending Shen Wu. He sought to ingratiate himself by partaking in the transcription of the family rules, naively hoping to involve her. Underestimating her disposition, a cold smile flickered within Shen Wan, though her expression remained composed. I too wish to assist my third sister. It is our grandmother who has imposed this penalty. If I, along with the fourth and fifth sisters, were to aid in this transcription, it would be seen as defiance against grandmother. Your situation is different. Having triumphed at the peony banquet, your success has delighted our grandmother. Should you help our third sister, even if grandmother were to find out, she would not hold it against you. As she spoke, Shen Wan turned to Shenin and Shun Yao. What do you two think? They both nodded in agreement, affirming that the second sister's reasoning was sound. Ye Zhaoyue insisted on assisting Shen Wu, and Shenin and Shun Yao felt compelled to oblige, now presented with a valid excuse to refuse. Who among them would willingly engage in the tedious task of transcribing family rules? Then it falls to you, my dear cousin, Shen Wan remarked. Yi Kaiwei found herself in a predicament. She had no desire to assist Shen Wu. However, as Shen Wan had provided Shenin and Shun Yao with a means to avoid the task, she found herself in a position where not helping would only serve to deepen her conflict with Shen Wu. The thought of being discovered by Shen Wu for neglecting to assist further strained her resolve, leaving her no choice but to grit her teeth and return to help with the transcription. Upon returning to her quarters, Shen Wan sipped a cup of tea, feeling somewhat idle. She ventured to the flower hall to embroider the longevity design. The golden bracelet she had received was not without merit, and as she became frustrated with her embroidery, Hong Xiu suggested, perhaps it would be best if I took over. Shen Wan readily set down the needle, replying, I'm grateful for your offer, otherwise I might well suffocate from boredom. Feeling generous, she decided to reward Hong Xiu with a pair of silver earrings. Although they were not gold, they were sufficient to bring joy to Hong Xiu for several days. Coral had left early in the morning and returned only at lunchtime. Shen Wan inquired, why were you gone for so long? Coral glanced back to ensure there were no outsiders present before responding in a hushed tone, fortunately, my lady sent me at the right moment. I had just finished speaking with Taoist Qingyuan when Madame Zhao Ping arrived. Out of curiosity, I lingered for a while, which delayed me. Shen Wan had anticipated that the heir of the Zhao Ping marquis would at least take several days to deliberate or even consider withdrawing, for marrying a divorced woman would surely invite gossip. However, as it was she who had initiated the matter, the heir could choose to retreat. But she could not afford for the process to be hindered. Thus, she had Coral seek out the Taoist priest, unaware of how eager the Zhao Ping heir truly was. She had now fully grasped his affection for her elder sister. Shen Wan then asked, what was Madame Zhao Ping's reaction? Anger, mingled with a hint of sadness, Coral replied. Coral does not harbor any sorrow for Lady Zhao Ping. Had it not been for her concern over the incident where the eldest daughter fell into the water and was rescued by the heir of Yongqing, she would not have gone to withdraw the marriage proposal, and thus the eldest daughter would not be marrying the heir of Yongqing. Instead, she and the heir of Zhao Ping would have been a pair of celestial lovers. Coral recounted her visit to the Guogui Temple to seek out Taoist Qingyuan in detail to Shen Wan. Previously, Shen Wan had borrowed Taoist Qingyuan's wisdom to evade the schemes of Xiao Yun, which had brought the Taoist much renown, leading countless individuals to seek him at the temple for divinations to avert calamities. Coral arrived early, yet there were still several people waiting at the divination stall. When she announced herself as one of Shen Wan's, declaring her loyalty with the phrase to be used by me, renowned throughout the ages, Taoist Qingyuan had no reason to doubt her. However, upon hearing the request from Shen Wan, Taoist Qingyuan's forehead began to throb with concern, and he found a wooden board to inscribe a few characters. Just as he finished writing, Lady Zhao Ping arrived. The matter of her son's marriage was a heavy burden on her heart. And after hearing from the housekeeper that the Taoists outside Guogui Temple were accurate in their divinations, she decided to consult him regarding her son's prospects. Upon realizing she was Lady Zhao Ping, Taoist Qingyan instructed her to write down the birth characters of the heir of Zhao Ping and proceeded to calculate earnestly for a while, only to hesitate before speaking. Lady Zhao Ping, already anxious, felt even more unsettled upon witnessing this. What could it mean? The Taoist then revealed the wooden board he had inscribed, which bore the ominous words, "Disrupt the stall, compensate 10 taels. Strike a person, compensate 100 taels. Kill a person, serve time in prison." Lady Zhao Ping exclaimed, "What is this for?" "I inquired about my son's marital fate." The Taoist replied, "Your son will marry a divorced woman. Should there be any interference, he may find himself forever in the company of the flickering candle and ancient Buddha." Hearing this, Lady Zhao Ping's countenance darkened considerably. She truly felt compelled to make a scene. How could her son, the heir of Zhao Ping, marry a divorced woman? The Taoist continued, "While the marital prospects are somewhat lacking, there is good news regarding other matters. Within 7 days, there will be a promotion in the household." Yet, these words did little to alleviate Lady Zhao Ping's distress. She lamented her earlier decisions. Leaving the divination stall, she wept in frustration. "Yan Chuan resents me, his mother, for unilaterally withdrawing the engagement without his consent, deliberately marrying a divorced woman to provoke me." The housekeeper also believed this was something the heir could do, though she dare not voice it. She regretted having encouraged Lady Zhao Ping to visit the temple and advised, "The Taoist predictions may not be accurate. Did he not say there would be a promotion within 7 days? If that is not true, you need not heed his fanciful words. Even if you feel regret and fear, it would not be too late to worry after the 7 days have passed." Lady Zhao Ping decided to suppress her worries. Since she was at Guogui Temple, she would certainly offer incense and pray for blessings. However, upon returning home, she saw the heir of Zhao Ping hastily departing. Lady Zhao Ping inquired, "Why the rush, my lord?" To which he replied, "The old matriarch of the Ministry of Revenue's deputy suddenly fell gravely ill, and I have just received news. It is likely to happen within these few days." He had no time to converse further with Lady Zhao Ping, quickly leaving. The deputy of the Ministry of Revenue held substantial power and was a lucrative position. Many in the court were watching closely, so it was imperative to quickly find someone to assist in securing his recommendation to ensure everything was foolproof. As she watched Lord Zhao Ping ride away, Lady Zhao Ping found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. If Lord Zhao Ping were indeed to ascend in rank, would not the Taoist words, that her son should neither marry a divorced woman nor take a wife, come to fruition, leaving him to forever dwell in the company of the ancient lantern and the silent Buddha? Chapter 17. The startling horse, as in her previous life. The matriarch of the Ministry of Revenue's deputy passed away unexpectedly from sudden illness. The deputy entered mourning, and several ministers vied for his position, ultimately resulting in the appointment of the Marquis of Xiaoping. Shen Wan revealed this matter, intending to persuade the Marquis's wife to heed the words of the Taoist priest. However, she did not anticipate that the news of the Marquis's heir marrying a divorced woman would spread like wildfire. Upon visiting the Shoan Hall in the morning, Shen Wan was unsettled when she overheard the third madam discussing this affair. Her heart sank, sensing an unwelcome premonition. It had been mere days since her elder sister encountered trouble at Jingmiao Monastery, and as the dates drew closer, her anxiety intensified. After Shen Wu finished copying the family rules as punishment, Yi Kaiwei suggested they go out for a stroll. Shen Wan, devoid of any leisure, declined their invitation, and ultimately, Yi Kaiwei and the others decided not to go either. Upon returning to the Mingyue garden, Shen Wan was distracted and, after much hesitation, resolved to inform her father and elder brother about the pressing situation. Just as she was about to leave, a snow-white dove alighted on the windowsill. Shen Wan hurried over, retrieved the message from the dove's leg, and unfolded it. It bore but 5 words: Zhou, Su, Jingmiao Monastery. The heir of the Marquis of Yongqing had gone to Jingmiao Monastery with Su Zi. The sight of the words Jingmiao Monastery sent a tremor through Shen Wan, her hand gripping the note so tightly that it began to sweat. She dashed outside and inquired of a servant whether her father was in the residence. The servant shook his head, stating that the Duke had gone to the military camp. Why would he go to the military camp on a day off? And her elder brother? Shen Wan pressed further. The heir had left the residence early that morning. Why was no one home? She immediately dispatched someone to summon her brother back. The servant, unsure of the urgency behind Shen Wan's request, hurried off to find him. As Shen Wan turned to return to the inner courtyard, a maid approached from a distance, calling, "Second, Mississippi." Turning around, she saw Bayer. The second tier maid accompanying Shenyu. Bayer stepped forward, saying, "Second Miss, Sister Tuhua asked me to inform you that the wife of the Marquis of Yongqing insists that the young lady must go to Jingmiao Monastery to pray for a child." She could not dissuade her. The color drained from Shen Wan's face. Her elder sister had already gone to Jingmiao Monastery. Bia nodded, confirming that she had departed over half an hour ago, ahead of schedule. It must be that the news of the Marquis of Xiaoping's heir marrying a divorced woman had stirred the Yongqing Marquis' household, fearing that the scandal would be exposed, prompting them to act swiftly. Shen Wan's heart raced uncontrollably, and she hastened toward the gate. Just then, her second brother, Shen Zhan, was about to leave. As he descended the steps and prepared to mount his horse, Shen Wan grasped him, leaping onto the horse's back before he could react. Shen Zhan stumbled, nearly colliding with a stone lion, and exclaimed, "Second sister, what are you doing?" Shen Wan paid him no mind and instructed the gatekeeper, "Have manager Li lead some men to Jingmiao Monastery immediately." With that, she cracked the whip and urged the horse forward. However, it had been many years since she had ridden, and the sensation was uncomfortable. She forced herself to endure the jolting, her singular focus on hastening her pace, urging the horse to run faster and faster. Shen Wan's equestrian skills were imparted by Shunji himself, yet she seldom ventured out on horseback, particularly fearing the bustling streets where she could inadvertently collide with passers-by. However, today, her thoughts were solely consumed by her elder sister, wishing fervently for wings to sprout from the horse's sides. Gripping the reins tightly, she nearly found herself unseated several times but managed to escape the city unscathed, heading straight for Jingmiao Monastery. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, poised to take a small path, Shen Wan's gaze fell upon an out-of-control carriage hurtling down the slope. The familiar vehicle was accompanied by cries from within. A pallor washed over Shen Wan's face. It was her sister's carriage. Her sister was inside. Tears streamed down Shen Wan's cheeks as she helplessly watched the carriage race from the small path onto the main road, galloping forward with reckless abandon. "No!" She cracked the whip and urged her horse to pursue. In this rebirth, she was determined that her sister would survive. She must live. Regret gnawed at Shen Wan for not informing her father and elder brother about the cold-hearted nature of the young master of Yongqing, granting them the opportunity to harm her sister. If her sister were to meet the same fate as in her past life, she would never forgive herself. Shen Wan pursued with relentless fervor, cracking the whip time and again. Yet the speed was overwhelming, and she struggled to maintain her grip on the reins. With her body swaying perilously, it was a precarious balance. One misstep could send her tumbling off. At such a rapid pace, even survival would leave her battered and bruised. Disregarding her own safety, just as she felt her strength waning, a figure appeared behind her, wrapping an arm around her waist and exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" The reins tightened, and they came to a halt. Xie Jingyu dismounted with Shen Wan in his arms. Standing on solid ground, Shen Wan felt dizzy, but she could not afford to linger in that state. Clinging to Xie Jingyu's arm like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, her tear-filled eyes pleaded, "Please, save my sister. Save her." Xie Jingyu, observing her frantic whipping of the reins, was oblivious to the fact that she was pursuing the carriage. Without hesitation, he declared, "I will go rescue her. Wait for me here." He swiftly mounted his horse and galloped after the carriage. Shen Wan, lacking the patience to remain behind, attempted to mount her horse, but her legs trembled from fear. After several attempts, she finally managed to get onto the saddle. She rode onward towards the cliff where her sister had fallen in her past life, first spotting a young servant who had fainted, then seeing Tuhua, bloodied and holding his arm. Unlike before, they had not tumbled off the cliff together. Though injured, they were still alive. A flicker of hope ignited within Shen Wan's heart. She urged her horse forward, rounding a bend to find Xie Jingyu standing at the edge of the precipice, with Shen Yu crumpled on the ground. Elder sister. Shen Wan nearly lunged toward her, embracing her tightly. Shen Yu, terrified, trembled uncontrollably. The carriage, along with the horse, had plummeted down the cliff. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the young master of Jingbei, she would have met a gruesome fate. As Shen Wan held her sister, wiping away her tears, she was uncertain whether she was comforting Shen Yu or herself. It's all right now, it's all over. Chapter 18. Murder. Shen Wan's voice trembled with emotion, tears welling up again as she clung tightly to Shen Yu, unwilling to let go. The sound of hoofbeats approached. The guard, Chun Ping, rode over, urging, "The emperor has summoned you. You should hasten to the palace. Do not keep his majesty waiting. You take them back," Xie Jingyu instructed, mounting his horse and casting a glance at Shen Wan before spurring his steed away. Watching Xie Jingyu ride off, Shen Wan's emotions were a tumultuous mix. She had never anticipated that it would be Xie Jingyu who came to save her elder sister. He even delayed his audience with the emperor to rescue them. On his way to the palace, Xie Jingyu, seeing Shen Wan galloping through the bustling streets, worried for her safety and hastened to check on her, never expecting such a calamity would occur. After a moment, Shen Wan regained her composure and helped the faint Shen Yu to her feet. Shen Yu glanced at the cliff, tears streaming down her face. As Shen Wan approached on horseback, Chen Ping offered his mount to Shen Yu. Just as they were about to mount, Steward Li arrived, initially sent to carry out Shen Wan's orders at Jingmiao Temple. Upon learning that Shen Wan and Shen Yu were here, he rushed over. Seeing Shen Yu's disheveled hair and pale complexion, Steward Li, filled with apprehension, exclaimed, "How could a horse be startled like that?" Shen Wan's gaze turned icy. It was not a mere fright. It was murder. Water. Shen Yu shook her head. Shen Wan, unable to contain her anger, exclaimed, "The heir of the Duke of Yongqing has been entangled with my cousin, Miss Su. Fearing my father's wrath, he would go to any lengths, even if it meant eliminating you to secure his position as the legitimate wife. Do you think my elder sister is unaware? Must she still shield him?" Shen Yu harbored similar suspicions. Shen Wan had repeatedly warned her against going to Jingmiao Temple, fearing disaster. Despite her insistence, the Duchess of Yongqing was adamant that Shen Yu attend, even losing her temper and implying that Shen Yu's reluctance was a sign of not wanting to provide heirs for the Yongqing Duke's household. With such a heavy accusation hanging over her, Shen Yu felt she had no choice but to comply, fearing Shen Wan's disappointment. She even stopped Tu Hai from revealing the truth to Shen Wan. Tu Hai, feeling anxious as she left the residence, had hastily sent by to find Shen Wan at the Duke of Jingbei's estate. Upon arriving at Jingmiao Temple after her prayers, Shen Yu wandered about and unexpectedly stumbled upon the heir of Yongqing and Su Zi in a compromising situation. After being discovered, Su Zi mocked her inability to bear children, inciting Shen Yu's anger, prompting her to turn and leave. As she climbed into her carriage to depart, the vehicle suddenly lost control. Deep down, she harbored suspicions. Yet these remained mere conjectures without concrete evidence. "And how did you come to know of this?" Shen Wan inquired. "Let's return to the estate. I shall not allow you to return to the Duke of Yongqing's residence." Steward Li had brought the carriage, and while Shen Wan had learned to ride from Shen Ji, it was still rather ostentatious for a young lady to ride through the streets. Once seated in the carriage, Shen Wan lifted the curtain to address Chen Ping. "You need not escort us further today. We are grateful for your master's assistance." Chen Ping replied, "It is the young master's command. I cannot refuse." Implicitly, he indicated that he must personally ensure their safe return to the Duke of Jingbei's estate. The emperor summoned the heir, who, upon seeing Miss Shen heir galloping through the streets, was momentarily distracted, for he was no wooden block, unable to discern the heir's concern for her. Chen Ping trailed behind the carriage, escorting them to the residence of the Duke of Jingbei before turning to depart. The incident involving Shen Yu startling her horse and nearly falling off a cliff had already reached the Duke's household before they returned. Just as Shen Wan assisted Shen Yu down from the carriage, Madame Yin hurried out, her expression fraught with worry. Asking how the horse was startled, and if Shen Yu was gravely harmed. Shen Wan inquired if their father had returned home. Madame Yun, glancing at the bruise on Shen Yu's forehead, felt a pang of anguish and informed them that she had already sent someone to find their father. Quickly, summon a physician. Shen Wan supported Shen Yu into the residence. Before the doctor arrived, Shen Ji returned, his face ashen, inquiring whether the heir of Yongqing had wronged Shen Yu. Upon hearing this, Madame Yun's countenance shifted. How dare he? Shen Wan gazed at Shen Ji, explaining that this matter had been witnessed by their eldest sister in Tubai, after which their eldest sister had startled her horse. Did their father truly believe this was merely an accident? They sought their eldest sister's life. Father, please assist in the divorce for her. Shen Wan's eyes were red, her voice trembling with emotion. Tubai was present as well, her injuries more severe. Madame Yun turned to Tubai, who, despite her aches and dizziness, recounted how she and Shen Yu had exposed the scandalous affair of the heir of Yongqing, along with the derogatory remarks made by Su Ji about Shen Yu, leaving Madame Yun pale with fury. Shen Ji, filled with wrath, declared that had the heir of Yongqing been present, he might have lost his composure and kicked him to death. How dare he bully the daughter of Shen Ji with such audacity? Soon, the physician arrived, diagnosed Shen Yu's condition, revealing she had been significantly startled and sustained numerous bruises from the carriage, with several painful bumps on the back of her head. The doctor prescribed medication and left an ointment for external use. The Duke's household had plotted against Shen Yu, and even without concrete evidence, Madame Yun would not gamble with her daughter's life. She immediately instructed for the courtyard to be prepared for Shen Yu's stay. Shen Wan suggested, "Mother, it is sufficient for my sister and me to reside together. Mingyue Courtyard has been my sister's home since childhood. Her Qingyi Courtyard will soon be returned to Yikai Wei." Madame Yun agreed. "Indeed, your sister is in shock. You should accompany her closely." Shen Wan assisted Shen Yu back to Mingyue Courtyard to apply the medicine. Just as the ointment was finished, Yin Chuan entered, saying, "Miss, the heir of Yongqing is aware of the great aunt's fright and is quite concerned. He has come to the residence to escort her back." Concerned? He is likely worried that the eldest sister has not perished. The Duke's household had yet to send anyone to seek him out. He arrived first. His timing is impeccable. Today, he shall not leave without a divorce decree. Chapter 19. Reputation. Shen Wan had contemplated the situation well, yet she arrived a moment too late. By the time she reached the second gate, the heir of the Yongqing Marquis had already departed. Upon learning that Shen Yu had narrowly escaped death, Shen Li, consumed by rage, assaulted the heir and forced him to draft a divorce decree. However, the elder master intervened, and fearing for his life, the heir seized the opportunity to flee. Shen Li's attempt to procure the divorce letter ended in failure, and instead, he was summoned by the old matriarch to the Shoan Hall for a reprimand. As Shen Wan hurried there, she reached the screen just in time to overhear the matriarch chiding Shen Li for his reckless actions. The incident involving the startled horse was merely Shen Wan's conjecture, lacking any evidence to substantiate that it was indeed the doing of the Yongqing Marquis' household. How could he have acted so rashly without concrete proof? What if it were a misunderstanding? What would the resolution be then? Was it truly a misunderstanding? Everyone was already aware of the illicit affair between the heir and her cousin. Could it still be seen as such? Would the lady of the Yongqing Marquis allow her niece to become a concubine? The Duke of Dinggua's household would never permit the heir to take a legitimate wife. Even if the startled horse incident was an accident, the only path forward seemed to be divorce. Ultimately, it was her elder brother who placed his trust in her and her elder sister, while the matriarch remained skeptical. She would forever prioritize her own children and the interests of the Duke's family over those of the eldest branch, and certainly would not consider the perspective of her elder sister. The second lady remarked, "I find the heir of the Yongqing Marquis commendable. Had he not saved Yuer, she might have long since lost her life. It has been 2 years since Yuer's marriage, and she remains childless. The heir has but a single maid by his side, one that Yuer herself initiated contact with. I believe there must be some misunderstanding regarding the affair between the heir and our cousin." Misunderstanding? Shen Wan interjected. "It is only a step away from catching them in bed together. Can it still be deemed a misunderstanding? Was not the incident with my elder sister's fall possibly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes?" As Shen Wan entered, she posed the question, Was the second lady implying that her elder sister had lied about witnessing the heir and her cousin in an intimate embrace? The second lady replied, "What one sees may not always reflect the truth. Perhaps in her anger, she misjudged the situation." Yet it was Shen Wan, with no evidence at hand, who had concluded that the startled horse incident was a deliberate attempt on the part of the Yongqing Marquis' household to harm Yuer, leading matters to an irreparable state. If it were indeed true, then it would suffice. But if false, such baseless accusations could tarnish reputations irreparably. I would never value my reputation above my elder sister's life, Shen Wan declared defiantly. The second lady's complexion turned pale with indignation. The Duke of Dinghui's household is not solely represented by you. Shen Wan regarded the second lady with piercing eyes. When her younger sister engaged in deceit, had she ever considered that there were other daughters in the Duke's family? Her words left the second lady speechless. The matriarch's expression darkened. Your second aunt reprimands you, and yet you dare to retort? Is this how your mother raised you? Yinshi sought to defend Shen Wan, but Shen Wan shook her head dismissively. I merely feel disheartened for my elder sister. Today, upon discovering the heir's betrayal and the incident with the startled horse, she nearly met her demise. Yet within the Duke's household, they would rather believe in the falsehood of the heir's affair with our cousin than trust her words. Even what my elder sister witnessed could be dismissed as a misunderstanding. On what grounds, then, does my second aunt claim that I assert the startled horse incident was an act of malice, without any evidence? Shen Wu, unable to endure Shen Wan's defiance towards her mother, questioned, has my second sister obtained evidence to support her claims? Shen Wan cast a glance at Shen Mu, her third sister, questioning why she would hasten to Jingmiao Monastery to rescue their elder sister without any shred of evidence. Shen Mu found herself at a loss for words. If there existed evidence, then it ought to be revealed. Rest assured, I shall present the evidence to you, Shen Wan replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Supporting the ailing Lady Yun, she added, elder sister has been severely frightened. Though she has taken her medicine and fallen asleep, her slumber is not particularly restful. Mother should go and keep her company. The thought of Shen Yu caused Lady Yun profound anguish, prompting her to depart with Shen Wan immediately. Shen Li lingered briefly before following suit. Shen Yu had not slept long before she was awakened from a nightmarish dream, her body drenched in cold sweat, her complexion ashen. Lady Yun, vigilantly stationed by her bedside, cradled her in her arms, feeling a pang of heartache. Do not fear, mother is here, she comforted. Shen Yu wept inconsolably. Shen Wan stood nearby, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Inchuan entered, gently tugging at Shen Wan's sleeve. Shen Wan wiped the corner of her eye and stepped outside. What is it? She inquired. In hushed tones, Inchuan revealed, the news of the eldest aunt's desire for a divorce is spread outside, and it is being spoken of in a most unflattering manner. Shen Wan's countenance darkened. What exactly are they saying? Inchuan explained. They claim that the eldest aunt still harbors feelings for the heir of the Xiaoping Marquis. Upon learning that he intends to marry a divorced woman, she became intrigued. When they observed the heir of the Yongqing Marquis conversing with a cousin, they suspected an affair, stirring up demands for a divorce, hoping to marry the Xiaoping heir instead. It was no wonder that Inchuan had refrained from mentioning this in front of her mother and elder sister. Even she felt her insides twist with indignation. Indeed, Shen Wan surmised correctly. The gossip had spread due to this very matter. The Yongqing Marquis' household, fearing that their elder sister might divorce and remarry, had taken preemptive measures. Now, they had turned the truth upside down, attempting to harm her elder sister and tarnish her reputation, ensuring that even if she were to divorce, she could not wed the Xiaoping heir. What malicious intent! These rumors could not be concealed from Lady Yun, yet no one dared to inform Shen Yu, who had already been so frightened and could not endure any further distress. Lady Yun was nearly driven to illness with rage, and Shen Ji was equally incensed. Were it not for Shen Wan's intervention, Shen Li would have stormed the Yongqing Marquis' residence. After a spell of anger, Shen Wan found her temper cooling. She restrained Shen Li, suggesting, let the rumors spread further. Once those individuals realize they have been used by the Yongqing Marquis' household to exert pressure and harm our elder sister, it will ultimately backfire upon them. Shen Li regarda Shen Ban. Do you truly possess evidence? Shen Wan nodded. I do have evidence, though it is somewhat difficult to obtain. Where is it? I shall retrieve it, he insisted. Shen Wan replied, how can one take a living person, dear brother? Patience is required. Given the extent of these rumors, the Yongqing Marquis' household will surely come to the Duke's residence tomorrow to seek reconciliation, allowing them to bring our elder sister home. Chapter 20. Misunderstanding the following day. After the morning court session, Lord Yongqing sought to explain himself to Shun Ji, who chose to disregard him. As soon as Shun Ji returned to the estate, Lord Yongqing arrived, dragging his son along to apologize, accompanied by his wife. With a forceful kick, Lord Yongqing sent his son sprawling to the ground, where he knelt, his forehead swollen with pain. When a maid reported this incident to the matriarch, Shen Wan had just paid her respects and was preparing to return to Mingwei Garden. The matriarch, under the impression that Shen Wan was heading to the front courtyard, expressed her displeasure, stating that rumors were spreading outside. The incident involving Shun Ji's elder sister and the startled horse had not been handled properly, reflecting poorly on the daughters of the Dingwu Duke's household, suggesting they were indeed jealous and ungrateful. She admonished Shen Wan to remain composed, implying that she was stirring trouble. In truth, the matriarch feared that Shun Yu's potential divorce would adversely affect the prospects of Shun Wu and Shun Yao, even wishing to confine her elder sister within the Yongqing residence. Shen Wan did not harbor ill thoughts. After all, her own engagement had been sabotaged, leading her to suspect that her elder sister had also fallen prey to the machinations of others who could not bear to see the eldest branch thrive. With their parents in the front courtyard and her uncle and aunt present, was the matriarch still not reassured? The cold gaze of the matriarch unsettled her, as she felt an unshakable sense of rebellion within Shen Wan, who had otherwise been quite obedient lately. With Shun Ji and Madame Yun in the front courtyard, it was certain that the other elders would attend as well. Given the presence of so many, Shen Wan had little opportunity to speak, and the matriarch could not prevent her. After all, Shen Yu's very life had been spared by Shen Wan, and every action she took was for the benefit of her elder sister. Shen Wu reassured the matriarch, do not worry, I will keep an eye on my second sister. Shen Wan found this laughable. Was she to watch over her lest she disrupt the affairs of the Yongqing residence? Could the betrayal be any more blatant? At the entrance, Lord Yongqing's son knelt on the ground, bearing the weight of the thorny sticks. Lady Yongqing interjected, Duke Dingwu's wife, please forgive us. The events of yesterday were all a misunderstanding. It was merely a case of my son helping his cousin who had twisted her ankle. Who could have anticipated that it would be seen by you, leading to this confusion? Adding to the misfortune, the carriage was startled, and fortunately, the heir of King Jingbei came to the rescue, preventing a tragedy, or else our Yongqing residence would be irreparably tarnished. Her silver tongue could turn death into life. Rumors had already begun circulating that Shun Ji's elder sister was demanding a divorce from the Marquis of Xiaoping. Now, Lady Yongqing had minimized the affair, claiming it was simply an act of kindness towards a cousin in distress. After enduring a beating and returning to apologize, if their parents were not appeased, it would confirm her elder sister's ungratefulness, and the Yongqing heir would find himself unable to act as a benefactor. He had managed to save his drowning elder sister. Could he truly ignore his own cousin's plight? Shen Ji was infuriated, his veins bulging in his hands, and he endured silently, while Madame Yun, unaccustomed to such indignities, was rendered speechless with rage. Lady Yongqing continued, because of this misunderstanding, we nearly lost you, Duke Dingwu and his wife should vent their frustrations on my son, and then let us take you back. This matter has escalated to such proportions that the entire capital is laughing at us, which reflects poorly on both our families. Both the elder master and elder madam attempted to persuade Shen Ji and Yun Shi, and I can only perceive this as a misunderstanding. Shen Wan was about to step forward when Shen Wu grasped her arm, only to be shaken off by Shen Wan. Shen Wu cautioned her, reminding that their grandmother forbade her involvement in this matter. Shen Wan paid no heed to her and strode out, instructing Steward Li to bring ink, paper, and brushes. Her crisp voice resonated through the air, drawing the attention of both Shun Ji and Yun Shi. Approaching the heir of the Duke of Yongqing, Shen Wan addressed the Duchess, stating, I merely wish to assist Miss Su. Surely, It won't lead to any harm for the child, will it? The Duchess's expression shifted dramatically. What nonsense is Miss Shen spouting? Such matters are not for an unmarried girl to meddle in. The mention of the child incited Shen Wan, who retorted, "My elder sister was nearly harmed by you. Is it not justifiable for me to seek redress on her behalf?" The Duke of Yongqing, filled with indignation, turned to Shen Ji, exclaiming, "Is the Duke of Jingbei truly so indulgent of his daughter to allow her to tarnish our family's reputation?" Shen Ji furrowed his brow but refrained from reproaching Shen Wan, as her words echoed his own suspicions. A servant presented the ink and paper, which Shen Wan gestured to place before the kneeling heir of the Duke of Yongqing. She then turned to Shen Ji and Yun Shi, declaring, "Since the Duke of Yongqing denies any wrongdoing in the matter concerning my elder sister and accuses me of slandering your family, I shall bring this matter to the Ministry of Justice. The heir and my cousin conspired together, secretly entwined, to harm my sister. Whether this is true or false, the ministry can summon Miss Su for questioning, and the truth shall be revealed." The Duchess's complexion drained of color. The heir, kneeling on the ground, felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, fear coursing through his entire being. How did they come to know of Miss Su's pregnancy? The Duchess pointed accusingly at Shen Wan, trembling. You are so intent on ruining a girl's reputation. What are your intentions?" Shen Wan found it amusing, stating, "How can bringing this to the Ministry of Justice ruin Miss Su's reputation? If she is not pregnant, all my accusations would indeed be slander, thus clearing both her and the heir's names, would it not? Should I fabricate lies and destroy one's reputation, the collective disdain of the public could drown me, and the ministry would penalize me for slander. Yet, I fear not, so why should the Duchess?" Shen Wan had not disclosed Miss Su's pregnancy to anyone, and now that it was publicly revealed, the Duchess panicked, while Shen Ji and Yun Shi trembled with fury. The elder master and elder madam exchanged glances. The elder madam, ever shrewd, promptly remarked, "If what Wanner says is true, then the Duke of Yongqing's household is indeed overstepping." Shen Ji turned his gaze to the kneeling heir, asking, "Will you confess directly, or shall we proceed to the ministry for your admission?" The heir quaked in terror. Yesterday, Shen Li's actions had been severe, and the look in Shen Ji's eyes suggested he wished to flay him alive. The heir remained silent, prompting Shen Ji to decide for him. Take him to the ministry. Chapter 21. The divorce. The voice was sharp and unyielding. The lady of the Yongqing marquis was on the verge of collapse, barely able to stand, and with great effort, she uttered that back then, Bowen had saved Eurus' life and had no choice but to marry her. How could it come to the point of taking this to court? The phrase "had no choice" made Shen Li's fists clench tightly, bones creaking ominously. Shen Wan suppressed the fury rising to her head, letting out a cold laugh. So, it was true that the Yongqing marquis house had been coerced into marrying my elder sister. The lady of the Yongqing marquis insisted, "Bowen and his cousin have been childhood sweethearts, and our families had long established a verbal engagement. How could my family dare to refuse the marriage? Bowen has made a mistake, but my family never intended to harm you. We cannot bear this accusation." Even a normally mild-mannered Yun was tempted to drive the Yongqing marquis family out. She insinuated that the Duke's household was ungrateful, forcing the Yongqing marquis heir and his cousin to remain apart, while her daughter lost a promising match and ended up in the den of wolves that was the Yongqing marquis house, nearly losing her life. Yet they were the ones feeling wronged. Yun was seething with rage, her head practically smoking. Shen Wan supported Yun, urging, "Mother, do not let these shameless people upset your health. There is no need to waste breath on them. You." The lady of the Yongqing marquis was at a loss for words. In her decades of life, she had never been scolded like this by someone so much younger. Shen Wan regarded her with undisguised disdain and mockery. What of childhood sweethearts and verbal engagements? Since he has married my elder sister, he should not be clandestinely meeting with his cousin. His infidelity to my elder sister was an affront to his own cousin. Years ago, my elder sister had called off her engagement and married another man to repay the debt of gratitude. Was that not enough? The incident with the startled horse yesterday was sufficient to settle the score. She wrote the divorce papers, declaring that from henceforth, they would each follow their own paths. And if they were to remain entangled, Let them seek the law for clarity. Father, please petition for my elder sister's divorce. In any case, there was no room for negotiation regarding the divorce. The lady of the Yongqing marquis gritted her teeth, her face filled with disappointment at having misjudged someone. The rumors outside, which she had initially disbelieved, were indeed not without foundation. Initially, Shen Wan had considered the favor bestowed by Zhou Bowen upon Shen Yu 2 years prior and did not wish to make the situation excessively ugly. She hoped for an amicable resolution. However, if they insisted on being ungrateful, she would not be held responsible. The lady of the Yongqing marquis words were harsh, but Shen Wan's were even harsher. Who knew better than the Yongqing marquis family about the rumors? Before the heir had even divorced, he had already fathered a child with his cousin. Why could my elder sister not remarry after the divorce? Not only could she remarry, but she would also do so with greater splendor than before. The lady of the Yongqing marquis was nearly fainting from anger. Shen Wan said, "Father, my sister's debt of gratitude has been repaid. There is no need to be courteous to them. If they wish to lose face before agreeing to the divorce, then please grant them that." Shen Ji spoke again, instructing to take him to the Ministry of Justice. Manager Li immediately approached to lift the kneeling Zhou Bowen. The veins on the lady of the Yongqing marquis forehead bulged as she looked at Shen Ji. "Can't you give Bowen a chance to redeem himself?" Shen Ji clenched his fists. "Give him a chance? How can I do that? Had it not been for the heir of the Duke of Jingbei yesterday, I would have lost my daughter." Though there is no concrete evidence to substantiate that the startled horse incident was orchestrated by the Duke of Yongqing's household, certain matters are understood by all. One ought not to underestimate the intelligence of others. Shen Ji would never allow his daughter to return to a place that threatens her life, even if she were to remain unmarried for the rest of her days. He is more than capable of supporting his daughter, and Shenli would also be able to care for his sister. In the future, a nephew could certainly provide for an aunt. The Duke of Yongqing recognized that there was no room for negotiation in this matter and turned his head away. "Prepare the divorce papers," he commanded. Manager Li released his grip, causing Zhou Bowen to tumble to the ground, his knees striking the earth, narrowly escaping severe injury. Kneeling on the ground, Zhou Bowen penned the divorce document, affixing his signature and seal. Upon receiving the divorce papers, Shen Wan helped Yun Shi to turn and enter the estate, catching a glimpse of the malicious glare from the Duchess of Yongqing. Shen Wan instructed Manager Li to gather a group and retrieve her elder sister's dowry from the Duke's residence, ensuring that not a single item was left behind. Shen Wan intended to return to Mingyue Courtyard with Yun Shi, have Shen Yu sign the divorce papers, and then submit them formally to the magistracy. However, midway through their journey, they were summoned by the matriarch to Shoan Hall. "Why did you not inform everyone about the union between the heir of the Duke of Yongqing and your cousin?" The matriarch reproached, her tone tinged with admonishment. Due to Shen Wan's concealment, the matriarch perceived a misunderstanding and chastised Shen Li, thereby straining their familial bond and diminishing her own authority. "I intended to speak up, but few would believe the account witnessed by my elder sister. Moreover, this information was merely relayed to me by others, and I had no proof to present. Would it not be slander to accuse someone without evidence?" Shen Wan countered. "With so many voices within the household, should word get out, the Duke of Yongqing's residence might take precautions, leaving my elder sister in uncertainty regarding the divorce papers." The second madam interjected. "You believe what others told you?" Shen Wan regarded her. "If one day someone were to inform you that someone intended harm against Uncle or Sister San, would you dare not to believe it?" The second madam found herself at a loss for words. When had the second young lady become so eloquent, able to counter her with such finesse? The matriarch, holding her prayer beads, sighed. Yu's life was spared by the heir of the Duke of Yongqing, yet her fate is forever entwined with his. This child is indeed unfortunate. The heir of the Duke of Xiaoping is destined to marry a divorced woman, and the outcome remains uncertain. Shen Wan interrupted her. "I intentionally provoked the Duchess of Yongqing. Grandmother need not take it to heart. My elder sister merely fell into the water and was rescued." Even the Duchess of Xiaoping came to withdraw her proposal. To speak thus would only invite ridicule. Even if the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping still wishes to marry my elder sister, unless he can persuade the Duchess of Xiaoping to personally propose, our parents would never agree to the match. This matter Father has forbidden anyone in the household from discussing. Chapter 22. Not going rumors were already rampant. Yet the old lady chose to utter such words in front of so many servants, transforming even the most unfounded tales into perceived truths. Was it not possible to speak privately? Could they not wait until the storm had passed in 10 days or half a month? Those who genuinely cared for the eldest sister would naturally overlook such trivial details. Shen Yu leaned against the grand pillow, her gaze fixed upon the divorce papers being handed to her by Shen Wan, her eyes brimming with tears. She had never anticipated that she would truly part ways. Chabai hurriedly brought forth the ink, paper, and brush, as Shen Yu's devoted maid. She was well aware that her mistress had endured unhappiness throughout the 2 years of marriage. Particularly, 6 months prior, the prince's cousin, upon reaching maturity, frequently visited the Duke of Yongqing's residence, seeking trouble with the young lady, who was merely a guest and under the protection of the Duke's wife, leaving her to suffer countless injustices. Chabai had contemplated reporting to the Duchess of the Duke of State, yet the young lady forbade her. The last incident, where the cousin purposely ruined a brocade robe made for the Duke's son, had been witnessed by the second young lady, who, to Chabai surprise, did not mention it to the Duke or his wife. She felt disheartened at that moment, only to later see the second young lady orchestrate a significant maneuver, leading the eldest lady out of the Duke's residence, an escape that had nearly cost them their lives. Had it not been for the Prince of Jingbei, both she and the young lady might have plummeted down the cliff, meeting a tragic end. Chabai felt fortunate that she had ultimately heeded the second young lady's advice and reported the situation, though she regretted the delay. Had she acted sooner, they might have avoided alarming the horses. Shen Yu's hand trembled as she signed the divorce papers. Lady Yin grasped Shen Yu's hand, feeling both sorrow and joy. You have endured much over these 2 years. I am truly happy you can return now. Shen Yu replied, having been married. It would be inconvenient for me to reside with Wan Er. Mother, please arrange a separate courtyard for me. I desire a tranquil space. Lady Yin had indeed contemplated this arrangement. She understood that Shen Yu's prospects of remarriage were slim. Although rumors circulated that the heir of the Duke of Zhaoping would take a divorced woman as his wife, Lady Yin held some reservations regarding the Duke's wife's previous rejection of their marriage proposal, knowing that the Duke's wife harbored lingering concerns and was hesitant to indulge in hope. Nevertheless, even if she were never to marry again, it was not a matter of great concern. Many women had lived their lives without husbands lost on the battlefield, yet they persevered. At least Shen Yu would remain by their side, without worries of food or clothing. Shen Wan interjected, there is no need to move. Once cousin is married, I shall return to reside in Qingyi Courtyard. Lady Yin chuckled. You are but a few months older than Kai Wei. If anyone is to marry, it should be you first. Shen Wan nestled beside Lady Yun, resting her head against her arm. What is so wonderful about marriage? Is it not better for me and my elder sister to accompany you and father throughout our lives? Enough of such nonsense, Lady Yun admonished gently. She continued, holding Shen Yu's hand. Were it not for the Prince of Jingbei, I fear I might never see you again. We must express our gratitude to him. Then, turning her gaze to Shen Wan, Lady Yun said, tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Prince of Jingbei's residence. I shall not go, Shen Wan replied decisively, not even pausing to consider. Her swift refusal puzzled Lady Yun. Why not? Shen Wan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. I wish to accompany my elder sister. Lady Yun laughed softly. It is merely a visit to express thanks. It will not take long. With so many at Mingyue Courtyard, do you fear you cannot care for your elder sister? Shen Yu reassured, I am perfectly fine. You may go. Yet deep down, she harbored a reluctance, or perhaps a fear of going. The incident where Xie Jingyu came to her aid regarding her elder sister weighed heavily on her mind. For the past few days, she had suppressed her thoughts, attempting to avoid dwelling upon it. In the past, she merely feared encountering Xie Jingyu in person, but now, even the sound of his name caused her heart to tremble. Shen Wan shook her head repeatedly, declaring, I shall not go. I intend to remain here in the residence with my elder sister. Observing Shen Wan's resolute refusal, Yin accepted her decision. During the day, Shen Wan kept Shen Yu company. engaging her in playful antics that visibly uplifted Shen Yu's spirits. The two sisters dined together, almost inseparable. Last night, Shen Wan had shared her bed with Shen Yu, who had awoken multiple times from nightmares. Today, Shen Wan was determined to stay by her side, but Shen Yu insisted otherwise, leaving Shen Wan with no choice but to return to her own chamber for sleep. Lying in bed, gazing at the intricately carved ivory incense ball, Shen Wan found her thoughts spiraling beyond her control, compelling herself to succumb to slumber. However, while she could manage her waking consciousness, she could not govern her dreams. In one, Xie Jingyu was choking her. In another, he was forcefully kissing her. In yet another dream recounted how he disregarded the emperor's summons to rescue her elder sister from peril. She jolted awake, unable to regain her tranquility. She was at a loss regarding how to confront Xie Jingyu. The grievances of her past life were one she swore to avenge, yet she could not deny that, were it not for him, her elder sister would have followed the tragic path of their previous existence. It was he who had saved her sister's life, a deed that sufficiently counterbalanced the vendetta against him. In fact, should he desire it, even if she were to meet an untimely demise before him, she would willingly allow him to scatter her ashes once more. Tossing and turning, Shen Wan grappled with the enigma of Xie Jingyu's past treatment of her. Was she merely one among countless unfortunate souls, or had he been inebriated and mistaken her for another in a drunken stupor? Reflecting on the fact that Xie Jingyu had refrained from proposing due to his filial piety, which ultimately led to his beloved abandoning him for another, she mused that if he were to disregard such mourning, as the heir of the king of Jingbei, he could surely seek out a noble woman in all of the capital. Those in love would eventually unite, sparing themselves from emotional turmoil and transformative despair that caused him to wreak havoc upon others, particularly herself. To assist him would be to assist her own cause. Having come to this realization, Shen Wan felt a significant alleviation of her burdens. Yet dawn was fast approaching, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Shen Wan changed her mind, wishing to accompany Yun to the residence of the king of Jingbei, but alas, she failed to rise in the morning, and her maid did not awaken her. When she finally regained consciousness and hurried to the front courtyard, she discovered that Yun had already departed. It was ill-advised to pursue her, considering Xie Jingyu might not even be present in the residence. Her journey could be in vain. After all, his matters were not of immediate urgency. They would cross paths eventually. Shen Wan turned back towards the inner courtyard and fortuitously encountered Shun Li returning from the study. She said, "Elder brother, please inform me the next time the heir of the king of Jingbei visits our residence." Chapter 23. Covetousness having arrived late to offer her morning greetings, Shen Wan decided against attending altogether. Missing a few greetings from the self-proclaimed benevolent matriarch would not earn her reproach. On her way back to Mingwei Courtyard, Yin Chuan approached, conveying the recent rumors circulating in the streets to Shen Wan. As anticipated, the Yongqing Marquis's residence was exploiting these slanders to exert pressure on the Duke of Dingwa's household, only to be met with a backlash. Now, in every corner, tea houses and taverns, talk abounds regarding the Yongqing Marquis's heir and his cousin's clandestine affair. They're scheming to harm the legitimate wife. The Yongqing Marquis's heir, seeking to atone, found the Duke of Dingwa's household surrounded by onlookers. Yet it was the Yongqing Marquis's residence that obstructed the matter from reaching the Ministry of Justice, even signing a divorce agreement, thus revealing the truth to all. Furthermore, with Shen Wan inciting the flames of indignation, the populace realized they had been manipulated by the Yongqing Marquis's house, becoming instruments of harm against Shen Yu, which only deepened their outrage. Years prior, when the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingwa fell into the water and was saved by the Yongqing Marquis's heir, the lady of Zhaoping had expressed her reservations, retracting her consent. How could she possibly allow her son to marry a divorced woman? The Yongqing Marquis's heir, bound to a life of solitary contemplation, would find such a union impossible. Not only did he jeopardize his own wife, but he also cast aspersions, exhibiting a ruthless heart. The matter stirred a great uproar throughout the capital, leading to memorials of impeachment submitted to the censors. Upon hearing the news, the emperor was incensed, forbidding the Yongqing Marquis's heir from attending court, while the marquis himself was demoted for poor child-rearing. This news brought immense joy, prompting Shen Wan to indulge in an extra bowl of lunch. Just as she set down her chopsticks, another piece of good news arrived. Inju, another of Shen Yu's maids, reported that today, Lord Sun, the Grand Scholar of the National Academy, had come to retract the engagement between Miss Sun and the Yongqing Marquis's second son. This outcome, though unexpected, was also anticipated. The second son of the Yongqing Marquis was the younger brother of the heir, with a brother who conspired against his own spouse. Any father who cherished his daughter would hesitate to permit such a marriage. The Yongqing Marquis held a modest position in court, having inherited his title through ancestral favor. Were it not for the alliance with the Duke of Dingwa's family, his fortunes would have already waned. This was precisely why the Yongqing Marquis's residents refrained from revealing the heir's infidelity to Shen Ji, seeking instead to orchestrate an accident to eliminate Shen Yu. They had no need for Shen Yu, but they required the connection to the Duke of Dingwa, as well as the identity of the Duke's son-in-law. Now with the divorce, the familial ties had been severed, and even enmity had arisen. The Yongqing Marquis faced a demotion, making his standing in the politically charged capital even less significant. This was merely the beginning. The Yongqing Marquis's days of prosperity were waning, and it was evident he would seek another heir who could ascend to officialdom. Internal strife was inevitable, and the Yongqing Marquis's wife, driven by her familial loyalties, would only complicate matters further, leading to discord within their household. A family steeped in cruelty was bound to face repercussions. As for Shen Yu and the Zhaoping Marquis's heir, Shen Wan had done all that she could. The remainder rested upon the shoulders of the Zhaoping Marquis's heir. Should he fail to persuade his mother to personally propose marriage, then perhaps it was for the best that no union transpired. Inju conveyed this delightful news to Shen Yu, adding that the dowry had been returned, and some items typically used by the young ladies were directly brought to Mingyue courtyard. In her previous life, Shen Yu met her demise by falling off a cliff, leaving no offspring behind. Her dowry was returned to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, but only half of it was retrieved, revealing that she had been managing her finances for 2 years, using her own dowry to support the household of the Earl of Yongqing. The two sisters had squandered their wealth on men, ultimately losing both their riches and their lives. However, Shen Wan believed that this could not be entirely blamed on them. Influenced by Yun Shi, who often engaged in such practices, they had absorbed these detrimental habits. To rectify the situation, reform must commence with Yun Shi. As a young maid carried Shen Yu's belongings into the room, it became apparent that there was quite a considerable amount. In Chuan entered, holding a guqin, and, noticing the absence of a stand, inquired where the instrument should be placed. "Let us put it on the desk for now," replied Tu Bai. Shen Yu had a passion for playing the guqin, excelling in her skills, and the Yun family had specially acquired this exquisite instrument to present to her upon her marriage. Following her death, it was returned to the Duke of Dingwa's residence. Although Yun Shi initially intended to keep the guqin as a memento of her daughter, the very next day, Yi Kaiwei accidentally damaged Shen Wu's guqin, leading to a fierce argument between the two. Yi Kaiwei, in tears, insisted on returning to her own home, prompting Yun Shi to pay for several replacement guqins, though Shen Wu remained dissatisfied. The matriarch ultimately instructed Yun Shi to give the prized guqin to Shen Wu, who reluctantly complied despite her reservations. Reflecting on these events, Shen Wan felt a pang of anger in her heart, recognizing how ruthlessly their family had been manipulated in the past. However, in this life, her elder sister had merely divorced, and the guqin was her beloved possession. It was unlikely they would covet it again, and thus, there was no need for anger. Shen Wan's thoughts were optimistic, yet the following day revealed the depths of their greed. If they desired something, regardless of whether it belonged to you or if you were still alive, they would stop at nothing to possess it. After paying her respects to the matriarch, Shen Wan returned to find Shen Yu, taking her medicine. Once Shen Yu had swallowed the concoction and rinsed her mouth, In Chuan rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, your cousin accidentally broke the third young lady's guqin, and she is furious. She has made your cousin cry." At this revelation, the smile on Shen Wan's face vanished instantly. In her previous life, her elder sister's guqin had only been returned half a month later, after the second madam had sent someone to urge its return when it was delayed. The incident surrounding the Guqin's return was hardly a mere accident. With her elder sister still alive, they dared to covet her cherished possession, truly believing her sisters to be easy prey. Shen Wan turned her gaze toward Xinyu. Elder sister, I will go check on this matter. As she exited, she quietly instructed Shen Hu with a few words. Though somewhat puzzled by Shen Wan's intentions, Shen Hu complied. Shen Wan proceeded to the southern courtyard, where she spotted Yinshi approaching. Mother, what brings you here? Elder sister is seeking you. Yinshi replied. I will attend to your cousin's matter first. Then I will go see your elder sister. Shen Wan insisted. I can handle things here with my cousin. Elder sister's situation is of greater urgency. Once she had dispatched Yinshi, Shen Hu joined her. Stepping into the courtyard, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei were seated in the pavilion, where the Guqin lay shattered on the ground, its strings severed and body cracked. With reddened eyes, Yi Kaiwei pleaded, Cousin, it was not my intention. Shen Wu, filled with anguish, retorted, You broke my most treasured Guqin, and you expect me to simply accept your excuse? I shall compensate you. Compensate? This instrument is worth 1,000 taels. What do you intend to offer in return? As Shen Wan approached, she overheard this exchange. Could it be that you were deceived when purchasing the instrument, third sister? From my perspective, this lute is valued at most at 200 taels. There is no need for such an exorbitant price. Shen Wu's eyes brimmed with indignation. My cousin broke my lute, and yet my second sister looks down upon me. While my elder sister possesses a renowned Jiaowei lute, am I to be deemed worthy only of a 200-tael instrument? She turned to Yi Kaiwei, declaring, I do not care. You have shattered my lute, and I demand an identical replacement. It was these very words that had enabled her to acquire the Jiaowei lute in her past life. Enraged, she attempted to leave, but Shen Wan stepped forward. In her fury, Shen Wu shoved Shen Wan, causing her to lose her balance and collide with a nearby pillar. Crash! The jade bracelet on her wrist fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. My jade bracelet! Shen Wan exclaimed in shock. Chapter 24. Pain of the Flesh. The shattered jade bracelet, with its translucent texture, was undoubtedly of considerable value, while the worth of Shen Wu's zither remained uncertain. Estimated at around 1,000 taels, Shen Wan's jade bracelet, even if not valued at that amount, would certainly command at least 700 or 800 taels. Rubbing her bruised wrist, Shen Wan looked at Shen Wu, expressing her discontent. No matter how angry you are, you couldn't have pushed me, could you? Now look, my jade bracelet is broken. Shen Wu, gritting her teeth in frustration, retorted, Who told you to protect your cousin and obstruct my way? It was not intentional, Shen Wan countered. My favorite jade bracelet has been shattered, and you think a mere it wasn't deliberate will suffice? She directly returned Shen Wu's earlier words to her. When Yi Kaiwei broke her zither, even if it was accidental, she was still liable for compensation, and she was expected to replace it with an identical one. Thus, Shen Wu, by pushing her and causing the destruction of her jade bracelet, naturally owed her a replacement of the same kind. Shen Wu's face turned pale with anger. Indeed, her second elder sister seemed to care only for her cousin. Whenever they broke something of hers in the past, she had let it slide, yet now, because she wanted her cousin to compensate for the zither, she wouldn't let go of her. Shen Wan replied, In the past, I let it slide because I felt too embarrassed to pursue it. Sisters should not be so calculative. Such disputes could harm our sisterly bond. My third sister has often remarked that our cousin, residing in the Duke of Jingbei's manor, is living under another's roof and should be thought of at all times. You taught me this with such conviction, yet today, you chastise your cousin to tears over a trivial matter. When you broke my belongings, have I ever scolded you or demanded compensation? As she crouched down to gather the shattered pieces of her jade bracelet, the maid Coral suggested, Let me pick it up. Be careful not to cut your hand. Upon seeing the broken jade, Shen Yao remarked, Doesn't this look like the one that second elder sister broke last year? Infuriated, Shen Wan tossed the fragments onto the stone table. How did that one break last year? Shen Yao fell silent. It was Shen Wu who, admiring the bracelet, I wanted to try it on, only to drop it and shatter it into 3 pieces upon returning it to Shen Wan. At that time, it had nearly broken Shen Wan's heart. Shen Wan lamented, I grieved over that jade bracelet for several days. When grandmother found out, She had uncle search for a similar one to appease me. I usually do not dare to wear it outside. Today, hearing that my cousin was scolded to tears, I hurried over, only to have it shattered. Her face displayed genuine sorrow as she spoke, her voice rising, showing no signs of guilt from being exposed. It was well known throughout the Duke of Dinggua's household how wealthy the Yun family was and how much they dote on Shen Wan. Whatever Shen Wan desired, as long as it existed in the world, Shen Ji and Yun would find a way to fulfill her wishes. They had been envious of her since childhood, and naturally, they had often benefited from it. Yi Kaiwei tugged at Shen Wan. "Cousin, please do not argue with me," and third cousin Shen Wan reassured her, "Do not worry. My jade bracelet is more than enough to cover her zither." Either they would let it all go, or the money Shen Wu owed for the jade bracelet would be used to compensate Yi Kaiwei for her zither. In any case, Shen Wan was determined to protect Yi Kaiwei at all costs. Shen Wu was on the verge of exploding with rage. This matter inevitably reached the matriarch, who scolded. Sisters under one roof, a zither, a jade bracelet, and it has escalated to this point. What kind of decorum is this? The second lady remarked that the zither had accompanied Wu for many years, and its sudden damage had understandably provoked some harsh words. It was unlikely that she truly expected the cousin to compensate for it. How could the second young lady take it to heart? Shen Wan replied that she was merely moved by her cousin's tears, and in a moment of anger, she had spoken imprudently. Since it was not a genuine demand for her cousin to pay for the zither, her jade bracelet would naturally not need to be compensated by the third sister, as it was all unintentional. Despite her words, Shen Wan's expression was still one of deep concern. Standing aside, Shen Wu fiercely tugged at the embroidered handkerchief in her grasp. Having lost the chain and now inadvertently sacrificed her own instrument, how could she not feel enraged? Yi Kaiwei, with reddened eyes, lamented, "It is all my fault. My clumsiness has broken the third cousin's zither and caused the second cousin to ruin her jade bracelet." Shen Wan countered, "Cousin, you are being overly modest. At the peony banquet in the Princess of Xuanyang's residence, your dance was nothing short of extraordinary. If you are clumsy, then what does that make the others?" Shen Wu bit her lip in frustration. To her, this was not a compliment to Yi Kaiwei, but rather an affront to herself. Yet, she could not voice her grievances. Her deceit had been exposed to countless young ladies and gentlemen of noble families, leaving her utterly humiliated and reluctant to show her face in public these past few days. The old lady interjected, "No more fussing. Everyone disperse." Shen Wan withdrew without tending to Yi Kaiwei, heading directly back to Mingwei Garden. By then, the Yin family had already departed. Shen Yu looked at Shen Wan and asked, "Why did you bring mother here?" Shen Wan replied, "Did my elder sister not expose me?" Shen Yu shook her head. "You must have your reasons for this." Shen Wan continued, "Cousin and the third sister often bicker today, only to reconcile tomorrow. It is better for mother to refrain from intervening. If anyone should, it ought to be grandmother. With grandmother involved, there would be no need for compensation for the zither. If mother were to intervene, she would undoubtedly take cousin out to choose a zither to compensate for the third sister." Shen Wan implied that they were colluding to extract wealth from Yun, but it was not merely about the money. They also sought to usurp one another's favor. In her past life, the zither she purchased were not to Shen Wu's liking, ultimately benefiting Shen Yin and Shen Yao. Their mutual advantage was the reason behind their alliance. Ironically, she had previously elevated Yi Kaiwei while disparaging Shen Wu, only for the peony banquet to revert their positions. Indeed, the second lady may not have known that Yi Kaiwei was the illegitimate daughter of the second master, but she was certainly aware that Yi Kaiwei was not the biological daughter of General Yi. Holding leverage over Yi Kaiwei, the gift she offered could be withheld. Yet in other matters, even with a few grains of courage, Yi Kaiwei would not dare to offend Shen Wu. Thus constrained, Yi Kaiwei would not permit Shen Wu to suffer such a grave loss, and the matter of the broken zither was far from over. As anticipated during lunch, Yi Kaiwei caused another stir. Silver Chuan entered to report to Shen Wan, "Miss, the maidservant of the cousin has stolen her jewelry and slipped out of the residence," but was caught by the matron guarding the second gate. Chapter 25. Determination, is it never-ending? Shen Wan, having finished the remnants of her meal, set her bowl down and addressed Shen Yu, saying, "Elder sister, take your time eating. I shall go and investigate. Shen Yu wished to intervene, but Shen Wan had already departed. Was it truly necessary to be so fervent over a mere maid? If it were simply a maid, Shen Wan would not be overly concerned. However, the matter was evidently directed towards the Yun family. Even if she abstained from a meal, she would not allow them to gain any advantage. Upon reaching Shoan Hall, Shen Wan overheard the matriarch's furious voice. Drag this dishonest maid away and administer punishment. Two elderly women seized the kneeling maid. Qing He. Miss, save me. Qing, he cried out in desperation. Yi Kaiwei hurriedly interjected. Grandmother, Qing, he did not steal my belongings. I instructed her to take those ornaments out. The matriarch frowned. Why would you have a maid carry jewelry outside? Yi Kaiwei stammered in response. Are you still attempting to deceive your grandmother on behalf of such a treacherous maid? The two elderly women continued to drag the maid away. Ye Jiaji Kunanchet had feasts. Feeling wronged, I asked Qing He to sell them. My second and third cousins have developed a rift because of me, and I feel guilty. The money I have is insufficient to compensate them for their qin and jade bracelets, so I intended to sell the jewelry to make amends. Before Yin could speak, Shen Wan entered without granting her an opportunity. I have always cared for my cousin, but today I truly cannot endure it any longer. My aunt has said that the third sister merely spoke out of anger, and grandmother has stated that no compensation is required. Yet you still insist on your stubbornness. You were brought back by your father. Do you wish for outsiders to know of your financial troubles and see you selling jewelry? What will they think of your father and our esteemed duke's household? Yi Kaiwei's face turned pale from the reprimand. I did not think of it that way. Shen Wan replied, the third sister has already tarnished her reputation at the peony banquet. If word spreads that you pressured her into selling her jewelry to compensate for her qin, what will become of her reputation? Each word was more severe than the last. Shen Wu began to suspect that Yi Kaiwei harbored ill intentions. Yin shook her head at Shen Wan. Your cousin understands your mistake. Shen Wan turned to the matriarch. I am reluctant to see my cousin punished, but this time it cannot be avoided. Protecting and coddling her only leads her to feel like an outsider among us. Disregarding grandmother's words and engaging in acts that tarnish the duke's household. Without punishment, she will not learn. Yi Kaiwei was indeed leveraging the duke's reputation and her father's name to pressure Yun into providing her with compensation to appease Shen Wu. She needed to experience the consequences of her own actions. Yi Kaiwei wept under the scolding. I just did not want you and my third cousin to be angry. Shen Wan could not bear to see her in such a pitiful state, as if the whole world had wronged her. I will ask you just once. Do you truly insist on compensating the third sister for her qin? Yi Kaiwei glanced at Shen Wu and softly replied, I damaged the third sister's qin. I should make restitution. Shen Wan turned to Yun, saying, Mother, since my cousin is adamant about compensation, let it be so. She has no money, so let it be taken from the household funds, and we shall gradually deduct it from her monthly allowance. Shen Wan's words elicited no reaction from anyone, not even from Yi Kaiwei. Yin was amiable, promising to provide the monthly allowance later. It was unimaginable for Shen Wan and Shen Mu to possess what Yi Kaiwei lacked. Even if it meant spending her own money, she would ensure Yi Kaiwei was compensated. Even the maidservants perceived Shen Wan's bravado as mere posturing, incapable of intimidating Yi Kaiwei. Yi Kaiwei expressed her gratitude, hoping that in times of financial scarcity, she would not harbor regrets. While Yun cherished Yi Kaiwei, it was contingent upon her being the biological daughter of her uncle and aunt. Would she extend the same affection to the illegitimate daughter of the second master? The old matriarch was also exasperated, declaring that this matter should end here. Shen Mu insisted that her cousin must compensate her for the zither, promising to be more cordial in return. Yi Kaiwei turned to Shen Wan, cautiously suggesting, second cousin, would you accompany me to select a zither for our third cousin? Absolutely not. Shen Wan replied, visibly frustrated. Yun gently encouraged, you may go. How much will it cost? The household will settle it. Shen Yao then took Yi Kaiwei away. Once outside the Shoan Hall, Yin inquired about Shen Wan's sudden anger. In the absence of others, Shen Wan retorted, does mother truly believe that the second gate's matron would dare to search my cousin's maidservant? The servants were adept at discerning their boundaries. Recently, Shen Wan had nearly elevated Yi Kaiwei to the heavens. Qing He, Yi Saiwei's personal maid, was too well favored by the household staff to be obstructed or searched. Yin had always thought her daughter lacked guile, yet she could see through the intricacies of the situation. Your cousin faces her own challenges. As long as she does not overstep, it is permissible for me to indulge her a bit in light of your uncle's kindness. It became apparent that mother was not oblivious, but chose to turn a blind eye due to her regard for her brother-in-law, making matters much simpler. Shen Wan leaned closer to Yun, whispering a few words. Yun's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Shen Wan replied, Father will be furious upon learning of this. Please do not inform him yet. Additionally, do not secretly provide her with money on my behalf. Yun still struggled to accept the notion that Yi Kaiwei was the illegitimate child of the second master. Who informed you of this? She inquired. If Shen Wan claimed to have discovered it herself, Yun would not believe her. However, Shen Wan possessed a method to instill doubt in Yun's mind, stating, It was conveyed to me by the heir of the Yongqing Marquis and the person involved with my cousin. I dare not disbelieve it. I have already instructed my eldest cousin to investigate, and we shall ascertain the truth within half a month at the latest. Upon returning to Mingyue Courtyard within an hour, it became known that Yi Kaiwei compensated Shen Mu with a zither valued at 1,080 taels. Quite an extravagant expense, exceeding Yi Saiwei's monthly allowance before her marriage. Yet it mattered not, as it could be deducted from her dowry. Be it Yun's funds or the household's resources, she would not allow Yi Kaiwei to benefit even a fraction. Chapter 26, rarely seen in previous years. Any illustrious young lady who shone at the peony banquet hosted by Princess Shenyang would find suitors clamoring to cross her threshold. However, due to Shen Wu's disgraceful deceit and the subsequent scandal surrounding Shen Yu's divorce, there hasn't been a single proposal for her. Only after these matters settled down did suitors gradually begin to appear. Yet, those who came were often rejected at the hands of the elderly matriarch, not due to any fault of their own, but rather because most were merely the second sons of their respective families. In the matriarch's eyes, even a noble lady like Yi Kaiwei, who bore the title of county princess, deserved to wed a son of a marquis household, and she dismissed anyone of lesser pedigree outright. In her previous life, Yi Saiwei's marital prospects were never questioned by the Yun family. Decisions were solely made by the matriarch and Shenji. Now, upon learning that Yi Kaiwei might be the illegitimate daughter of the second master, Yun was even less inclined to interfere. If the matriarch herself was dissatisfied, one could only imagine the lofty standards of Yi Kaiwei. The influx of suitors only served to sour her mood further. Had her parents still been alive, these suitors would never have merely sought her hand for the second son of the household. Even if Shen Ji offered her the title of county princess, her means were no lesser than Shen Wan's. Ultimately, she was not of blood relation, and to outsiders, she remained an unanchored, unreliable entity. On this fine day, Shen Wan and her companions wandered through the garden, admiring the blossoms. A maid rushed over, announcing that the lady of Duke Gaididi had arrived at the residence. Shen Yao leaned closer to Yi Kaiwei, suggesting that the lady was undoubtedly there to propose marriage to her. Recently, all the visitors had been drawn by Yi Saiwei's reputation, and given her background, she was barely deemed worthy of Duke Gaidi's son. Shen Wan cast a glance at Yi Kaiwei, doubting the likelihood of such a match. In her past life, the son of Duke Gaididi had wed a fiery-tempered maiden who would pursue him down the street with a whip, reportedly handed to her by the Duke's wife. Despite the scolding, the Duke's son held a peculiar fondness for his wife, forbidding any criticisms against her. Yi Saiwei's temperament was worlds apart from that of the fiery girl, and one would expect a more discerning eye in selecting a bride. Furthermore, those who did not visit the residence were often there for other reasons, not solely for marriage proposals. Shen Wu and her companions went to witness the spectacle, while Shen Wan, having nothing to occupy her, decided to follow suit. Indeed, Lady of Duke Guididi was there to propose, but astonishingly, she sought Shen Wan's hand instead of Yi Saiwei's. Hidden behind screen, Shen Wan was rendered speechless. Yi Saiwei's anger flared, her eyes reddening. Although she held no affection for the Duke's son, the news of his proposal being rejected should have prompted those of lesser status to recognize their own standing and refrain from approaching the Duke of State's residence. After finally encountering a suitor of suitable lineage, She was further disheartened to learn that he was only interested in Shen Wan. Yin, too, had assumed the proposal was for Yi Kai Wei, and upon hearing Lady of Duke Gadidi speak, she was momentarily stunned. A proposal for Wana? The lady nodded, expressing her admiration for the second daughter of the household, who displayed exceptional grace atop a horse, unlike any other young lady. She acknowledged that the prestige of her own family was indeed a reach, but her affection for Shen Wan compelled her to come forward boldly. Shen Wan, the sincerity of the Lady of Duke Guididi was truly a rare occurrence. Had she not been hurrying to rescue her elder sister, the matriarch would have surely reprimanded her for galloping through the streets. To her astonishment, Lady Guide had taken notice of her, reflecting on Lady Guide's past actions of using a whip to compel her daughter-in-law to discipline her own son. It was evident that Lady Guide sought a strong-willed woman to manage her son. This unconventional perspective left the others in the room at a loss for words. Yin remarked that on that day, Wanner had rushed to aid her elder sister, which was out of character for her. Lady Guide responded with a smile, noting that while there were many distinguished young ladies in the capital, few possessed the skill to ride. She discerned that the second young lady inherently possessed a courageous spirit. Hearing this, Yin began to question her understanding of her own daughter. She had believed her daughter to be naive, only to realize that Wanner could easily see through the petty schemes of the inner court. Her daughter, who hesitated to ride in the streets, had not only ventured out upon learning of her elder sister's predicament, but had even dared to gallop. The matron chuckled, recalling that Wanner had always been frail, and the Duke had particularly indulged her by forbidding her from learning the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, rather teaching her to ride and shoot. She had been concerned that Wanner lacked the demeanor of a proper young lady. Little did she expect her to catch the eye of Lady Guide. Lady Guide agreed, stating that her son's temperament was ill-suited for a demure, conventional young lady. The matron, observing the genuine affection Lady Guide held for Wanner, felt reassured. Yin replied that she had met the heir of the Guide family, who was indeed a handsome and talented young man. The Duke had always admired Lady Guide's integrity, and she perceived Lady Guide as a straightforward individual. However, Wanner was the Duke's cherished daughter. Without his consent, she could not hastily agree to the match. Lady Guide remarked that the fact they had not outright declined was already a significant concession to their family. Matters of marriage should not be taken lightly. Behind the screen, Shen Yao quietly inquired whether this indicated agreement from her grandmother and aunt. Shen Wu nodded, suggesting that their uncle would likely also consent. The Guide family had earned their title through merit, characterized by integrity and openness, qualities that resonated with Shinji. Furthermore, the Guide family had not taken concubines and had only one son, leading to a simple household. Shinji prioritized character over lineage when selecting a son-in-law, and the heir of the Guide family had certainly captured his interest. Even Shen Wu understood that their father would likely agree, so one could only imagine Shen Wan's certainty. Yet, her temperament was not as Lady Guide envisioned. She would never pursue a son with a whip through 2 streets, as she would tire before reaching the finish. Even if she did catch up, she would never use a whip. She might end up striking herself instead, amusing half the street. Shen Wan, after a brief visit, Lady Guide took her leave, with Yin escorting her out of the estate. Shen Wu and the others teased Shen Wan, who pretended to be shy as she retreated. Was this not an unnecessary burden placed upon her? She would have to seek her elder brother's assistance once more. Shen Wan rubbed her temples when a maid approached, informing her that the heir had summoned her to his study. It seemed that her brother was conveniently delivering her a pillow while she was drowsy. Shen Wan stepped into the front courtyard and, upon reaching the entrance, spotted Shen Li. As she ascended the steps, she called out, "Brother, it appears you must assist me once more." Shen Li. Cough, cough. Shen Li began to cough again. Shen Wan asked, "Why are you coughing again?" Shen Li sighed in exasperation. "Sister, could you please ensure next time that you ascertain whether there are outsiders present in brother's study before speaking? Is it not so?" She continued, "What business could outsiders have in summoning her?" Stepping inside, Shen Wan found herself in the same spot as before, confronted by the same individual. Shen Wan. She had forgotten. It was she who had reminded her elder brother to inform her when the heir of the king of Jingbei visited their residence. Chapter 27. captured, although she intended to express her gratitude to Xie Jingyu for saving her elder sister. One could not help but question the frequency of his visits to the Duke of Dingwa's residence. His camaraderie with her elder brother was notably strong. Yet in her previous life, he never afforded her brother any respect. Such feigned brotherhood, Shen Wan silently scorned, while Shenli quietly inquired what his sister needed from him. Shen Wan replied, "Elder brother, I have a few words to share with him privately." Shenli looked at her. "Am I not your own elder brother? Can I not listen?" Shen Wan shook her head. "It is not that you cannot listen. It is merely that I fear it may startle you." She gestured with her eyes for Shenli to exit. Shenli wore a wounded expression and whispered, "Then you must strive to win him over." Shen Wan felt an urge to push him out, thinking, "Elder brother, do you truly think so highly of me? Am I capable of overcoming him?" Shenli chose to remain silent. How could he have such a dim-witted sister? Was that what he meant by win over? Shen Wan assumed her brother was jesting, especially since the last time she mentioned eliminating Xie Jingyu. He had handed her a knife. Shenli turned back 3 times as he left, while Shen Wan approached and closed the door. Shenli furrowed his brow in discontent. Why was he not allowed to remain in the room? And why was she so wary of him overhearing? Was he a foundling? A man and a woman alone in a room could lead to scandal. Should their parents discover this, he would surely face dire consequences. Shen Wan exhaled softly, only to turn around and find that the person who had been seated moments before was now standing directly behind her, causing her to step back and collide with the door. It hurt. Why could he not remain seated? And why was he so close? The psychological scars from her past life lingered. Even though Xie Jingyu had saved Xinyu, Shen Wan had relinquished thoughts of vengeance. Yet, she still felt apprehensive towards him, wishing only to maintain a respectful distance. Xie Jingyu gazed into Shen Wan's eyes, but she dared not meet his gaze. Being so close caused her ears to involuntarily redden. "Don't come too close." Rather than heeding her plea, Xie Jingyu advanced further. "Do you no longer wish to kill me?" Shen Wan's heart skipped a beat, nearly leaping from her throat. "The Crown Prince of Jingbei is jesting. If my elder brother cannot defeat you, how could I ever hope to? Thus I'm still alive. It is not that I do not wish to kill you, but rather that I am unable." Shen Wan's heart raced like a drum, forcing herself to remain composed. "How could that be? You saved my elder sister's life. You are a benefactor to the Duke of Dingwa's household. I am immensely grateful and would never wish to harm you." Absolutely not. Indeed, she sensed no murderous intent emanating from him now, though his previous demeanor had been far from benign. Xie Jingyu, intrigued, asked, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" The proximity intensified her fear, spreading a wave of anxiety throughout her being as she clenched her fists. "I simply wish to thank you for saving my elder sister's life. Just to express gratitude. There is no need to send your elder brother away." Xie Jingyu chuckled lightly. "Or do you wish to repay your life-saving grace with your own?" Shen Wan. To repay a life-saving grace with herself? How absurd. Of course, she would not take him seriously. This scoundrel harbors a cherished individual in his heart. In his previous life, he failed to win her love, resulting in a profound transformation of his character. It is often said that like-minded souls gravitate towards one another, and this holds true for both his elder brother and himself. If one holds affection for another, they should hasten to propose, for securing the union promptly will prevent future regrets. Shen Wan experiences a sense of urgency, akin to that of a eunuch anxious for the emperor's actions. She lifts her chin, a smile gracing her lips, radiant as a rose. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, a life for a life. Xie Jingyu gazes into her eyes, clear as a spring, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. "Are you truly willing to offer your life to me? In the future, I may bequeath my ashes to you, but my life is non-negotiable." "Of course not. I owe the life of your mother." Xie Jingyu appears to find the notion absurd. "My mother?" Shen Wan recognizes the absurdity of her statement. She knows he would not believe it. The Princess of Jingbei was in good health. Who would suspect that she would soon meet her demise in an accident? It is precisely due to her mother's passing that Xie Jingyu finds himself unable to propose, as the woman he admires is wed to another. Shen Wan asserts, "If you wish for your mother to live well, do not allow her to attend the birthday celebration at the Duke of Xingwa's residence on the 5th day of next month." She will fall to her death in a well. Her expression is grave, devoid of jest. Xie Jingyu doubts that Shen Wan would dare to jest about such matters. Yet how could his mother possibly die in such a manner? He scrutinizes Shen Wan's eyes, hoping to discern her intentions, unaware that the second Miss Shun possesses an uncanny ability to foretell events. This is not mere divination. It is a recollection, Shen Wan clarifies. In the days leading up to the Duke's birthday banquet, a torrential downpour will engulf the capital, and a bolt of lightning will strike the ancestral temple, causing a portion of it to collapse. After the storm, you may choose whether or not to believe my words. Xie Jingyu furrows his brow, straightening his posture and stepping back slightly, allowing Shen Wan a sense of security once more. With the debt of gratitude settled, Shen Wan feels a great sense of relief. Her greatest aversion is owing anything to another, particularly to Xie Jingyu. With everything that needed to be said now spoken, she steps outside to find Shun Li coughing in the courtyard, wishing for a pair of X-ray vision to discern his sister's intentions. Fortunately, at the sound of his cough, Shen Wan approaches him. He steps forward, yet before he can speak, she pulls him aside and whispers, "Brother, if father consents to betroth me to the heir of the Duke of Jingbei, you must ensure that the engagement falls through." Shun Li feels overwhelmed. The last time was already a hassle, and should this happen again, what will become of her reputation? The heir of the Duke of Jingbei is quite a suitable match. Their father dotes on her. He will not approve of a union with an unsuitable family. After the previous engagement fell through, their father was disheartened for several days. And only after Shun Li painted a vivid picture of an ideal son-in-law did their father regain his spirits. Shen Wan looks at Shun Li. "So, will you help me or not?" she asks, her eyes narrowing in playful threat. Shun Li's mouth twitches. "Fine, I will assist you, but let it be known, this is the last time." Shen Wan nods eagerly. It would be unethical to exploit the same leverage twice. It cannot be used indefinitely. However, this time, dear brother must refrain from causing chaos at the other party's residence, as that would appear excessively contrived. Shun Li tapped Shen Wan's forehead, questioning, "Am I the sort of person to act in such a manner? The last time, I merely administered poison to the steed of Duke Zhong. Everything else was not my doing." Shen Wan's voice rose in disbelief. "So you're not my elder brother?" Shun Li replied, "If I were aware of such a matter, I would have spared myself the trouble of even resorting to poison." He suspected that it was the heir of Duke Zhong who, unwilling to marry Shen Wan, had instigated this situation. Were it not for the fact that his own sister had no desire to wed, he would have felt compelled to confront him. Chapter 28. Regrettably, Shun Li harbored suspicions that he was the heir of the Duke of Zhong, while Shen Wan doubted it was Xiao Yun, especially since Xiao Yun had set his sights on her. Her engagement to the Duke's heir would render his chances utterly bleak. Shun Li still needed to attend to Xie Jingyu, so Shen Wan returned to Mingwei Garden. In the evening, Shen Wan took Shen Yu to the garden to admire the blossoms. Silver Chuan approached, announcing that the old lady had summoned the Duke for a discussion. It was said that the wife of the Marquis of Guide intended to propose again, and they had agreed to it. Her father had indeed consented, and fortunately, her elder brother had promised to assist her. Otherwise, she would have truly worried. Others had their fated partners, and she could not meddle indiscriminately. Shen Yu believed this match to be quite favorable and rejoiced for Shen Wan, noting that few could catch their father's eye, and his choice was unlikely to be erroneous. Both the Duke of Zhang's heir and the Marquis of Guide's heir were indeed commendable, yet she herself had never envisioned marriage, preferring to remain untroubled by such matters. However, her parents might not necessarily agree. She could not continually rely on her elder brother, as there would inevitably come times when she could not. It was imperative to devise a solution for the long term. With Shun Li's aid to thwart the engagement, Shen Wan felt reassured. Yet, fate had other plans. The wife of the Marquis of Guide, perhaps feeling bashful, did not visit in the following days. Meanwhile, Shun Li had been summoned out of the capital by Shun Ji on business, and it would take 4 to 5 days for him to return. The support her elder brother had provided crumbled before her eyes. If the wife of the Marquis genuinely wished to seek her son's hand in marriage, it was improbable that she would delay her visit for so long. Prolonged absence would lead her parents to believe she held little significance, thus wavering their intentions regarding her marriage. Normally, Her father did not hesitate to send her brother away on errands. Yet whenever she needed him, he was dispatched without hesitation. Shen Wan lamented internally. Even her elder brother needed to be coerced to assist her, making it futile to seek help from others. Lacking the capability to infiltrate the Marquis of Guide's estate and create chaos, she could not place her hopes on Xiao Yun either. She had to devise her own plan. Fortunately, she was not entirely without options. Shen Wan penned a letter and entrusted it to Coral for delivery to Hugua Temple, to be handed to the Taoist priest. By the time Coral returned to the manor, it was already evening. Shen Wan inquired, "Was the letter delivered?" Coral nodded, confirming its delivery, but added that the Taoist had remarked that if he were to be killed one day, he hoped the young lady would grant him a grand burial. The following day, after breakfast, Shen Wan visited Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. On her way, a maid approached, informing her that the Marquis of Guide's household had just sent a formal invitation, and the wife of the Marquis would soon arrive at the manor. As for the purpose of her visit, all within the Duke's residence were well aware. Shen Wan could not muster any joy at the news and hoped that the Taoist could somehow hinder the wife of the Marquis. After a short stay in Shoan Hall, she prepared to leave, but Yun sure insisted, "You all go to the flower hall and play for a while. Return only after you have seen the wife of the Marquis." The wife would not come too late. Returning to Mingwei Garden now would mean they could not stay long before she arrived. The last time the wife of the Marquis visited, she had not required Shen Wan to pay her respects. Today, however, it was certain she would expect a formal greeting. With her mother having spoken, Shen Wan had no choice but to comply. Yi Kaiwei took Shen Wan to the flower hall, yet the wait proved longer than they had anticipated. They waited a full half-hour before the wife of the Marquis finally arrived. Yin Shi went to greet her, but only she returned. The old lady then inquired, "Where is the wife of the Marquis?" "The Yin family has returned." The matriarch furrowed her brow, convinced she must have misheard. "Returned?" The second lady remarked, "Did not the Duchess of Guiding Virtue come to propose a marriage? If it were a proposal, she would certainly have met with the matriarch to finalize the engagement before departing." Yin sat down and sighed. "The marriage cannot proceed." The fourth lady was astonished. "How could that be? Did not the Duchess of Guiding Virtue express great fondness for Wanner and even send a formal invitation early this morning? How could it possibly fall through?" Yin had hoped for the engagement to materialize, to spare Shen Wan from unwanted attention. 2 promising matches had nearly been secured, but had ultimately evaporated, which was indeed perplexing. Earlier that day, as the heir of the Duke of Guiding Virtue departed his residence, he encountered a peculiar priest holding an oracle fan. The priestess' gaze was oddly penetrating, prompting the heir's attendant to inquire, "Why do you gaze upon my lord so?" The priest replied, it cannot be spoken, or you shall face repercussions." He gestured to leave, yet his words only piqued the curiosity of all present. The heir halted the priest, insisting, "I must inquire further." The priest retorted, "You must guarantee that you shall not strike me." The heir's attendant stifled a laugh and remarked, "Do all priests speak this way before answering?" The priest at the Guaguosi acted similarly when reading for Lady Xiaoping. The attendant noted that the priest had nearly faced the wrath of Lady Xiaoping, who was indeed the old priest. He then informed the heir, "This priest possesses genuine skills. It was he who averted the calamity of bloodshed for the second daughter of the Duke of State. This is common knowledge throughout the capital, and the heir had indeed heard of it. Furthermore, it was said that the heir of Xiaoping would marry a divorced woman, and shortly thereafter, the wife of the Duke of Yongqing did indeed part ways, which stirred considerable gossip. However, the priest, fearing retribution, certainly would not offer favorable predictions. The heir felt a mix of concern and an insatiable desire to know more. "Very well, I promise not to strike you." The priest regarded the heir and proclaimed, "Young master, your countenance radiates with joy. A fortuitous event approaches." The attendant chimed in, "The priest is remarkable. Our lord is indeed to be engaged today. Alas, it appears unlikely." Before the young attendant could finish his thought, he found himself abruptly silenced. The priest continued, "The destined partner for you, young master, is a spirited girl skilled with a whip, who, should she pursue you down 2 streets, would not hesitate to strike. You share a karmic bond, destined for love and companionship, growing old together. Yet with others, even if engaged, she would withdraw. The attendant stared in disbelief at his master, while the heir clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to retaliate. He had no fondness for fickle noblewomen, yet neither would he appreciate a fiery temperament that involved whipping him. He was no masochist. The priest declared, "For now, I shall not collect a fee, but when the prophecy comes to pass, you must offer 10 taels of gold." Had the priest not been swift in his retreat, the heir might have indeed succumbed to the urge to strike him. Though skeptical, the heir could not dismiss the enthusiasm of his attendant. What an intriguing circumstance it was. Given the temperaments of the Duke and Duchess, it was entirely plausible that they would select such a spirited girl for their son, and perhaps he might indeed take a liking to her. The Lady of Guide Marquis departed joyfully, intent on securing her son's marriage. The attendant conveyed this matter to her, but there remained uncertainty regarding the engagement to the Duke's family. Recently, the reputation of the Taoist had soared, and she had heard whispers of it. If the engagement were to falter, why pursue it at all? There had been instances of broken betrothals leading to enmity, especially when it came to withdrawing from an engagement. The Lady of Guide Marquis awaited the return of the Marquis to deliberate on this matter, which caused a delay. The invitation had arrived, and there was no avoiding it. Thus, she steeled herself and paid a visit, informing Mrs. Yun of the Taoist divination. What could Mrs. Yun say? The lives of her 2 daughters had been saved by that very Taoist, and while the Lady of Guide Marquis held a skeptical view, Mrs. Yun was unwavering in her faith. The Lady of Guide Marquis was not there to formalize the engagement and felt it inappropriate to further visit the matriarch. So she hastily took her leave. Chapter 29. A moment of respite, the elderly matron wore a look of deep regret, while the heir of the Guide Marquis was commendable. He was not destined for a daughter Wanner. It was preferable to abandon the match now than to have an engagement set only to be broken later. If it were merely a matter of dissolution, it would be acceptable, for there were numerous scions of noble families in the capital, any of whom could be suitable for Shen Wan. However, the Yun family harbored concerns that Shen Wan might follow in the footsteps of Shen Yu. The military power held by Shen Ji, along with the wealth of the Yun family, posed a potential threat. One daughter had already been irreparably harmed. They could not allow another to become a pawn in the struggle for power. The Yun family was enveloped in a heavy shadow of anxiety. The more unsuccessful the matchmaking efforts became, the more fervently they sought to secure a betrothal for Shen Wan, believing that an early marriage would bring peace of mind. After leaving the Showan Hall, the matron consoled Shen Wan, stating that the failure to establish a match was merely a sign of insufficient fate, assuring her that both she and her father would find a better candidate. Shen Wan, however, was apprehensive. She had only just managed to thwart 2 engagements. Another attempt would be overwhelming for her. As her elder brother had remarked, the repeated failures in matchmaking would inevitably lead to gossip that could tarnish her reputation. She did not desire marriage, yet it seemed that others were avoiding her as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. The matter needed to be addressed with her parents. As long as they refrained from arranging a match for her, she could avoid complicating her own situation. Shen Wan said, "Mother, the Taoist priest Qingyuan outside the Hubwa temple saved me and my elder sister. I have long wished to express my gratitude, but have not yet done so. I would like to visit him tomorrow and thank him in person. My elder sister has been in low spirits these days, and it would be a perfect opportunity for her to find some solace at the temple." Without hesitation, the matron agreed. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you both." Shen Yu was reluctant to leave the house, but Shen Wan's persistence left her no choice but to acquiesce. Since her frightening experience with the startled horse, she had not ventured beyond the Mingyue courtyard, and this would be her first outing to pay respects to the matron. The elderly matron expressed her concern, noting how much weight Shen Yu had lost. "It would be good for you to take a stroll outside." Yi Kaiwei chimed in, "I shall join you as well." Wherever they went, she intended to follow. With Yi Kaiwei's presence, it was highly likely that Shen would accompany them too, but Shen Wan had no intention of including them. However, outright refusal was not feasible, so Shen Wan smiled and said, "Then let's all go together. The Taoist priests at Hubwa Temple are adept at fortune-telling. It would be a perfect chance for my cousin to have her fortune read." It was not genuinely about Yi Kaiwei. She merely wished to see if she would dare to have her fortune read. Yi Kaiwei's complexion immediately shifted to one of discomfort. Shen Wu remarked, I dare not have my fortune told. What if it turns out poorly? I will be terrified. I will not go. I prefer to go shopping. Yi Kaiwei quickly responded, then I shall accompany my third cousin to the market instead. Shen Wan inquired, are you both certain you do not wish to join us? Shen Wu replied, please do not put my cousin in a difficult position. Orphans raised by others cannot expect much fortune. It is evident enough without needing a Taoist's insight. As they did not wish to go, Shen Wan felt it inappropriate to pressure them. The three women departed from the residence together and took a carriage to Huwu Temple. Not long after they had set off, Shen Yu felt a psychological unease at the thought of riding again. Shen Wan reassured her, elder sister, do not be afraid. Mother and I are here with you. Nothing will happen. Shen Yu was aware that the previous incident with the startled horse had been caused by foul play rather than mere accident. The helplessness she had felt in the carriage was an experience she did not wish to endure a second time. Yet she understood she could not avoid carriages for life. Shen Yu endured the discomfort as she boarded the carriage, observing the fear etched on her daughter's face, and her resentment towards the Duke of Yongqing's residence deepened. Throughout the journey, Shen Wan accompanied Shen Yu, engaging her in conversation to distract her. After a considerable passage of time, the carriage finally halted outside the Huwu Temple. The Huwu Temple, renowned as the foremost temple in the Ning dynasty, was perpetually bustling with worshippers, especially on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. A queue had formed at the fortune teller's stall, with several individuals awaiting their turn for divination. As Yin Shi attempted to approach, Shen Wan suggested that they should first offer incense and pray for blessings, and that they could express their gratitude later. Yin Shi had intended to consult the fortune teller regarding the romantic prospects of Shen Wan and Shen Yu, particularly for Shen Wan, who had faced 2 unsuccessful engagements. However, given the crowd, she acquiesced to Shen Wan's proposal, proceeding to the temple to offer incense and pray. Kneeling on the mat, Yin Shi earnestly prayed, contributing additional funds for incense before exiting the main hall. Coral approached, offering Shen Wan a reassuring glance, which eased her worries. She knew she needed to establish a rapport with the fortune teller before allowing Yin Shi to seek his guidance. Yin Shi remarked that the scenery at Huwu Temple was delightful and suggested accompanying her elder sister for a stroll. Shen Wan nodded in agreement and inquired of Shen Yu which side they should explore, given the differing views. Shen Yu casually pointed, indicating a direction. Thus, Shen Wan led Shen Yu that way, enjoying a leisurely walk while the resounding chimes washed away their troubles. After half an hour of wandering, fatigue began to set in, prompting them to seek refuge in a pavilion. Seated within, they gazed at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, a vision of ethereal beauty. Just as they were admiring the scene, Shen Wan felt a tug on her sleeve. Turning around, she spotted the son of the Marquis of Xiaoping approaching. She had not anticipated encountering him at Huwu Temple. Displaying remarkable discretion, Shen Wan quietly withdrew to allow them a moment of privacy. However, she did not venture far, hiding behind a large tree with her maid, peering out to catch a glimpse. Shen Wan assumed they would converse for some time, but her expectations were misplaced. Upon seeing the Marquis's son, Shen Yu instinctively sought to distance herself, leaving the pavilion. The Marquis's son reached for Shen Yu's hand, but she deftly evaded him. Without looking back, Shen Yu departed, prompting him to call after her, but she firmly insisted that he refrain from pursuing her. The Marquis's son halted abruptly, watching Shen Yu retreat with a heavy heart. Despite the swirling rumors of his impending marriage to a divorced woman, Shen Yu refused to entertain unrealistic hopes. Their engagement had been severed after he rescued her from drowning, and now, with her married status, she found no reason to invite humiliation upon herself. Once their engagement was dissolved, their paths diverged irrevocably. If the Marquis's son was destined to marry a divorced woman, she knew that it could never be her. Tears unexpectedly welled in Shen Yu's eyes, overwhelming her as she hurried away, neglecting Shen Wan. Shen Wan sighed, realizing that her elder sister had denied the Marquis's son even a chance to speak. If he wished to marry her, the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. That which comes too easily is seldom valued. Without perceiving the Marquis's sincerity, their parents would never consent to Shen Yu's remarriage. Furthermore, a first marriage is often arranged by family, whereas a second is determined by personal choice. Ultimately, the decision of whether to marry again and to whom would rest solely with Shen Yu. Shen Wan hurried to catch up with Shen Yu, noticing the redness at the corners of her eyes. Without uttering a single word, Shen Wan quietly stood by her side. Upon returning to the Great Hero Hall, as she descended the steps, she spotted Yin Shi sitting at the fortune-telling booth, rising with a troubled expression. Shen Wan suppressed her emotions, managing to keep a smile from gracing her lips. Approaching her, she feigned anger and said, "Mother, why did you seek out the fortune-teller without waiting for us? Your face looks so grim. Did the divination not yield favorable results?" Yin Shi gently caressed Shen Wan's face, saying, "3 months have passed. Time is indeed pressing, but it is still sufficient for your father and me to select a suitable match for you, ensuring that you have a splendid marriage." Shen Wan. Chapter 30. A grasp of fingers. The sorrow etched upon Mother's face was not merely due to her daughter's impending spinsterhood, but rather the dread of her remaining unmarried for 3 months. She had not anticipated the Taoist's words would be conveyed in such a manner. Suppressing her trembling heart, Shen Wan inquired, "Mother, what did the Taoist say to you?" Unwilling to conceal the truth any longer, Yin Shi responded candidly. "The venerable Taoist Qingyuan stated that you must marry within 3 months, or your life may be in peril." "Ah, who permitted the Taoist to utter such words to you?" Shen Wan thought in despair. Was this not a trap laid for her? If glances could slay, the Taoist, standing 10 zhang away, would have met with his demise already. Yin Shi continued to ponder her daughter's marital prospects. 3 months could be both ample and fleeting. She resolved to prepare the dowry, ensuring that once a match was secured, the wedding could proceed without delay, firmly believing that her daughter would not face any threats to her life. Given that the Taoist had saved both Shen Wan and Shen Yu, Yin Shi placed unwavering trust in his words. Yet Shen Wan yearned to weep, longing to reveal to her mother that the Taoist was merely a charlatan and that they were in cahoots. Even if she vowed never to marry, her life would remain untouched by threats. However, she could not voice such sentiments. Her plans had been meticulously crafted, and she could not allow them to unravel. Why did the Taoist presume to dictate her fate? Shen Wan resolved to confront him. "Mother, you and eldest sister should head to the carriage. I shall extend my gratitude to the Taoist." The words tumbled from her lips with great effort. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront the Taoist with a blade in hand. The Taoist, engrossed in divination at his stall, sensed an ominous aura approaching, causing his hand to tremble. Despite her anger, Shen Wan waited until he completed his calculations before making her advance. Yet the longer she waited, the more her fury intensified. "Calm yourself," the Taoist implored repeatedly. But her ire was far from abated. "Why did you not heed my wishes?" she demanded. The Taoist appeared aggrieved. "I too wished for this, but as soon as your maid departed, a sword was drawn at my throat. Should I disregard your desires? I would not even have the chance to stand here and speak with you." It seemed someone had threatened the Taoist. The very weapon she had sharpened for her adversary was now turned against her. Her marital status and the timing of her union were of no concern to that person. Shen Wan felt a pang of anguish in her heart. "Who among them dares to obstruct me?" She seethed. In her fury, she uttered curses, to which the Taoist retorted. "I calculate that it must be your future husband." Shen Wan felt as though she might vomit blood. Did this deceitful Taoist truly comprehend the implications of his words? He was fully aware that she had no desire to wed, yet he deliberately spoke thus. Through clenched teeth, she demanded, "Then who is my future husband?" With an air of nonchalance, the Taoist replied, "This is a matter of heavenly secrets, not to be divulged. I trust you will remember to repay this grievance once you are wed." Repay his grievance? She did not even know whom to blame for her own troubles. She had intended to use the Taoist to dissuade Shinji and Yun Shi from pressing her into marriage, wishing to delay any engagement for at least half a year, if not a year, yet she found herself inadvertently sabotaging her own efforts. Shen Wan felt a sharp pain in her chest from her frustration, fearful that Yin Shi and Shen Yu might detect her distress, forcing her to maintain an air of nonchalance. By the carriage, Yin Shi and Shen Yu stood, while a servant seemed to be relaying some information. Shen Wan walked over, and Shen Yu remarked, "Cousin has caused trouble. We must return to the residence swiftly. Yi Kaiwei has caused trouble? Shen Wan suddenly recalled an incident and quickly inquired, what trouble has she caused? Shen Yu replied, cousin accidentally collided with Princess Yunwan of the Kongwang Mansion, ruining the 9 Peaks snow-clearing painting that was to be presented to the emperor. Shen Wan's expression darkened. Indeed, it was this matter. In her previous life, this incident occurred half a month later. She had not anticipated it to happen so soon. Those individuals would not rest until they schemed against her mother and the Yun family, it seemed. Shen Wan looked at Yun Shi and reassured her, do not worry, mother. The Yun family possesses a more renowned painting, the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, which can be offered to the Kongwang Mansion as compensation. Those schemers intended to target the Yun family indirectly through Yi Kaiwei, and due to General Ye's life-saving grace, Shunji could not abandon Yi Kaiwei. The deep affection between the Yun family and Shunji would compel them to find ways to alleviate his worries, ensuring that Yi Kaiwei would not suffer any indignities. Moreover, the Yun family would assist wherever possible. However, if the Yun family were to present the authentic dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains to the Kongwang Mansion, the latter, reluctant to present it to the emperor, might instead offer a counterfeit. The emperor would be furious, and the Kongwang Mansion would shift the blame onto the Yun family. Fortunately, Shen Wan's father held the emperor's trust. The Yun family, engaged in commerce, lacked expertise in authenticating artworks. To appease the emperor, they presented 2 other paintings, which quelled his anger. Shen Wan's words seemed aimed at resolving the aftermath for Yi Kaiwei, yet they were laced with sarcasm. Shen Yu, unaware of Yi Kaiwei being the illegitimate daughter of the second master, could not discern the undertones, but Yun Shi's expression grew slightly pale. Let us return to the residence, she said. Shen Yu assisted Yun Shi into the carriage, while Shen Wan instructed Coral to seek out Yun Yan at the Yun family estate. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, they headed directly to Shoan Hall. Passing the screen, they found Yi Kaiwei seated there, her eyes swollen from weeping, resembling a rain-laden pear blossom, evoking pity. After all, Yun Shi had cared for Yi Kaiwei for 4 years and, feeling distressed, asked, why are you crying so? Yi Kaiwei, nestled in Yun Shi's embrace, lamented, Auntie, I have caused trouble again. Yun Shi's body stiffened. Previously, Yi Kaiwei often cried in her arms, and it did not seem significant until Shen Wan secretly informed her that Yi Kaiwei was the second master's illegitimate daughter. Now, engaging in such motherly gestures made Yun Shi feel uneasy. Yet, she did not push Yi Kaiwei away. After all, the revelation about Yi Kaiwei being the second master's illegitimate child was merely hearsay, not necessarily the truth. Yun Shi tenderly wiped Yi Kaiwei's tears and gently soothed her. Do not cry. You did not mean to cause trouble. There will always be a way to resolve this. Ye jiaoyije signiflet. But I ruined the painting that the Kongwang Mansion intended to present to the emperor. The old lady remarked, this time, Kaiwei has indeed been careless. If it were an ordinary painting, the Duke could find a similar one to send to the Kongwang Mansion, explaining the situation to the emperor, who would not take offense. However, that is a painting by Master Huang, a renowned masterpiece, unless we find something of greater value to compensate. The Kongwang Mansion may not agree. The second lady interjected, Master Huang's paintings are not limited to one. The Yun family is well informed and can assist in inquiring who possesses one. Perhaps, with the Duke standing, we can persuade them to part with it. Why not simply state that the Yun family has it? There is no need for roundabout expressions. Shen Wan remarked, I recall that my grandfather once replicated the paintings of Huang Lao. Perhaps the Yun family possesses some of these works. I shall inquire about it with my cousin. She grasped Yi Kaiwei's hand and proceeded to exit, eager to alleviate her distress. Yi Kaiwei hesitated, but the elder matriarch intervened, saying, Your cousin's eyes are swollen from tears. It would be unwise to let her go. If one desires to obtain something from the Yun family, one must be willing to make the effort personally. Such opportunities do not come easily. Shen Wan turned to the elder matriarch, stating, with grandfather absent from Kyoto, my grandmother may not dare to part with the painting without his consent. Given my cousin's current state of sorrow, my grandmother would surely feel compassion and find it difficult to refuse. Chapter 31. Fortune Shen Wan's elbow jutted out as she pulled her cousin Yi Kaiwei along. Although Yi Kaiwei was her cousin, the Yun family owed her nothing. Shen Wan had to employ some cunning to procure items from the Yun family for Yi Kaiwei, and the old matriarch could no longer prevent her from going. Yi Kaiwei struggled a few times, but Shen Wan held on tightly. She dared not shake her off and was thus taken away by Shen Wan. The Yun family remarked that it was already time for lunch, and it would be too late to go after they had eaten. If this matter was not resolved swiftly, her cousin would hardly be able to eat. Before the words had fully left her mouth, they had already exited. Anyone who witnessed Shen Wan's heartfelt concern for Yi Kaiwei could not help but comment, even causing envy in Shen Wu and Shen Yao. Having just returned from the Hugua Temple, Shen Wan accompanied Yi Kaiwei to the Yun residence once more. On the way, Yi Kaiwei had ceased her tears. Her swollen eyes were somewhat alleviated, yet the corners still bore a hint of redness. Yi Kaiwei felt embarrassed and suggested, "I really cannot face anyone in this state. Perhaps I should wait for my cousin in the carriage?" Shen Wan replied, "Why wait in the carriage? There is no one at the Yun family or the Duke of Dingwa's residence who would mock you. They would only wish to care for you." Upon arriving at the Yun residence, Shen Wan encouraged Yi Kaiwei to disembark from the carriage, and only after a couple of nudges did Yi Kaiwei finally comply. Together, they sought out the old matriarch of the Yun family. Seeing Shen Wan, the old matriarch greeted her with a broad smile, but upon noticing Yi Kaiwei's tear-stained visage, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. "What has happened to you?" The matter of Yi Kaiwei being the illegitimate daughter of the second master was known only to Yun Yin and the Yun family. Others remained unaware. General Yi had perished while rescuing Shun Ji, sparing the Yun family from mourning, and the entire Yun household was profoundly grateful to General Yi. They cherished his orphaned daughter Yi Kaiwei as if she were their own granddaughter. Since her arrival in the capital, everything Shen Wan possessed was also shared with Yi Kaiwei. The old matriarch beckoned Yi Kaiwei to sit beside her. "Who has wronged you?" she inquired. Yi Kaiwei's voice cracked as her eyes reddened anew, a portrait of grievance. The old matriarch turned her gaze to Shen Wan, who replied, "Today, when my cousin left the residence, she accidentally collided with Princess Yun Wan of the Kongwang Manor, causing damage to the snowy peaks after the rain painting that was to be presented to His Majesty. The Duke's household is currently devising ways to remedy the situation. So I brought her to the Yun family to inquire if my cousin could help find another painting by Master Huang to compensate the Kongwang Manor." The old matriarch mused, "I recall that your grandfather had a painting by Master Huang in his collection. I shall have someone look for it." In her previous life, in a bid to assist Shen Wan, the Yun family had extended their support to Xiao Yun, ultimately leading to their own downfall. Thus, when Shen Wan sought a painting for Yi Kaiwei, the Yun family would surely not be stingy. Whether Yi Kaiwei felt touched, Shen Wan could not ascertain, though she felt a tightening in her throat. A maid was dispatched to the old Master Yun's study to retrieve the painting, and after a considerable wait, Yun Yin entered, asking, "Is it absolutely necessary to have a painting by Master Huang? Would another master's work suffice?" Shen Wan shook her head. "That would likely not do. His Majesty holds Master Huang's works in the highest regard. The Duke's household possesses other paintings, but the Kongwang Manor would not trouble my father over a mere ordinary piece." The old matriarch inquired, "What is the matter? Has the painting not been found?" Yin Yin replied, "That painting was given away last month by grandfather." Madame Yin remarked, "Your grandfather held great affection for that painting. How could it have been given away? What shall we do?" Shen Wan gazed at Yin Yin, pondering whether it was feasible to retrieve something once bestowed. Yin Yin massaged his temples and replied, "Cousin Yi requires it. I must swallow my pride to ask for its return. However, the painting has already been sent to Yinzhou, and the round trip will take at least a month. Can we afford such a delay?" Shen Wan contemplated briefly and noted that her father enjoyed the emperor's trust. And with his intervention to mediate between the Kongwang estate and the emperor, it should be possible to request a month's grace. "That is reassuring," Yun Yin stated succinctly before taking his leave. Madame Yin assured Yi Kaiwei, "Do not fret. Your cousin will undoubtedly fulfill his promise." Yi Kaiwei nodded obediently, her previous worries dissipating. With Yun Miao and Yun Qing absent from the residence, and seeing Yi Kaiwei's eyes reddened, Shen Wan preferred to limit her interactions with the Yun family, and took her leave shortly thereafter. Once seated in the carriage, Yi Kaiwei expressed her gratitude. "Cousin, You have gone to great lengths for my sake, even skipping lunch. Shen Wan smiled warmly. Your affairs are as dear to me as my own. There is no need for such formality. Though she had lost her parents, she was fortunate to have her uncle and aunt, as well as a cousin who cared for her deeply. You are indeed fortunate. But where's my true cousin, Yi Kai-wei? She did not even know what her cousin looked like. Yet, this ill-gotten fortune would soon reach its limit. Before Yi Kai-wei was restored to the second branch, the Dingwood Duke's estate and the Yun family would treat her as they always had, but as long as matters were not urgent, they could afford to delay. The Yun family, out of respect for her parents, might assist Yi Kai-wei unconditionally. Yet it was unreasonable to relinquish a treasured painting for the sake of an illegitimate child of the second master. Upon returning to the Dingwood Duke's estate and visiting the Shoan Hall, Shen Wu inquired, did the Yun family refuse to part with the painting? Shen Wan bristled at this remark. Since when has the Yun family been miserly? Shen Wu, feeling affronted by the retort, said with displeasure, then why have you returned empty-handed? Shen Wan chose to disregard her. Yi Kai-wei interjected, indeed, the Yun family possesses the painting, but it was given away last month and is currently in Yenzhou. They promised to find a way to retrieve it, but it will take a month. Generally, once something is given, it is rarely reclaimed. If it was unaffordable, it should not have been bestowed at all. The Yun family's willingness to undertake such a humiliating task for Yi Kai-wei was commendable. Who could fault them for such generosity? Had Shen Wan gone alone, there may have been doubts about the Yun family's reluctance to part with it. But with Yi Kai-wei accompanying her, Madame Yun was genuinely committed to assisting her, and no one would suspect otherwise, not even the Yun family, who believed the painting had indeed been given away. After further discussions, the matriarch and the Yun family reached a consensus similar to Shen Wan's. Shenji would visit the Kongwang estate to offer apologies on behalf of Yi Kai-wei and explain the situation to the emperor, requesting an extension of time. Thus, the matter was temporarily set aside. Back in Mingyue Garden, Shen Wan, who had missed lunch, picked up a pastry but found she could not eat. The thought of being deceived and her parents hastily arranging a marriage for her ignited a quiet rage within her. Yet, she remained uncertain about whom to blame. Chapter 32. Sending someone off. Shen Wan spent nearly an entire night in a state of agitation, unable to find a solution to her predicament. The pit she had dug for others had ensnared her instead, and she remained trapped without knowledge of who had cast her into it. As dawn approached, she finally drifted into a hazy slumber, but her long-established habit dictated that, regardless of how late she fell asleep, she would awaken when the time came. The poor quality of her sleep left her listless, and she could only manage half a bowl of porridge for breakfast, neglecting to pay her respects to the matriarch. Noticing the faint bluish tint under Shen Wan's eyelids, Shen Yu inquired, did you not sleep well last night? The lack of rest was evident upon her face. Shen Yu speculated that it might have been due to the fortune-telling by the Taoist priest. Shen Wan did not refute the suggestion, as it was clear that this matter weighed heavily on her mind. In the eyes of her parents and elder brother, she had always appeared carefree and untroubled. Her silence was an implicit acknowledgement, prompting Shen Yu to chuckle lightly. You truly cannot endure even the slightest of troubles. 3 months is a lengthy period. It is ample time for our parents to consider suitors from the esteemed families of the capital. If that fails, father could always seek a royal decree for marriage. How could you possibly remain unwed to the point of fearing for your life? It was not that she feared remaining unmarried. Rather, she simply did not wish to marry. Shen Wan gazed at Shen Yu with a look of despair and said, Elder sister, I do not want to marry. I believe the Taoist predictions may not be accurate. Shen Yu lightly tapped Shen Wan's forehead, teasing her. So you sought the fortune-teller's counsel with the intention of believing what you liked and dismissing what you did not? The crux of the issue lay here. She had successfully convinced their parents of the Taoist's credibility, and now it was impossible to dispel their belief. Furthermore, with the impending marriage prospects of the Earl of Xiaoping's son, it was for the sake of her elder sister that she felt compelled to uphold the Taoist's esteemed reputation. Ultimately, it all stemmed from that scoundrel Taoist who had issued the threat. He had better keep his identity concealed for a lifetime. Otherwise, she would ensure he deeply regretted it. Shen Wan had already conjured up numerous torturous ideas in her mind, eager to exact her revenge. Having barely eaten breakfast, she feared she might grow hungry prompting her maid, Yin Chuan, to venture to the kitchen early to fetch treats for Shen Wan. Upon returning, she announced, "Miss, you are in for a treat today. Although you lack an appetite this morning, the Yun family has sent your favorite bear paw to the manor, along with the camel hump that you adore." Shen Wan's favorite dish was braised bear paw, a rare delicacy that was not only expensive but also difficult to procure. She might only indulge in it twice a year, and those occasions were typically due to the Yun family's generosity. Thinking of the bear paw awaiting her at lunch, she felt fortunate for having saved her appetite by eating little in the morning. However, her restless night left Shen Wan feeling utterly exhausted, and she soon lay down on a small couch, slipping into a deep sleep that lasted until lunchtime. After washing her face, she sought out Xinyu, as the two sisters would share breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Eagerly anticipating the bear paw, Shen Wan was disappointed when a maid brought the dishes to the table, revealing neither the bear paw she cherished nor the camel hump that Xinyu adored. Her mood soured instantly. She had endured a morning of hunger, resisting the temptation to snack on pastries, only to be met with disappointment. "Where are the bear paw and camel hump?" she inquired. The maid shook her head, explaining, "This is what I received from the kitchen. The dishes on the table are what you and Miss Xinyu are meant to share. There should be no mistake. However, the bear paws and camel humps must be consumed fresh. They shall not be saved for the morrow." Her evening meals tend to be light, and the Grand Kitchen is well aware that they will not be reserved for the night. It must be this very meal. She inquired at the Grand Kitchen as to why she had not been served bear paws. After Yin Chuan departed, Xinyu placed a piece of fish in Shen Wan's bowl, knowing she had not eaten much in the morning and must surely be famished. "Please indulge yourself," Shen Wan said, offering her sister a chicken leg. The two sisters engaged in lively conversation as they dined, relishing their meal. Before they had finished, Yin Chuan returned, hurrying back, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead as she gasped. The bear paws and camel humps were taken by the second master as gifts. Shen Wan, infuriated, slammed her bowl onto the table. Having vented her anger, she found no appetite remaining. How many bear paws and camel humps had the Yun family sent to the residence? Yin Chuan replied, 2 pairs of bear paws and 2 camel humps. The Yun family had never been stingy with their gifts. As juniors, she and Xinyu were expected to honor their elders, and the gifts from a Yun family always included a portion for the matriarch. Without 2 pairs of bear paws, the Yun family would not have sent anything. Although the Yun family lacked for wealth, bear paws were rare, and it was a great occurrence to receive them at the residence, only to be appropriated by the second master for favors. Not only were the bear paws taken, but the camel humps were also disregarded. Did they truly believe that the items sent to the Duke of Dingwa's residence could be so casually decided upon? Shen Wan rose from her seat, and Xinyu asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Mother." When Shen Wan sought out Yin Shi, she found her mother partaking of lunch. Upon seeing her daughter, Yin Shi remarked, "What brings you here at the hour of your meal?" Shen Wan inquired, "Did Mother instruct second uncle to take the bear paws and camel humps to give away?" Yin Shi furrowed her brow. "How could I do such a thing? Did the Grand Kitchen not prepare bear paws and camel humps for you?" Shen Wan replied, "No, they were taken by second uncle to be given away." At this, Yin Shi's expression darkened. She had specifically instructed the Grand Kitchen to reserve 1 bear paw for the evening, awaiting Shun Ji's return from the military camp. Just then, a maid entered, announcing that the second madam had arrived. Shortly thereafter, the second madam entered, noting the grim expressions on both Yin Shi and Shen Wan. She asked, "What troubles you, that your faces bear such a pallor?" Yin Shi queried, "Sister-in-law, what brings you to my quarters at this hour?" The second madam replied, "I have been preoccupied and momentarily forgot. My husband has been in his current position for nearly 3 years and is seeking to advance. He was discussing the matter of gifts with the matriarch. The Yin family sent bear paws and camel humps into the residence, and the matriarch requested that my husband take them as gifts. I intended to inform you, but I was so caught up with affairs in the household that I completely forgot until now and hastened over. Not only had they given away the bear paws and camel humps from the Yin family, but they had not even consulted Yin Shi first, truly showing a lack of regard for her." Shen Wan understood well that although her mother was the Duchess of Dingwa, the matriarch and various ladies of the house inherently looked down upon her mother's background. It was only her mother's generosity and amiable nature that garnered them superficial respect. When matters arose, they would not consider her feelings at all. Noticing Yun Shi's displeasure, the second madam remarked, "Is elder sister unhappy? If one truly cared about Yun's happiness, such hasty actions would not have been taken. The gifts have already been given away. What significance does it hold to discuss it now?" Yun's demeanor was frosty, and the desires of Wanner and Yuer paled in comparison to the elder master's career. However, for matters of such gravity, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. Not everything can be acquired at a whim. The second lady chuckled, stating that elder sister was correct and that the old matriarch shared the same sentiment. Hence prioritizing her own husband. Without further disrupting elder sister's meal, I shall take my leave. The second lady departed with a beaming smile. Yet Wan felt a sense of provocation in her expression. What does it matter if Yun hails from a family as wealthy as a nation? The items sent to the Duke of Jingbei's residence are of no concern to her. They dictate their own terms. Wan's hand clenched tightly beneath her sleeve. Yun remarked, "Mother knows you are upset, but please do not let it affect your health." Wan retorted, "The things the Yun family sends to the residence. If mother does not speak up, and if those around her do not convey the message, then the large kitchen will allow them to take what they please. Such laxity in rules without strict punishment means the Yun family need not send anything to the residence again." The more she thought, the angrier she became. It was likely that such incidents had occurred frequently in the past, but today was merely the day her maid happened to witness it. Upon sending someone to inquire, only then did the second aunt come to provide a brief explanation. One understood that the head of the kitchen was a confidant of the old matriarch. Outwardly, the Yun family managed the Duke's residence, yet all matters, great and small, were ultimately governed by the old matriarch's wishes without exception. One also recognized the predicament faced by Yun, with Shenji busy with military affairs and absent from the residence for years due to border conflicts. It fell upon Yun to manage the three siblings alone, resorting to purchasing peace. Wan returned to Mingyue courtyard, seething with indignation, and poured herself a cup of tea, consuming it in one breath. Just as her frustration reached its peak, a pure white dove alighted upon her windowsill. Wan approached and retrieved the message from the dove's leg, and upon reading its contents, the anger on her face dissipated entirely. Chapter 33. The concubine, after waiting for so many days, her esteemed cousin finally fulfilled her expectations and discovered the whereabouts of Yi Caiwei's biological mother, who had been hidden by the second master. In her previous life, this was the moment when the second master began his ascent. The second branch had offered her to Xiao Yun, thereby becoming his trusted confidant. Subsequently, he sacrificed his father, usurped his position, and commanded the military forces, even overshadowing his father's prestige. Before Xie Jingyu's rebellion, he enjoyed unparalleled glory. She was eager to witness how, at this critical juncture, the news of maintaining a concubine would affect the second master's ambitions. However, this matter required careful planning. The matriarch would never permit an outsider to jeopardize the second master's future. If she were to reveal it carelessly, the matriarch would likely be enraged enough to have her kneel in the Buddhist hall until the floor was worn through, and even her father might not be able to protect her. Throughout the afternoon, Shen Wan pondered this issue, and in the evening, Yun arrived at Mingyue courtyard. Still agitated, concerned that Shen Wan's anger had not subsided, Yun came to placate her. Upon seeing Yun, Shen Wan devised a plan. If her mother truly wanted to soothe her, she should collaborate with her daughter to stage a performance. The next day, the weather was glorious. After breakfast, Shen Wan proceeded to Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the matriarch. When she arrived, Shen Wu and Yi Caiwei were already there, surrounding the matriarch with laughter. Noticing that only Shen Wan had come, Yin inquired, "Where is your elder sister?" Shen Wan replied, "Elder sister said she did not wish to go out shopping." Before Yin could finish, Yi Caiwei interjected, "Cousin has gone out shopping without informing us? We should join her." Shen Wan responded, "You just went shopping the day before. I assumed you would not wish to go again. Shopping is delightful. I would enjoy it even every day," she added. Yin smiled, saying, "With them accompanying you, I shall." Shen Wan interjected, "Mother promised to accompany me shopping. You cannot go back on your word." "Very well. I shall accompany you, Yin agreed. Shen Wu quickly dispatched someone to the front courtyard to convey the message to prepare the carriage, fearing that Shen Wan might not take them along. It was unnecessary to ask who would bear the expenses. Shen Yin and Shen Yao also wished to join but were denied by the matriarch. Though disappointed, they were not overly disheartened, knowing that whatever Yin intended to purchase for Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei would also include them. Yin and Shen Wan shared a carriage, while Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei occupied another, as they arrived at the most bustling street in the capital. However, today's shopping was led by Yun, who first visited a flower shop to select a few potted plants, then proceeded to a silk shop where she chose fine silks for Shen Ji and Shen Li's robes. After browsing for a little over half an hour, they finally entered the jewelry shop favored by Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei. Each selected a golden hairpin, ensuring to also bring one for Shen Yin and Shen Yao. Otherwise, they would likely compete for the opportunity to leave the house next time. After selecting the jewelry, they also purchased elegant fans and colored stationery, with Shen Wan attempting to choose places that would consume time without incurring excessive expense. Upon exiting the rouge shop, a child of about 6 or 7 approached, holding a letter and nervously handed it to Shen Wan, saying, "Sister, someone asked me to deliver this letter to you." "To me?" The child nodded vigorously, his bright eyes sparkling with cleverness. Shen Wan glanced around and then accepted the letter, giving the child 2 small pieces of silver for candy. "Thank you, sister," the child exclaimed, quickly running off with the money. Shen Wan gazed at the letter in her hand, and Yi Kaiwei inquired, "Who sent this letter to your cousin?" Shen Wan shook her head. Shen Wu suggested, "Why not open it and find out?" Shen Wan tore open the letter, glanced at its contents, and swiftly closed it again. Yinshi emerged and asked, "What is the matter?" Shen Wan tucked the letter behind her back, shaking her head. "Nothing. It's nothing," her voice betraying an underlying tension. Before Shen Wan could finish her sentence, Shen Wu snatched the letter from behind her back. Shen Wan, incensed, demanded, "Return the letter to me." Her tone was frigid. Shen Wu had never encountered Shen Wan speaking to her with such intensity and fervor. Yet the letter's contents were indeed startling. Yinshi questioned, "Where did this letter come from?" Yi Kaiwei quickly replied, "A child just delivered it." Yinshi furrowed her brow. "How could you accept a letter from just anyone? Let me see it." She reached for the letter, and Shen Wu, fearing Shen Wan would reclaim it, hastily handed it over. Upon opening the letter, Yinshi's complexion turned ashen after just a fleeting glance. Shen Wan shot a glare at Shen Wu and asserted, "Mother, father is not that kind of person. Please do not believe it." She snatched the letter back, crumpled it into a ball, and flung it away, fortuitously landing it at the feet of a certain lady, nearly causing her to step on it. Yinshi's eyes were red with tears as she declared, "Let's return home." She turned on her heel to leave. Behind her, Shen Wan glared at Shen Wu, exclaiming, "What made you take my letter?" Shen Wu feigned innocence. "I believe it is better not to keep such matters from aunt. What if it were a misunderstanding? There is no smoke without fire." Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei had initially intended to continue their outing, but their curiosity now urged them to return home to witness the unfolding drama. The thought of their esteemed uncle, known for his integrity, possibly keeping a concubine was shocking. They had thought he held only aunt in his heart, yet it seemed that no man could escape the allure of women. By the time the carriage returned to the Duke of Ding's residence, Yinshi's eyes were already swollen from weeping, startling the young servants upon their arrival. Yinshi went directly to the Showan Hall, and upon seeing her, the old matriarch was equally alarmed, having never witnessed Yinshi in such a state after 20 years of marriage. She hurriedly inquired, "What has happened?" Yinshi merely wiped her tears without responding. Shen Wu, unable to contain herself, blurted out, "Uncle is keeping a concubine." The old matriarch exclaimed, "How could this be possible?" Shen Wan retorted, "I too refuse to believe father is such a man. The malicious letter was something I intended to discard, but my third sister insisted on reading it and even handed it to my mother." The second lady reproached Shen Wu, who protested, "I was merely concerned that this could be true and aunt might be kept in the dark." Yinshi was heartbroken, lamenting, "The Duke promised me he would not take a concubine in this lifetime." The fourth lady chuckled at Yinshi's naivety, saying, "What man does not fancy multiple wives? For one of such noble stature as the Duke, Which household lacks several concubines? If he were to keep a mistress, it would still be better than others. The third lady attempted to console Yun Shi, asserting, the Duke has at least kept his promise to some extent, as he has not brought anyone into the household to offend your eyes. The second lady remarked, ignorance may have been bliss, but now that we know, we cannot turn a blind eye. To condone such behavior outside would make one a different kind of duchess. Although the Yun family may not boast the same illustrious origins as the others, their wealth rivals that of nations, and they have secured for Yun a title of duchess. Shen Ji, who is yet to take a concubine, possesses boundless riches without the need for rivalry or jealousy. Which of the second or third wives could possibly not harbor envy towards Yun? Little did they know that the affection shown was but a fade. Shen Ji had taken a mistress. Were it not for the evident nature of their schadenfreude, they might have laughed aloud. Yin turned to the matriarch, seeking her support. The matriarch advised her to investigate thoroughly. If it were indeed the Duke who had a mistress, she would ensure the woman was brought into the household, reproaching the Duke for his unseemly behavior. However, it is rare for someone of his stature to refrain from taking concubines, and given his temperament, it would be wise to exhibit some forbearance to avoid the reputation of being overly jealous. Each word was a counsel for Yun to be magnanimous. Never had Yun felt such a chill in her heart. When did I ever keep a mistress? That is utterly untrue. Shen Ji entered with a face as dark as thunder. Upon seeing him, Shen Wan was momentarily bewildered. Why had her father returned? Yun also felt a sense of awkwardness. It was a dilemma to either weep or not. Shen Ji was incensed. He had just returned from the palace, perfectly timed for lunch, yet before he could dismount, a servant rushed to inform him that his mistress had been discovered by Yun. A mistress had seemingly materialized from nowhere, incensing Shen Ji further. Was he truly the kind of man to keep a mistress? Noticing Yun's tear-stained eyes, he felt a mix of anguish and anger. How could such baseless claims cause her so much distress? Before shedding tears, could she not have sought the truth first? Didn't she fear she might wrong him? Yun wiped her tears. The matriarch then inquired of Shen Ji, do you truly not have a mistress? The tone of suspicion was clear. Shen Ji's forehead throbbed with veins. I would never keep a mistress, nor would I permit anyone in this household to do so. The matriarch turned to Yun. I believe the Duke is not the kind of man to keep a mistress. That letter. Before she could finish, a young servant rushed in, exclaiming, Duchess, there has been a mistake. The mistress is not the Duke's. Yun hastily inquired, if not the Duke's, then whose is she? She belongs to the second master. Chapter 34. Meticulous, the atmosphere within the room fell abruptly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes converged upon the second madam. Her face, tinged with a pallid hue, reflected not only the humiliation brought upon her by the second master's illicit affair, but also the biting sting of her recent counsel to Lady Yun, urging for magnanimity, each word echoing like a slap upon her own visage. The second madam, now flustered and in a state of despair, could scarcely fathom how this could pertain to the second master. The young servant, intimidated by the murderous glint in her eyes, dared not utter a word further. Shen Ji inquired, is it truly the second masteress? The servant nodded, revealing that Steward Li had investigated and confirmed the existence of the second master's concubine. Who instructed Steward Li to investigate? Shen Wan asked. The young servant cast a furtive glance at Shen Wu, stammering, It was the third miss standing behind her own mother. Shen Wu felt as though she were treading upon needles, her heart heavy with despair. How could her father possibly be the one with a mistress? With everyone's gaze fixed upon her, Shen Wu's voice trembled. I was merely concerned upon seeing my aunt weep so sorrowfully, fearing it was a misunderstanding, which is why I asked Steward Li to look into it. The old madam trembled with fury, her lips quivering. Was it her place, as a junior, to meddle in the affairs of the elders, especially when she was but a distant relative? Lady Yin ought to have sent someone herself now. The news would spread that her niece was investigating her uncle's mistress, only to discover it was, in fact, her own father's illicit liaison. What a scandalous reputation this would be. Both the old madam and the second madam were on the brink of apoplexy, and to add fuel to the fire, there was the third sister, ever so meticulous, who had hastened to send someone to investigate. Lady Yun, with deft swiftness, wiped away her tears and cast a glance at Shenji, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt. Shenji found himself caught in an oscillation of emotions, neither entirely enraged nor completely at ease. The old madam attempted to articulate a response, but her mouth opened and closed, yielding no words. The matter of the concubine had already been thoroughly discussed among them before Shenji's return, where they had repeatedly urged Lady Yun towards leniency, especially the second madam, who had just moments ago admonished Lady Yun with the adage of treating others as one would wish to be treated. As Shen Wu shot daggers at her, Shen Wan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking herself fortunate that the mistress was not her father's. Suddenly, she recalled. The child who delivered the message stood beside me when the third sister was to receive it. It must have been mistakenly given to me. Tell the second master to return home at once. Shen commended sharply. Meanwhile, en route to the estate, the second master was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. His personal servant had just informed him of Shun Ji's mistress. Yet he didn't consider it could pertain to him. Surely, none within the duke's residence could know of his affair. Even his closest servant was oblivious to it. However, his elder brother, despite appearing disinterested in women, was not entirely immune to the allure. In high spirits, the second master rode back to the estate. Upon arriving at the duke's front gate, he was taken aback by the sight of a commonplace carriage that had come to a halt. The woman who disembarked nearly caused him to tumble from his steed in shock. It was none other than his concubine, Lady May. Upon encountering the second master for the first time, Aunt May was filled with joy. However, upon seeing the second master's expression resembling that of a ghost in broad daylight, her smile faltered. Stewardly paid his respects to the second master, who inquired, "Who permitted you to bring her into the residence?" Stawatli Raplia. The third young lady pointed out the small courtyard and instructed us to investigate whether she is the second master's concubine. If so, she should be brought back to the manor. If we are to accommodate the duke's concubine, it stands to reason that the second master's should be welcomed as well. The second master tightened his grip on the reins, the veins on his hand bulging with tension. He had never anticipated that his secret of keeping a concubine would be exposed by his own daughter. With the woman already taken to the duke's residence, there was no way to conceal this matter any longer. Steeling himself, the second master entered the manor and proceeded to the show and hall. Upon his arrival, every gaze turned towards him, and the old matriarch's fury struck him like a thunderbolt. "What have you done? Keeping a concubine? How can you face Shuron?" Shuron was the given name of the second madam. The second madam sat there, her eyes redder than those of Lady Yun, remaining silent throughout, unable to voice her thoughts. The concubine was indeed kept by the second master, and it was Shen Wu who had arranged for her return. Shen Wu even advised Lady Yun to be magnanimous to avoid being labeled as jealous. If there were to be any disputes or outbursts, it would surely be her who would be seen as the jealous one. The second master, too, remained silent. The fact of keeping a concubine was undeniable, and he could not refute it. The old matriarch, in a fit of rage, demanded, "What is the situation with this concubine? You truly know how to feign ignorance." The second madam and Shen Wu were unaware that Yi Kai Wei was the second master's illegitimate daughter. How could the old matriarch, who doted on Yi Kai Wei, possibly be in the dark? Wouldn't she inquire about the whereabouts of Yi Kai Wei's mother, having indulged the second master's affair? Now that it was exposed, she pretended to be oblivious. Once Yi Kai Wei's true lineage was revealed, one could only wonder how the second madam would react towards this complicit old matriarch. Lady Yun interjected, "Old matriarch, do not let this distress you. You previously advised me to be magnanimous and accept the concubine. I am aware that my second sister-in-law possesses a forgiving nature. However, the Duke has just declared that no one in the manor is permitted to keep a concubine. If the second master wishes for a concubine, he should do so openly. My second sister-in-law would not object. It is indeed inappropriate to engage in such a disgraceful act that tarnishes the family's reputation and sets a poor example for the younger generation. We should ascertain whether the concubine is with child. If not, she should be sold." The second madam felt a pang of bitterness at these words. She had been prepared for Lady Yun's mockery, expecting her to revel in the second madam's misfortune. To her surprise, Lady Yun supported her instead. Shunji was taken aback by Lady Yun's involvement in the affairs of the second house. Yet he had indeed stated that no concubines were to be kept within the manor. Assuming Lady Yun was thinking from her own perspective, he promptly agreed. Let us proceed, as the Duke's wife has suggested. She cannot be sold. Shunji, perplexed, questioned, what is so sacred about a concubine that she cannot be sold? Of course, she could not be sold. After all, she was the mother of Ye Kaiwei. Realizing he had been mistaken, he understood that the second master was the one keeping the concubine. The old matriarch had discreetly signaled, and a maidservant took Ye Kaiwei to the back hall. Should they attempt to sell Aunt May, it was certain that Ye Kaiwei would not hesitate to intervene. The illegitimate daughter posing as General Ye's child, having even been granted the title of county princess by the emperor, if this matter were to come to light. The second master would not only face Shunji's wrath, but also that of the empress. Do not speak of titles and promotions, as it remains uncertain whether the elder gentleman will ever hold an official position again. The very reason the matriarch and the elder gentleman cannot part with Mei Yin-yang is that Yun's family demand her sale, adding insult to injury. This is merely an affront to the second madam. Yet the elder gentleman's reluctance to relinquish his concubine is indeed the most piercing blow. If she cannot be sold, a justification must be provided. The elder gentleman stammered, She is not just any concubine. She is the sister of the governor of Qingzhou. Years ago, when I was assigned to Qingzhou, I was intoxicated. I did not dare to bring her into the residence. Thus, she was kept outside. Shen Wan was aware of the governor of Qingzhou, a loyal confidant of the elder gentleman, who had risen rapidly to the position of Minister of Revenue in but a few years, a remarkable ascent. However, she was unaware of this connection. Yin remarked, the governor's sister holds a significant status, and given the elder gentleman's misdeeds, she could at the very least be considered a favored concubine, yet she willingly remains outside, bearing the stigma of a concubine. It seems, as the second sister-in-law suggested, she might truly be content as a minor second wife in the shadows. Chapter 35. Sealing the mouth, the sister of the governor, certainly cannot be casually sold off, especially since the second master has forbidden it. The old matriarch restrained the second mistress, who was teetering on the edge of fury, advising that this matter should be deliberated at length. The second mistress, her nails digging in her flesh beneath her sleeves, remained silent. Yin inquired, what does the old matriarch imply? The old matriarch, displeased with Yun's probing, retorted curtly, the second master is due for a transfer, and there is hope for his promotion. At this critical juncture, should news of him keeping a concubine leak out, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his prospects. Do I need to elaborate on what is of greater consequence? Yin, realizing the weight of the situation, ceased her inquiries and merely regarded Shunji. Shunji understood that the old matriarch valued the second master's future, yet the second master's scandalous behavior was intolerable. Where was the authority of the head of the family? Come here, drag the second master away and administer 30 strokes as punishment. Then confine him to the ancestral hall for 3 days of reflection. The old matriarch wished to intercede on behalf of the second master, but Shunji stated, a 3-day leave will not affect his transfer. But if we indulge him now, how shall we discipline the younger generation and household? If the roots are corrupt, the estate of the Duke of Gua shall be hard to preserve. The gravity of the situation does not require further elaboration. With that, Shunji departed, having returned for lunch, with plans to visit the military camp in the afternoon. Upholding the family's dignity, the old matriarch dared not show favoritism. After Shunji left, she issued a gag order. No one in the household was to discuss the second master's affair. Anyone who dared to spread the word would face her wrath. After the commotion subsided, the second master was punished and sent to the ancestral hall. Shen Wan accompanied Yun as they left. Once outside the Shoan hall, with no one around, Yin cautioned Shen Wan, this matter must not reach your father's ears, or it would surely infuriate him. Shen Wan nodded, therefore, mother, your lips must remain sealed. Yin found it perplexing that her daughter was leading her by the nose. Initially, Yin was skeptical about Shen Wan's claim that Yi Kaiwei was the second master's illegitimate daughter, but upon learning of the second master's mistress, she was now convinced. Shen Wan, clutching her mother's arm, whispered, "Mother, your acting skills are superb. Not only have you deceived them, but I too am almost convinced. And father, seeing you misunderstood, was so flustered." Yin glared at Shen Wan. "And yet you say your father is not furious." Recalling Shen Ji's expression as he left, one that suggested he wished to carry her away, Yin felt a headache coming on. Shen Wan felt a twinge of guilt towards her father. But to thwart the second master's promotion, she had to let her father endure some distress. The old matriarch's gag order was effective. Not a single soul dared to voice an opinion within the household. However, the following day, as Shen Ji attended court, several ministers accused him of keeping a mistress, leaving Shen Ji utterly bewildered. He had punished the second master and ordered him to reflect, yet hoped this scandal would not impede the second master's career. The old matriarch had enforced silence within the household, so how could these censors have learned of it? Shen Ji was unaware that this was the handiwork of Shen Wan. The letter had not been casually placed, for the wife of Inspector Li also frequented that shop. 6 months prior, Inspector Li had lodged a formal complaint against Shen Ji, and in a fit of anger, Shen Ji had struck him, leaving the poor inspector bedridden for over half a month. Madame Li wishes to ascertain whether Shen Ji is maintaining a concubine, and whether it is possible for this information to escape the notice of Inspector Li, or for other colleagues to refrain from amplifying the matter. Shen Ji, wielding military power and possessing considerable esteem within the army, finds himself in a precarious situation. As a noble lady, he is entitled to marry belongs to a lesser lineage. Moreover, he is compelled by Madame Li to refrain from taking a concubine, resorting instead to clandestinely maintaining an extramarital affair, which severely tarnishes his image and reputation. Several inspectors, who have historically been at odds with Shen Ji, passionately drafted their impeachment memorials, infused with fervor and eloquence. Furthermore, ministers with grievances against Shen Ji eagerly seized the opportunity to exacerbate his plight, branding him as overly submissive to his wife. Shen Ji is beset by a profound headache. Preserving the reputation of the elder master would inevitably cost him his own standing, and acknowledging the matter before the emperor would amount to treachery. Nevertheless, a number of ministers remained skeptical of Shen Ji's alleged submissiveness and his involvement with a concubine, including the emperor himself, who questions the veracity of the inspector's accusations. With no recourse, Shen Ji is compelled to report the uproar concerning the concubine that erupted in his residence the previous day to the emperor, and then address those inspectors who believe they have ensnared him in wrongdoing, asking if they could clarify the facts before proceeding with their impeachment. The inspectors, taken aback to discover that the concubine in question pertains to the elder master, hastily asserted their right to report on the matter, emphasizing that even if the Duke of Zheng is not the one maintaining a concubine, Shen Lu's actions warrant severe punishment as a deterrent. The scandal involving the elder master has even implicated his elder brother, and though Shen Ji claims to have disciplined the elder master, the emperor still imposes a year-long salary penalty on him, effectively stalling any prospects of promotion for the time being. Upon hearing of the elder master's punishment, the matriarch of the duke's household turned pale, nearly crushing the sandalwood prayer beads in her grip. How could this affair have reached the ears of the inspectors? The fourth lady also found it perplexing. The matriarch had issued a gag order, and no one within the household dared to speak of it, making it seem unlikely that the news would leak. Furthermore, if it were to spread, it should have been an impeachment against the elder master, not Shen Ji. Shen Wan sat there, shifting restlessly, pondering whether it had anything to do with that letter. The matriarch cast a glance at her. Shen Wan replied, "Yesterday, third sister snatched my letter to show to mother. In my anger, I retrieved the letter and, in a fit of rage, tossed it aside, and coincidentally, it fell at Inspector Li's wife's feet. I thought it didn't explicitly name father as the one maintaining a concubine, so I didn't ask the maid to retrieve it." The matriarch felt a wave of dizziness, but could not bring herself to scold Shen Wan. Shen Wan had intended to keep it from Yun, suspecting ill intentions behind the letter, and it was Shen Wu's penchant for drama that led to Yun discovering it. resulting in the subsequent events. In a bid for advancement, the elder master had been cultivating relationships over the past 6 months, sending out countless gifts, and now, at this critical juncture, being penalized by the emperor rendered all previous efforts futile. The second lady did not come to pay her respects to the matriarch today. Nor did Shen Wu. The matriarch dismissed everyone, and Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei took their leave. Once outside the Shoan Hall, Shen Yao whispered, "Yesterday, second aunt returned to the southern courtyard and nearly fainted upon seeing that concubine." The term concubine was jarring to the ears, and Yi Kaiwei's expression darkened as she reprimanded Shen Yao, saying, "Grandmother forbids any discussion of this matter within the household, yet you dare to mention it." Shen Yao merely pouted in response. "Grandmother forbids discussion about it for the sake of Uncle Heir's future, now that it is common knowledge. What is the point of silencing our tongues? Even if we manage to keep it within the household, the outside world is already aware." Shen Wan disregards Yi Kaiwei's attempts to intervene and seizes the opportunity to speak. "Is Aunt Mei particularly beautiful?" Shen Yao shakes her head, clarifying that Aunt Heir is not angry over looks. She has heard that Aunt Mei is merely a few years younger than Aunt Heir. Shen Wan gasps. "Is she really that old? I had not heard that Aunt Mei has given us younger cousins. I thought she was quite youthful." Shen Wan's silence prompts Shen Yao to ponder the matter, as she is unaware of any new additions to the family. She wonders if it is a case of infertility or if the children are being raised in Qingzhou. Yi Kaiwei grows increasingly alarmed, interrupting Shen Yao. "That's enough. How can juniors discuss the affairs of their elders so freely?" Having just been reprimanded, Shen Yao is already tolerating Yi Kaiwei's impertinence. However, being merely a cousin, Yi Kaiwei assumes she deserves a degree of respect and dares to admonish her. Fearing that Shen Wan might defend Yi Kaiwei, Shen Yao refrains from retaliating, casting a furious glance at Yi Kaiwei before storming off. After Shen Yao departs, Shen Wan regards Yi Kaiwei with a smirk, thinking it was merely a casual exchange between sisters, and her cousin need not take such offense. Yi Kaiwei realizes her reaction was excessive and calmly responds, "I am merely upset that fifth sister takes pleasure in our second uncle's bleak prospects for promotion. His lack of advancement is a significant loss to the Dingwu Duke's residence. One tree cannot make a forest. The Dingwu Duke's household cannot rely solely on our eldest uncle." Chapter 36. The greeting card. The words spoken were not only devoid of flaws, but also exuded a certain grandeur. Unfortunately, the second master was not a sturdy tree, but rather a creeping vine, ambitiously intent on strangling the towering tree of heaven to usurp its place. Shen Wan merely smiled in response. Yi Kaiwei remarked that the emperor had such faith in her maternal uncle, although the second uncle's keeping of a concubine was questionable. His dedication to the affairs of the court was commendable. She urged her cousin to plead with her uncle on behalf of the emperor, emphasizing that this issue should not tarnish the second uncle's prospects in his career. Yi Kaiwei's voice carried a hint of urgency, for if this matter hindered the second master's promotion, the old madam and the entire second branch would look down upon concubine Mei, particularly the second madam, whose methods of torment were likely to exceed their imagination. Concubine Mei was well cared for outside, and Yi Kaiwei felt no concern. However, once she entered the estate and came under the watchful eye of the second madam, her fate would become uncertain. Though she had the backing of an uncle who was the governor of Qingzhou, a concubine remained just that. If the second madam wished to eliminate concubine Mei, she had myriad ways to do so, quietly and without a trace. Yi Kaiwei's eyelids bore a faint hue of fatigue, indicative of a restless night. Shen Wan noted her unease and chuckled softly, reminding her that a single tree cannot form a forest. Surely their father was aware of this truth, without needing their reminder. Concern for concubine Mei necessitated such roundabout discussions, and Shen Wan felt a pang of sympathy. She resolved to quickly return Yi Kaiwei to the second branch so that she could openly express her concern for her biological mother. 3 days passed, and the second master was assisted back to the southern courtyard. Within half an hour, news of concubine Mei's punishment spread. As soon as the second master returned, the second madam summoned concubine Mei to serve him. The maidservant prepared medicine for the second master, and the second madam instructed concubine Mei to administer it. The medicine bowl was scalding hot, and concubine Mei, unable to hold it steady, spilled the concoction. In a fit of rage, the second madam punished her to kneel in the courtyard until the medicine was prepared anew. The second master was acutely aware that the second madam was deliberately trying to assert her dominance over concubine Mei in his presence. His indulgence in keeping a concubine was already indefensible. After nearly 20 years of sharing a bed with the second madam, he was well acquainted with her temperament. The more he protected concubine Mei, the more suffering she would endure. At this moment, the second master was consumed by a desire to uncover how the secret of his concubine had leaked, especially since even his closest attendant was oblivious to it. He had concealed his affairs well, having procured 2 adjacent small courtyards not far from the government office where he worked. He would often retreat there to rest, never using the front entrance, but rather slipping into his own courtyard and then climbing over the wall to visit concubine Mei. Shen Wan had enlisted Yun Yin to investigate whether the second master had indeed kept a concubine, and over the past few days, Yun Yin had been meticulously tracking the second master's whereabouts. The second master's frequent visits to the small courtyard had drawn Yun Yin's attention. However, suspicion alone was insufficient. It was only after witnessing the second master climbing the wall to see concubine Mei that he felt compelled to inform Shen Wan of the matter. On this particular day, after breakfast, Shen Wan, accompanied by Hong Xiao, went to Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the old madam. After a quarter of an hour, as they prepared to return to Mingyue Garden, a maidservant entered, holding a greeting card. She reported, "Old madam, the Marchioness of Xiaoping has sent a greeting card into the estate." The laughter and chatter within the room abruptly ceased, and all eyes fell upon the greeting card in the maidservant's hand. 2 years have passed since Shun Yu and the heir of the Yongqing Marquis fell into the water together, leading to the withdrawal of the marriage proposal by the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis. Although the Duke of Dinghui's residence and the Xiaoping Marquis' household did not openly sever ties, their interactions had significantly dwindled. Whenever there was a celebration at the Duke of Dinghui's estate, a token of congratulations would be sent by the Xiaoping Marquis as steward. Yet the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis would refrain from visiting in person. The same was true for any festivities held by the Xiaoping Marquis. They maintained a semblance of acquaintance, primarily due to Shen Ji and the Xiaoping Marquis serving together in the court. The sudden arrival of a visiting card piqued the curiosity of the old lady regarding the purpose of the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis' visit to the Duke of Dinghui's residence. The third lady turned to the old lady and remarked that she had heard upon leaving the estate yesterday that the heir of the Xiaoping Marquis had been residing at the Hubei Temple these past few days. This was something the third lady had intended to mention earlier, but being of a secondary branch, she was accustomed to being cautious. The lady of the Xiaoping Marquis had once come to withdraw the engagement, forcing Shun Yu to marry the heir of Yongqing Marquis, which nearly cost her life. Though Shen Ji and the Yun family did not voice their grievances, it was impossible for them to harbor no resentment. The heir of the Xiaoping Marquis was one who was a divorced woman, destined to remain in the company of dim lights and ancient Buddha statues, which had no bearing on the Duke of Dinghui's household. The third lady feared that speaking out might draw the old lady's reprimand, and since the news would inevitably reach the Duke of Dinghui's residence, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Now that the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis had sent a visiting card, everyone was puzzled by her intentions. The third lady seized this opportunity to clarify their doubts. Knowing no one would criticize her for doing so, the visiting card was returned, and the old lady, holding her teacup, adopted a cool demeanor. No one responded, nor did they even glance at the card, and the maidservants withdrew. Shen Wan said nothing either, although she believed her elder sister would be treated well by the Xiaoping Marquis as heir. The household comprised more than just him. The withdrawal of the engagement had caused her elder sister much suffering, and to welcome the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis with warmth would only invite further disdain. The fourth lady remarked that the Taoist outside the Hubei Temple was indeed formidable. Did the eldest sister consult with him regarding Xinyu? Yun Shi shook her head, stating that she had not sought the Taoist counsel for Xinyu. Firstly, she feared an unfavorable prediction and thus refrained, and secondly, she had been preoccupied with Shen Wan's situation, worrying for her life due to her not marrying, leaving no room for concern for Xinyu. The old lady noted that both the heir of the Zheng Duke and the heir of the Guidi Marquis were commendable prospects, yet regrettably. They were not fated for Shen Wan. 3 months had elapsed, though not an extensive period. It was prudent to act swiftly and secure a marriage arrangement to ensure peace of mind. Yun Shi wished fervently to finalize Shen Wan's marriage, yet in recent days, no suitors had come forth, leaving her anxious and powerless. Shen Wan, overwhelmed by frustration, decided against returning directly to Mingyue courtyard and instead sought solace by the lakeside. "Is your mood not well, little sister?" came the voice of Shun Li unexpectedly. Shen Wan turned to see her elder brother approaching, and she replied, "Elder brother, you have returned." Distrusting Hong Xiao, she dismissed her, saying, "I wish to speak with my brother for a moment. Please fetch 2 cups of tea." Once Hong Xiao departed, Shen Li leaned in and inquired, "Sister, be honest with me. Was it you who sent the Taoist to obstruct the engagement of the heir of the Guadidi Marquis?" Shen Li departed from the capital for matters of business, primarily due to the instructions from Shen Ji, but also out of concern that remaining in the residence would allow Shen Wan to thwart the engagement. He was convinced that once he left, the betrothal would undoubtedly be finalized. To his surprise, in his absence, the engagement still fell through, disrupted by the emergence of a Taoist priest. His intuition hinted that this incident was somehow connected to Shen Wan. It was better not to mention the Taoist. However, the mere mention of Shen Wan ignited his ire. If that Taoist were one of his own, would he be so treacherous? Upon reflection, Shen Li mused that it was unlikely for the same Taoist to simultaneously undermine his sister's engagement while proclaiming that she must marry within 3 months, lest her life be in peril. Shen Li inquired, "So, are you troubled by the words of the Taoist?" Shen Wan remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Shen Li chuckled. "If my sister desires to wed, 3 months are unnecessary. A mere month will suffice. In a couple of days, I shall summon reputable young gentlemen of noble lineage into the residence for your selection." Upon witnessing the earnest expression on Shen Li's face, Shen Wan genuinely feared his intentions and quickly interjected, "Elder brother, please do not act recklessly." Shen Li replied, "This time, it is not recklessness. It is obedience to a directive." Shen Wan furrowed her brow. Shen Li continued with a smile, "It is our father who has instructed me to do so, allowing you to choose someone to your liking, provided they possess decent character and are not of royal blood. He will consent to the marriage." Chapter 37. A glimpse as the elder brother, he decided to screen potential suitors for his sister first, allowing her to make the final choice. If she failed to find a suitable match, it would be an affront to reason itself. Shen Wan felt a heavy weight on her forehead. What noble scion lacked pride? Her brother seemed unconcerned that they might discover he had invited them to the estate for her selection, which could lead to a rather unpleasant confrontation. "Brother, do not heed Father's wishes," Shen Li remarked. "Is it possible to disregard them? Besides, this is something I genuinely wish to undertake. Ensuring my sister's well-being is my unassailable duty as her elder brother." Shen Wan sensed that this was a matter beyond her ability to prevent. Feeling somewhat disheartened and puzzled, she questioned why their father forbade her from marrying into the royal family. In her previous life, Shen Ji had prohibited her from marrying Xiao Yun, and she had assumed it was due to a reluctance to involve themselves in the struggle for the throne or a disdain for Xiao Yun's character. In this life, however, the directive was explicit: no union with the royal lineage. There were numerous eligible suitors among the royal clans, at least a dozen of commendable character, who had no stake in the imperial ambitions. Shen Li had inquired, but Shen Ji remained silent on the matter. He speculated that their father, wielding military power, had managed to avoid arousing the emperor's suspicion, and once entangled with the royal authority, their situation could become precarious. Moreover, marrying into the lofty aristocracy would require their father to bow to his own son-in-law, which could lead to complications. The court was rife with matrimonial alliances that served as stepping stones to advancement, yet their father only wished to shield her beneath his protective wing, ensuring a tranquil life. Tears welled in Shen Wan's eyes. However, the thought of marriage filled her with dread. The heir of the king of Jingbei possesses an outstanding lineage, appearance, and character, and father speaks highly of him. What are your thoughts, sister? Shen Li pressa. If you're to select a husband, I must also consider Xie Jingyu. Do you wish for me to jeopardize your future? Shen Wan replied, You may invite whomever you wish into our home, but not him. Why not? Shen asked, perplexed. If you cannot find merit even in the heir of the king of Jingbei, then who in the capital could possibly meet your standards? If word spreads, it is likely that no one would dare seek your hand, leaving us with no choice but to implore the emperor for a forced marriage. Shen Wan's mind buzzed with confusion. How was she to respond? The king of Jingbei was of a different surname, wielding military power, and held a position in the court that surpassed even their father. His lineage was impeccable, his looks unparalleled, and while his character had certainly suffered due to past betrayals, he had recently demonstrated admirable qualities by saving her elder sister's life, making it difficult for Shen Wan to speak ill of him. Countless noble ladies in the capital desired to marry Xie Jingyu, their aspirations stretching from the Duke of Jingbei's estate to the outskirts of the city. But so what? Xie Jingyu had his own affections, and even the emperor could not impose a match upon him. Their father and brother were equally unlikely to succeed in such endeavors. I marry into the royal family, and father fears the emperor's jealousy. Yet, if the Duke of Jingbei's estate seeks to ally with the king of Jingbei, why does father not harbor similar fears? Shen was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. He had not perceived such concerns in their father. It appeared that the reason for his unwillingness to allow his daughter to wed into royalty was not the apprehension Shen had surmised. Fearing that Shen would disregard her advice, Shen Wan endeavored to gently persuade him. Furthermore, the crown prince of Jingbei had visited the Duke of Jingbei's residence on numerous occasions. If he had genuine intentions towards her, he would have proposed by now. Knowing that he harbored no such feelings, extending an invitation to him seemed nothing short of self-deprecation. To her surprise, her father shared this sentiment, and she was taken aback to realize that her younger sister felt the same. Shen was uncertain why he believed that Xie Jingyu had some affection for his sister. Hence, he decided not to invite him. Not only did he refrain from the invitation, but he also felt an urge to confront Xie Jingyu. After Shen Li's departure, Shen Wan's worries intensified rather than diminished. Was she truly destined for marriage? In recent days, she had grappled with this dilemma, striving to extricate herself from this predicament. Yet, she could not conceive a solution that would satisfy all parties involved. To make matters worse, her parents were pressing for a swift resolution, despite having 3 months. They seemed eager to marry her off within mere days, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen complications. Her elder brother was particularly efficient, promising to arrange a poetry gathering and inviting a multitude of young nobles to their residence. He did not even bother to craft a compelling reason, as his own poetry was hardly worthy of such an event. As the day approached, Shen Wan found herself retreating, reluctant to venture into the front courtyard. However, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei were eager to attend, insisting that she could not let her brother's efforts go to waste. The two nearly propelled Shen Wan out of Minghui courtyard. Although she was hesitant, they had no justification to visit the front courtyard without her. They were curious to see which young nobles her brother had invited. Shen Wan resisted fiercely, yet deep down, she knew she could not evade this situation. As Yi Kaiwei had pointed out, her father would choose a suitor of respectable lineage and character, though he may not align with her desires. If she were to choose herself, at least she could select someone she favored. The dilemma, however, was that she had no one she particularly liked. Yet, on the journey there, Shen Wan began to shift her perspective. She did not necessarily seek a husband. Rather, she could seek allies. With a change in mindset, acceptance became much more attainable. Upon reaching the second gate, she had fully reconciled her thoughts, her steps lighter and imbued with a sense of urgency. However, as she exited the gate and encountered the approaching figure, her buoyant mood faltered. The individual approaching was none other than Xie Jingyu, the crown prince of Jingbei. Despite her attempts to dissuade her brother from inviting him, he had evidently forgotten her pleas and still welcomed him into their abode. Observing his displeased expression, Shen Wan wondered if her brother had coerced him into attending. She understood that her brother's intentions were rooted in care, yet she truly did not require such interventions. Regardless of his sour demeanor, he had saved her elder sister's life, prompting Shen Wan to muster an awkward yet courteous smile, which only deepened Xie Jingyu's scowl. As she proceeded toward her brother's courtyard, Before even stepping inside, she could hear boisterous laughter emanating from within. Upon entering, her vision darkened momentarily. The room was filled with guests. Shen Wan had anticipated a modest gathering of 7 or 8, yet her brother had invited 20 to 30 individuals, reminiscent of an emperor selecting a consort. Shen Wan, Shen Wu, and Yi Kaiwei were equally taken aback. However, after a moment of observation, they exchanged glances, their envy gradually dissipating. There are numerous individuals present, yet few possess noble status, with the most esteemed being the crown prince of Jingbei. In the eyes of Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei, only those with greater influence than the Duke of Ding's household are deemed to have a distinguished lineage. Even if the other party is a young master of a duke's family, they are still considered ordinary. Shen Ji wields military power, and the Yun family is wealthier than nations. For them to possess the familial status of Shen Wan, it would only be plausible if it were the crown prince. Otherwise, they would not marry anyone. No, it is not a matter of whom they marry, but rather, who is the crown prince? When Shen Wan approached, Shen Li introduced her to the young gentlemen of noble families he had invited, though it was quite unnecessary, for who does not recognize Shen Wan? Shen Wan pulled Shen Li aside and whispered, "Did we not agree not to invite the crown prince of Jingbei? Why is he here?" Shen Li replied, "This time, I am wrongly accused. Everyone in this courtyard was invited by me, except for him." Shen Wan inquired, "Then how did he arrive?" "He was brought here by the young master of Lingjiang Marquis. Since he came, we cannot deny him entry into the residence. Just pretend he is not here and choose among the others." For some reason, with Xie Jingyu present, she felt utterly uneasy, unable to muster the will to seek allies, only wishing to leave promptly. However, Shen Li had gone to such lengths. How could he allow her to depart easily? Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei had no desire to leave either, forcing Shen Wan to remain, her gaze flitting about while sipping tea. The young masters of noble families were enjoying themselves immensely, regardless of Shen Li's intentions in inviting them. The gathering was lively. Xie Jingyu sat there, his expression darkening by the moment, eventually raising a hand to press against his chest. Chuyang noticed and asked, "What is wrong? Does your heart ache?" "No, I am delighted." The words were nearly squeezed out through clenched teeth. Who appears so glum while claiming to be happy? He was not blind. Chuyang was curious, wondering who could provoke Xie Jingyu to such a state. Chapter 38. Understanding within Chu Yang's heart, the flames of gossip were ablaze, ignited by the curiosity of who dared to provoke Xie Jingyu. Upon reflection, he discovered that it was, in fact, himself who had instigated this. For the glint in Xie Jingyu's gaze concealed the blade. Chuyang, he had done nothing at all. Heaven have mercy, even if he possessed 100-fold courage. He would not dare to provoke this formidable figure. Shen Wan's gaze frequently traversed past Xie Jingyu, landing upon Chuyang. In a previous life, the Marquis of Linjiang maintained a neutral stance, abstaining from the struggle for succession. However, due to Xiao Yun's narrow-mindedness in ascending to that position, the Marquis of Linjiang's household faced decline. Once, after a disrespectful remark, the Marquis lost his title and departed from the tumultuous capital. Subsequently, Xie Jingyu rebelled, and Chuyang followed him, achieving unparalleled success on the battlefield, serving as Xie Jingyu's right-hand man. When Xie Jingyu stormed the capital and ascended to the throne, he bestowed upon Chuyang the title of a prince of a different surname. Among the noble scions invited by Shen Li, Chuyang's fate was the most favorable. If one had to choose an unfavorable option, it would be illogical not to select him. Yet, how could she persuade the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang to lend her the position of his wife for 2 years? She had nothing of value to barter. Could she purchase it? The heir of the Marquis of Linjiang was not lacking in wealth. Shen Wan wore a look of despair. Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei observed her distress, mistakenly believing that Shen Wan was infatuated with the heir of the king of Jingbei. After all, the choices lay between Chuyang and Xie Jingyu. While the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang was commendable, he paled in comparison to the heir of the king of Jingbei. Even a fool would recognize which option was preferable. Unfortunately, this match was destined to falter. The union between the king of Jingbei and the Duke of Dinghua, both wielding formidable military power, surely left the emperor sleepless at night. Shen Wu whispered that they had lingered long enough and it was time to depart. Shen Wan had long wished to leave and promptly rose. Upon seeing Shen Wan's departure, Shen Li lost interest in the poetry gathering. He was not adept in poetry and found horse riding and hunting far more enjoyable. He suggested they venture outside the city for a horse race, offering to treat them to a hot spring. When it came to amusement, Shen was the one to lead. This proposal received unanimous agreement. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei intended to visit Shen Hall, but Shen Wan, disinterested, parted ways with them. On her way back to Minghua Courtyard, Shen Wan was lost in thought. As she passed by an artificial hill, her wrist was suddenly seized, startling her. A glance revealed a strikingly handsome face, accompanied by a pair of eyes filled with suppressed fury. Before Shen Wan could react, she was pulled into the hidden recesses of the hill. Her back collided painfully with the stone, sending tremors through her forehead. What was this scoundrel doing here in the inner courtyard when he was supposed to be in the front yard? Just as she had begun to develop a slight fondness for him, he engaged in such bullying. Shen Wan found herself pinned against the artificial hill, unable to break free, and could only glare at him defiantly. What madness is this? Let me go. Xie Jingyu regarded Shen Wan, whose eyes burned with anger. Organizing a poetry gathering and inviting those noble scions into the residence. Was that your idea or your elder brother's? Shen Wan, why was this person so insatiably curious? It was my father's idea. Xie Jingyu's expression stiffened, as if his heart had been struck by some unseen force. He struggled to articulate. Is it the Duke of Dinghua who forbade the invitation to me? Why inquire so meticulously? This individual appears to have an abundance of leisure time, presuming her father enjoys a similar idleness. It was I who did not permit your invitation. Xie Jingyu's expression darkened further. How could one deny my invitation, yet speak with such audacity? Are you aware of my current intentions? Observing the flickering flames of anger in his eyes sent a chill down Shen Wan's spine as she hastily shielded her neck. Xie Jingyu found himself both infuriated and amused. You truly understand me. Shen Wan failed to detect the venom in his words. Hence I chose not to invite you. My elder brother merely borrowed the occasion of a poetry gathering to invite those scions of noble families to the estate, allowing me to select a preferred suitor. Inviting you would be a futile endeavor, wouldn't it? Xie Jingyu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. So you never once contemplated me as your husband? The term husband uttered from his lips stirred an unusual sensation within Shen Wan. She quickly shook her head, declaring her inability to accept, for you saved my elder sister's life. And I cannot repay kindness with malice. Aware of his volatile temperament, Shen Wan sought to placate him, emphasizing the urgency of dismissing him. It was a jest to consider him as a husband. What difference was it from walking into a tiger's den? She wished to live a few more years. Xie Jingyu chuckled. So you intend to bring ruin upon the heir of Linjiang Marquis? Shen Wan retorted. You are the true calamity. Wait. Shen Wan looked up at him. How did you know I was considering the heir of Linjiang Marquis? How dare you ask? Xie Jingyu's words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. Your eyes are practically affixed to him. Any observer would discern it, provided they were not blind. Shen Wan felt a pang of embarrassment. Indeed, she had gazed at Chu Yang several times, but her interest in him had no bearing on his affairs. Xie Jingyu seemed to sense her thoughts and remarked, I do not wish for my relationship with him to be affected by you. Shen Wan retorted, How could I possibly influence your brotherly bond? Xie Jingyu scrutinized her. Do you believe that given our current posture of conversation, you are suited to marry him? It seems rather inappropriate. If she were to marry Chu Yang, it would render her the wife of his brother. If this could be concealed for a lifetime, it would be manageable, but if not, it would certainly create an awkwardness that could sever brotherhood. Yet the crux of the matter was that she was not genuinely marrying the heir of Linjiang Marquis. Despite her worries about persuading him, she found herself stymied by Xie Jingyu. Shen Wan felt a surge of frustration. I simply will not choose him. However, this response failed to satisfy Xie Jingyu, and he grew even more displeased. I had thought you genuinely favored the heir of Linjiang Marquis. Yet a mere exchange of words has led you to abandon your aspirations. Do you treat your lifelong commitment so casually? Should she wish to marry the heir of Linjiang Marquis, he would not consent. If she was compelled to relinquish her intentions, he mocked her. What was this imbecile thinking? Shen Wan could no longer contain her irritation. I never intended to marry at all. Heaven knows which scoundrel ensnared me. My parents, fearing for my safety, insisted I wed within 3 months. What could I do? I merely intended to utilize the title of the heir's wife for a year or two, not to truly marry him. If you fear for your brotherly bonds, I shall simply select another. After a prolonged search, I finally found a suitable candidate, and now I must begin anew. Shen Wan was exceedingly vexed. Xie Jingyu's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. I shall lend it to you, he stated. Shen Wan, taken aback, questioned whether she was hallucinating, her astonishment evident as she gazed at Xie Jingyu. Have you lost your mind? Xie Jingyu's expression darkened noticeably. Shen Wan cast a glance, the psychological shadows that had been suppressed instantly resurfacing, her voice trembling slightly as she replied, I appreciate your goodwill, but with the upcoming birthday banquet of the Duke of Xinghua, it would be prudent for you to safeguard your mother's life first. Otherwise, after 3 years of mourning, you shall find yourself unable to wed anyone. With that, Shen Wan hastily pushed past Xie Jingyu and departed. In her previous life, during her period of mourning, she was unable to marry the one she loved, and the frustration had been unjustly vented upon her. If she were to truly marry him, being under his watchful gaze daily, she feared she would struggle to endure even a month, let alone a year or two. Chapter 39. Monthly allowance outside the artificial hill. Coral anxiously awaited. She had witnessed Shen Wan being led into the hill by Xie Jingyu, stifling her scream in fear, desperately holding back her voice. Too afraid to call for help or enter the hill, and worried about being discovered by others, she could only remain outside, feeling as if she were becoming an accomplice to the crown Prince of Jingbei. As Shen Wan emerged, Coral hurried to greet her, whispering, The crown Prince of Jingbei hasn't mistreated you, has he? How could he not? Aside from the time he saved her elder sister, there was scarcely a moment when he hadn't been overbearing. Yet, owing to that single act of heroism, she could tolerate his bullying to a certain extent. Shen Wan was on her way back to Mingyue Courtyard when Yunshi arrived, and Shen Wan called out, Mother. Yunshi smiled and inquired, Have you met those young lords from noble families? Shen Wan nodded slightly. Yunshi continued, Did any of them catch your eye? Shen Wan decisively shook her head. Yunshi frowned. Your elder brother has invited over 20 into the residence, and not a single one has piqued your interest, while a daughter may be discerning. Such fastidiousness was excessive. Shen Wan clung to Yunshi's arm, playfully asserting, I merely glanced at them from afar. How could one make a decision based on a mere glance? I've already met those people at the previous banquet. There was no need for my brother to go through the trouble of inviting them again. After all, marriage is a significant lifelong commitment. Surely, Mother and Father will allow me to choose at my leisure. With 3 months at our disposal, there's no need to rush. Yunshi caressed Shen Wan's face, marveling at how much she had grown in such a short time, noting that 3 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Shen Wan asked, Could you grant me a month's time to decide? Yunshi chided, If you can't even choose from those invited to the residence, how do you expect to make a selection while they are here? Shen Wan promptly replied, I can always stroll through the streets in my spare time. Yunshi was amused, playfully poking Shen Wan's forehead. You're so carefree, showing no sign of urgency. Very well, I shall grant you another month to choose. If by then you still cannot decide, you will marry whoever your father deems suitable. Shen Wan eagerly nodded. Then, for this month, if anyone comes to propose, you must refuse them. Yunshi assured, If they are unsuitable, I will certainly decline. The implication being, if someone were indeed suitable, she and Shinji would acquiesce. Shen Wan dared not push her luck further. Perhaps fortune would smile upon her, and no suitors would come knocking during this month. There was no need to fret over matters that had yet to materialize. It would be wise to address them only when they arose. As she made her way back to Mingyue Courtyard, Yunshi noticed some dirt on Shen Wan's back, remarking, How did you get so dusty? Coral, having not noticed, hurriedly brushed it off. Shen Wan had bumped her back against the artificial hill, feeling a twinge of pain as Coral's vigorous patting only intensified it, causing Shen Wan to silently curse Xie Jingyu multiple times in her heart. After questioning Shen Wan, Yunshi returned to Mingyue Courtyard, where Shen Yu also inquired about her. By evening, Shen Li returned to the residence and came to Mingyue Courtyard to ask Shen Wan once more. seeing that Shen Wan had not found anyone to her liking. Shunli remained undeterred. Sister, are you truly not considering the crown Prince of Jingbei? Shen Wan had lost count of how many times her elder brother had posed this question. Curiously, she asked, Brother, do you so wish to see me married to him? Shenli cleared his throat lightly. Today, his elder brother had invited them to the hot springs. You are my sister, and of course, my brother wishes for you to marry the finest. Shen Wan. She wished to remain oblivious. However, the moment her brother spoke, she understood all too well. Fortunately, her brother was wary of her probing inquiries and fled swiftly. Otherwise, her ungracious expression and flushed ears would have betrayed her. For days, Shen Wan had been restless, unable to sleep well, consumed by the matter of her betrothal. With an entire month of reprieve, she finally enjoyed a sound slumber last night. In the gentle morning light, the warm sun streamed through the window, showering the room in a cascade of golden brilliance. The atmosphere in the estate was buoyant, for today marked the day the Duke's household dispensed monthly allowances. Yi Kaiwei, however, found herself in low spirits. She had compensated Shen Wuqin from the household funds, and Shen Wan had suggested she gradually repay it with her monthly allowance. She had taken it lightly, never anticipating that Shen Wan was serious. Now, she truly found herself without funds. Though Yi Kaiwei was merely a distant cousin, her monthly allowance was equal to Shen Wan's, amounting to 20 taels, while Shen Wuqin had only 18, having fought to secure that amount. This clearly illustrated the kindness bestowed upon her by Shen Ji and the Yun family. Yi Kaiwei realized that her involvement in the matter concerning the Qin had irked Shen Wan. Yet, Shen Wan had a short memory and would likely forget by the next day. Moreover, the Yun family would not genuinely deprive her of her allowance. However, in her current financial straits, she was on the verge of selling her jewelry. She had assumed the Yun family would at least provide her with a few hundred taels, but to her dismay, not only had they given her nothing, but now her monthly allowance had also vanished. Before she went to pay her respects in the morning, the monthly allowances for each courtyard had already been distributed. When Shen Wan encountered Yi Kaiwei at the entrance of Shoan Hall, she noticed her cousin's troubled countenance. Pretending ignorance, Shen Wan inquired with feigned concern, Cousin, why do you look so unwell? Did you not sleep well last night? Yi Kaiwei remained silent. Shen Yao chimed in. Cousin is unhappy because she has no allowance. Shen Wan retorted, Who told you to disregard my words and grandmother's, insisting on compensating third sister for the Qin? Now that you have repaid her, have you seen third sister compensate me for my jade bracelet? Regretting it now, are we? Yi Kaiwei bit her lip, feeling wronged. Cousin, I realize my mistake. Did she think that merely acknowledging her error would restore her allowance? Yi Kaiwei was perhaps overly invested in her own apology. Now, it was too late for regrets. I would not allow mother to provide you with 1,000 taels owed to the household. With that, Shen Wan turned on her heel and departed. Behind her, Yi Kaiwei's eyes brimmed with tears, making it seem as though Shen Wan had unjustly tormented her. Upon entering the house to pay her respects to the matriarch, Shen Yao and Yi Kaiwei trailed in a few steps behind. Seeing Yi Kaiwei's red-rimmed eyes, the matriarch asked, What is the matter? Yi Kaiwei replied, Grandmother, I wish to return to the Yi family for a visit. The matriarch responded, What prompts such a desire? Are you not content residing in the Duke's household? Yi Kaiwei shook her head. I have compensated third cousin for the Qin, yet I have yet to repay second cousin for the jade bracelet. I wish to return to the Yi family to request some funds to bring back. Unable to compel the Yun family to part with money, she intended to return home to exert pressure. If that was her desire, so be it. Shen Wanxin felt a sense of disdain, though her expression remained inscrutable. Her cousin expressed a desire to return to the Yi family, yet there was no need to use the excuse of compensating her for the jade bracelet. It was understandable, however, given that she had grown up in the Yi household and had not returned in 4 years. How could one not long for home? The Yi family had not sent anyone to inquire about her well-being, and with her coming of age and soon to be betrothed, it was indeed time for a visit. Ye Kaiji's Kuntenan Sitifenit. Yun, addressing the old matriarch, acknowledged her oversight. Although she and her husband regarded Kaiwei as their own daughter, she bore the Yi surname. Even if she were to marry into a noble family, it was appropriate for her to return before her marriage. The Duke, occupied with military affairs, would undoubtedly be unable to escort her, and it was uncertain whether the second or fourth masters could spare the time. If necessary, the steward could accompany her with a larger retinue for protection. As Yin made arrangements, Yi Kaiwei grew somewhat anxious. However, the old matriarch would not genuinely send Yi Kaiwei back to the Yi family. After 4 years without a visit, they likely had forgotten her. What purpose would her return serve? Once her marriage was settled, a messenger could simply be sent to notify the Yi family. Shen Wan remarked that her cousin wished to go back. Shen Yao interjected that her elder cousin was only seeking to return due to a lack of monthly allowance. The old matriarch turned to Yun, instructing her to supplement Sai Wei's allowance. The command was delivered with an air of inevitability. Although Yun felt some displeasure, she refrained from voicing it. Shen Wan, however, could not tolerate it. Her cousin had disregarded their grandmother's words, and it was rather indulgent for the matriarch to personally make up for the debts owed to the family on her behalf. Chapter 40. No time directly taking advantage of her mother would tarnish her dignity, hence the convoluted pretense. Shen Wan felt a deep-seated contempt for such behavior. Her mother had spent money yet received no gratitude in return. The favors bestowed by General Yi were merely obligations that her parents owed to Yi Kaiwei. If she were truly her cousin, Shen Wan might have accepted it, but as the illegitimate daughter of the second master, she hardly deserved such consideration. Shen Wan straightforwardly requested the old lady to pay the public account, which caused a significant part of the benevolence on the old lady's face to dissipate. Fourth Madam interjected, questioning how the old lady could be expected to pay. Shen Wan anticipated such a response and promptly inquired, then who ought to bear this expense? Fourth Madam was rendered speechless. She could hardly suggest that it should be Shun Ji and the Yun family. The second madam asserted that no compensation was necessary for the qin, and the old lady also insisted on this, claiming that it was Yi Kaiwei who insisted on repayment. Now that the monthly allowance had been revoked, she was unfairly demanding a return to the Yi family, pressuring Shinji and the Yun family to reimburse her for the funds she had received from the public account. This was unreasonable. With tears streaming down her face, Yi Kaiwei exclaimed, "I do not want my grandmother to cover the debts owed to the public account. I have stayed long enough at the Duke of Dinghua's residence and should return to the Yi family." Despite her sorrowful appearance, it was clear she was being forced into this situation. The old lady's gaze toward Shen Wan was filled with displeasure, provoking Shen Wu to remark, "I see that my second sister cannot bear to see our uncle favoring our cousin. Thus she is deliberately pressuring her to return to the Yi family." Their collaboration was indeed remarkable. One was clamoring to go back to the Yi family, while the other was attributing blame to her. Shen Wan retorted coldly, "Pray, tell me. Third sister, how am I forcing our cousin? Is it by gifting her the only piece of floating light brocade, compelling her to flaunt it before others? Or perhaps by persuading our mother to engage Vice Minister Li from the Inner Academy to coerce her into practicing dance, thereby exhausting her? Or is it by bestowing upon her exquisite jewelry that incites jealousy, forcing her to leave the Duke of Dinghua's residence?" With a series of pointed questions, Shen Wu found herself at a loss for words. The affection Shen Wan held for Yi Kaiwei was well known throughout the capital. It was not something Shen Wu could easily attribute to a desire to oust Yi Kaiwei, should this matter of compensation for the qin become public. The blame for driving Yi Kaiwei away would undeniably fall upon her. In truth, this fire could easily be redirected towards Shen Wu. Yet Shen Wan chose to focus solely on Yi Kaiwei. The cousin, known for her understanding and grace, was acutely aware that compensating for third sister's qin would mean the end of her monthly allowance. Thus, it was nonsensical for her to feel wronged over such a matter. This was not mere obstinacy. She was genuinely yearning for her family, and having been cherished by her parents as if she were their own daughter, she felt unable to express this directly. Instead, she seized this opportunity to voice her desire to visit the Yi family, which was entirely reasonable. Grandmother should not obstruct her. A brief stay would suffice before her prompt return. Yinsher added, "I too believe that Kaiwei is not aggrieved over the loss of her monthly allowance. The Duke and I have never treated her poorly. What I possess, Kaiwei possesses as well, and while I have been considerate towards her, she merely wishes to return to the Yi family for a short visit. Therefore, dear grandmother, please do not be reluctant." Should they pressure her to return to the Yi family, then she would reciprocate by compelling Yi Kaiwei to do the same. The old lady found herself at a loss. Shen Wan and the Yun family spoke of Yi Kaiwei as a reasonable and poised individual. However, if she insisted on the Yun family compensating for the public funds and continued to demand her monthly allowance, it would imply that she was being unreasonable and merely causing a scene over the allowance. Yi Kaiwei remained silent, and Shen Wan directly inquired whether her cousin was truly aggrieved by the lack of funds or merely wishing to return to her family, the Yi family. Yi Kaiwei bit her lip and softly admitted, I wish to return to the Yi family. Shen Wan responded, as expected, among all in the household, I share the closest bond with you, dear cousin. Only I can fathom your thoughts. The atmosphere in the room became stifling upon hearing Shen Wan's almost triumphant tone. It was clear that Miss Yi was indeed causing a stir over the absence of her allowance. But the second Miss and the Duchess of the Guo family never lacked money. They would not regard a mere 20 taels as significant. Therefore, they believed it was not merely about the allowance, and Miss Yi would never admit to such a humiliating pretext. The matriarch suggested, let us discuss your return to the Yi family when the Duke of Guo has time. Given her father's busy schedule, it was unlikely that the matriarch would initiate such a discussion. Over time, the matter would simply fade away. Shen Wan was well aware of the matriarch's intentions. No one else brought up the issue of compensating Yi Kaiwei, and she too did not linger on it. Just then, a maid entered, holding two invitations. One was for the Duke of Xingua's birthday banquet, while the other was a visiting invitation from the Earl of Xiaoping's residence. The matriarch accepted only the invitation from the Duke of Xinghua, stating that any future invitations from the Earl of Xiaoping should be returned without being accepted. Yun's brow furrowed slightly. This was already the third invitation from the Earl of Xiaoping. With her gentle nature, she felt that it was sufficient to ignore the Earl's lady for 2 or 3 times, and that they could acknowledge the next invitation. However, the matriarch not only refused to meet, but also declared that they would no longer accept future invitations. The matriarch remarked, the Earl of Xiaoping's withdrawal from the engagement caused Yuer much distress. The Earl's lady is merely afraid that the words of the priest may come true, that her son, marrying a divorced woman, would live a life of solitude. She does not genuinely regret her decision. You and the Duke must not be too soft-hearted, otherwise, Yuer will suffer the consequences. To concede for her son was also a form of concession. When the Earl's lady came to withdraw from the engagement, now to propose marriage again was already a slap in the face. Countless people in the capital were laughing behind her back, mocking her for entangling herself in her own web. Besides, the daughters of the Duke of Dinghua are not to be bullied by just anyone. Yin was aware that her daughter had affections for the Earl's son, if there was still an intention to form a family alliance. It would be sufficient to express her sentiments without completely humiliating the Earl's lady. Yet, the matriarch's words were also for Shen Yuer's benefit, leaving Yin in a dilemma about defending the Earl's lady. Shen Wan, however, did not believe that the matriarch was acting in Shen Yuer's best interest. On the day of the divorce, the matriarch hoped that Shen Yuer would marry the Earl's son, but she was certain that the Earl's son would not lead a life of solitude for Shen Yuer, nor would the Earl's lady allow her son to suffer such disgrace. The matriarch's affection for the eldest branch had always been superficial. No one knew what lay beneath. Shen Wan stated, Mother, you should heed grandmother's words. If the Earl's lady truly has sincerity, she will come see you. She cannot remain confined to the Dinghua Duke's residence forever. In order for Lady Zhao Ping to publicly advocate for her son to marry her elder sister, it is imperative that she does not dwell on the fact that her sister has been previously wed. After all, one's dignity cannot be flaunted recklessly before the masses. If she fails to accomplish this, the concerns of the matriarch are indeed justified. Yun's clarity of thought was suddenly illuminated. The matriarch cast a surprised glance at Shen Wan. Today, during the affair concerning Yi Kaiwei, Shen Wan had already instilled a sense of unease within her. And with Yun's utterance, she demonstrated a stronger sense of agency. Perhaps she was being overly cautious. After all, what can a girl barely out of her teens possess in terms of decisiveness, especially one who has been pampered since childhood? The matriarch set down her teacup and inquired about Shen Wu's recent practice of the guqin. Shen Wu replied, I practice for at least 2 hours each day. Yet my skills seem to stagnate. Ever since the humiliating incident at the peony banquet hosted by the princess of Shenyang, Shen Wu had been devising ways to restore her lost honor. As long as she refrained from deceit and dazzled others with her genuine talent, the previous incident would be forgotten. Among the arts of music, chess, literature, and poetry, her forte lay in playing the guqin, and she could only dedicate her efforts towards this pursuit. However, regardless of her attempts, progress eluded her. She suspected her instrument was inadequate, which led her to conspire with Yi Kaiwei to acquire a more expensive guqin. Yet, even after the switch, her situation remained unchanged. Should she fail to regain her dignity, she would be too ashamed to face anyone outside her home. The matriarch remarked, "It appears that mere diligence is insufficient. It would be prudent to invite a skilled instructor from the Inner Music Academy to provide guidance." The second lady turned to Yun and said, "I must trouble you, elder sister." Yun smiled and replied, "This matter must be handled by you, dear sister. I truly lack the time." The matriarch furrowed her brow slightly. "Are you that busy?" Yin responded, "Is it not for one our marriage? The Duke has assured us there is no rush for the engagement, yet the dowry must be prepared in advance. Otherwise, when the time comes, there may be a hurried affair, resulting in a marriage that lacks splendor, which would be a lifelong regret. Thus, I will be occupied with this matter for some time. There is no need for haste," the matriarch stated. Yin continued, "The Duke will provide funds. It matters not who sends someone to arrange it. There are many skilled musicians in the Inner Academy, but it requires careful selection. So it is better if you handle it, dear sister." The matriarch's brow furrowed slightly. She clearly did not wish for the Duke to incur expenses. However, it was somewhat unreasonable for the second house's daughter to have the Duke pay for an instructor, let alone to involve Yin. Yin had already come to believe that Yi Kaiwei was the illegitimate daughter of the second lord. On the day when Aunt Mei was punished, Yi Kaiwei had rushed to the southern courtyard, but just as she was approaching, she was called away by the matriarch's people. The second house had deceived the first house to such an extent that they pressured Shen Wan to relinquish her title of county princess to Yi Kaiwei. Yin was unwilling to spend even a single tael of silver on the second house. Citing an urgent matter, Yin stood up, and Shen Wan accompanied her to take their leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, Yin told Shen Wan, "Today, let Kaiwei join us for lunch." Shen Wan, puzzled, asked why. Yin explained, "Last time you missed out on the bear paw and camel hump. I had someone order them, though they are indeed hard to procure. There is only one, and it will be shared." With all the fuss over the monthly allowance, Shen Wan having the bear paw, while Yi Kaiwei did not, would surely lead to grievances. And Yin was well aware of this. Once Yi Kaiwei returned to the second house, she could freely indulge her own daughter. Shen Wan truly did not wish to dine with Yi Kaiwei, yet for the sake of the bear's paw, he had no choice but to endure it. Chapter 41. Trusted confidant in the end, Shen Wan did not join Yi Kaiwei for lunch, nor did she have the pleasure of tasting the bear paw. As the lunch hour approached, Yi Kaiwei sent someone to convey a message to Shen Wan, stating that she would be dining with the old matriarch and would not be coming to Mingyue Courtyard. Shen Wan was equally disinclined to share a meal with her, and this serendipity suited her well. When lunch arrived, Shen Wan went to her elder sister's quarters. The table was set with a hump, yet devoid of the coveted bear paw. Yi Kaiwei was aware that Yin Shi had sent for her to dine at Mingyue Courtyard specifically for the bear paw, and believing that with only one bear paw available, it should be offered to the old matriarch, she instructed the kitchen to send it directly to Shoentang. Upon receiving this information, Shen Wan, infuriated, flung her chopsticks aside. 2 pairs of bear paws were sent, yet without a word. The old matriarch ordered the second master to deliver them elsewhere. Her mother, distressed that neither she nor her elder sister had the opportunity to enjoy the delicacy, sent someone to procure another. After much effort, they managed to acquire a single one, but then it was once again overshadowed by Yi Kaiwei, who took it to honor the old matriarch. Yun Shi, upon learning that the bear paw had been sent to Shoentang at Yi Kaiwei's behest, was equally incensed. Fearing that Shen Wan would be deeply upset, she neglected her own meal and rushed to Mingyue Courtyard. She attempted to soothe Shen Wan's anger, promising her that she would buy more. Shen Wan, with a mocking smile, retorted that no matter how many her mother bought, she would still not partake, rendering the expenditure futile. Yinshi found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she was even more irate than Shen Wan. However, with the bear paw already delivered, she could not demand its return. Should she dare to do so, the old matriarch would surely create a scene, leading to far greater trouble. The weight of obligation and filial piety pressed heavily upon the eldest branch. Shen Wan could no longer endure this situation. Her mother possessed the reputation for generosity. Yet every steward in the household was in the old matriarch's employ. "I will give you 3 days, mother. If you do not reclaim control over the kitchen, I shall take matters into my own hands," Shen Wan declared with unwavering resolve. Shen Yu also regarded Yinshi, acknowledging that her mother should no longer indulge them. While Yi Kaiwei was difficult to manage, if the kitchen were under her mother's command, such incidents would not recur. Yinshi caressed Shen Wan's face, calming her anger. "I will heed your counsel." Upon exiting Mingwei courtyard, Yinshi instructed her maid, "Summon Mama Lu from the kitchen to see me." As afternoon turned to evening, dark clouds gathered ominously, and a tempest ensued. By nightfall, a torrential downpour commenced. In a previous life, it had rained when the Xingwu Duke sent out invitations. The rain persisted for 3 days, and when it finally ceased, news spread that a corner of the ancestral temple had been struck by lightning. The ancestral temple served as the site for the emperor's ancestral rites, and being struck by lightning was no trivial matter, inciting widespread speculation. The emperor even issued a self-reproaching edict. At this critical juncture, the Xingwu Duke's birthday banquet was fraught with apprehension. Invitations had already been dispatched, and they could not have foreseen the violent downpour or the incident at the ancestral temple. After months of meticulous preparation for the Duke's grand celebration, they were loath to cancel it. Subsequently, Emperor Song sought to gauge the emperor's sentiments regarding the banquet, discovering that he was indifferent to the event. Empress Song even ventured out of the palace to offer her congratulations to the Duke. The Duke's birthday celebration was a bustling affair, with civil and military officials alike extending their well wishes. Yet, amidst the revelry, an unforeseen tragedy befell the Princess of Jingbei, who fell into a well and perished, casting a heavy shadow over the festivities of the Xingwu Duke. Shen Wan was aware that she had mentioned the potential mishap of the Princess of Jingbei at the birthday banquet of Duke Xingwu. Xie Jingyu was skeptical. Yet, as the thunder struck the ancestral temple following the rain, he found himself compelled to believe. If the Princess of Jingbei survived, Xie Jingyu would not have to observe a period of mourning, enabling him to propose to the lady of his affections without fear of being forsaken, thus avoiding a drastic transformation in his temperament. A person capable of insurrection, one who could topple the emperor, was not someone Shen Wan wished to confront. He had saved her elder sister, and she had rescued his mother. Perhaps they could transform enmity into camaraderie. Leaning against the window, Shen Wan watched the rain that held the fate of Xie Jingyu in its grasp, her emotions tumultuous. However, the rain was not incessantly torrential. It occasionally relented, leaving the ground damp. Given the circumstances, Shen Wan had not stepped outside for 3 days. On the evening of the following day, as she focused on her calligraphy, a maid entered, saying, "Miss, the head of the kitchen, Mama Wu, has unfortunately fallen and broken her leg. Madam has asked Mama Lu, the second manager, to temporarily oversee the kitchen." A smile curved Shen Wan's lips. She had anticipated that her mother possessed means. It was merely that she had grown accustomed to purchasing tranquility. Her maternal grandfather, seasoned in the business realm, was well aware of the treacherous nature of noble families. How could he not know that marrying his daughter into such a family could lead to disaster? If the Yun family lacked the capability to establish a firm foothold, they would ultimately suffer great losses. The Duke of Dingwa's residence could not afford to lose 200,000 pickles of grain, yet if they truly incurred no losses, what could the Yun family do to the Duke? Did they expect the opportunistic court to advocate for them? Previously, Shen Wan had revealed her capabilities to her mother. The Yun family understood that when Shen Wan spoke, she would act. If she did not personally replace the head of the kitchen with someone loyal, then Shen Wan would take matters into her own hands. Yinshi was concerned that Shen Wan's actions might not be executed smoothly, and if she were to be caught in a compromising position, it could endanger them all. Her unease compelled her to intervene. Furthermore, This matter touched upon Yun Shi's bottom line. While the Yun family was wealthy and could afford to expend a trifling sum, it was the audacity of these individuals to assert dominance over them that she found intolerable. What could be more ludicrous than a mother spending her own money yet being unable to adequately care for her daughter? However, reclaiming authority over the kitchen was no simple task. Yun Shi had appointed Mama Lu to manage the kitchen, yet when the old matriarch learned of this, she dispatched Mama Li from her private kitchen to take over, effectively sidelining Mama Lu. Yun Shi did not contest this decision, and Mama Lu made no complaints, treating Mama Li with utmost respect. Yet, on the very night that Mama Li assumed control, in a bid to curry favor, the kitchen prepared a banquet in her honor. After indulging in a few too many drinks, she stumbled while rising in the night, falling and sustaining severe injuries. Had not a maid discovered her in time, she might have lost her life. In the wake of the storm, the old matriarch had lost two trusted confidants. Once the rain had cleared, Shen Wan went to the Showan Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch, who was in the midst of discussing the management of the kitchen. Yun Shi remarked, Mama Li has sustained serious injuries and will require more time to recover than Mama Wu. Mama Lu has served as the second manager for many years. I believe she can temporarily assume the duties of the head manager. If the old matriarch remains concerned, we can appoint another person. In the old lady's courtyard, there were many people, yet managing the large kitchen was a task few could handle. It was unthinkable to assign Granny's son to this duty, as the old lady needed her close by. The second lady remarked that Aunt Sue from her courtyard was quite capable, suggesting, how about? Yun smiled and replied, I've been pondering how to approach my younger sister-in-law about this matter. Since she is so invested in managing the large kitchen, I shall not hold back. I am not adept at household management. The expenses for the kitchen have more than doubled compared to when the old lady was in charge. It is my own incompetence that has led to this, and I must bear the costs. Sister-in-law, would you assist me in managing this for a few months? This would allow me to focus on preparing a dowry for Wan. The second lady quickly declined, saying, this is beyond my capacity. Yin then turned to the third and fourth ladies, both of whom shook their heads, urging, eldest sister, please do not put us in a difficult position. The old lady proposed, if you believe that Aunt Lu can handle the responsibilities, then let her temporarily oversee the large kitchen. While she will not be the true steward, it seems she is effectively managing them through financial means. After the greetings, Shen Wan sat waiting for news of the temple being struck by lightning. She waited and waited, her patience waning as she grew stiff from sitting, yet no news arrived. She recalled that it was around this time in her previous life that the news had reached the mansion. Why had it not come yet? Losing patience, she decided to return to Mingyue Courtyard, reasoning that the news would eventually arrive. However, as evening fell, still no news came. Shen Wan pondered, where was the news of the temple being struck? Was it that the temple had not been struck, or was the matter being suppressed? She found both possibilities unlikely. Her rebirth could not alter the course of thunder. If it was meant to strike, it would do so without change. She had only shared this information with Xie Jingyu, who had no involvement in this matter. He would not meddle in what did not concern him, and events would unfold as they were destined to. Yet, this matter seemed to have vanished entirely. She needed this incident to gain Xie Jingyu's trust. How could she convince him of the truth if the event had not occurred? Would he believe her claims that his mother would meet with misfortune at the banquet of the Duke of Xinghua? But if the Princess of Jingbei still attended and ultimately met her demise, would Xie Jingyu not end up in mourning, just as in her previous life, unable to marry the one he loved, thus bringing misfortune upon her? Chapter 42 dispute the thought of Xie Jingyu, abandoned after an initial romance. Sent a chill through Shen Wan's heart. She must prevent such a calamity from unfolding. The current Xie Jingyu was already formidable. His temperament had transformed, making him both unpredictable and untouchable. On the day of the birthday banquet, she would keep a watchful eye on the Princess of Jingbei, ensuring she did not wander into secluded areas, thereby avoiding potential troubles. Shen Wan had invested considerable concern into Xie Jingyu's lifelong affairs. However, the absence of business at the ancestral temple was not entirely detrimental. In her past life, a lightning strike had revealed a corruption scandal involving the Minister of Revenue. Entangling his daughter, who, in a bid to secure her future, had set her sights on her elder brother, ultimately becoming her sister-in-law. Reflecting on Shun Li's demise and the fact that Yun's family had conspired with the minister's daughter to drive her mother to her death, Shen Wan clenched her fists. In this lifetime, she would not allow her brother to be entangled with such a shameless woman. As for her brother, consumed with her marital prospects, he seemed unconcerned with his own romantic interests. Even now, she remained oblivious to the identity of the young lady he favored, as he kept it well concealed. The following day, while on her way to pay respects to the matriarch, Coral whispered that there had been a dispute during the music practice among the third young ladies. Disputes were commonplace. Shun Wu was selfish and domineering, never understanding the concept of yielding, always prioritizing her own desires. Shun Yao and Yi Kaiwei were somewhat better, yet not significantly so. The opportunity to invite the music instructors from the official court was rare, and both Yi Kaiwei and Shun Yao would certainly cherish it. The instructors taught only for 2 hours a day, and Shun Wu wanted exclusive guidance, which would inevitably lead to conflict. In her previous life, it was Yun's family that had financed the lessons. Yi Kaiwei and Shun Yao danced, while Shun Wu and Shun Yin learned music. However, even two students could not avoid disagreements, let alone four. As Shen Wan entered the room around the screen, she found Shun Wu clinging to the matriarch, whining, "Grandmother, the time the instructors spend with us is limited. With the fourth sister and my cousin present, I cannot concentrate and learn anything worthwhile." Shen Yao retorted, "Does third sister wish for the instructors to teach you alone? The funds came from the official court, and my cousin and I also need to improve our musical skills. If the second house had funded this themselves, they would have no grounds to complain about not letting us benefit, since the public funds are shared. Why should it be solely focused on Shen Wu? Such reasoning is flawed. Typically, they would collude, but when it concerned their own interests, all sisterly bonds were cast aside." Shen Wu continued to pester the matriarch. "With the Duke of Xinggua's birthday banquet approaching, I rely on this occasion to regain lost face. Grandmother, please prioritize me this time. And perhaps next time we can invite the fourth sister and my cousin?" The fourth lady suggested, "I believe we should not delay. Let us invite everyone this time." Shen Wu aimed to play tricks before the fourth lady, who would never acquiesce. Anything that wasn't immediately fulfilled was mere pretense. If Shen Wu were to be granted exclusive lessons, would not Shun Yao and Yi Kaiwei also deserve the same? Although Shen Yin was the daughter of a secondary household, she could not be completely disregarded. It posed a dilemma whether to have her learn alongside Shen Yao or Yi Kaiwei. Whenever such challenging matters arose, the matriarch would invariably delegate the resolution to Yun's family, asking them how to handle it. In the realm of the Yun family, the previous visit from Vice Envoy Li, who came to guide Kaiwei in her dance, was indeed fruitful. So why has this occasion turned out differently? Last time, it was the Yun family who provided the funding, and Kaiwei had the final say. Shen Wu sought to monopolize the time of Vice Envoy Li, yet Kaiwei would not yield to her. The majority of the time was indeed occupied by Kaiwei. It was only when she was fatigued that Vice Envoy Li could instruct Shen Wu and Shun Yao. Shen Yin responded, "Last time, it was Aunt who funded the lessons for our cousin, and we were all mindful of her." Shen Wu interjected, "When we invited the inner teaching hall for our cousin, elder sister promised that we would also be invited later." Shen Wan furrowed her beautiful brows. "When did I ever say such a thing? I merely believe that you all require dance practice. When Mother invited the inner teaching hall for our cousin, it would be an opportune time for you to learn as well. Later, when you invite the inner teaching hall for the Guqin, you should also bring our cousin along to learn. It is only right for Mother to be concerned for our cousin, especially since Uncle and Aunt are no longer with us. As for the second uncle and aunt, they're doing well. If they aspire to excel and shine, they cannot expect to do so without investing in esteemed instructors. After all, she and her mother owe them nothing. Forcing the Yun family to foot the bill is inherently unreasonable." Thus Shen Wan spoke candidly, leaving Shen Wu with no recourse for her simmering anger. The Yun family remarked, "I am at a loss as to how to resolve this matter. The funds from the public coffers cannot solely cater to the third young lady. However, if we invite several esteemed instructors into the residence, even if the third young lady takes the spotlight, she is likely to face criticism. While the invitation of esteemed instructors is of great significance, if multiple are summoned, Others may deem Shen Wu foolish for not being able to secure the guidance of even one, thus necessitating a multitude. It is unlikely that others would surmise that such a gathering is due to discord among the sisters, and furthermore, it would not reflect well for the word of their disunity to spread. They cannot focus exclusively on Shen Wu, yet she does not consent. To invite others is not permissible either, as the fourth madam disagrees. Both the second and fourth houses are of equal status, and fairness must be upheld. The old madam stated, the previous lessons were funded by the public funds. Any subsequent lessons will be financed by the second house. If the sisters can come to an agreement, we may invite the inner teaching hall again. If not, each house shall decide for themselves. This resolution left no room for dissent, nor would anyone dare to oppose it. The second madam harbored resentment, yet taking advantage of public funds is never wise. As long as her daughter learns well, it is worth the investment. Shen Wu gazed at the old madam. Grandmother, may I borrow eldest sister's zither for a few days? Shen Wan found this amusing. Sister, borrowing something from eldest sister is quite an amusing notion. Are you implying that you wish grandmother to command her to lend it to you? I merely wish to inquire with grandmother, for I fear she may not permit it. Shen Wu replied. Shen Wan countered, as long as eldest sister agrees, why would grandmother need to intervene and disallow it? Shen Wu, flustered by the inquiry, fell silent. Silence does not render her mute. Her previous attempt to lay claim to the zither had failed, and now she returned, fearful that eldest sister would refuse to lend it. If the zither were to suffer any mishap, and the old madam had permitted the borrowing, then, with her protection in place, Shen Yu would not be able to hold Shen Wu accountable for any faults, would she? The more convoluted Shen Wu's approach became, the more Shen Wan was deterred from allowing her to touch Shen Yu's zither. Shen Wan remarked that the Jiawei Qin is a renowned instrument across the realm, and she hesitated to even touch it, fearing the potential damage to her elder sister's cherished possession. Her elder sister was of a gentle disposition, and should the third sister truly wish to borrow it, she would certainly oblige. However, Shen Wan made it clear from the outset that should anyone, even a cousin, harm her elder sister's qin, they would be liable for compensation, a sum of 10,000 taels. Madame Eyre interjected, expressing concern over the potential for damage even before the instrument had been borrowed. Shen Wan replied that her apprehension was warranted when borrowing items from the third sister. It was inevitable that there would be some minor scrapes or dings upon their return, while she could overlook such imperfections in ordinary items. The Jiawei Qin held a special place in her elder sister's heart. Thus, she insisted on establishing a clear understanding among all parties involved to avoid any future misunderstandings. Shen Wu, in a fit of irritation, declared her refusal to lend the qin, suggesting that it was best to abandon the idea altogether. Shen Wan countered, acknowledging that while the third sister's qin may not rival the Jiawei Qin, it still possessed considerable value. She cautioned that practicing on the Jiawei Qin would be ill-advised, as the Duke's residence would not provide an equally esteemed instrument for their use, and lending it might inadvertently cause harm. Chapter 43. Panic. Not only did she refuse to lend her the prized qin, but she also lectured her, which left Shen Wu fuming internally. The Duke of Xinggu's residence would never allow the treasured instrument to be played by just anyone. How could she possibly take the qin to the Duke's estate? However, Shen Wu dared not voice her thoughts. Shen Wan was already worried that she might damage Shen Yu's qin. It was inconceivable that she would permit her to take it outside, for the risk of it being knocked or scratched was far too great. She could never afford to compensate for such damages. As sisters raised together since childhood, Shen Wan was well aware of Shen Wu's tendency to destroy what she could not possess. Only by clearly informing her of the consequences of ruin would Shen Wan be able to quell any inappropriate desires. With the grand banquet for the Duke of Xinggu approaching, Yin prepared a list of gifts for the matriarch's review. After perusing the list, the matriarch made a few adjustments, omitting one item and adding another. She consistently altered Yun's proposals, a practice Yun had grown accustomed to. Upon receiving the revised list from the matriarch, a maid entered and reported to the second madam. Madam, it is grave news. Concubine Mei is suddenly suffering from severe abdominal pain. Crash! Yi Kai Wei, who was sipping her tea, accidentally knocked over her cup. The tea cascaded down the small table and onto the floor. Yi Caiwei's expression turned somewhat frantic. Shen Wan, puzzled, remarked, "Why does my cousin appear so flustered about concubine Mei's predicament?" As soon as Shen Wan spoke, all attention shifted to Yi Kaiwei. The second madam also noticed the fleeting worry on Yi Kaiwei's face, though it vanished almost instantly. Yi Kaiwei steadied herself and replied, "What are you saying, cousin? I have never even met concubine Mei. Why would I be concerned for her? I merely overheard the maid's conversation and, in a moment of distraction, burned my hand with the teacup. It was improbable that the tea, which had been served some time ago, could still be hot." Shen Wan chose not to expose her cousin's pretense. The matriarch's eyes darkened slightly as she addressed the second madam. "After all, concubine Mei is the sister of the governor of Qingzhou. Please summon a skilled physician for her." Upon hearing that concubine Mei was unwell, the second madam's face soured. The matriarch's insistence on calling a doctor for concubine Mei only darkened her mood further. Previously, when concubine Mei had spilled the second master's medicine, the second madam had seized the opportunity to punish her. Afterwards, the matriarch had reprimanded the second madam, reminding her that concubine Mei was the second master's fault and had been with him for many years. She should not be treated like an ordinary concubine. Concubine Mei had been compliant, and the matriarch urged the second madam to be more magnanimous. Now, using concubine Mei's connection as the governor's sister to pressure her, the second madam's thoughts turned bitter. No matter if she were only the governor's sister or the sibling of some high-ranking official in the capital. Once she had become a concubine, she was deemed inferior. The decision to summon a physician lay solely with the mistress. However, with the matriarch's command, the second madam could not refuse, and she reluctantly agreed to summon a highly skilled doctor for concubine Mei. The maid withdrew. Shen Wan sipped her tea, concealing a smile at the corner of her mouth. The second madam was hardly a benevolent or generous person. Now that concubine Mei was ill, the second madam would not allow her to recover easily. It was uncertain whether this illness was even the second madam's doing. Concubine Mei was Yi Kaiwei's biological mother. Just hearing of her ailment had caused such concern. If her condition were to worsen, who knew what kind of distress would ensue? The matriarch, mindful of Yi Kaiwei, would undoubtedly look after concubine Mei, but the more care the matriarch extended, the more determined the second madam would be to eliminate concubine Mei. Upon returning to Mingyue courtyard, Shen Wan found her elder sister playing the qin in the pavilion. Shen Wan approached, delighted by the musical treat of the day. Shen Yu cast a reproachful glance at her, remarking that the qin was meant for her practice. Shen Wan responded, "What need have I to practice the qin?" Shen Yu replied, "Third sister and the others are so diligent, eager to present themselves before others. Why are you not feeling the urgency?" Shen Wan settled beside Shen Yu, asserting, "Father has said that I need not." Shen Yu wore a look of helplessness. Indeed, their father had uttered such words, concerned for her frail health and wishing to comfort her, yet she had taken them to heart. Shen Yu continued, "A young lady of our standing should not only be versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, but must also possess at least one or two notable talents to share with her future husband, enhancing their companionship." Shen Wan countered, "Such skills are secondary. Character is of utmost importance." Shen Yu was momentarily silenced, raising a hand to poke Shen Wan's forehead, exclaiming, "Why can you not understand? Father, mother, and even I, an eldest brother, are growing anxious, yet you remain oblivious, as if it were of no concern." Shen Wan embraced Shen Yu, saying, "I know you have my best interests at heart, but today I simply wish to hear you play the qin. May I not practice another day?" No amount of relentless practice would suffice at this point. It was not that Shen Wan was indolent. Rather, her lack of skill was glaringly evident whenever she attempted to play. Shen Yu, unable to resist Shen Wan's persistence, ultimately yielded, allowing herself to play while Shen Wan listened, enjoying fruit and feeling utterly content. Before long, the day of the Duke of Xinggu's birthday banquet arrived. After breakfast, Shen Wan accompanied Coral to the Showan Hall, clad in a graceful sky-blue dress. In contrast, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei were adorned in splendid attire. Yi Kaiwei wore the set of purple jade jewelry gifted by Shen Wan, though she had styled her hair differently, which added to her allure. Shen Wan lavished praise upon Yi Kaiwei, which irked Shen Wu, who was not as na-vi as Shen Wan. spending such a substantial sum on extravagant jewelry for another. She found herself overshadowed, losing her own radiance in the process. Fortunately, with private instruction from the inner academy, her qin skills had improved remarkably. She was confident that she would captivate the audience at the Duke's banquet, reclaiming the dignity she had lost at the peony banquet hosted by the Princess of Shenyang. Yun Shi took Shen Wan, Shen Wu, and Yi Kaiwei to the Duke of Xinggua's residence to extend their congratulations. It was common for families to bring 2 daughters. Yet Yun Shi had no choice but to include them all, as she could not take Shen Wan alone. Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei insisted on accompanying her. Shen Yao, being younger, would have ample opportunities to accompany Yun Shi on outings once Shen Wan and Shen Wu were married. As they approached the front courtyard, Shen Wan inquired, "Is eldest brother joining us?" Yun Shi replied, "Your brother has already left the residence at this hour." She hoped to observe her brother's interactions with any young ladies. Yet without direct inquiry, she could only gather hints through subtle observations. Upon reaching the outer courtyard, Shen Wan spotted Shun Li's attendant, Shun and mother. "I wish to speak a few words with Shunin." Without waiting for Yun Shi's consent, she strode over to him. When Shen Wan returned, Shen Wu asked, "What did second sister discuss with eldest brother's attendant?" Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, "Eldest brother is so concerned about my future. I thought it only fair to inquire about his as well." She spoke the truth, asking Shun and to keep an eye out for any young lady who might have caught Shun Li's attention, though Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei remained skeptical. Even Yun was exasperated with Shen Wan. Today, at the birthday banquet of the Duke of Xinghua, many young scions would surely attend to offer their congratulations. Shen Wan, feeling her head thrum with the implications, hurriedly interrupted Yun. "Mother, I understand. I will certainly keep my eyes wide open today." Yun wore a look of helplessness. Shen Wan shared a carriage with Yun, while Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei rode in another. Upon arriving at the Duke of Xinghua's residence, Shen Wan lifted the curtain of the carriage and was unexpectedly greeted by the striking visage of Xie Jingyu. The sunlight caressed his nearly otherworldly features, casting a gentle halo around him. Engaged in conversation with the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang, a smile graced his lips, one that could render all else dim by comparison. This face was perpetually breathtaking, yet alas, his temperament was notoriously poor. Otherwise, with his status as the heir of the king of Jingbei, even if he had to observe a 3-year mourning period, surely the lady who held his heart would wait for him. Moreover, his own mother was on the verge of death, and yet he still found the energy to jest with others. Could he not be more attentive? Not attending the Duke of Xinghua's birthday would not cost him dearly, yet attending might truly bring him to ruin. Shen Wan felt a sense of helplessness akin to that of a eunuch fretting over the emperor's affairs. While they scattered her ashes, she was still left to worry for him. Shen Wan questioned whether in her past life she had somehow wronged this scoundrel. Chapter 44. Embarrassment feeling unsettled. When Shen Wan's gaze inadvertently collided with Xie Jingyu's, a flicker of discontent ignited within her. Yet upon making eye contact, she swiftly averted her gaze, fully aware that he was not someone she could provoke. Should she inadvertently incur his ire, it would be she who bore the consequences. A minor sacrifice for the sake of greater schemes. Upon entering the residence of the Duke of Xinghua, Shen Wan accompanied Madame Yun to pay respects to the Duchess. As they stepped inside, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. The Duke was celebrating his birthday, and a multitude of guests had gathered to offer their congratulations, including Lady Yongqing and Lady Xiaoping. Rumors had circulated throughout the capital regarding the heir of the Xiaoping Earl, who was rumored to be marrying a divorced woman. Otherwise, he would remain forever in the company of the dim light of a solitary lamp and ancient Buddhist scriptures. This gossip had spread widely, and it was known that the Xiaoping heir had taken residence at the Hugui Temple. Lady Xiaoping had made several attempts to visit, but the Duke of Dinggua's household had returned her invitations, a fact that did not escape the notice of those present. Moreover, the Yongqing heir's affair with his cousin had nearly resulted in the demise of the Duke of Dinggua's daughter, and the ensuing divorce had become a topic of rampant discussion. Known to all, once friends had transformed into bitter enemies, and the former disdain for the prospective daughter-in-law, who had been rescued by another, had led to the annulment of the engagement. Now, with the divorce finalized, Lady Yongqing found herself unable to facilitate a new match for her son. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable, and the guests could not help but feel uncomfortable on their behalf. Madame Yun paid her respects to the Duchess, who lavished praise upon Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei. As Madame Yun settled down to enjoy her tea, Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei ventured into the garden. Shen Wan yearned to remain by Madame Yun's side, awaiting the arrival of the Princess of Jingbei. However, the spaciousness of the room could not accommodate the throngs of guests, and with the younger generation gathered in the garden, Shen Wan felt compelled to join them. In the garden, Shen Wu sought out the other young ladies, while Yi Kaiwei urged Shen Wan to accompany her. Lacking enthusiasm, Shen Wan dismissed Yi Kaiwei and strolled by the lakeside, letting the breeze envelop her. Time slipped by unnoticed until Madame Yun hurried over, her brow furrowed with concern. "Why are you seeking your mother in such haste?" Shen Wan, a bit bewildered, shook her head. "I'm not looking for her. My apologies. I have summoned the Duchess to the garden under the pretense of the second young lady." Came a sudden voice from Lady Xiaoping. Lady Xiaoping's visit to the Duke of Xingwu's residence was secondary to her desire to speak privately with Madame Yun. She had wished to confide in Madame Yun, but with the latter engaged in cheerful conversation with the guests, she found no opportunity. Despite having lost face, she recognized that her presence at the Duke's banquet warranted her discretion. She could not disrupt the celebration. Thus, she resorted to this less-than-ideal tactic to draw Madame Yun outside. Madame Yun, feeling displeased, had initially been concerned at the arrival of the maidservant, fearing her daughter was in trouble. "I have nothing to discuss with Lady Xiaoping," she asserted, grasping Shen Wan's hand to leave. However, Lady Xiaoping interjected, her expression pleading. "I acknowledge my faults from years past. I have regretted my actions daily for the past 2 years. I wronged you, yet Yin Chuan has never wronged her." Years ago, when Shen Yu and the Yongqing heir had fallen into the water, the incident had become the talk of the town. Unaware of her son's deep affections for Shen Yu, Lady Xiaoping had sought to dissolve the engagement to prevent the rumors from tarnishing her son's reputation, thereby allowing Shen Yu and the Yongqing heir to be together. Yet the son harbored no gratitude towards his mother. Instead, with reddened eyes, he inquired why she chose to unilaterally break off the engagement without awaiting his return. He expressed no concern for Shen Yu's rescue by the heir of the Yongqing marquis, even feeling appreciative that the heir had saved Shen Yu's life. However, it was too late. Shen Yu had already wed the heir of the Yongqing marquis. From that day forth, a chasm formed between mother and son. In the ensuing 2 years, unless she made the effort to seek him out, she would go months without seeing her son, even under the same roof. Whenever she broached the subject of an engagement, her son would turn away, and after 2 attempts, she no longer dared to mention it again. The heir of the Xiaoping marquis had quarreled only once with his mother. Thereafter, he took control of his own affairs, leaving the Xiaoping matron and even the marquis powerless to intervene. Without a single argument, he remained at the Guaguosi temple and refused to return to the manor. The Xiaoping matron, fearing that her son might take drastic measures if pressed, did not even dare to visit him at the temple. She sought means to remedy the situation, yet her invitations were repeatedly returned. Not only could she not propose an engagement for her son, but she also found herself barred from entering the gates of the Duke of Dingwa's residence. She stationed people outside the Duke's gates, but unfortunately, the Yun family seldom ventured out. After much anticipation, she finally seized an opportunity she could not afford to miss. The Yun matron, aware of Ji Yin Chuan's innocence, felt that her daughter was even more so. The bond between Yu and him had long since dissolved 2 years prior. The Yun matron believed she could approach the Xiaoping matron with composure, yet when the latter spoke, she could not help but recall the 2 years of unwarranted suffering her daughter endured, nearly losing her life at the hands of the heir of Yongqing. Her composure faltered. Why should the Xiaoping matron be allowed to break the engagement at will and then seek to marry her daughter again? Her daughter was not a mere plaything to be summoned and dismissed at the whim of the Xiaoping matron. The whispers of the past had barely been endured. Who could guarantee that she would truly disregard her daughter's previous marriage? Her daughter could not withstand any further harm. As the Yun matron attempted to leave, the Xiaoping matron seized her arm, exclaiming in frustration, "What do you truly desire?" The Xiaoping matron, choked with emotion, replied, "Yin Chuan despises me as a mother." The Yun matron coldly retorted, That is a matter between you and your son. She shook off the Zhao Ping matron's grasp, ready to depart. In a surprising turn, the Zhao Ping matron knelt before the Yun matron. This scene shocked both the Yun matron and Shen Wan. Even Shen Wan could not fathom the depths to which the Zhao Ping matron would go for her son. They were in a garden, and although Shen Wan sought tranquility by choosing a secluded lakeside spot, many others were nearby, drawn by the commotion. The sudden kneeling of the Zhao Ping matron startled the onlookers. The Yun matron hurriedly assisted her to rise, saying, "Please, do not do this." The Zhao Ping matron refused to stand, declaring, "I truly have no other recourse. Yin Chuan is my only son. The Duke of Dinghua harbors resentment against me, and I will accept any consequence. Yin Chuan has wronged you in no way. Can you and the Duke of Dinghua not grant him another chance?" Yin was unable to persuade the lady of the Zhao Ping Bo to reconsider her stance, and a sense of desperation washed over her. "Please do not make this difficult for me. You cherish your son, and I cherish my daughter. Yuer has been married for 2 years without conceiving even once. If her life is to be devoid of children, can the Zhao Ping Bo family truly accept a lady of the house who cannot bear offspring? I cannot, in good conscience, push my daughter into a fire pit simply because you kneel and plead with me." The lady of Zhao Ping Bo's expression froze as she replied, "I do not care." Her son was on the brink of ruin, leaving no room to contemplate the matter of grandchildren. Yun scoffed, "You may claim indifference now, but what of the future? Will you still remain unconcerned then? Please let my daughter be." Yun's voice had almost taken on a pleading tone. The lady of Zhao Ping Bo was genuinely frightened and choked out, "I know I have hurt you, and you will not easily trust me. I swear to the heavens, I will never." "Enough." Yun interrupted the lady's solemn vow. "I can assist you in persuading the young master, but beyond that, do not press me further." Chapter 45. The invitation continued to be returned, and it was no easy task for Lady Zhao Ping to meet with Madame Yun. She dared not hope for Madame Yun's immediate consent. Even if Madame Yun would merely persuade her son, Lady Zhao Ping would feel utterly content, not daring to overreach. As Shen Wan assisted Lady Zhao Ping to her feet, she rose. Observing the multitude of young ladies gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle, Madame Yun felt a severe headache. She truly wished to shield her daughter from the spotlight and the ensuing gossip. After Madame Yun departed, Shen Wan followed suit, leaving Lady Zhao Ping by the lakeside, her thoughts concealed from the onlookers. However, few sympathized with Lady Zhao Ping, for the plight of Miss Shen evoked greater pity. After being rescued from drowning, she faced a broken engagement and was forced into another marriage. 2 years later, her husband was found in an affair with her cousin, resulting in dire consequences for her. Had her engagement not been annulled years prior, Miss Shen and the heir of Zhao Ping could have been a match made in heaven. This was, in essence, Lady Zhao Ping's retribution. Nevertheless, the affection that the heir of Zhao Ping held for Miss Shen was equally touching. Despite being married for 2 years, she had not remarried. Even if she were to divorce, the bond they once shared could never be rekindled, leaving them fated to be star-crossed lovers in this life. For now, there lingered a glimmer of hope. The news of Lady Zhao Ping's supplication to Madame Yun spread like wildfire through the Duke of Xinggua's residence, adding much to the chatter surrounding the banquet. Yet, with the departure of Madame Yun and Lady Zhao Ping, the discussions abruptly ceased. The garden was already filled with young ladies, and as the noble youths arrived, the crowd swelled further, making it a veritable sea of people. However, Shen Wan's focus remained on locating the Princess of Jingbei. Spotting a figure heading toward the garden, she feared it might be the princess and hurried to pursue. In her previous life, she was oblivious to when the Princess of Jingbei had arrived at the Duke's residence or when the unfortunate incident had transpired. By the time she found the princess after the banquet, it was too late. The princess had already succumbed. Shen Wan hastened her steps, and Coral, uncertain of her intentions, followed closely behind. Yet, the throngs in the garden, coupled with the obstruction of the rock formations, soon caused them to lose sight of their target. Shen Wan looked around anxiously, stamping her foot in frustration. Where could she be? Are you searching for me or for my mother? The voice came suddenly, rich like fine wine, causing Shen Wan to startle. Turning around, she saw Xie Jingyu approaching her. Shen Wan patted her chest, Frightening someone could indeed lead to dire consequences. Xie Jingyu remarked, "A timid person dares to venture into secluded places. Did you think it was out of your own volition? It was for my sake." Irritation welled within Shen Wan as Xie Jingyu approached her and, without further ado, grasped her hand, leading her behind the rock formation, leaving Coral standing there. Flustered and unsure of what to do, Shen Wan struggled to break free, gritting her teeth. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Xie Jingyu chuckled. "If you're not afraid of being seen in a clandestine meeting, I have no objections. Who said we are having a secret meeting?" Shen Wan fumed. Yet, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. If they were discovered, it would indeed be a misunderstanding. Casting him a sharp glance, Shen Wan retorted, "Who informed you that something would happen at the Grand Temple? This is hardly the time for such inquiries." Shen Wan urgently insisted, "Even if I were mistaken and the Grand Shrine was not struck by lightning, given the matter concerns the life of your mother, you ought to exercise caution. Are you not afraid of regretting it for the rest of your life if something were to truly occur?" A hint of anxiety flickered in Shen Wan's water-like eyes. Xie Jingyu replied, "Are you so fearful of my regret? Who fears your regret? I am concerned that you may take advantage of me," Shen Wan said, exhausted. "Regardless, I have already warned you." Xie Jingyu responded, "My mother did not arrive." Shen Wan let out a sigh of relief. "As long as she hasn't come, that is good." Xie Jingyu pressed on. "First, tell me, who informed you that the Grand Shrine would be in peril?" Shen Wan, puzzled, replied, "Why pursue a matter that has not transpired? The Grand Shrine has not been in danger because I intervened." Shen Wan looked at Xie Jingyu in disbelief. "You can prevent lightning from striking the Grand Shrine?" Xie Jingyu chuckled at her astonishment. "Someone tampered with the Grand Shrine, and I dismantled their scheme, which is why I was spared. How strange that such a thing did not occur. Yet, how could someone dare to meddle with the Grand Shrine?" However, this was beyond Shen Wan's purview. Xie Jingyu's gaze remained fixed upon her. Having asked twice already, she knew he would not let her depart without an answer. "It was a Taoist priest outside the National Protection Temple who informed me. He has saved both me and my elder sister. I have utmost faith in his words." The last 4 words were uttered with a hint of resentment. Xie Jingyu laughed. "I am curious as to why that priest is so concerned about my mother." Unable to respond, Shen Wan racked her brain to divert the conversation. Yet, Xie Jingyu did not press further on that topic and instead inquired, "Aside from this, did the priest mention anything else?" Shen Wan was reluctant to meddle in Xie Jingyu's affairs, believing that as long as the Princess of Jingbei was safe, he need not observe mourning, and the rest was not her concern. However, with his direct inquiry, she could no longer contain herself. "As for your debt of gratitude to my elder sister, consider it settled. I shall offer one more piece of advice. Prince of Jingbei, if you have affections for a certain young lady, you should promptly propose. Do not let the day come when she marries another, leaving you with lifelong regret. While others may silently suffer when their beloved cannot be theirs, his situation was different. He wreaked havoc upon others. If she were not afraid, she would not be so involved in his matters, for she was not his mother and had no obligation to worry about his lifelong affairs. Even if she were to care, he showed no appreciation for her concern. Is Miss Shen overly invested in my matters? It was understandable that he would think so. She herself felt it was excessive. Raising her gaze, she unexpectedly met his deep, smiling eyes, momentarily losing her composure. She quickly averted her gaze, saying, "I have overstepped. Consider that I have said nothing." Shen Wan attempted to leave, but found herself unable to do so. Xie Jingyu murmured the word proposal, gazing intently into her eyes. "What if that young lady does not fancy me?" Shen Wan's eyes widened. "Doesn't he fancy you?" "Yes," he replied, his tone somewhat displeased. "Is she blind?" Shen Wan blurted out, only to realize that he was referring to her. Anger surged within her as she exclaimed, "You are toying with me. In a previous life, this scoundrel had evidently made a private vow of eternal love with the lady he cherished. Their tokens of affection were well known among the people at the border. Yet, tragically, she did not wait for his return from the frontier, nor for the end of his mourning period, and instead chose to marry another. Although the lady's actions may seem somewhat ungracious, Shen Wan believed there must have been extenuating circumstances. After all, few in the capital possessed a family background superior to that of Xie Jingyu, and in terms of beauty, she was almost unparalleled. Moreover, the two shared a deep mutual affection. Despite Xie Jingyu's occasional bullying, Shen Wan was convinced that if he were to marry the one he adored, he would undoubtedly treat her as the happiest woman in the world. The notion that he did not find her attractive was entirely unfounded. When she remarked that he was blind to her charms, he not only refrained from anger, but laughed instead, leaving her momentarily bewildered. It was not a humble inquiry he made, but rather a reference to that day when her elder brother had invited numerous young scions to their residence, including himself, and she had chosen the heir of the Linjiang Marquis. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently criticized herself. Her good intentions turned into a misstep. Chapter 46. Mockery. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Shen Wan stepped on Xie Jingyu's foot. Seizing the moment, he winced in pain to push him aside and flee hastily. Once she had distanced herself, a sense of trepidation washed over her. She had just acted with audacity, daring to step on the foot of a man known to be a rogue, having repaid her debt of gratitude. Should he ever again dare to bully her as he did in her past life, she vowed to confront him fiercely, even at the cost of her own life. In her heart, Shen Wan cursed Xie Jingyu a couple of times before making her way towards the crowd, observing the young ladies frolicking about. Soon enough, the birthday banquet commenced, and the guests took their seats. The celebration was as lively as in her previous life, though not without notable differences. The Princess of Jingbei was absent, as was Empress Song. The birthday feast of the Duke of Xinghua was a grand occasion, especially when the reigning empress graced it with her presence. Yet the death of the Princess of Jingbei at the Duke's residence cast a far greater shadow over the event. Unlike the peony banquet, which showcased the talents of young ladies and noble youths, the birthday banquet had its own character. However, for those wishing to make an impression, excuses could always be found. Shen Wu performed a piece on the Guqin, wishing the Duke of Xinghua longevity as vast as the East Sea and as enduring as the South Mountain. After the humiliations suffered at the last peony banquet, Shen Wu returned home and resolved to redeem her lost honor. She devoted herself to practicing diligently, yearning to astound the audience and alter their perception of her. Though her methods may have been duplicitous, her talent was indeed remarkable. Alas, her aspirations proved futile. While the Guqin was meant for cultivating the mind and spirit, Shen Wu had sought fame, losing sight of her true intentions. Her competitive spirit led her astray, and rather than dazzling the crowd, she faltered, hitting several wrong notes and failing to even reach the standard she had set at the peony banquet. As she stepped down from the stage, tears brimmed in her eyes. Miss Wei mocked her openly, while others remarked that her display of ineptitude was merely a sign of modesty. Yet Shun San, with biting sarcasm, questioned whether she enjoyed making a fool of herself, implying that her previous embarrassment was not enough for her to return today. Filled with rage, Shen Wu longed to confront Miss Wei. The latter strode away, her head held high like a victorious peacock, drawing the eyes of the surrounding young ladies who whispered amongst themselves. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Shen Wu contemplated returning to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. But leaving in disgrace would only make her a greater laughingstock. She ground her silver teeth in frustration, tearing her silk handkerchief to shreds. Shen Wan, reveling in the spectacle, turned to Yi Kai Wei and whispered, "Cousin, you should take the stage next." Yi Kai Wei, puzzled, replied, "Me? Do not worry." Shen Wan reassured her softly. "Even if your performance falters, it will not reflect poorly on you." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Kai Wei resolved to go forth. Having triumphed at the peony banquet with her exceptional dance skills, she felt confident that a slight deficiency in her Guqin performance would be inconsequential. Besides, it would serve as a distraction from Shen Wu's plight, diminishing the envy directed towards her. Should she excel, not only would she uphold the reputation of the Duke of Dinghua, but she would also overshadow Shen Wu, achieving dual victories. It was a risk-free endeavor, and with a carefree attitude, Yi Kai Wei played with a fluidity that surpassed her own expectations, leaving the audience in admiration. Shen Wu's jealousy twisted her delicate features as Shen Wan sipped her tea, observing the envy simmering beneath the surface. Yi Kai Wei gained prominence twice, while Shen Wu faced disgrace on 2 occasions. As Yi Kai Wei returned to the second residence, the rivalry between the two sisters intensified. The camaraderie of their past life translated into a fierce competition in this one, and she found herself impatiently anticipating the unfolding drama. The birthday celebration was an ordeal for Shen Wu. She struggled to endure until the festivities concluded. The moment anyone departed, she would rise to leave. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, no one reprimanded Shen Wu. Instead, she took it upon herself to express her grievances, collapsing into the old lady's embrace and weeping. The old lady, startled, hurriedly inquired about the cause of her distress. Shen Wan was about to respond when Shen Wu, through her sobs, lamented that someone must have drugged her, for she had felt a sense of disquiet while playing the zither, her hands trembling. Not only did she fail to redeem her reputation, but she also endured ridicule. Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei exchanged glances, genuinely admiring Shen Wu's audacity. Her excessive ambition had led to her own blunders, resulting in embarrassment, yet she audaciously accused others of wrongdoing. This was a loss of face indeed, a blatant disregard for shame. Despite having engaged the services of the Music Academy, her performance still resulted in disgrace. The old lady, who should have reprimanded Shen Wu, found herself at a loss for words, now only able to offer comfort. The second lady was particularly concerned for her daughter as Shen Wu continued to sob, claiming that at the Duke of Xinggu's birthday banquet, she had been schemed against and dared not speak of it, lamenting how others laughed at her behind her back. Her tears fell like rain on a pear blossom, filled with grievances, as if she had truly been wronged. Shen Wan observed her mother's performance, noting how skilled she was at drama. With this comparison, both she and her mother felt they paled in comparison. The second lady gently patted Shen Wu's back, softly reassuring her that while embarrassment was trivial, disrupting the Duke's celebration was of greater consequence. She advised her daughter to practice diligently in the coming days and showcase her true talent at the next opportunity. Shen Wu nodded obediently, wiped her tears, and then turned her ire towards Yi Kaiwei, accusing her of not offering a word of comfort and instead taking the stage to outshine her. Yi Kaiwei, infuriated by Shen Wu's shamelessness, retorted that she had not intended to perform. It was her second cousin who urged her to go on stage. Shen Wan interjected, clarifying that it was indeed her suggestion for Yi Kaiwei to perform. Last time, when a third sister embarrassed herself at the peony banquet, it was Yi Kaiwei who helped the Duke's residents save face, and now, faced with another debacle, it would be unreasonable to keep her off the stage. Would she rather accompany Shen Wu herself? Such self-awareness was commendable. Shen Wu, at a loss for words, seethed in frustration. Shen Wan continued, pointing out that lacking talent and self-awareness would only invite mockery. Though this statement seemed to reflect upon herself, Shen Wu recognized it as a jab at her, inciting her anger further. Not only did she suffer disgrace, but she also sought to shift the blame onto an imaginary foe. Now, she even directed her ire at Yi Kaiwei for taking the stage. If she were truly capable, she wouldn't hide in her own corner, demanding that all noble young ladies refrain from performing. Shen Wan could hardly tolerate Shen Wu's inability to accept defeat. Recalling how she had been manipulated by such individuals in her past life left her feeling resentful. Yin expressed her concern, lamenting that Wanner, being frail since childhood, could not endure such strain. Otherwise, she would surely not be inferior to Yuer. Shen Wan remarked that, compared to learning the arts, she preferred her father teaching her to ride and shoot. Yin chided her, exclaiming that she had indeed been spoiled by her father. Though Shen Wan possesses no remarkable talents, it is Shen Wu who harbors the deepest jealousy towards her. Shen Ji dotes on her, and the Yin family indulges her. Anything that exists in this world, anything Shen Wan desires, is readily sought and bestowed upon her. It seems as though she was born free of worries, able to speak so boldly about her lack of skills. Each time Shen Wu witnesses Shen Wan's carefree laughter, she yearns to tear apart that radiant face. Wiping away her tears, Shen Wu shifts the topic and says, "Grandmother, today, Lady Zhao Ping knelt in the garden of the Duke of Xinggu's residence to plead with Aunt." Chapter 47. The contingency. The old matriarch was taken aback, her gaze directed towards the Yun family. Had the Lady of Zhao Ping truly knelt down? The entire room was astonished that she would go to such lengths for her son. Yin nodded in affirmation. The old matriarch slowly manipulated a bead from her prayer necklace, asking, "Do you consent to betroth Yuer to the heir of Zhaoping?" Yin replied, "Without the duke's and Yuer's agreement, how could I possibly consent? I have merely agreed to visit the Gui temple to persuade the heir of Zhaoping." The lady of Zhaoping had publicly knelt, and Yin had acquiesced. Moreover, on the day of Shen Yu's divorce, regardless of the old matriarch's intentions, she had clearly expressed her hope for Shen Yu to remarry the heir of Zhaoping. Thus, she had no grounds to impede Yun's visit to the temple. Shen Wan seized the opportunity to divert the old matriarch's attention, interjecting to request a reward for Yi Kaiwei. "Grandmother, you have yet to bestow a reward upon my cousin." Yi Kaiwei had never appreciated Shen Wan as much as she did now. Twice, Shen Wan had helped her gain recognition and had advocated for her rewards. Without anyone to advocate for her, the rewards might have been overlooked, but with Shen Wan speaking up, the old matriarch had no choice but to grant them. Receiving a pair of gold hairpins, Yi Kaiwei's delight was palpable. "Thank you, grandmother." Shen Wu, incensed, felt her teeth grind in frustration. How could her second sister treat their cousin so, while yet oppose the restoration of her monthly allowance? Shen Wan laughed. "Let's be clear. My refusal to allow mother to grant our cousin her monthly allowance is to ensure she does not become estranged from us. Besides, my intention is merely to withhold it for 3 months to teach her a lesson. I do not intend to deny her forever. As for you, third sister, you've been so attentive in reminding our cousin about her lack of allowance. Do you not feel ashamed?" "You." Shen Wu shook the old matriarch's arm in desperation, imploring her to intervene. What could the old matriarch say? Shen Wan's words were grounded in truth. Her kindness towards Yi Kaiwei was apparent, and even the withholding of the allowance left no room for dissent. Feeling weary, Shen Wan excused herself. Upon returning to Mingwei Courtyard, she first visited Shen Yu, refraining from mentioning the lady of Zhaoping's visit to Yun. After a brief stay, she returned to her chamber. Inside, Yin Xuan was polishing the furniture. Upon seeing Shen Wan, she approached, saying, "Madame May's condition has worsened. Her illness has not improved after consulting a physician, and today the old matriarch experienced a headache," prompting her to summon a doctor to the estate, who also attended to Madame May and prescribed a new set of medicines. Shen Wan instructed Yin Xuan to keep an eye on the second and fourth households, as she was keenly aware of the happenings therein. Just returning from Shoan Hall, she had not noticed any signs of the old matriarch's headache. Surely, the old matriarch's distress stemmed from Madame May's illness. Being the mother of Yi Kaiwei, she could not afford to neglect her care. Yet, allowing her concern to be too overt would displease the second lady. A subtle approach was necessary, but such indirectness could hardly escape the second lady's notice. The old matriarch must have been well aware of this. She would not dare take risks. Should the truth about Yi Kaiwei being the illegitimate daughter of the second master come to light, the second master could not withstand their father's wrath. There must be a contingency plan in place. As dusk approached, the elderly lady began to take action. While she was engaged in her devotions, the prayer beads in her hands unexpectedly broke, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. The following day, when Shen Wan came to pay her respects, the elderly lady appeared visibly unwell. Yun Shi, filled with concern, inquired, "Why does the elder lady look so unwell? We should call for a doctor." The elderly lady waved her hand, stating that she had just seen a doctor the day before and that she had merely had a poor night's sleep, assuring that it was nothing serious. Yin Shi turned to Mama's son, urging her to offer some comfort to the elderly lady. Mama's son explained, last night, while the elder lady was engaged in her devotions, her prayer beads broke. She must have perceived this as an ominous sign, which kept her tossing and turning throughout the night. She managed to fall asleep only after lighting a calming incense, but was soon awakened by a nightmare. Yin Shi reassured her, "Everything in the manor is well. Nothing ill will come to pass." The elderly lady remained visibly troubled, her worries etched upon her face. Yi Kaiwei suggested, "Perhaps we should invite a Taoist priest to the manor for divination. The priest from the temple saved my older and younger cousins. We could ask him to provide some comfort to our grandmother." Yin Shi responded, "I had intended to visit the temple tomorrow. Perhaps I could go today and bring the priest back as well." The elderly lady cautioned, in our haste to summon the priest, We must not neglect the matters concerning Lady Zhao Ping. We cannot allow any misunderstandings to arise. Let's postpone our counsel regarding the heir of the Zhao Ping marquis for a few days. With that, the elderly lady turned to Mama Sun, instructing her to visit the temple, offer some incense, and bring the priest back to the manor. After giving Mama Sun a few more instructions, she set off for the temple. Once Mama Sun had departed, Shen Wan exited the Showan Hall and headed to the front courtyard, specifically to Shun Ji's study. Finding Shun Ji absent, she was not there to seek him. Instead, she called out, "Uncle Li, are you there?" After a couple of calls, a middle-aged man appeared, asking, "Is the second young lady looking for me?" Shen Wan replied, "I have a matter that requires your assistance, Uncle Li." Among those she trusted, only Coral and Silver Bracelet were reliable. She could delegate household matters to them. But for external affairs, particularly tracking Mama Sun, she felt Coral would not manage well. And thus, she sought someone from her father's circle. She doubted the elderly lady would genuinely invite the Taoist priest into the manor. If she could indeed be persuaded, it would be ideal for Uncle Li to bear witness, alleviating her parents' urgency to arrange a marriage for her. Uncle Li, as Shun Ji's covert bodyguard, was responsible for guarding the study during times of peace, and given that Shen Wan was the apple of Shun Ji's eye, he would surely assist her in her request. Mama Sun returned from the temple promptly, having successfully invited a Taoist priest into the manor. As the priest entered the Showan Hall, Shen Wan followed closely behind, only to discover, to her disappointment, that this was not the same priest. Yin Shi exclaimed, "This is not the priest who saved Wanner and Yuer." The elderly lady looked at Mama Sun, asking if she had indeed summoned the wrong person. Mama Sun shook her head, explaining, "The renowned priest is inundated with requests for divination and has been unavailable these past few days. This priest is his junior disciple, specially summoned to the capital, and I was assured his abilities are on par with his master." Fearing that the elder lady would be anxious, I invited him into the manor. It seemed that clever deception was at play, and more importantly, no one had yet raised any suspicions. The elderly matron gazed at the Taoist priest, expressing her unease over the past few days. During her recitations and prayers, even her prayer beads had broken, which she feared might be an ominous sign. She implored the priest to divine the matter and offer a resolution. The Taoist requested the matron's birth date and time and began to calculate. He inquired if anyone new had recently joined the household. The matron responded in the negative, but the second lady interjected, mentioning that her chamber had indeed acquired a concubine. The Taoist then asked to see the birth details of this concubine. The second lady promptly dispatched someone to retrieve them. Shortly thereafter, the birth details were presented to the priest, who remarked that the matron's distress was likely caused by the individual represented in this birth chart. The second lady questioned whether the concubine was a source of misfortune for the matron. The Taoist hesitated, seemingly reluctant to speak freely. The second lady urged him to share his thoughts candidly, assuring that the Duke's household was not unreasonable. The priest replied, expressing concern about the repercussions of his words. He continued, stating that while the birth chart appeared unremarkable, it concealed significant fortune. Upon further examination, he discerned that the individual was destined to bear a daughter of great worth, one so precious that she would elevate her mother-esque status, thereby overshadowing the matron. However, he assured that resolution was feasible. With each revelation, the matron's expression darkened, while Mama Sun's eyes widened in alarm. This was not the interpretation she had anticipated. The second lady's countenance grew even graver. In the ensuing silence, the fourth lady inquired about the means of resolution. The Taoist explained that there were two options: to elevate the concubine to the status of a primary wife, or to accept her as a favored concubine. He advised that the matron should recite the Tao Te Ching daily for 49 consecutive days to dispel the negative influence. The matron's expression turned somber. She pondered whether it might suffice to send the concubine away to the countryside. The priest responded that while dispatching her from the estate would alleviate the matron's burdens, it would also mean the loss of the fortunate daughter destined to ensure the household's prosperity for generations to come. Chapter 48. Flattery with the military authority in his grasp. Even Shen Ji could not claim the ability to ensure the enduring prosperity of the Duke's residence for a century. The notion that a daughter born of a concubine could achieve such a feat seemed to hinge solely upon her marrying the crown prince, ascending to that esteemed position, and subsequently giving birth to a prince. Apart from this possibility, no other alternatives crossed the minds of the attendees. The old matriarch discreetly cast a glance towards Yi Caiwei's direction, while the second madam, striving to contain her indignation, found her hands trembling with rage. Shen Wan questioned, how could a daughter of the esteemed status be born from a concubine who has not borne children? Just as the Taoist was about to respond, the old matriarch interjected. If Mei Yin could indeed provide us with a daughter of unparalleled worth, as the Taoist suggests, I would willingly endure some hardships and transcribe the Tao Te Ching for a month or two. This implied an elevation of Mei Yinyang's status to that of a cherished concubine. Given Mei Yinyang's familial background as the sister of the governor of Qingzhou, she was indeed deserving of such recognition. However, having been nurtured outside for over a decade without any hardship, the second madam resented the idea of granting her such honor. Yet, since the Taoist was summoned by the old matriarch, the prospect of Mei Yinyang birthing a daughter of immense significance, capable of securing the Duke's residence's prosperity for a century, made the old matriarch willing to undertake the arduous task of transcribing the Tao Te Ching. A single text could occupy her from dawn till dusk, and with her determination, refusal was not an option. Regarding this unavoidable matter, regardless of the second madam's inner thoughts, she outwardly maintained a facade of generosity. Should Mei Yinyang truly succeed in providing the master with such a daughter, it would not render the master's sacrifices for her in vain. The Taoist had said all that was necessary, and Mama Sun escorted him out of the residence. Yi Caiwei assisted the old matriarch back to her quarters, where the old matriarch expressed her apologies to the second madam. The latter responded with a smile. I dare not complain. Nothing is more important than the enduring prosperity of the Duke's residence. If Mei Yinyang can indeed bear such a daughter, I would even accept her as a wife, regardless of her climbing above me to exert her influence. Such words were somewhat jarring, causing the old matriarch to furrow her brow in silence. Upon exiting Shoan Hall, the second madam's countenance darkened. Shen Wu exclaimed in frustration. With so many young ladies in the residence, how could they not ensure the Duke's prosperity? To pin our hopes on a daughter of a concubine is a profound insult. Grandmother has always protected Mei Yinyang. This will only lead to further complications. Mother will not allow Mei Yinyang the opportunity to bear children. With a single bowl of infertility medicine administered, let us see how she can bear a child. The second madam's eyes brimmed with malice. Inside the room, the old matriarch knelt on the mat, incessantly twirling her prayer beads. Mama Sun entered, gently calling old madam. The old matriarch, eyes still closed, inquired, "What is the matter?" Mama Sun replied. The Taoist mentioned that upon receiving payment, he was to act according to our instructions. However, our Duke's residence is enveloped in ethereal light. If he were to speak recklessly, he would inevitably face retribution, which he cannot withstand, thus he could only speak the truth. Could it be that? The old matriarch murmured, send a few doses of prenatal medicine to Mei Yinyang. Upon returning to Mingyue courtyard, Shen Wan reclined on a small couch, delighting in fruits with a cheerful spirit. The old matriarch contemplated severing her prayer beads, plagued by nightmares. Envisioning sending Mei Yinyang to her estate to be raised, believing that as long as Mei Yinyang was not subjected to the second madam's persecution, Yi Caiwei would remain unworried, thereby avoiding any slips of the tongue. Shen Wan painstakingly secured the entrance of Mei Yinyang into the estate and would not allow the old matriarch to have her way, cleverly granting Mei Yinyang the status of a favored concubine while setting a trap for Yi Caiwei. Yi Caiwei had triumphed at the peony banquet in the princess of Xuanyang's residence, and her astonishing performance at the birthday celebration of the Duke of Xinghua further solidified her position. With the identity of General Ye's sole daughter, favored by her father and cherished by her mother, her prospects of marrying a prince seemed promising, especially given her past life, where she was wed to the heir of the Duke of Song. The Duke of Dingwa's estate had flourished for a century. What a beautiful aspiration that was. If the old matriarch believed in it, she would undoubtedly spare no effort in safeguarding Yi Caiwei. The second madam, however, would never allow Yi Caiwei to overshadow her own daughter, leading to inevitable internal strife that would render them incapable of colluding against others. Shen Wan had enlisted Uncle Li's assistance for this matter, fearing that Shen Ji might discover it and reprimand her, thus requesting Uncle Li to keep it confidential, to which he agreed. Throughout the day, the household buzzed with discussions about this affair, but the old matriarch issued a gag order, ensuring it remained within the estate. In the afternoon, as Shen Wan stood by the window playing with the pigeons, Yi Kaiwei entered. Shen Wan glanced back, surprised to see her cousin at this hour. Ye Zhao Yi stammered. Shen Wan inquired, "Is there anything we cannot discuss, dear cousin?" Yi Kaiwei replied, "I seek to borrow some silver from you, elder cousin." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is the duke's estate lacking in provisions for you? Why do you need to borrow money?" Yi Kaiwei responded, "I wish to present a gift." "To whom?" Shen Wan asked. "To Mei Yinyang," Yi Kaiwei answered. This piqued Shen Wan's interest, continuing to play with the pigeons. She feigned indifference, thinking it trivial to gift a mere concubine. Even conversing with her would be an elevation. Yi Kaiwei approached, asserting if she were an ordinary concubine, it would not matter, but the Taoist priest's words today, which you also heard, suggest that Mei Yinyang will eventually have a daughter of great renown. My grandmother is even preparing to transcribe the Tao Te Ching for her. Although Mei Yinyang has yet to achieve success, I wish to curry favor with her, for when she rises, she could serve as my support. Shen Wan chuckled. The illustrious daughter of Mei Yinyang is but a figment of imagination. Even if she were born now, it would be at least a decade before she marries. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for seeking such a person as your backing? Yi Kaiwei replied, "Precisely because Mei Yinyang has not yet given birth and is currently of low standing. Once she rises, any gifts will lose their significance." Shen Wan regarded Yi Zhao. Yi Kaiwei questioned, "Why do you look at me so?" Shen Wan smiled, "Cousin, you are indeed forward-thinking and prudent, but what should we gift to Mei Yinyang?" Yi Kaiwei suggested several items. Shen Wan remarked, "Draft a list, and I shall procure them accordingly." Yi Kaiwei indeed approached the writing desk, meticulously compiling a list of 7 or 8 items totaling 100 taels. How adept she was at diverting resources to her own mother's hands. As if she were so naive and wealthy that she could easily be manipulated. After Yi Kaiwei departed, Shen Wan took the gift list to find Madame Yun, arranging the items to be sent to Mei Yinyang in Yi Kaiwei's name. As for the expense, it would certainly be charged to Yi Kaiwei. Within half an hour of the gifts arriving in Mei Yinyang's hands, Shen Wu's slap would find its mark upon Yi Kaiwei's face. Upon exiting Qingyi Garden, Shen Wu confronted Shen Wan, inquiring why she had sent gifts to Aunt Mei under her name. Shen Wan presented the gift list and asked if she could recognize the handwriting. Shen Wu insisted that it was indeed what her cousin had claimed. Shen Wan replied, "My dear cousin, living under the roof of another, fears for her future when our parents are no longer with us. She seeks to curry favor with Aunt Mei while she is in decline and has even advised me to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. As a legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, protected by my father and brothers, how could I stoop to please a mere concubine of the second household? It would be laughable. Yet, to ease my cousin's worries, I will persuade my mother to allow her to draw silver from the estate to procure the gifts for Aunt Mei." Shen Wan added, "My cousin is sensitive and prudent. It is merely a matter of 100 taels, and my third sister need not be so incensed." 100 taels? Yi Kaiwei has willingly parted with 5 months' worth of her allowance. Indeed, a lavish gesture. Does she truly believe Aunt Mei is worthy of such favor? As if her own mother does not exist? Shen Wu could only lament that her slap had not been more forceful. Chapter 49. Seriousness. Yi Kaiwei endured a slap, and after failing to divert the blame onto Shen Wan, she refrained from expressing her grievances. Shen Wan and the Yun family feigned ignorance. It seemed that Shen Wu's slap was not a light one. The following day, when Shen Wan went to pay her respects, Yi Kaiwei was nowhere to be seen. The Yun family had agreed to assist the wife of the Duke of Zhaoping in persuading the crown prince at the Gui Temple, but the matriarch suggested delaying the visit for 2 days. However, Shen Ji felt that since they had promised, it would be prudent to act sooner rather than later. When Yun brought up this matter with the matriarch, a maid outside delivered a visiting card, indicating that the Princess of Jingbei was coming to pay her respects. Shen Wan wondered what the Princess of Jingbei wanted at the Duke of Dingwa's residence. If the princess was indeed coming, Yin would have to postpone her visit to the Gui Temple until the following day. Upon entering the flower hall, Shun Yao speculated, surely, the Princess of Jingbei is not here to propose marriage? Do not speak nonsense. Whatever the reason for the princess's visit to the Duke of Dingwa, it certainly is not for a marriage proposal. Yet, Shen Wan found herself genuinely curious about the purpose of the princess's visit. Yin went to the front courtyard to welcome the Princess of Jingbei, who soon made her entrance. The princess paid her respects to the matriarch. Although she held a higher status, the matriarch, being of the first rank and of advanced age, was deserving of such courtesy from a junior. The princess settled down, and a maid served tea. The matriarch smiled and inquired, "What brings the Princess of Jingbei to our Duke of Dingwa residence today?" Shen Wan and the others, concealed behind a screen, listened intently. They overheard that the princess had come to advocate for the crown prince's desire to wed her. Shen Wan froze in disbelief. It must be a figment of her imagination. She had urged Xie Jingyu to hasten the proposal to avoid a lifetime of regret. But she never intended for him to marry her. Was that scoundrel out of his mind? Shen Wan's heart trembled violently. The sons of Duke Zheng and Duke Guide had sought her hand in marriage, and her parents had consented. How could the crown prince be any different? Her father had always spoken highly of Xie Jingyu, and her elder brother had a good relationship with him, often encouraging her to marry Xie Jingyu. Once a proposal was made, her parents would undoubtedly agree to the union. Yin was equally astonished that the Princess of Jingbei had come to propose for her daughter. With a beaming smile, she was about to acquiesce when the matriarch interjected, "The crown prince is exceptional, a true dragon among men, and the duke holds him in high regard. However, Wana has been rather spoiled since childhood, and I fear." Yin furrowed her brow, sensing the matriarch's words were somewhat inappropriate. While she and the duke had indeed indulged Wana, they had not spoiled her. The Princess of Jingbei smiled and replied, "Madam Shun, you are too modest. What parent does not cherish their daughter? Alas, I am of limited fortune with only one son. The second young lady possesses both beauty and virtue, and I find her quite appealing. I wonder if my Jingbei house is fortunate enough to have such a daughter-in-law." The matriarch slowly fiddled with the beads in her hand, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation. The Princess of Jingbei asked, "Is there something on your mind, Madam Shen?" Given the inquiry, the matriarch decided to be forthright. To marry the crown prince would indeed be a blessing for Wana, and she should not refuse. However, both our families hold significant military power, and such a close alliance could potentially lead to complications. The Princess of Jingbei smiled and reassured the old lady Shan, saying that the Jingbei Wangfu had no intention of marrying for the sake of future troubles. Prior to their visit, they had specifically inquired about His Majesty's thoughts, who believed that the two were indeed well-matched. His Majesty even thought that Shun Wu and Xie Jingyu were compatible. Behind the screen, Shen Wan was anxiously waiting, under the impression that the old lady could prevent her engagement to Xie Jingyu. Little did she know, the Jingbei Wangfu had already sought the emperor's approval before the princess's arrival. With no valid reason to oppose, the old lady fell silent. Besides the emperor and a few princes, no family could rival the status of the Jingbei Wang heir. If the Dingwa Duke's residents were to overlook the Jingbei Wang heir, it would surely be said that they were overly proud, and in the future, no one would dare to seek a marriage alliance with them. Moreover, Shen Wan's marriage was ultimately decided by Shun Ji, who would undoubtedly agree to the union. The old lady remarked that a marriage between the Dingwa Duke's residents and the Jingbei Wangfu would be most desirable. However, the suitability of the match still depended on the compatibility of their birth dates. This was, of course, expected. After spending some time, the Jingbei Wangfu princess took her leave upon receiving Shen Wan's invitation card. Yun Shi accompanied the princess out of the residence. Once they departed, Shen Ying congratulated her second sister. Shen Wan felt no joy whatsoever. Shen Wu, filled with jealousy, retorted that the fourth sister's congratulations were premature, as the second sister had failed in 2 previous engagements. Who could guarantee that she and the Jingbei Wang heir would be a perfect match? Was there truly a need for compatibility? She felt inherently incompatible with Xie Jingyu. Just the sight of him filled her with dread. A lifetime with him would be worse than death. This engagement must be disrupted. Shen Wan could only rely on her elder brother. She sought out Shunli in the front courtyard and encountered Yunshi, who had just returned from escorting the Jingbei Wangfu princess. With a beaming smile, Yunshi remarked that their father had always hoped for the Jingbei Wang heir to become his son-in-law, and now his wish had finally been fulfilled, especially since the previous two engagements had not materialized. Observing Yunshi's elation, Shen Wan felt reluctant to dampen her spirits, yet she had to add, "Perhaps I am also incompatible with the Jingbei Wang heir." Yunshi playfully poked Shen Wan's forehead, urging her to think positively. She was yearning for a favorable outcome, hence her anticipation. Shen Wan quickly excused herself, claiming to have business with her brother. When she found Shen Li, he was about to leave, and upon seeing her, smiled and remarked that he had always thought the Jingbei Wang heir resembled her brother-in-law, and indeed, he was not mistaken. Shen Li praised himself before inquiring, "Is there something you need, sister? Elder brother, would you help me disrupt this engagement?" Shen Li furrowed his brow. "You do not find the Jingbei Wang heir appealing? Who do you wish to marry instead?" Shen Wan replied, "I know the Jingbei Wang heir is admirable, but I feel terrified upon seeing him. I hardly dare to speak to him if he dares to bully you. I will help you fight him," Shen Li assured. "But elder brother, can you truly defeat him?" Shen Wan asked. Shen Li cleared his throat. While he couldn't claim to have bested him, he was confident that he could at least hold his ground. Shen Wan replied, "If we cannot prevail, then we will both be bullied by him." Shen Li, "It sounds rather tragic. The Crown Prince of Jingbei is not that sort of person." Shen Wan remarked, "I understand that my elder brother has my best interests at heart. I certainly wish for my own well-being as well. Please, brother, assist me just this once more." Last time, he declared it would be the final occasion. Shen Wan continued, "When you departed the capital last time, you were unable to aid me. I solemnly swear this is truly the last time." With a beseeching expression, Shen Wan raised her hand in a gesture of oath. For a brother who dotes on his sister, her pleas and endearing antics rendered Shen Li powerless. Yet, he still wrestled with his resolve. He had been fervently attempting to facilitate this union, and now that it was on the brink of fruition, it would be too difficult for him to sabotage it. The Jingbei Wangfu is far more fortified than the Zhonggugong and the Gue Deho residences. Even if his brother wished to help, it would be futile. She was not so easily deceived. Regardless of the stringent defenses of the Jingbei Wangfu, the ancestral hall would not assign hidden guards. Shen Li had already devised a plan to thwart the match. He gazed at Shen Wan. "Are you serious? You truly do not wish to marry the Crown Prince of Jingbei?" Shen Wan nodded earnestly. Shen Li felt a headache approaching. If their parents found out, they would certainly be furious. Chapter 50. Self-awareness. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the entire city of Kyoto. Beneath the moonlight, a nimble figure darted across the rooftops, scaling the walls of the northeast corner of the Jingbei Wang residence to reach the ancestral hall. The hall was illuminated by candles flickering at its four corners, not overly dim. Shen Li leapt through the window, drew 3 incense sticks from the table, lit them, and held them before his forehead, bowing in reverence. "Forgive me, forgive me." He placed the incense into the censer and reached towards the ancestral tablets, just as a rich, resonant voice interrupted. "The heir of the Duke of Dinghua possesses quite the refined taste, visiting the ancestral hall of the Jingbei Wang family in the middle of the night." The following day, after morning greetings, Lady Yun went to Hugua Temple while Shen Wan returned to Mingwei Garden. Upon exiting the courtyard, a maid rushed over to inform Shen Wan that the young lord had left his jade pendant at the residence of the Jingbei Wang heir, and his guards had specifically brought it back. The maid presented the pendant for Shen Wan's inspection, recognizing it as the jade worn by her elder brother. Shen Wan remarked, "Why not return it directly to the young lord?" The maid replied, "The guards of the Jingbei Wang heir instructed it to be delivered to the second young lady." Though puzzled, the maid complied with their request. Holding the pendant, Shen Wan escorted Lady Yun out of the residence. After watching Lady Yun depart, she inquired with her brother's attendant, Shen, "Where is my elder brother?" Shen An's expression darkened with worry. "The young lord has not returned since he climbed over the wall last night. He never stays out overnight." With her brother missing and the pendant returned, Shen Wan felt a surge of anxiety. Her brother must be in the hands of Xie Jingyu. Prepare the carriage, she commanded. After a brief wait in the front yard, Shen and brought the carriage. Shen Wan and Shan Hua climbed aboard, and as they traveled toward the Jingbei Wang residence, Shen Wan soon spotted Chen Ping, Xie Jingyu's guard, waiting there. Following Chen Ping's lead, Shen Wan did not head to the Jingbei Wang residence, but instead to a secluded garden in the northern part of the city. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of her elder brother suspended from a tree, a cloth gagging his mouth. Seeing her, he muffled a sound, but no words could be discerned. Xie Jingyu. Shen Wan's voice was ablaze with fury. In a nearby pavilion by the lakeside stood a tall figure, the very instigator of her brother's predicament. Shen Wan stormed over, demanding, "Release my brother at once." Xie Jingyu turned, meeting her furious gaze with an inscrutable expression. As he approached, Shen Wan instinctively retreated until her back pressed against a pillar, with nowhere left to flee. His eyes held an enigmatic emotion that unsettled Shen Wan, who dared not gaze too long. Just as she averted her eyes, he seized her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You urged me to propose, and now that I have, you wish to disrupt it. Does the second young lady of the Shen family delight in playing with others' fates?" Shen Wan. She sensed a misunderstanding brewing. Inwardly lamenting, she thought, "I merely wished for you to propose sooner, but I did not intend for you to wed me." Xie Jingyu scrutinized her. "If not for you to marry, then for whom should I propose?" Exhausted, Shen Wan replied, "Is that even question? Of course, you should marry the girl you cherish." She believed she had articulated her thoughts clearly enough at the residence of the Duke of Xinghua. How could he not have understood? Xie Jingyu chuckled, inquiring who had informed her of his affections for a lady. Shen Wan, none? Could it be that he had yet to encounter that one whom he yearned for, the one whose absence tormented him to the core, driving him to madness? It was indeed a possibility. The Princess of Jingbei had passed away, and as her son, Xie Jingyu was bound to observe a 3-year mourning period and could not marry. However, he could engage in a joyous ceremony within 3 months of the mourning period. Those who could not wait for 3 years often found excuses to hasten their nuptials within that time frame. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to the borders. Watching the one who held his heart wed another, Shen Wan remarked that even if he did not have someone now, he would most likely find her within 3 months. A smile curved at the corners of Xie Jingyu's lips. "Are you so certain?" "Indeed." Xie Jingyu then asked, "And who might she be? How could she possibly know?" In her past life, many were curious about the identity of the bold individual who had dared to abandon the esteemed heir of Jingbei, yet no one knew. Perhaps it was out of respect for the lady's reputation. After all, she was now married, and he had gone to battle, carrying a piece of her clothing with him, which a careless young soldier had discovered under his pillow, making it known throughout the border. When this tale reached the capital, any young lady who heard it would surely blush. If it spread widely, the lady would be utterly mortified. Shen Wan remained silent, prompting Xie Jingyu to inquire if she had not yet devised a way to deceive him. "Who would dare deceive you?" She retorted. Even if she had 100 times the courage, she would not attempt to mislead him. Shen Wan felt frustrated. "Deceiving you would benefit me in no way," Xie Jingyu said, not knowing who she is, yet being so confident. "Does that seem reasonable to you?" Shen Wan could not respond. "In any case, I have not lied to you." Xie Jingyu gazed into her eyes, causing her to feel uneasy, wishing only to rescue her brother and distance herself from him. Shen Wan said, "The person who informed me mentioned that the lady you admire might have the surname Shen." No one knew the identity of the lady he favored. The surname Shen was merely speculation, and Shen Wan dared not assert it too confidently, fearing the consequences of a mistake. Lost in thought, Xie Jingyu asked, "What is your surname?" "My surname is also Shen," she replied without hesitation. Xie Jingyu laughed joyfully, "With both of us sharing the surname Shen, why do you not suspect that the person I admire is you?" Listening to his hearty laughter, Shen Wan looked up and found herself ensnared by his eyes, which sparkled more brilliantly than a summer night sky, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. She quickly averted her gaze. "I am self-aware. My meddling in your marriage arrangements is for your own good. Please, release my brother. If you truly cared for me, you would marry me," he interrupted her. Shen Wan did not quite catch his words. "What did you say?" "I wish to marry you. he enunciated clearly. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that someone had proposed such a thing to her. Even though she knew it was impossible, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Recalling Xie Jingyu's previous offer to let her take the position of his future wife, she replied, I appreciate your kindness. But if I were to occupy the position of your future wife, you would never be able to marry the lady of your dreams. I cannot bring you harm. Truly, she is wholly considerate of him, to the point where his molars seemed to itch, remarked Xie Jingyu. Once I have made a decision, it is immutable. Is she insistent on lending her status as his consort to her? I have never encountered such audacity. Shen Wan intended to decline. Yet upon meeting Xie Jingyu's somewhat displeased expression, the words that surged to her lips were stifled. You are the one who wishes to lend it to me. Do not renege later. What does it mean to lend it to her? Xie Jingyu furrowed his brow, and Shen Wan added, if you truly change your mind. You may speak to me, but you cannot harm me. Xie Jingyu. What sort of image does he project in this woman's eyes? A ruthless killer? He was both exasperated and helpless. Shen Wan declared, let's agree then. I will borrow your identity as consort for a year, at most 2, after which we shall part ways. She extended her hand towards Xie Jingyu for a pact. He cast a glance at her outstretched palm, then sat down to pour himself some tea. Do you truly fear that I would not agree to part? Shen Wan suddenly felt her raised hand grow warm, realizing the redundancy of her gesture. Chapter 51. The marriage proposal. Once the marriage arrangement was settled, Xie Jingyu released Shun Li. Shun Li, feeling dizzy from being hung upside down, was still worried that Xie Jingyu might mistreat Shen Wan. As soon as he was let down, he rushed over to ask Shen Wan, he didn't bully you, did he? Shen Wan shook her head. Shun Li turned to Xie Jingyu and remarked, a forced marriage is never sweet. I believe this engagement is. Before Shun Li could finish, Shen Wan hurriedly interrupted, elder brother, I have decided to marry him. Shun Li was taken aback. No, how could his sister be so unpredictable? Just before, she was adamant about not marrying, and now she was ready to wed. Was she being coerced by elder brother? Shen Wan shook her head vigorously. I am willing. I'll return to the manor first. As Shen Wan turned to leave, Shun Li glanced at Xie Jingyu and followed her out, asking, he didn't threaten you? How did you change your mind? Shen Wan looked at Shun Li. Elder brother, couldn't you hold your own against him? How could you be caught? She continued, you have thwarted 2 marriage proposals, making it known to him. He was just waiting for you to walk into his trap. Shen Wan felt a twinge of guilt. How long had he been suspended? Shun Li reassured her, don't worry. Once you marry him, I will be his brother-in-law. There will come a day when I reclaim my dignity. Shen Wan's heart trembled at his words. She and Xie Jingyu were not truly wed. Their feelings could not withstand Shen Li's antics. Yet, she dared not voice her concerns, fearing Shun Li would accuse her of being disloyal before her marriage. Having been suspended for so long, Shun Li walked with a slight sway, riding to escort Shen Wan back to the manor. Upon her return, Shen Wan was besieged by Shun Wu and Yi Kai Wei, who inquired about her whereabouts. Shen Wan replied, I went to meet the heir of the king of Jingbei. Shun Wu and Yi Kai Wei exchanged glances, surprised that Shen Wan was candid with them. Shen Wan had no desire to engage with them. But Chen Ping was waiting not far from the Duke of Dinggua's residence, and the servants coming in and out could see him. There was no hiding the truth. So why bother? Curiously, Shun Wu asked, what did second sister go to see the heir of the king of Jingbei for? Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, to persuade him not to marry me. Although the emperor does not mind an alliance between the Duke of Dinggua's household and the king of Jingbei's, he is not compelled to marry me, and I am not obliged to wed him. Why force the issue? Shen Wu remarked, it seems second sister is quite perceptive. While the emperor may not mind at present, it does not guarantee he won't in the future. It's best not to marry the heir of the king of Jingbei. Shen Wan understood that these individuals did not wish for her to wed Xie Jingyu, but she would inevitably disappoint them. However, she kept her thoughts to herself and returned to Mingyue Courtyard. Shun Wu and Yi Kai Wei believed that Shen Wan had successfully persuaded the heir of the king of Jingbei, leading to the dissolution of the marriage alliance. And they informed the matriarch, who was astonished by Shen Wan's maturity. Both Yin and Shun Ji feared that Shen Wan and Xie Jingyu's birth dates were incompatible. Just as in the previous instances, they approved the marriage but believed it would not come to fruition. After 3 days without rumors of incompatible birth dates, Yin felt somewhat relieved. According to schedule, the Princess of Jingbei was expected to visit today to formally establish the engagement and discuss the dowry and wedding arrangements, selecting an auspicious date for the betrothal. As she contemplated that in less than 3 months, Shen Wan would be married off, Yun felt a deep sense of reluctance, even more so than when Shen Yu had wed. After waiting in vain for an invitation from the Jingbei Wangfu, Yun began to feel anxious and restless. Shen Wan also found the situation peculiar, yet this marriage was never part of her plans. Whether the Jingbei princess came or not, whether the marriage would materialize or not, she remained indifferent. To calm her agitated heart, Yun sipped her tea when suddenly a maid rushed in, announcing, "Old madam, His Majesty has sent someone to the residence with a decree." Shen Wan was taken aback. How could the emperor send someone to proclaim a decree? This was unprecedented in her previous life. The old matriarch, equally concerned, asked what the decree entailed, but the maid shook her head. The old matriarch raised her hand, and Granny Sun hurried to help her rise as everyone made their way to the front courtyard. The envoy was Gong Gong, and a close attendant to the emperor. When everyone, including Shunji, had assembled and knelt before him, Gong Gong and took up the bright yellow imperial edict and began to read. As Shen Wan knelt on the ground, each proclamation caused her brows to furrow deeper. By the time the decree was finished, she felt as if struck by lightning. It was an imperial edict granting her marriage to Xie Jingyu. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Shen Yi, perplexed, took the edict and asked Gong Gong and how the emperor could bestow a marriage decree when the Jingbei Wangfu had already proposed. Gong Gong and chuckled, explaining that the family harbored reservations about the match, prompting the Jingbei Wang to specifically request the decree from the emperor, assuring the duke that he could confidently send his daughter off to wed. With this revelation, Shunji and Yun felt completely reassured, leaving the old matriarch and the others speechless. An imperial decree for marriage from the emperor naturally signified no objections. However, for Shen Wan, it felt as though the sky had fallen. She and Xie Jingyu had intended to feign marriage and seek a divorce. How could they now separate after receiving such a decree? Why hadn't Xie Jingyu intervened? What was she to do now? As despair clouded her vision, she realized that anything connected to Xie Jingyu was beyond her control. Reflecting on her impulsive decision to assume the identity of his fiancée, for 2 years, she now regretted it deeply. It seemed she was tied to him for life. Meanwhile, Yin praised the Jingbei Wangfu's meticulous handling of affairs. Shen Wan, on the other hand, contemplated whether feigning death might be construed as treason against the emperor. Chapter 52. Patience amidst the cacophony of congratulations, Shen Wan was utterly oblivious. Her mind consumed with thoughts of how to extricate herself from the situation. The imperial decree of marriage loomed over her, and she contemplated a feigned death, resigning herself to a life of anonymity, never to return to the Duke of Dinghu's residence, fearing that rejecting Xie Jingyu's goodwill might incite his displeasure. Shen Wan impulsively acquiesced to borrow his title of noble consort, a decision she now regretted deeply. This predicament stemmed from Xie Jingyu's own failures. The decree of marriage had robbed him of his beloved, and she should not bear the blame. If only he could voice his grievances. Shen Wan could dismiss them as mere whispers of the wind. Yet she feared following in Shen Yu's tragic footsteps, apprehensive that Xie Jingyu might resort to violence to clear the path for his heart's desire. In her innermost thoughts, she regarded Xie Jingyu as a man capable of anything. The Jingbei Wangfu had sought the decree for marriage. Surely they could also petition for a divorce in the future. Shen Wan's heart quaked with anxiety. She scarcely remembered how she returned to Mingyue courtyard, lost in a daze, her thoughts in disarray. The Yin family and Shunji were exceedingly pleased with the engagement. In the afternoon, Yin brought a seamstress to measure Shen Wan, preparing to embroider the wedding gown. As they discussed the design, Shen Wan replied, "Mother, you decide." Yun chided her gently. "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Your satisfaction is paramount, not just mine." Having married Shunji in haste due to the pressing needs of war, she harbored regrets even after all these years. Shen Yu too had her own tale. betrothed early to the heir of the Zhao Ping marquis. She had prepared her wedding attire, only to have the engagement rescinded due to an unfortunate accident. Reluctantly, she wed the heir of the Yongqing marquis instead, and in her discontent, she crafted a hasty gown, neglecting many details. Yin felt regret, but chose not to pressure Xinyu, respecting her wishes. Yin was determined that Shen Wan should not carry any regrets regarding her marriage, yet her daughter appeared disinterested. Not only indifferent, but also somewhat distracted, Yin inquired, "Do you not wish to marry the heir of Jingbei Wang?" Shen Wan shook her head, "No." "Then why do I sense your lack of joy?" Yin pressed. Fearing her mother's worry, Shen Wan suppressed her apprehensions about the future and took Yun's arm, saying, "I simply feel reluctant to leave you and father." Her words dispelled Yun's concerns. As a woman who had traversed similar paths, she understood Shen Wan's worries and reluctance. Gently caressing her daughter's face, Yun smiled. The Duke of Dinghua's residence and Jingbei Wangfu are not far apart. Should you miss us, you can always return for a visit. Shen Wan nodded obediently. After deliberating over the gown's design, they sent a draft to the embroidery room, ready to proceed unless there were any objections. Yin lingered for half an hour before taking her leave. Once Yin departed, Shen Wan ceased her inner turmoil as a more pressing matter diverted her attention. A gray-white pigeon alighted upon the windowsill. After waiting for so many days, news had finally arrived. Just 3 more days of enduring Yi Siwei's torment remained. Yet, even for those final 3 days, Shen Wan found her patience tested to its limits. The following day, Shen Wan, as per her usual routine, accompanied Coral to pay respects to the matriarch. Xin Wu, observing Coral's constant presence beside her, remarked, "Elder sister, you must persuade grandmother to part with Red Sleeve for you. Is it not a sign of discontent that you only bring Coral along?" In the past, Shen Wan would enter and exit alongside them, but now her outings with them had significantly diminished, leaving them unaware of her whereabouts or activities, creating a sense of disconnection. Shen Wan smiled gently. "Red Sleeve is a special gift I requested from grandmother. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? I simply have more pressing matters that require Red Sleeve's attention." Leaving her unable to accompany me, Yi Kaiwei feigned ignorance, asking, "The important matters you speak of, could they possibly involve having Red Sleeve assist you in embroidering the longevity picture?" Shen Wu interjected, preparing a birthday gift for grandmother while relying on another lack sincerity. Shen Wan cast a glance at Shen Wu. "I underestimated the difficulty of embroidering the longevity picture with golden and silver threads. After sitting at the embroidery frame for too long, I became somewhat anxious. My parents have painstakingly helped me restore my health, and I dare not overexert myself, lest I cause them further worry. Thus, I have entrusted Red Sleeve with this task, for her skills surpass my own. If you believe my intentions are insufficient, I shall have to consider an alternative gift for grandmother." The matriarch replied, "Your health is of utmost importance. It is perfectly acceptable if you do not prepare a gift for grandmother. Without a gift, the collective whispers of disapproval would surely drown her." Shen Wu inquired, "What does elder sister intend to offer grandmother instead?" Shen Wan replied, "I have not yet decided, but rest assured, it will be something I prepare myself, without any assistance." Unable to extract further information, Shen Wu abandoned her inquiry. As soon as Shen Wan returned to Mingyue Courtyard, Yi Kaiwei arrived shortly thereafter. Shen Wan was seated at the embroidery frame, diligently working on the longevity picture. Finding it uninteresting, Yi Kaiwei soon sought out Shen Yu. After a mere quarter of an hour at Shen Yu's side, she requested a gold hairpin inlaid with rubies and took it away. Upon learning this, Shen Wan felt a wave of frustration. It was only a moment of distraction, and her elder sister had allowed Yi Kaiwei to walk away with something precious. Shen Wan, feeling exasperated, sought out Shen Yu. That hairpin was a gift from mother to elder sister. How could she have given it to a cousin? Shen Yu replied. She admired the pin and praised its beauty. Seeing her genuine desire for it, I couldn't refuse. Shen Yu, with her gentle nature, struggled to deny anyone and was unaware that Yi Kaiwei was not truly her cousin, but rather the illegitimate daughter of the second master. When Yi Kaiwei expressed her wish for the pin, Shen Yu, despite her reluctance, thought of uncle and aunt, and thus she relinquished it. Noticing Shen Wan's displeasure, Shen Yu added, Mother already has a fondness for her cousin. She won't mind if I pass on a pin to her. Just because mother did not mind in the past does not guarantee she feels the same now. The second master and the matriarch have manipulated the first branch, treating them as mere playthings, and mother would not wish to be taken advantage of again. Moreover, it was not just Yi Kai-wei. Shen Wu and Shen Yao had also benefited from elder sister's generosity. Shen Wan remarked, they have all taken advantage of elder sister's gentle disposition. They feel entitled to her belongings, and elder sister finds it difficult to refuse. If this continues, she will only end up giving her possessions away. You give it away, and I shall promptly retrieve it for you. I assure you, I am a woman of my word. Shen Wan abhorred coercing others, yet this particular tactic proved effective. By applying pressure on the Yun family, she could secure complete control of the kitchen steward's authority. Shen Yu genuinely feared that Shen Wan might resort to such measures, promptly assuring her, elder sister, upon learning this, will refrain from such actions in the future. Shen Wan chose not to retrieve the hairpin from Yi Kai-wei. Once she dealt with her, all the items intended for her cousin would be reclaimed. As Shen Wan contemplated the final 2 days, she believed Yi Kai-wei would only manage to gain minor advantages, unable to create significant turmoil. However, Yi Kai-wei indeed managed to embroil her in a predicament, demanding Shun Ji and the Yun family to assist in resolving the aftermath. Chapter 53. Trouble on this day. After greeting the matriarch, Shen Wan prepared to return to Mingyue Courtyard. Shen Wu suggested a shopping excursion, which met with unanimous agreement, save for Shen Wan. Reluctant to join, she declined outright. Sitting close to the matriarch, Shen Wu immediately remarked, elder sister has seldom accompanied us outside the estate lately. Have we inadvertently offended her? Understanding Shen Wan's desire to refrain from joining them, Yinshi interjected, I am preparing a dowry for Wan'er and need to inquire about her preferences. You all may go out and enjoy yourselves. The matriarch added, preparing the dowry does not require a full day's absence. I have no wish to go out. I am weary of traversing those few streets, Shen Wan replied, torn between the necessity of preparing her dowry and her disinterest in venturing out. Shen Wu and Yi Kai-wei could not persuade Shen Wan to join them, so they set off on their own. Throughout the morning, Yinshi remained in Mingyue Courtyard, drafting a lengthy list of items. Yet, Shen Wan knew this was merely a fraction of what was required. In her previous life, her wedding procession had boasted a far grander display than this. The preparation of such an extensive dowry left her pondering the potential complications of separation or feigned death, should she need to relocate from the residence of the Prince of Jingbei. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a maid hurried in, exclaiming, Madam, it's terrible. The cousin has caused another mishap. Before learning of Yi Kai-wei's status as the illegitimate daughter of the second master, Yinshi would have been merely concerned. However, now she felt only disdain. It had been mere days since Yi Kai-wei had ruined a painting intended for the emperor, and now she had stirred trouble once more. Her parents were already overwhelmed with the aftermath of her previous misdeeds. Suppressing her annoyance, Shen Wan inquired, what trouble has she caused this time? The maid replied, while descending the steps of the Jade Pavilion, the cousin accidentally twisted her ankle and collided with the fourth miss of the Wei family, causing her to tumble down the stairs. Shen Wan's heart sank. Yinshi stood in alarm. What has happened to the fourth miss? The maid continued, the fourth miss has sustained a head injury and dislocated her arm. Such injuries were indeed serious. Were Yi Kai-wei's missteps to merely result in an accident involving another party? Shen Wan might have entertained the notion of it being mere coincidence. However, the fact that it involved the fourth miss of the Wei family raised her suspicions. The fourth miss had previously exposed Shen Wu's deceit at the residence of the Princess of Shenyang, causing Shen Wu great embarrassment. Not long ago, at the residence of the Duke of Xinghua, Shen Wu had showcased her musical skills, only to be mocked by the fourth Mississippi. Given Shen Wu's temperament, it was inconceivable that she would let this slight go unchallenged. She would inevitably seek revenge. While the second mistress and Shen Wu were oblivious to Yi Kai-wei's true parentage, they surely knew that she was not the biological daughter of General Yi. From Yi Kai-wei's attempts to ensnare Shen Wu, it was evident that she had been subservient to Shen Wu, performing tasks on her behalf. Today's incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by Shen Wu, who had coerced Yi Kai-wei into this predicament. utilizing Yi Kaiwei for vengeance, while leaving Shun Ji and Yun Shi to manage the fallout, was indeed a cunning strategy. As the maid concluded her report, the matriarch sent for Yun Shi. With Yi Kaiwei's propensity for causing trouble, even if she were truly General Yi's daughter, Yun Shi would harbor discontent. How much more so, given that she was the illegitimate child of the second master. Yet, without concrete evidence to expose Yi Kaiwei's background, Shun Ji and Yun Shi could not afford to ignore the chaos she had unleashed. Yin rose to visit the Shoan Hall, accompanied by Shen Wan. Upon their arrival, they found Yi Kaiwei and Shun Wu had already returned. Shen Wu sat there in tears, receiving comfort from the matriarch, who reassured her that her grandmother understood it was not intentional. Shen Wan entered and remarked, "Cousin, did you forget the way after stepping out? Just the other day, you ruined a painting in the Prince Kang's residence and have yet to make amends. Today, you nearly harmed Miss Wei Si. Fortunately, she was not gravely injured. But this is not a trifling matter, and father can only bear so much." Shen Wu replied, "Elder sister, your words are rather harsh." Shen Wan retorted, "Am I not speaking the truth?" Yi Kaiwei, her eyes swollen from crying, lamented, "I shall never step outside again." Shen Wan responded, "Indeed, it will be wise to venture out less often." The matriarch scolded Shen Wan, saying, "Kaiwei has already endured enough fear. You need not frighten her further." She consoled the troublemaking Yi Kaiwei, questioning if she truly believed that Yi Kaiwei could ensure the lasting prosperity of the Guogong residence. Frustrated, Shen Wan was about to speak again when Yin shook her head at her. The matriarch then soothed Yi Kaiwei a few more times before addressing Yin. "It seems that Miss Wei from the Guogong residence has sustained considerable injury. Prepare a gift of apology and visit the Guogong residence to express our regrets on behalf of Kaiwei." Shen Wan interjected, "Mother, go tomorrow instead. The Guogong residence is likely still in a fury and preoccupied with caring for Miss Wei." The second matron insisted, "The sooner you go, the more sincere the apology will seem. Delaying will only exacerbate their anger." Shen Wan did not argue further, and Yin acquiesced. Yin and the matriarch discussed what to send as an apology gift before proceeding to prepare. As they exited Shoan Hall, Shen Wan said, "Mother, you should go tomorrow." Yin, puzzled, replied, "This is an unavoidable matter." Shen Wan leaned in and whispered a few words to her. Yin prepared the apology gift. But just as she was about to leave, she was suddenly struck by severe abdominal pain, rendering her unable to depart. With Yi Kaiwei causing trouble and receiving no punishment, the matriarch instructed Yin to deliver the apology to the Guogong residence, cautioning Yi Kaiwei to be careful when walking outside in the future. After which she acted as if nothing had transpired. During lunch, the matriarch ate sparingly. The small kitchen had prepared bird's nest soup, and while she was enjoying it, a maid entered and announced, "Madam, the Guogong's lady has been suddenly afflicted with unrelenting abdominal pain and cannot leave her residence. She has prepared the gift of apology and requests that the second matron go to the Guogong residence on her behalf." It was evident that this was merely an attempt to deflect the Guogong's ire, and the second matron had no intention of complying. The second matron replied, "The entire capital knows how much the Guogong cherishes Kaiwei. It is only fitting that the Guogong and his lady should come to offer their apologies for Kaiwei's misdeeds. If I were to go without a proper gift, it would only serve to further infuriate the Guogong residents." Shen Wan, present at the moment, immediately chimed in. "Did not the second aunt say that the sooner one goes, the more sincere the apology appears? If my mother cannot go, then it must be you who goes." The second matron's expression stiffened as she replied, "Your mother is to go on behalf of Kaiwei. If she truly cannot, then it shall have to wait until tomorrow." Shen Wan, dissatisfied, protested, "Why must it be my mother who goes? Is there no way for the second aunt to go instead?" Shen Wu remarked that it was her uncle who had brought her cousin into the household. Since her cousin had caused trouble, it was only right for the eldest branch to handle the aftermath. Furthermore, she had always been at odds with Miss Wei, as was well known. The notion of her mother going to the Wei Duke's residence to apologize was unacceptable to her, and even if her mother consented, she would not. Shen Wan turned to the matriarch and inquired, "Who will go then?" The matriarch replied, "The hour is late. Let your mother go tomorrow instead." If her mother were to go, it could not be delayed for even a moment. The sooner, the better. If her mother could not go, then the second and fourth branches could handle it, and there was no rush. It was indeed a case of strictness towards others while being lenient towards oneself. She wondered what face they would have left to demand her mother's apology at the Wei Duke's residence come tomorrow. Chapter 54. Alarm. Madame Yun was plagued by incessant abdominal pain and summoned a physician to the residence. The doctor, upon examining her pulse, found no discernible ailment and merely prescribed a few tonics before taking his leave. Madame Yun feigned illness, leaving the old matriarch and the others in a state of skepticism. However, she deceived Xunji with remarkable efficacy, causing him great concern and leading him to believe that the physician lacked skill. He intended to summon the imperial physician, but was intercepted by Madame Yun. The following day, as everyone paid their respects, Madame Yun delayed her appearance. Yet, no one inquired about her absence. Whether her ailment was genuine or feigned, the task of offering apologies to the Duke of Wei was hers alone. She might evade initial scrutiny, but not the eventual reckoning. As others began to disperse to their respective quarters, Madame Yun finally arrived. The old matriarch observed that her complexion appeared satisfactory, inquiring if she was unscathed. Madame Yun responded, expressing her gratitude for the concern and assuring her that she had recovered. She added that she had contemplated sending the second madam to the Duke of Wei's residence. But now that she was well, it was best for her to go in person. Shen Wan internally rolled her eyes at this remark, noting that such sentiments had not been expressed prior to her mother's return. Now that her mother was well, there was no need for the second madam to visit the Duke, and the statement felt deliberately irritating. Madame Yun, however, remained unfazed, asserting that Kai Wei was to be brought into the household under the auspices of her husband and herself, and thus their affairs were their responsibility. Shen Wan declared her intention to accompany her mother to the Duke's residence. Madame Yun objected, stating that her mother was going to offer apologies and not to visit socially, so there was no need for her to attend. She insisted that her husband and she would go alone. As they prepared to depart, the old matriarch felt an inexplicable unease as she observed their retreating figures. Shen Wan escorted Madame Yun out of the residence, and just as they exited the second gate, they encountered Xunji, who had changed out of his court attire. Upon seeing his wife and daughter, his stern demeanor softened, revealing a rare touch of elegance. Xunji inquired if one was also going. She shook her head, clarifying that she was merely there to see her parents off. Xunji chuckled, bemused by the notion that she needed to accompany them for such a short outing. They could hardly say she was merely there to observe the bustle in the front courtyard. Though Shen Wan insisted on accompanying them, Xunji acquiesced. However, just as they reached the main gate, the sound of hoofbeats echoed nearby. A man, appearing to be around 35, reined in his horse abruptly, his features unfamiliar to Shen Wan, though Xunji recognized him. It was Master Yi San. Xunji was taken aback by Master Yi San's sudden arrival in the capital, having received no prior notice. As a younger brother of General Yi and the uncle of Yi Kaiwei, he was most welcome. Xunji strode forward to greet him. Yet to his astonishment, Master Yi San dismounted and knelt before him with a thud. This unexpected act startled Xunji, and even Madame Yun, who had been psychologically prepared, was taken aback. Xunji hurriedly asked, "What is the matter? Please rise and speak." Master Yi San, choked with emotion, replied, "I have wronged my elder brother and sister-in-law, and I apologize to the Duke of Jingbei." Inside, the old matriarch had been in a state of unease since Shen Wan and Madame Yun departed, attempting to calm her troubled heart with tea. Just as the old lady raised her teacup, a young maid hurried in, exclaiming that something had transpired at the Yi family in Junzhou. Lord Yi San had come to the estate and, at the entrance, knelt before the Duke, offering apologies for the late General Yi and his aunt, as well as for the Duke himself. The old lady's hand trembled, causing the exquisite porcelain teacup to shatter on the floor into countless pieces. The once boisterous room fell into an immediate hush. The third and fourth ladies exchanged glances, while Shen Yin and Shen Yao stared at one another in bewilderment. The Yi family troubles seemed to have no bearing on the Duke's residence. So why did the old lady appear so distressed? The second lady also found it difficult to remain seated, her expression reflecting concern, while Yi Caiwei's face turned pale. Before long, another maid rushed in, casting a glance at Yi Caiwei before reporting, "Old madam, Lord Yisan claims that this cousin is an impostor, and the true cousin may have died 4 years ago." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Apart from a few who were in the know, everyone else wore expressions of astonishment. Shen Yao's voice rose in disbelief. "An impostor?" Yi Caiwei's face turned ashen. The maid recounted, verbatim, Lord Yisan's words as he knelt and spoke to Shenji. For years prior, General Yi had perished on the battlefield while shielding Shenji from an arrow. Unable to bear the loss, the Shen matriarch followed suit, leaving only Yi Caiwei as their sole descendant. Shenji, feeling sorrowful and wishing to repay his brother-in-law's life-saving sacrifice, intended to bring Yi Caiwei into his household for her upbringing. However, as he held military authority, he was unable to travel to Junzhou himself and dispatched the second lord to attend the funeral and retrieve her. The second lord first visited the Yi family, and after laying the Shen matriarch to rest, had some personal matters to attend to, departing the Yi residence with an agreement to meet at a designated location. Lord Yisan escorted Yi Caiwei to the meeting point, but en route, she suffered from seasickness and accidentally fell overboard, swept away by the raging river. After searching for 2 days without success, Lord Yisan, fearing the second lord would grow anxious, sought him out and was met with a severe reprimand. Fearing blame from both the Yi family and Shenji for the mishap, they devised a plan to find someone of a similar age to impersonate Yi Caiwei. Knowing that Shenji had never seen his niece and that no one at the duke's residence would recognize her, as long as the ruse was clever enough, they believed they could deceive everyone. The second lord returned to the estate, while Lord Yisan continued his search for the real Yi Caiwei. If she were still alive, he would bring her to the capital and clarify the situation, believing that Shenji would not hold them accountable if they showed genuine contrition. Shen Yao had not anticipated that Yi Caiwei was an impostor and was incensed that a counterfeit cousin would dare to reprimand her, a legitimate daughter of the duke's household. She questioned why Lord Yi San had suddenly come to the capital to admit fault. The maid responded that the second lady had sent someone to the Yi family, leaving the old lady's expression darken with concern. The maid could not provide further details, as Shen Wan had not disclosed them. Soon, Shenji arrived, his face ashen, displaying an unprecedented severity that made it evident to all that the second master was in grave peril. Shenji remained silent, having already dispatched someone to summon the second master back to the residence, while Yi Sanlao also entered. Noticing the old matriarch's gaze resting upon Shen Wan, Shen Wu inquired, "Why would second sister send someone to the Yi family?" Shen Wan replied, "That night at the Hugwa temple, after the horse scare, I had a nightmare in which I dreamt of my uncle and aunt. In my dream, they questioned my father as to why he had not taken proper care of my cousin. I found it peculiar, as my cousin lives in our Duke of Dingwa's mansion, enjoying a life of luxury. Everything I possess, she has as well. How could she not be well cared for? Fearing to confide in my parents, I sought the help of a priest at Hugwa Temple. The priest suggested that my parents burn some paper money at my uncle and aunt's graves. Since my father is perpetually busy and I seldom see him, I asked the priest if someone could do it on their behalf. The priest said it could be attempted, so I asked my cousin's brother for assistance. However, the person he sent was unaware of the location of my uncle and aunt's graves and, not daring to act recklessly, conveyed the truth to the Yi family. To my surprise, Yi Sanlao, feeling a pang of guilt, and the old matriarch, perceiving something amiss, pressed for answers, leading Yi Sanlao to confess everything. Chapter 55. Ancestry with a Heavy Heart. It was time for the truth to be revealed. Lord Yi San was oblivious to the fact that Shen Wan's dreams were merely fabrications. The act of burning paper offerings on her behalf was futile. Shenji intended to return Yi Caiwei to Junzhou and personally handle the paper offerings, which filled him with dread. Once Shenji brought the counterfeit Yi Caiwei back to Junzhou, it was likely that the charade would collapse before even entering the Yi household. Now, confessing was already too late. Once Shenji arrived in Junzhou, he could scarcely bear the wrath that would ensue. Upon learning the news, The old lady was so furious that she nearly fainted on the spot. She struck Lord Yi San several times with her cane and immediately demanded that he travel to the capital to apologize to Shinji. The old lady exclaimed, "Such a monumental affair, and you did not inform your parents, let alone your grandmother?" It was absurd. She hadn't even confided in her parents. So how could she possibly disclose it to her? Fearing their concern, she had kept it to herself, while simultaneously sending people to burn paper offerings for her uncle and aunt, all the while tending to her cousin with utmost care, alleviating her father's worries. The realization dawned upon everyone. No wonder Shen Wan had suddenly been so exceptionally kind to Yi Kaiwei. The exquisite brocade fabric intended for Yi Kaiwei's gown, the lessons with Vice Minister Li from the inner teaching court, and a lavish jewelry were all manifestations of her guilt after a nightmare. She felt she had not treated her cousin well enough and endeavored to care for her to the best of her ability. The more Shen Wan pondered, the more her anger swelled. It was clear that her parents had lavished affection on her cousin, even bestowing upon her the title of county princess. So why did her uncle and aunt still harbor grievances? It turned out that Yi Kaiwei was not even her cousin at all. "Return all those things to me." Standing there, Yi Kaiwei's face was devoid of color. Shunji sat silently, seething with anger, while Yunshi was far more composed, having known about the situation for quite some time, even more than Lord Yi San himself. The room fell silent, save for Shen Wan, until the second master returned home. As soon as he entered, Shunji could no longer contain his fury and pummeled the second master. "If you were too busy to fetch someone, you could have simply said so. I wouldn't have insisted you go, and this is how you choose to receive them." No one dared to intervene as Shunji unleashed his wrath. The second master emerged with a bruised visage, and the old lady scolded him. "You are more of a hindrance than a help. Having made a mistake, you still show no remorse. You brought an unrelated person into our household, and even awarded her the title that rightfully belonged to Wanner." The second master replied, "I have let down my elder brother's trust. Lord Yi San implored me, and in a moment of folly." Before he could finish his sentence, he received another blow from Shunji, causing him to double over in pain. After sufficient punishment, Yunshi intervened, stating, "This cannot rest solely on the second master. The Yi family bears some responsibility as well. However, she is not truly our cousin and has no ties to the Duke of Dingwa's residence. Let her be returned when she came." Yi Kaiwei knelt, weeping. "I do not wish to be sent away." Shen Wan found it amusing. "You were brought into this household under the pretense of being my cousin, enjoying the privileges that should have been bestowed upon her, and now you wish to cling to them? I shall reclaim the title of county princess, along with the Qingyi garden and the gifts I bestowed upon you. You shall take with you no more than what you brought into this residence." Irritated by Yi Kaiwei's presence, Shen Wan commanded, "Drag her out." Immediately, two maidservants stepped forward, roughly pulling Yi Kaiwei from the ground. The elderly lady, feeling a pang of compassion, addressed both Shunji and Madame Yun, expressing that although she was not truly Kaiwei, she had lived in the household for 4 years. To send her away like this would leave a solitary girl vulnerable to relentless bullying. It would be far better to adopt her as a goddaughter. "Shenyes kontenans darkend," Madame Yun replied. "Who would take her as a goddaughter? With the second master?" Before the second master could respond, the second mistress quickly interjected, "If anyone is to adopt her, it should be the first branch. My branch will not take her." Shen Wan spoke up, unable to contain her thoughts any longer. "I have refrained from expressing certain sentiments before, but I can no longer hold back. This cousin has caused too much trouble, ruining the painting meant for the King of Kong, and she has inadvertently collided with the fourth young lady of the Wei family. Our parents have yet to offer their apologies to her. If she were to be adopted as a goddaughter, we would be faced with endless messes to clean up. Besides, our parents already have me and my elder sister. Is that not sufficient?" Madame Yun turned to Shinji, inquiring about the Duke's intentions. "Send her away," he commanded. The two matrons continued to drag Yi Kaiwei towards the exit. Yi Kaiwei, casting a pleading glance at the elderly lady and the second master, silently implored them for salvation. The elderly lady, her heart heavy with compassion, intervened. "First, send her to the estate." Madame Yun questioned, "What do you intend to do with her at the estate?" The elderly lady, clutching her prayer beads, replied, "Kai Wei possesses talents in music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song. She would make an excellent match for future alliances, bringing countless benefits to our esteemed Duke's household." It was evident that the elderly lady was unwavering in her desire to retain Kai Wei. However, she was unaware of the father's disposition. He had always relied solely on himself and held disdain for using children as pawns in marriage, especially with unrelated individuals. While evoking pity might have offered a glimmer of hope, upon uttering such sentiments, the father would become even more resolute in his decision. As Shen Wan anticipated, Shen Ji's expression grew darker. The Duke's household had no need for marital alliances. Immediately remove her from the premises. Those who had seized Kai Wei were people brought by Madame Yun, and they would heed Shen Ji's orders. Thus, they roughly dragged Yi Kai Wei away. After a few steps, one of her embroidered shoes, adorned with millet beads, fell off. Just this single pair of shoes was worth 10 taels of silver, a sum that would not even suffice for the maidservants to purchase 2 pairs of such footwear. A solitary girl, who had enjoyed 4 years of opulence under the guise of a cousin of the Duke's family, was indeed a source of envy. Yi Kai Wei dared not reveal her status as the second master's illegitimate daughter. Even pretending to be a cousin had led to her current predicament. To have it known that she was an impostor would be catastrophic. Yet, she believed that the elderly lady and the second master would surely come to her aid. The second master remained silent, while the elderly lady had exhausted every means to retain Yi Kai Wei. Ultimately, it was Shen Ji who held sway over the Duke's household. Nevertheless, Shen Wan had arranged for someone to rescue her. Shen Wan aimed to reclaim Yi Kai Wei's status as a cousin, but she had no intention of genuinely sending her away. She was eager to witness the ensuing chaos in the second branch. Both the second master and the elderly lady were filled with apprehension and dared not openly retain Yi Kai Wei. They too had their methods to discreetly protect her. However, concubine Mei, consumed by maternal love, could not bear the thought of Yi Kai Wei being sent away or facing a dire fate. Upon learning that members of the Yi family were arriving, concubine Mei could no longer restrain herself and rushed to Shon Hall to assess the situation. On the way, Shen Wan instructed 2 maidservants to frighten Aunt Mei. Believing the ruse, Aunt Mei rushed in, her face ashen, pushing aside the 2 matrons who were holding Yi Kai Wei, and clasped Yi Kai Wei tightly in her arms. "Kai Wei is my daughter. You cannot take her away." Chapter 56, Treachery Against the Sovereign. The grand performance has only just begun. The entrance of concubine Mei to assist Yi Kai Wei was astonishing enough, but her words struck like thunder, sending shockwaves through the room. Every individual present was taken aback. The matriarch, seated on the Luohan couch, felt her vision darken upon hearing this revelation. Her fury boiling to the point where she wished to see concubine Mei dragged away and punished severely. How utterly foolish. The second master would inevitably be led to ruin by such a dim-witted woman. Her affection for Yi Kai Wei was profound. Did the second master not share this sentiment? Did she truly believe that hastening the revelation of Yi Kai Wei's origins would quell Shen Ji's anger? The matriarch's rage was so intense that she could taste blood in her mouth. Yet, now that concubine Mei had spoken, the words lingered in the air, irrevocable. The second master and Yi Sanlao had conspired to substitute an unrelated individual for Yi Kai Wei in the household, and Shen Ji was already seething with rage. How much more furious would he become upon discovering that his own illegitimate daughter had been chosen as the replacement? His wrath was so great that it nearly threatened to lift the roof off the building. With a single kick, he sent the second master flying, shattering the rosewood chair upon impact. The commotion was so loud that it sent shivers through everyone present. The second master lay on the ground, unable to rise from the pain. Yet, the matriarch, despite her anger, felt compassion for her son. With the assistance of Granny's son, she managed to stand and, suppressing her fury, inquired, "Do you intend to kill him?" Shen Ji turned to face her, demanding, "Do you comprehend the gravity of treachery against the sovereign?" The matriarch's anger was visibly frozen on her face. The act of replacing Yi Kai Wei with the second master's illegitimate daughter was merely a family matter between the Duke of Jingwei's estate and the Yi family. However, compelling Shen Wan to relinquish the position of county princess to Yi Kai Wei was a transgression against Shun Ji's military achievements, which were meant to benefit his parents, wife, and children. It was only due to General Yi saving Shen Ji's life that the emperor had made an exception, granting favors to the daughter of a benefactor. And now, the truth was that Yi Kaiwei was an impostor, the second master's illegitimate child. If the emperor were to investigate the elevation of a disreputable illegitimate child to the status of county princess, it would be enough to ruin Shen Ji. The matriarch suppressed her anger and stated, "The second master has erred in this matter. I shall not defend him. His negligence has betrayed your trust." And the Yi family failed to escort Kaiwei properly. They fear you and dare not speak the truth. Rather than selecting an unrelated individual for the household, Kaiwei is, after all, one of our own and would not bring disaster upon the Duke of Dingwa's estate, though she claimed not to defend the second master. Each word served as a justification for his actions, even placing the blame upon Shen Ji. If Shen Ji could be persuaded to remain calm, then Yi Sanlao and the second master would not hesitate to be forthcoming, but would instead seek to conceal the truth. Shen Ji was seething with rage. Yin Shi inquired, "What shall become of the crime of treachery against the sovereign?" The matriarch replied slowly, "Indeed, Kaiwei has been missing for 4 years, and I fear she may never be found. It may be best to let the mistake stand and allow her to assume Kaiwei's identity." Shen Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her grandmother. Has grandmother lost her senses? Treachery against the sovereign is a capital offense. To not confess to the emperor and plead for his leniency, and instead to gamble the lives of the Duke of Dingwa's entire clan for the sake of an illegitimate daughter of the second master? Shen Wan could scarcely fathom how her grandmother could utter such a proposal. After the second master's deceit was uncovered, the matriarch still insisted they continue with this charade, treating the second master's illegitimate daughter as if she were truly a legitimate young lady. The position of county princess is bestowed upon her, yet she must be treated as the favored daughter in public, as if the first family owes something to the second. Shen Ji, enraged, could scarcely articulate his indignation. His fists clenched tightly, producing a grating sound, dragged the second master away and administered 30 strokes of the cane, then cast him into the ancestral hall for reflection. With that, Shen Ji strode away. "Father," Shen Wan called out, prompting Shen Ji to halt. She understood his intentions. It was imperative to seek the emperor's pardon before the scandal surrounding the Duke of Dingwa's household spread, lest the emperor's wrath be ignited. "Father, if you enter the palace to plead for forgiveness, the chances of retaining the county princess's reward will diminish greatly. However, the emperor is a wise ruler, and there remains a glimmer of hope for preservation. If there is any hope left, please bestow the title upon my elder sister." Yin Shi gazed at Shen Wan, bewildered. "You do not wish for it?" Shen Wan shook her head. "My elder sister is in greater need of it. Moreover, there is a natural order, and it is only right that she receive it first. In the future, should father achieve military merit, he can seek further accolades on my behalf." Shen Ji remained silent. It was already a blessing if the emperor did not hold him accountable, let alone preserving the county princess's reward. The old matriarch, too, was reluctant to part with the honor of the county princess, attempting to salvage the situation, but without Shen Ji's consent, she was powerless. Her icy gaze swept toward concubine Mei, and the thought of the second master being beaten to the point of bloodshed, followed by punishment in the ancestral hall, filled her with a desire for vengeance against Mei. The second mistress sat there, having not spoken a word since concubine Mei's arrival, her expression far more unpleasant than when she had conferred the status of a favored concubine upon her. The words of the Taoist lingered in her mind, as she feared that concubine Mei might indeed bear a daughter of great consequence. That very night, she had administered a potent contraceptive, believing the threat eliminated, only to discover that Yi Kaiwei was the daughter of concubine Mei. Recalling Yi Kaiwei's resplendent appearances at the peony banquet of Princess Shenyang and the birthday celebration of Duke Xinghua, where she had outshone her own daughter, the second mistress's visage twisted, revealing the unmaskable fury within her. Already on the verge of fainting from her anger, Shen Wan only added fuel to the fire, linking her arm with Yun Shi's and stating, "Fortunately, Lord Yi arrived in time. She is not truly my cousin, but a daughter of the second branch." The trouble she has caused should be rectified by my uncle and aunt. The old matriarch glanced at the second mistress before addressing Yinshe. The duke has punished the second master and ordered him to kneel in the ancestral hall. Once he has endured his punishment and recovered, we cannot predict the Duke of Wei's reaction. It is best for you to handle this matter. Shen Wan was incensed. Yesterday, my mother was unwell, and my second aunt went to apologize on her behalf. My third sister claimed that the cousin was brought back by her parents, and since she caused the trouble, it is only right that her parents handle the aftermath. I have no objections to that, now that she is a daughter of the second branch. My mother should also attend. There is no logic in this. The fourth mistress interjected. Do you dare to oppose the old matriarch's arrangements? Shen Wan retorted. When my third sister made that statement, my fourth aunt was present. My third sister insisted it was nothing. So how does this become an act of defiance? After all, they are siblings of the same mother, united in their scheming. Yin expressed, though, I'm still unwell. I must muster my spirits for the matter concerning Kai Wei. The second master has taken a concubine and fathered an illegitimate child, and the mood of my second sister-in-law is rather somber. I cannot compel her to attend, but you, my fourth sister-in-law, are in good health. I implore you to go to the Wei Guogong residence and offer the necessary apologies. The fourth madam's countenance shifted dramatically. How can I possibly go? Shen Wan interjected. It is unreasonable to expect the fourth aunt to go. Why then does she believe it is my mother's duty? Does she not comprehend the principle of refraining from imposing upon others what one does not desire for oneself? The fourth madam was momentarily speechless, her throat constricted. This was clearly a situation where one invites a calamity upon oneself. It would be foolish to rush towards it willingly. Shen Wan continued, initially, I thought it was merely a cousin-esque folly, and I hesitated to have grandmother enforce the Duke's household rules upon her. However, she is the daughter of the second house, and the compensation for the paintings from the Kongwang residence remains unpaid. Furthermore, the injury inflicted upon the fourth young lady of the Wei Guogong household necessitates strict punishment. If not dealt with appropriately, further troubles may arise. Yin concurred indeed. It warrants severe retribution. Both transgressions should be punished. At the very least, she ought to be compelled to transcribe the household rules in the Buddhist hall for a month. 1 month in the Buddhist hall? She would surely go mad. Yi Kaiwei gazed at Shen Wu, who regarded her with a frigid stare, wishing nothing more than to see her flayed alive. What are you waiting for? Take her to the Buddhist hall at once. 2 maids approached to escort her away. Yi Kaiwei gritted her teeth. You are the one who incited me to push the fourth young lady of the Wei Guogong residence. Chapter 57. Unveiling secrets. So swiftly has the situation devolved into a dog-eat-dog scenario. Yi Kaiwei is not truly the innocent maiden she pretends to be. Shen Wu is aware of this, yet she remains oblivious to the fact that Yi Kaiwei is her half-sister. With this knowledge as leverage, she has coerced Yi Kaiwei into assisting her with numerous endeavors, particularly those involving financial deceit. Previously, Shen Wu held the upper hand, compelling Yi Kaiwei to comply with her demands. Now, however, with her most significant secret laid bare, the tables have turned, and Yi Kaiwei wields the same power over Shen Wu. Yi Kaiwei harbors no animosity towards the fourth young miss of the Duke of Wei's residence. She has no reason to target her without cause. The troubles stem from Shen Wu's manipulation, and should the Yun family seek to penalize her, Shen Wu's refusal to intercede, coupled with her malicious intent, will not go unchallenged by Yi Kaiwei. Her life is of immense value, as she possesses the potential to marry well and ensure the enduring prosperity of the Duke of Ding's lineage. Even if she were to offend Shen Wu, the matriarch would not dare to impose severe repercussions upon her. Fortuitously, Shen Wan has provided her with a dependable ally. Otherwise, as a mere illegitimate daughter, she would lack the audacity to confront Shen Wu. In her vexation, Shen Wu rushes to inform the matriarch grandmother. It was she who carelessly collided with the fourth young miss of the Duke of Wei's residence. Yet she falsely accuses me of orchestrating it. I am not so lacking in dignity as to refuse a graceful exit. It is you who has compelled me to retaliate on your behalf. I swear upon the heavens that I speak only the truth. Do you dare to make the same vow? Yi Kaiwei has moderated her tone, yet her eyes gleam with intensity. Should Shen Wu dare to utter another word, she is prepared to divulge every misdeed Shen Wu has compelled her to commit. For every moment she is forced to kneel in the Buddhist hall, Shen Wu shall endure the same fate. Shen Wu is consumed by rage, wishing fervently to silence Yi Kaiwei. The matriarch, while perceptive to the underlying truths, is taken aback by the sudden revelation of Yi Kaiwei's lineage, catching her completely off guard. The matriarch commands, "Both of you shall transcribe the family rules in the Buddhist hall." Shen Wu dares not protest further, concerned that they may continue to expose each other's secrets in front of the Yun family. Mama Sun hastens to escort them to the Buddhist hall. The matriarch instructs the second madam, "You shall go to the Duke of Wei's residence tomorrow to offer your apologies." As Yi Kaiwei is the daughter of the second branch and was manipulated by Shen Wu into colliding with the fourth young miss, should the second madam refuse, the Yun family would pursue the matter relentlessly. As Yi Kaiwei prepares to depart, Shen Wan interjects, "Remove your belongings from Qingyi courtyard before you face your punishment in the Buddhist hall." Yi Kaiwei is reluctant to suffer in the Buddhist hall, yet she is equally disinclined to vacate Qingyi courtyard. With tear-filled eyes, she gazes imploringly at the matriarch. The matriarch responds, "Let her remain in Qingyi courtyard." This time, without Shen Wan's prompting, the Yun family objects. Qingyi courtyard has been Shen Wan's abode since childhood, meticulously arranged with care. Yielding it to the genuine Yi Kaiwei is one thing, but permitting a mere illegitimate daughter to remain would invite ridicule. Not only Shen Wan, but also Shen Yao and Shen Wu are opposed to this notion. Would they not protect their dignity, allowing an illegitimate child to dwell in conditions superior to those of their legitimate daughters? Despite the matriarch's favoritism, she cannot secure Yi Kaiwei's continued residence in Qingyi courtyard. Shen Wan goes to Qingyi courtyard and watches as Yi Kaiwei gathers her belongings, fearing that the matriarch's presence may lead to further mistreatment of Yi Kaiwei. Mama Sun is sent to supervise the proceedings. Yi Kaiwei was brought into the mansion by herself, a gift from a matriarch bestowed by the duke's household, along with some items of unknown origin. Shen Wan permitted her to take only what was given to her. The rest was to remain behind. Yi Kaiwei refused, asserting that the gifts bestowed upon her were rightfully hers. Her audacity was indeed remarkable. Shen Wan, dismissive of any argument, turned her gaze toward Mama Sun, who had come to support her. "Am I unable to reclaim the items my parents and the Yun family gifted to my cousin?" Shen Wan's voice was not loud. It sent a chill down Mama Sun's spine. Though the second young lady was still quite young, her piercing gaze was more intimidating than the pressure exerted by the matriarch. It was evident that the situation was unjust, and Mama Sun dared not overly protect Yi Kaiwei. It was reasonable for the second young lady to retrieve what was intended for her cousin. However, some items would be of no further use, so it might be wise to leave them be. Despite not being cousins by blood, they were still close relatives, destined to reside in the same household, and it would be wise to maintain harmony. Shen Wan smiled, stating, "She is merely a daughter of the second house. I shall not utilize those items again, but leaving them for her serves to keep my third sister in check. Since you suggest it, let them remain." Mama Sun realized she had overlooked the third young lady. Yet, having spoken, she could not retract her words. Shen Wan took the usable jewelry and porcelain, leaving the remainder as a concession to Yi Kaiwei. After a morning of labor, Yi Kaiwei finally relocated her belongings to the southern courtyard. Shen Wan instructed all the maids and servants from Qingyi courtyard to assist with the move. Those servants who had previously been at Yi Kaiwei's beck and call were not to be commanded by Shen Wan. Instead, she generously gifted them to her. Once Yi Kaiwei had departed, Shen Wan arranged for several maids from Mingyue courtyard to come and tidy up, ensuring that Qingyi courtyard was well maintained. Upon returning to Mingyue courtyard, Shen Wan retrieved a small box to present to Shen Yu. "What is this?" Shen Yu inquired. "These are the jewels our false cousin pilfered from you," Shen Wan replied. Shen Yu accepted the box, astonished to find it contained over a dozen pieces. "So many," she exclaimed. "Had you not wed early and met her infrequently, who knows how much more you might have lost," Shen Wan remarked. Shen Yu sighed, pondering whether her cousin was even still alive. Their father's intention had been to bring her cousin back to the capital for proper care. Yet, an unfortunate incident on the journey had led to her cousin's plight. With only her cousin to their name, Shen Yu dared not imagine the depth of her father's regret and self-reproach. Shen Wan, too, felt a sense of foreboding. Given that it had been 4 long years since the real Yi Kaiwei had drowned, she faintly recalled that their father had sent their third uncle to Junzhou, a task taken on by the second master himself. As a result, during Yi Kaiwei's journey to unite with him, an accident occurred, and the one brought into the household was the second master's illegitimate daughter. Shen Wan suspected that the second master had orchestrated this from the very beginning. The real Yi Kaiwei was not merely a victim of an accident, but rather a target of foul play. Yet, these remained mere conjectures without evidence. Nonetheless, it was certain that someone from a Yi family would eventually become suspicious. Just then, Yunshe entered, and Shen Wan asked, "Mother, has father returned to the mansion?" Yun nodded, remarking that your father has just returned, having been deceived by the second master, committing a crime against the emperor. The emperor has not blamed him, and the princess's reward has not been rescinded. In a few days, an imperial decree will arrive to bestow a title upon your elder sister. Shen Yu was taken aback, questioning why it was her reward to receive when it should have been for Wanner. Yin clarified that before your father entered the palace, Wanner specifically instructed him to give it to you. Shen Yu responded that the emperor indeed intended to reward Wanner, and furthermore, she had no need for it. Having a princess title would be more advantageous for marriage. However, she resolved never to marry again. Bestowing a reward upon her would be a waste. Shen Wan chuckled, saying if elder sister had no need for it, she certainly needed it even less, as the emperor had already granted her marriage. The identity of the future princess of Jingbei was incomparable to that of a mere county princess. Shen Yu found herself at a loss for words. Yin laughed playfully, observing that while others scramble for such coveted rewards, you two sisters are endlessly deferring to one another. Chapter 58. Apology. The true Yi Kaiwei had been missing after falling into the water for 4 long years. Yi San, her elder, had dispatched searchers for 4 years. Yet there were neither signs of life nor remains, although many believed her survival to be hopeless. She was the beloved niece of Shunji and the daughter of his savior. As long as her body remained unseen, Shunji would not relinquish hope. Upon returning from the palace, he sent people to the location where Yi Kaiwei had fallen. Yin asked Shen Wan, "Did you truly dream of your uncle and aunt?" Shen Wan shook her head. "No, it was a false dream. I have never dreamt of them." Yin raised her hand and playfully poked Shen Wan's forehead. "I suspected as much, yet your father is utterly convinced and is already contemplating how to find time to visit Junzhou." Shen Wan rubbed her forehead, pondering how easily her father could be deceived. "Indeed, it is a simple matter to fool him," Yin replied. "Outsiders cannot deceive your father, but family members? They are easily tricked." Shen Wan was concerned. He wouldn't truly go to Junzhou, would he? He wishes to, but his military duties are pressing. He will not have the opportunity in the near future. If Shunji were to request leave, Yin could only speak the truth to him, for she could not allow him to journey to Junzhou for something as insubstantial as this, while it would be fitting for him as an elder brother to pay respects to his sister and brother-in-law. Shunji held a prominent position and must prioritize matters of the court. Shen Wan intended to return to Qingyi Courtyard, but Shen Yu was reluctant. Although Mingwei Courtyard and Qingyi Courtyard were close, they were not in the same residence, which was far more convenient. In recent days, the two sisters had shared nearly every meal together, filled with laughter and conversation. Without Shen Wan's company to alleviate her boredom, Shen Yu could hardly bear to contemplate how long it would take her to recover from her separation. Reluctant to part, Shen Wan resolved to delay her move for another fortnight. Qingyi Courtyard had been occupied by Yi Kaiwei for so long that it needed time to dispel its ill fortune. While having lunch together, they had only just begun when Yinchuan entered with news. The cousin and the third young lady are quarreling in the Buddhist hall and have come to blows. The cousin's face has been scratched, and the old lady is quite furious, sending Qingying to keep watch. Shanhu exclaimed, "Why still refer to her as cousin?" Yinchuan did not wish to use that term either, but was at a loss for how to address Yi Kaiwei, as no one knew her true name or whether she was older or younger than the third young lady. Yi Kaiwei had the audacity to confront Shen Wu. Evidently, the extraordinary fortune she possessed gave her considerable confidence. Shen Wan felt a surge of joy, even finishing an extra bowl of rice. With someone sent by the old lady to monitor the situation, the two ceased their physical altercations, yet their argument was unavoidable. The following day, after breakfast as usual, Shen Wan went to Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. On her way, she noticed a maid leading a physician towards the southern courtyard, which made her worry that the second madam was ill. Of course, Shen Wan was not genuinely concerned for the second madam. Rather, she knew that the second madam was scheduled to go to the Wei Guogong residence to offer an apology. Should she fall ill, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon Yin. As expected, upon arriving at Shoan Hall and reaching the screen, Shen Wan overheard the old lady instructing Yin. The second madam has fallen ill and cannot go to the Wei Guogong residence. You shall go in her place. No one doubts that the second madam is feigning illness. The old master has kept a mistress and has an illegitimate daughter, whose beauty and talent surpass those of his legitimate daughter. Indeed, some fortune-tellers assert that she is destined for a life of great fortune, capable of ensuring the Duke's household thrives for a century. It is no wonder that the second madam is in such a state of distress. However, Yin also does not wish to visit the Duke's residence. Just as she is about to refuse, a maid rushes in, exclaiming in panic, "Old madam, it's terrible. The matter of the old master substituting his illegitimate daughter for the legitimate one has been discovered by the censorate. This morning, during the court session, those censors submitted a memorial to impeach him, and the emperor has demoted him by 2 ranks. The old madam's weary face pales at the news of the old master's demotion. Due to his keeping a mistress, he faces a year without promotion, a reality the old madam cannot bear, especially given the humiliation of demotion. Although the old master's actions in replacing the legitimate daughter with his illegitimate one are wrong, he is not entirely to blame. The involvement of Master Yi cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, Shunji has already entered the palace to plead for forgiveness from the emperor, who held no grudge against him, deeming the censors meddlesome for their memorial. The old madam is so enraged that she tastes blood in her mouth. Yin still wishes to evade the visit to the Duke's residence, but given the old madam's fury, she refrains from speaking up. Shen Wan also chooses not to exacerbate the situation, for it is known that the old master's illegitimate daughter is the one pushing for the visit to the Duke's residence. Even if the Duke's household harbors resentment, it would not be directed at Yin. As Shen Wan accompanies Yin outside the estate and onto the carriage, Yin urges her to leave. Shen Wan responds, "I shall accompany you, mother. After all, she is the emperor's bestowed fiancée, for the crown Prince of Jingbei. Even if the Duke's residence does not regard her father, they must afford some respect to the house of Jingbei." Unable to argue with Shen Wan, Yin reluctantly allows her to accompany her. The Duke's residence is somewhat distant, and after a bumpy ride lasting nearly half an hour, they arrive. Aware that Yin is there to offer an apology, the servants at the Duke's residence exhibit a respectful demeanor, acknowledging that both Shinji and Yin are victims in this affair. They had treated the old master's illegitimate daughter like a beloved niece for 4 years, and now they must extend apologies for the trouble caused. It is fortunate that the Duchess of the Duke possesses a kind temperament and has indeed come to receive them. Upon entering the second gate, the Duchess approaches, expressing surprise at the arrival of the Duchess of the Duke. This remark endears Shen Wan to the Duchess, as it demonstrates her sense of propriety and fairness, refraining from unjustly blaming the innocent. Yun, slightly embarrassed, replies, "Pardon me for the awkwardness of this visit. The second madam has fallen ill due to the disgraceful incident in our household, and I have come to apologize on her behalf. May I inquire about the fourth Miss's recovery?" The Duchess informs her that the fourth Miss had her dislocated arm treated on the same day, while the more serious injury was a gash on her forehead, which may leave a scar. She then praises Shen Wan, remarking on how well matched the beloved daughter of the Duke is with the crown Prince of Jingbei. Shen Wan's cheeks flush at the compliment. Wishing she had known that the Duchess and her mother would refrain from uttering any harsh words, perhaps she would have chosen not to accompany her after all. The Duchess invites Yin inside for tea, but Shen Wan does not join them. As she reaches the courtyard entrance, A maid approaches and says, "Madam." The fourth miss knows that Miss Shun has arrived and wishes to speak with her. Shen Wan raises an eyebrow and turns to Yun, saying, "Mother, I will go meet the fourth Mississippi." Yun was somewhat apprehensive, yet it would have been discourteous to refuse the invitation extended to her. Upon entering the room, Shen Wan beheld Miss Wei, the fourth young lady, reclining against the grand pillow. Having fallen down the stairs, she was quite startled and with her knee scraped. Walking was painful, prompting her to rest. Upon seeing Shen Wan, Miss Wei dismissed her maid. "Leave us," she commanded. Once the door was closed, Shen Wan regarded her. "What message do you wish to convey, Miss Wei?" Miss Wei replied, "At the peony banquet hosted by the Princess of Shenyang, you took advantage of me. How dare you come to the Wei Duke's residence?" Shen Wan surmised that this was indeed the matter at hand. She smiled and said, "Miss Wei, you know I harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, I would have revealed this to my third sister long ago." It was true that Shen Wan had leveraged Miss Wei, but it was not a necessity for her. She had even risked a degree of uncertainty, as she could not be sure Miss Wei would not discard that note. Had she wished to expose Shun Mu's deception, it would have been simple for her to submit that poem amidst the crowd to the Princess of Shenyang, thereby shattering the lie of Shun Mu's impromptu composition. Miss Wei remarked, "It seems your sisterly bonds are not as harmonious as they appear." Shen Wan smiled faintly. "Indeed, our relationship is not as amicable as it might seem to outsiders. Yet I believe that perhaps you and I could become friends." Miss Wei was taken aback by Shen Wan's desire for friendship. "Why?" Shen Wan replied with a smile, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not?" The Wei Duke's household had met a tragic fate in a past life, with the second master being narrow-minded and wielding great power. Surely he would retaliate against the Wei Duke's family that obstructed his ambitions. Once Xiao Yun took power, within mere months, several gentlemen from the Wei Duke's household faced calamities, ultimately losing their titles and being exiled. Miss Wei, who had been in direct opposition to Shun Mu, faced an even grimmer fate, which Shen Wan found hard to bear. Miss Wei chuckled, "I shall accept you as a friend." The two exchanged smiles, feeling a sense of camaraderie akin to that of long-lost acquaintances. After sitting for a while, as Shen Wan prepared to take her leave, she paused at the beaded curtain and turned back. "As a friend, I must caution you, Miss Wei. The heir of the Duke of Chu is not a suitable match. You must not marry him." Miss Wei. Chapter 59. A Fate of Misfortune. Miss Wei, the fourth daughter, found herself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend why Shen Wan had spoken to her in such a manner. She had no connection to the young master of the Chu Cheng Marquisate, nor did she harbor any affection for him. Her words seemed to imply that she was destined to marry him. Seeking clarification, Miss Wei opened her mouth to inquire further, but Shen Wan had already departed. With a candid disposition, Miss Wei was unaware of Shen Wan's reluctance to see her tread the same path as her previous life. In her former existence, prior to the calamity that befell the Wei Guogong mansion, Miss Wei had been wed to the young master of the Chu Cheng Marquisate. It was rumored that the incriminating evidence leading to the mansion's downfall had been submitted by him. Following the confiscation of the Wei Guogong mansion's assets and subsequent exile, as a married woman, Miss Wei should have escaped unscathed. However, when disaster struck, the young master of the Chu Cheng Marquisate divorced her, and she followed her family into exile, ultimately meeting her demise on the treacherous journey. Shen Wan was uncertain as to when the engagement between Miss Wei and the young master had been established, yet she felt compelled to issue a warning. Miss Wei would undoubtedly take the matter to heart. There were numerous signs of noble families in the capital, and it was not imperative to wed the young master. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and it is far better to miss an opportunity than to make a regrettable choice. Madame Wei bid farewell to Yun Shi and Shen Wan as they departed the mansion. Once they had settled into the carriage, Yun Shi turned to Shen Wan and said, "The residence of the esteemed Minister Lin is not far. Accompany me to pay respects to the venerable matriarch." Shen Wan nodded obediently. Shen Ji and Yun Shi held the Lin family in the highest regard, often visiting to extend their greetings. Minister Lin, a revered tutor to the current emperor, commanded great trust and respect, and he was also Shun Ji's mentor. It could be said that Shun Ji's accomplishments were largely due to Minister Lin's wise teachings. In his youth, Shunji had been indulged by the matriarch, becoming a veritable wastrel. Whenever the patriarch chastised him, the matriarch would lament the early demise of her elder sister, rendering the patriarch powerless to discipline Shunji. His notorious reputation for troublemaking led to many grievances, and during one occasion, he confided in Minister Lin about his plight, seeking guidance on how to reform his son. Whether Minister Lin's response was sincere or merely meant to console the patriarch, he remarked that Shunji was a piece of unrefined jade. Upon hearing this, the patriarch promptly prepared lavish gifts and insisted on taking Shunji to the Lin residence, beseeching Minister Lin to accept him as a pupil. Despite having several sons, Shunji was the patriarch's legitimate heir, and should he continue without guidance, he would surely squander his potential. After much persuasion, it took Minister Lin a fortnight to relent and agree to take Shunji under his wing. Under Minister Lin's tutelage, Shunji underwent a remarkable transformation. Had it not been for Minister Lin, one could only speculate what fate would have befallen him. Grateful for his mentor's kindness, Shunji often spent his leisure time playing chess and fishing with Minister Lin, while Yunshi frequently visited to pay her respects to the matriarch. After traversing 2 streets, the carriage arrived at the Lin residence. Upon stepping out, Shen Wan beheld the gilded plaque that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Minister Lin was the only individual within the court who enjoyed the emperor's trust and favor, yet did not evoke envy or jealousy. Not only was he the emperor's esteemed teacher, but he also had no sons of his own. He and the matriarch had only one daughter, who had passed away 16 years prior. 19 years ago, when the current emperor had not yet been named heir apparent, another prince, the eldest son of the current empress, held that title. The late emperor had arranged a marriage for Minister Lin's beloved daughter to the prince. However, on the eve of the wedding, poison was surreptitiously introduced into the ceremonial wine, leading to the prince's immediate demise upon consumption. On the day of Lady Lin's daughter's wedding, she became a widow, transitioning from the crown princess to the Princess of Jin. 3 years later, a flood struck the Jin Wangfu, and the princess perished in a raging inferno. Lady Lin, devastated by the loss of her beloved daughter, contemplated retirement. However, the emperor would not hear of it. To retain her presence in the court, he graciously permitted Lady Lin to attend morning assemblies seated, even allowing her to forego attendance altogether if she so wished. The Lin household comprised only Lady Lin and the elderly matriarch. Despite the spacious and grand residence, an air of desolation lingered. The matriarch, though merely a year younger than Lady Lin, had already grayed significantly. Upon seeing Yun and Shen Wan, she beamed with delight, beckoning Shen Wan to sit beside her without waiting for formalities. As Shen Wan settled next to the matriarch, the elderly lady's eyes sparkled with affection. It had been some time since they last met, and Shen Wan had blossomed into an even more stunning young woman. Yin remarked that it had been several days since they last brought Shen Wan to pay their respects. The matriarch gazed at Shen Wan, yet Shen Wan felt as though the matriarch was looking through her, as if observing another person altogether. This peculiar sensation accompanied a hint of red in the corners of the matriarch's eyes, underscored by a sense of longing. Retracting her hand from Shen Wan's face, the matriarch turned her attention to Yun, inquiring why Yuer had not accompanied them, lamenting that it had been over half a year since she last saw her. She expressed concern for Yuer, who had endured much hardship. Without any sons, the matriarch cherished Shunji as her own, treating Shun Li and Shun Yu as beloved grandchildren. The affection that Lady Lin and the matriarch bestowed was sincere and profound, unlike the superficiality often found in others. They had bestowed numerous gifts upon Shun Li's marriage and Shun Yu's betrothal, particularly for Shun Wan's wedding, where Lady Lin gifted an impressive 64 bridal sedan chairs, half of which were priceless books and artworks from her personal collection. Yin shared updates on Shun Yu's circumstances, then explained that Shen Wan insisted on accompanying her to the Duke of Wei's residence to offer apologies, considering the proximity of the Lin household. The scandal surrounding the second master replacing his niece with his illegitimate daughter had become the talk of the capital, and the matriarch was certainly aware. Though she felt it inappropriate to comment on the affairs of the Duke of Dinghua, she deftly changed the subject. mentioning the emperor's betrothal of Shen Wan to the heir of the Prince of Jingbei, remarking that Lady Lin must be elated, praising the match as one of perfect compatibility. Lady Lin possessed an uncanny ability to assess character, having previously noted that the heir of Jingbei would undoubtedly surpass his father in achievements. Indeed, in a previous life, Xie Jingyu had yanked Xiao Yun from the dragon throne, marking the pinnacle of imperial success. Yun smiled, asserting that the praise from Lady Lin was a testament to the fortune of Shen Wan marrying the heir of Jingbei. The matriarch chuckled, stating that it was indeed the heir's blessing to wed Shen Wan. Whenever Yun and Shen Wan visited the Lin household, they would always share a meal with the matriarch, and today was no exception. With their company, the matriarch was in high spirits, finishing an extra half-bowl of lunch. After their meal and a brief interlude, Yun and Shen Wan took their leave. As she watched them depart, the corners of Lady Lin's eyes subtly glistened with unshed tears. "Madam," Chen inquired. My Lady Lin gently wiped away the moisture from her eyes and replied, "I am fine, merely lamenting the misfortunes that have befallen me and the late master. In this lifetime, I have borne no son nor welcomed a grandson. How wonderful it would be to have Wan'er as my granddaughter-in-law." Those eyes of Wan'er resemble those of Qingyin so closely that upon seeing her, one cannot help but feel that Qingyin still lives on. Chapter 60. Unspoken Thoughts as Shen Wan and the Yun family returned to the Duke of Guo's residence. They alighted from their carriage just as Shun Li rode back, his back laden with a bow and arrows, accompanied by a considerable catch. Upon seeing him, Shen Wan inquired, "Elder brother, did you go hunting?" Shun Li replied, "I went with my brother-in-law." Shen Wan thought to herself. Her elder brother's tongue was so reckless she wished she could sew it shut. She was not yet married. What was with the term brother-in-law? If this were to reach Xie Jingyu's ears, what would he think of her? Shen Wan's cheeks flushed. Yin scolded gently, "You mustn't call out like that. Your sister is still unmarried." Shen Li perceived no issue with his words, asserting, "A royal decree has been issued for marriage. There's no turning back now. Can my brother-in-law simply run away?" To put it bluntly, even if Xie Jingyu were to perish today, his sister would still belong to him, and he would remain her brother-in-law. Though logically sound, it was still inappropriate to shout such titles. "I called the heir of the Prince of Jingbei brother-in-law today, and he didn't protest." Not only did he remain silent, but Shen Li also sensed that Xie Jingyu appeared to be in high spirits. Shen Wan felt a pang in her heart. She had worried about the potential gossip reaching Xie Jingyu, only to find that her elder brother had already addressed him directly. A genuine brother-in-law would refrain from such titles before marriage, yet her elder brother called out so cheerfully, leaving her with a sense of embarrassment. If only she had a stick in hand, she would have thrust it into Yun's grasp, demanding she discipline Shen Li. With Shen Li having uttered the term before Xie Jingyu, Yun had little ground to object. Shen Li continued, "Sister, I know you enjoy eating wild rabbits. I brought back 2 for you. There are also wild chickens and foxes." As they entered the estate, Shen Li intended to return to his own courtyard, but suddenly remembered. "I almost forgot, in half a month, it will be my brother-in-law's birthday. Sister, do not forget to prepare a gift." Shen Wan. At that moment, Shen Wan could hardly restrain her urge to reprimand her elder brother. She and Xie Jingyu were not bound by mutual affection or engagement. It was all a facade. Even if a royal decree had been issued, it remained a pretense. How inappropriate would it be for her to present him with a birthday gift? Ignorance might have been bliss, but her elder brother's reminder forced her to confront the reality, rendering her unable to feign ignorance. Offering a gift as the future consort of Xie Jingyu was another matter entirely. Perhaps she should simply select a piece of jade to present to him. Yun interjected, "The first gift presented after engagement need not be extravagant. What matters is the sentiment." Could she not select with care? This thought rolled around in Shen Wan's throat, but ultimately went unvoiced. In Yun's eyes, anything purchasable with money lacked sincerity. A pouch embroidered by hand would surpass 100 taels spent on jade. When Shen Wan suggested embroidering a pouch, Yun beamed with pride, a child worth teaching. Shen Wan felt that her mother's values had been distorted by the immense wealth of the Yun family. It was the affection behind the gesture that mattered. Otherwise, what distinguished her embroidered pouch from that of a professional embroiderer? Eldest sisters had been misled, and now she was being similarly influenced. Nevertheless, anything gifted to Xie Jingyu would be of equal value. If her mother found joy in a pouch, then a pouch it would be. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Yun proceeded to Shoan Hall, while Shen Wan did not accompany her, opting instead to return directly to Mingwei Garden. Shen Yu was napping, so Shen Wan retreated to her own chamber. Upon entering, Yin Chuan approached her, exclaiming that the young lady had returned, but that Hong Xiu seemed unwell, having vomited in the morning and unable to eat lunch. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. Shen Wan inquired about Hong Xiu's whereabouts, to which Yin Chuan replied that she was resting in her room due to her discomfort. Shen Wan instructed Yin Chuan to check on her, and, if her condition was serious, to summon a physician. Yin Chuan soon returned, reporting that Hong Xiu claimed to be feeling much better and did not require a doctor. Shan Hu found this puzzling, as vomiting and an inability to eat suggested a serious ailment. It was prudent for the young lady to insist on a physician's care, particularly since the expense would be borne by Shen Wan, while Hong Xiu's life was at stake. However, Hong Xiu's refusal stemmed not from a lack of need, but rather from a sense of fear. Shen Wan understood implicitly, yet as her mistress, she could not compel Hong Xiu to seek medical attention against her will. The true name of the pretender, Yi Kai Wei, was Shun Ti. She was 2 months younger than Shun Wu and 3 months older than Shun Yin. Due to her recognition of her ancestry, Shun Yin, the 4th young lady of the Duke of Jingguo's household, was now relegated to the position of the 5th young lady, while the 5th became the 6th. Shen Wan had initially anticipated that the old matriarch would impose a punishment of solitary reflection for half a month upon Shun Wu and Shun Ti in the Buddhist hall. But after a mere 3 days, Shun Ti fainted there, prompting the matriarch to release them to the southern courtyard. The second master had suffered a beating from Shun Ji and was demoted 2 ranks by the emperor. The penalties for his keeping of a concubine and illegitimate daughter were severe. Moreover, no one contested the old matriarch's decision to release Shun Wu and Shun Ti, bringing their punishment to an end. On this day, Shen Wan visited Shoan Hall to pay her respects as usual. Not wishing to linger after her formalities, she sat down to listen to the gossip shared by the 3rd and 4th madams regarding events in the capital, some trivial, others familiar from her previous life, rendering the conversation rather mundane. Just as she prepared to take her leave, the 4th madam mentioned a matter that altered Shen Wan's demeanor dramatically. The newly appointed Deputy Minister of Revenue, Earl Xiaoping, had submitted a memorial indicating significant discrepancies within the department's accounts, prompting the emperor to order an internal investigation. Shen Wan initially believed that the Temple of Ancestors had not been struck by lightning, thus distancing itself from the corruption case, and that the Minister of Revenue would not be implicated and would not resort to targeting her elder brother to safeguard his position. However, her optimism was misplaced. Even without the temple case, Earl Xiaoping had unearthed the corruption scandal. If the Minister of Revenue could not contain the fallout, he might resort to sacrificing his own daughter, as had occurred in her previous life, thus endangering her brother. The thought of her brother being so cruelly plotted against in her past life ignited a fierce indignation within Shen Wan. She resolutely refused to allow such a fate to recur. Upon leaving Shoan Hall, Shen Wan dispatched a maid to the front courtyard, instructing her to summon Shun Li. Unfortunately, he was not at home. Concerned that Shun Yu might languish in solitude, Yun concocted an excuse to send Shun Yu to the Yun family, insisting that Shen Wan accompany her. The 2 sisters thus departed the estate together. As they settled into the carriage, Shun Yu inquired if Shen Wan was troubled by something. Shen Wan shook her head in denial. "Are you truly certain? You appear quite distracted." Shen Yu expressed her concern. Shen Wan remarked that previously, Master Qing Yuan had advised her to be cautious regarding her elder brother's marriage, warning her to prevent him from falling victim to deceit. Her brother was often out and about, ever eager to assist others. Should he happen to rescue a lady, he might very well take her as his bride. A woman saved may feel compelled to marry, and the act of saving someone carries with it an obligation to wed. Having suffered from past misfortunes and holding Master Qing Yuan's words in utmost regard, Shen Yu resolved to remind her brother upon their return. Shen Wan nodded in agreement. Not only did she intend to remind him, but she also contemplated whether to feign a desire to burn incense, thereby sending her brother to Junzhou to seek out their cousin. suggesting that he return only after the scandal regarding the embezzlement case had settled. Shen Yu, perceptive and wary of revealing her concerns, feared her own anxious thoughts. Thus, Shen Wan chose to lift the carriage curtain and gaze at the street, seeking to distract herself. However, as she looked on, a graceful figure entered her line of sight. Even though it was merely a silhouette, it caused Shen Wan's gaze to sharpen. Stop the carriage. Chapter 61. The quarrel. The servant halted the carriage. Shen Wan turned to Shen Yu, inquiring whether she should accompany her or remain in the carriage to wait. Shen Yu replied, "I shall wait for you in the carriage." She truly wished to avoid stepping out, dreading the judgmental gazes of others. Shen Wan, understanding her discomfort, alighted from the carriage alone. To her dismay, the figure she had just glimpsed was none other than her sister-in-law from her previous life, who had conspired with the second branch to drive her mother to her grave, Chu Yin, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. In her past life, when the Minister of Revenue became embroiled in a corruption scandal, Chu Yin had a near-fatal encounter with a falling flower pot while strolling in the streets, only to be rescued by her elder brother in the nick of time. At that moment, no one was aware that her brother harbored affections for another. He never uttered a word, and their heroic tale of love became legendary, culminating in their engagement. Though the minister was implicated in the scandal, he was not the principal offender, and her father had intervened on his behalf, resulting in the emperor merely imposing a penalty of 1 year's salary on Minister Chu. However, soon after, Chu Yan's elder brother fell victim to a gambling scheme, accruing debts amounting to over 100,000 taels. In a desperate bid to assist her brother, Chu Yan bypassed her elder brother and the Yun family, directly seeking financial aid from the Yun household. On her knees, she pleaded for their assistance, and the Yun family, unable to refuse, lent her the money, fully aware that she had no means to repay it. Not only had she swindled the Yun family, but when war broke out at the borders, Chu Yan's brother was sent to the front lines by Minister Chu for training. His reckless pursuit of glory led to her brother suffering a grievous injury while attempting to save him, ultimately losing his life at the hands of the enemy. With her brother's demise, her father soon followed, leaving their mother in despair, unable to withstand the successive blows, and she fell gravely ill. The title was then passed to the second branch. Yet, within half a year of her brother's death, Chu Yin found herself with child. The father of the child was none other than the second young master, Shen Wan. When their affair was exposed, those involved, devoid of shame, claimed it was for the good of the main branch, insisting Shen Wan should marry into both families to preserve a lineage for the main branch. Such a brazen act was nothing short of a betrayal to her brother, masked under a guise of noble intentions. The title had already been inherited by the second branch. What need was there for such an heir? Even if the intention was to unite the two branches, one would think they should at least consult her mother beforehand. Her mother, already in a precarious state of health, was ultimately driven to her demise by the shamelessness of Chu Yin and the second branch. Reflecting on these events set Shen Wan's heart ablaze with indignation. She knew her brother's character well. If anyone were to face peril before him, he would never turn a blind eye, even if she had cautioned him. She vaguely recalled that in her previous life, during the minister's scandal, Chu Yin, in a foul mood, had gone out shopping and vented her frustration on Miss Zhao from the Hamlet Academy, though she could not recall if it was the same day. Previously, Miss Zhao had been selecting jewelry and had chosen a jade bracelet, setting it aside while she continued to choose other pieces. Chu Yin, eyeing the bracelet with envy, seized it and tried it on. When Miss Zhao remarked that the bracelet was meant for her, Chu Yin, in a fit of rage, removed the bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Miss Zhao. Yet, before Miss Zhao could take hold of it, Chu Yin deliberately let it slip, causing the exquisite jade bracelet to shatter upon hitting the ground. Chu Yin, seeking to vent her ire, then unjustly accused Miss Zhao of failing to catch it properly. And with the support of two sycophants, she turned the situation against Miss Zhao, who was left speechless and forced to accept her humiliation. Upon entering the Emerald Pavilion, Shen Wan found the first floor devoid of any patrons and promptly ascended to the second floor. As she climbed the stairs, her gaze fell upon Chu Yin, who was in the midst of handing a bracelet to Miss Zhao. Shen Wan realized too late that she could not intervene. Miss Zhao reached out. An illustrious jade bracelet, of considerable value, slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the floor. The fragmented pieces of jade scattered at Shen Wan's feet. Chu Yan's scornful voice soon followed, questioning whether one could not even manage to hold onto a bracelet. It was evident that Miss Zhao had released it too hastily, and she too was incensed. Chu Yan retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Two other girls, eager to align themselves with Chu Yan, stepped forward, declaring that the mishap was Miss Zhao's fault for failing to catch the bracelet, and that she would need to compensate for the damage to the Emerald Pavilion's jade ornament. Chu Yan had witnesses, while Miss Zhao did not. Desperate, Miss Zhao scanned her surroundings, hoping for someone to testify on her behalf. Otherwise, she would be unjustly blamed for the mishap. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she accused, "You did this on purpose." Guyan Nuo a smug expression, clearly relishing the chaos. "I will testify for her." Shen Wan interjected as she approached. Chu Yan's expression faltered as she turned to Shen Wan, questioning whether the second Miss Shen was intent on meddling. Shen Wan replied, "Miss Chu is in a foul mood, yet that does not justify venting your frustrations on others." Chu Yan countered, "How am I in a foul mood?" Shen Wan disregarded her retort and focused on Miss Zhao, reassuring her, "Fear not, I shall testify for you. Should she refuse to acknowledge her fault, we shall take this matter to the Dali Temple, where I shall ensure that the truth is revealed, and no one dares to fabricate false witness on her behalf." Shen Wan's voice was cold, her gaze commanding, causing the two sycophantic girls to wither under her scrutiny. If they were so eager to curry favor with Chu Yan, how much more so with Shen Wan, the second daughter of the Duke's residence and the betrothed of the Crown Prince's chosen heir to the Jingbei throne. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Shen Wan demanded, "I shall give you one more chance to clarify. Who is truly at fault for the shattered bracelet?" The two girls, suddenly regretful of their earlier bravado, stammered, We saw nothing. We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." They hurriedly departed. Shen Wan then turned her attention back to Chu Yan, whose face contorted in fury. "Who asked for your interference, Shen heir?" Chu Yan seethed as she attempted to leave. Shen Wan, unyielding, stated, "You shall settle the cost of the bracelet before you depart." Chu Yan clenched her sleeve tightly, fixing Shen Wan with a furious glare. "Does Shen heir delight in meddling?" Shen Wan replied resolutely, "I will not relent. Should you refuse to compensate, I shall take the shattered remains of this bracelet to the Dali Temple, exposing how you, Miss Chu, abuse your position. You." Chu Yan was rendered speechless in her rage. Her maid tugged at her sleeve, urging her to settle the matter quickly. Without even collecting the remnants of the broken bracelet, the pair departed. Miss Zhao expressed her gratitude to Shen Wan, saying, "Thank you, second Miss Shen, for your assistance. Without you today, I would have suffered a great injustice." Shen Wan simply advised, "Be cautious with your possessions in the future." There was no further conversation. She aided Miss Zhao, yet in truth, Miss Zhao also rendered her assistance. Her intention for entering the Jade Pavilion was to provoke a conflict with Chu Yan, hoping that the more tumultuous it became, the better. Her elder brother was renowned for his indulgence towards her, and she did not believe that after a quarrel, Chu Yan would still wish to become her sister-in-law. Following their argument, she would have ample reason to inform her brother that Chu Yan had taken a different path. After the dispute, Shen Wan felt considerably uplifted. She had not purchased any jewelry, nor had she even cast a glance at it. No matter how one viewed it, Coral felt that her young lady seemed to be in a hurry to confront Miss Zhao. It must surely be her misperception. The young lady was not that sort of person. Upon exiting the Jade Pavilion, Shen Wan spotted the heir of the Marquis of Zhao standing beside his carriage. She prudently refrained from approaching. Only after the heir departed did she enter the carriage, where she was met with Shen Yu's gaze, which was laden with complexity. Shen Wan inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Why was her elder sister looking at her in such a manner? Shen Yu remarked, "The heir of the Marquis of Zhao is seeking you." Shen Wan's heart skipped a beat, feigning ignorance. "Me? Is he not looking for you?" She was aware that he thought the carriage housed her elder sister, as the heir had knocked on the carriage and called out for Miss Shen heir. She had heard it distinctly. Though Shen Wan could surmise the reason for his inquiry, she was determined to feign ignorance and even express curiosity. "Why would he seek me? Perhaps you should ask him what he desires." Shen Yu, already avoiding the heir, was not inclined to inquire further. "Then I shall go and ask," Shen Wan declared, attempting to exit the carriage, only to be pulled back by Shen Yu. We're going to the Yun family. Chapter 62. Amusement after Shen Yu's separation. Mrs. Yun and Yun Miao, along with Yun Qing, visited her. However, the elderly Lady Yun did not make the journey to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Upon seeing Shen Yu, Lady Yun, filled with compassion, embraced her and expressed her grievances towards Shen Ji, lamenting that despite holding significant military power, he allowed their daughter to be so mistreated while he himself was manipulated. Lady Yun harbored not only discontent towards the Yongqing Bo's estate for plotting against Shen Yu, but also fury towards the second master for substituting his illegitimate daughter in place of the legitimate cousin. Mrs. Yun remarked that it is said that surviving great tribulations leads to future blessings, suggesting that Shen Yu's fortune lies ahead. Shen Wan accompanied Shen Yu in conversation with Lady Yun for quite some time, and when Yun Miao and Yun Qing arrived, they proceeded to the garden to admire the flowers before having lunch with Lady Yun. After their meal, as they prepared to return home, Shen Wan inquired if her elder cousin was particularly busy. Lady Yun asked if there was a matter concerning her cousin, to which Shen Wan shook her head, explaining that her cousin had been of considerable help, and she wished to express her gratitude. After the arrival of Yi San, Shen Ti's impersonation of Yi Kaiwei was exposed. Lady Yun questioned why Yun Yin had not informed her of this, chiding him and Shen Wan for their audacity, noting that even General Yi had chastised Shen Ji in dreams, yet they dared to take matters into their own hands. Left with no choice, Yun Yin recounted everything to Lady Yun, including the scandal between the Yongqing Bo's heir and his cousin, as well as Shen Wan's request for him to investigate the second master's mistress. Lady Yun was taken aback by the revelations, never expecting her granddaughter to be so assertive. Had it not been for Yun Yan's account, she might have believed the matter to be true. Lady Yun chuckled, remarking that it was rather impolite to be overly formal with family, as her cousin had helped her and was deserving of her thanks. Shen Wan responded that she was not at all distant with her cousin, admitting that she feared her elder brother's unreliability and thus sought her cousin's assistance. This remark brought laughter to both Lady Yun and Mrs. Yun. Lady Yun jested that her cousin would surely be delighted to hear such words, though their elder brother might not be so pleased. After sharing light-hearted banter with Lady Yun, Shen Wan and Shen Yu took their leave, with Yun Miao and Yun Qing escorting them out of the residence. Upon returning to the Duke of Dinghua's estate, Shen Wan intended to head directly to Mingyue Courtyard, only to be informed upon entering the second gate that the elder lady had summoned her to Shoan Hall. Uncertain of the reason for the summons, Shen Yu accompanied Shen Wan to Shoan Hall. As they passed through the screen and entered, they found the elder lady seated on a Luohan couch. Shen Wu inquired of Shen Wan, having heard that today her second sister had intervened on behalf of the eldest daughter of the Zhao family from the Hamlin Academy at the Emerald Pavilion, demanding compensation from the eldest daughter of the Ministry of Revenue for a broken jade bracelet. Shen Wu's mention of this incident surprised Shen Yu, as she had been unaware of it. Shen Wan initially thought the elder lady had summoned her for a different reason, only to realize it was to reprimand her for meddling. Knowing she had acted boldly, she was unperturbed by the prospect of punishment. Shen Wan replied that she had no intention of meddling, but happened to witness Miss Chu bullying Miss Zhao as soon as she entered the Emerald Pavilion. Recalling her father's frequent teachings about living without regret, she felt compelled to intervene. Shen Wu remarked that while it was one thing to testify for Miss Zhao, demanding compensation from Miss Chu was tantamount to deliberately antagonizing her. Shen Wan remarked with a faint tone, "I never considered befriending Miss Chu, who arrogantly bullies others and distorts the truth. Yet, not being on friendly terms does not necessitate enmity." Shen Wu's tone was sharp. Shen Wan glanced at her younger sister, wondering why she was so agitated. "I merely had a few exchanges with Miss Chu. You and the fourth young lady of the Wei Guogong mansion argued when you met. I have not spoken ill of you. The fourth young lady was merely punished by grandmother with 3 days of reflection in the Buddha Hall for pushing her down the stairs. Am I to be punished for a simple dispute with Miss Chu?" Shen Wu seemed intent on seizing the opportunity to have grandmother reprimand Shen Wan. If it weren't for her dreams, leading her to send someone to burn paper offerings in Junzhou, the truth about her father's mistress and illegitimate daughter would not have been revealed. Now her father had been demoted, and her parents were estranged, all because of Shen Wan. However, Shen Wan took the initiative, making it difficult for Shen Mu to persuade grandmother to punish her, especially considering that Shen T's offense, which was far more serious, only resulted in a brief punishment. Shen Mu stated, "Who wishes for grandmother to punish you? I merely believe it unnecessary to offend the Ministry of Revenue for the sake of a mere girl from the Hamlin Academy. I worry that your meddling might lead to calamity for the entire Dingwagong mansion." Shen Wan frowned, replying, "Sister S words seem overly pragmatic. To me, the Ministry of Revenue and the Hamlin Academy hold equal weight, devoid of distinctions of rank or status. Should I stand by idly while Miss Zhao is bullied, allowing others to accuse me of seeking favor, tarnishing the reputation of the Dingwagong mansion? Am I to inform others that I intervened and then return to be scolded?" Shen Wan's expression conveyed a clear warning. Should Shen Mu speak further, she would indeed disregard the matter, allowing others to believe it was Shen Mu who feared offending people. An overt threat. Shen Mu gritted her teeth in frustration. "I'm doing this for your own good. Do not be ungrateful." Shen Wan countered, "I am also doing this for your benefit, urging you to reconcile with the fourth young lady of Wei. Will you heed my advice?" Their gazes locked, sparks of conflict igniting in their eyes. "Silence," grandmother exclaimed, placing her teacup heavily upon the small table. Shen Mu dared not speak further, and Shen Wan chose not to elaborate, rising to take her leave. Exiting Shoan Hall with Shen Yu, they headed towards Mingyue Courtyard. After only a few steps, a maid approached. "Second young lady, the young master requests your presence in the outer courtyard." Shen Yu returned to Mingyue Courtyard, while Shen Wan proceeded to meet Shen Li in the outer courtyard. Exhausted, Shen Wan found it even more tiring to return to the outer courtyard, complaining before even entering. "Elder brother, could you not come directly to Mingyue Courtyard next time? The walk is quite tiring." Cough, cough. Shen Li coughed again. The sound startled Shen Wan, causing her heart to skip a beat, and then she noticed a certain gentleman seated there. Shen Wan thought, what? Why is he here at the Dingwagong mansion again? Shen Li rubbed his forehead and addressed Shen Wan. "Though my brother-in-law is not a stranger, could you please wait to speak until you see me next time?" Cough, cough. This time, it was Xie Jingyu who coughed, having choked on his tea. There is no need to mention Shen Wan, whose face flushed crimson. She truly wished to seal her elder brother's lips tightly. To call her so affectionately even before marriage was simply beyond their capacity for embarrassment. Xie Jingyu set down the teacup and said to Shen Li, "I wish to speak with Wanner for a moment. You may step outside." Shen Li was taken aback. Was this a jest? This was his study, and to dismiss him while conversing with his sister, was that appropriate? Moreover, was such a term of endearment not excessively intimate? Shen Wan herself felt the discomfort of the closeness, her unease heightened by the worry that Xie Jingyu intended to discuss the matter of their betrothal. Chapter 63. Take care. Shen Li exited the room, glancing back 3 times. After she left, Coral closed the door. Shen Wan's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly looked at Xie Jingyu. "My elder brother was just being foolish. Please do not take it hard." Xie Jingyu replied, "Our marriage is sanctioned by imperial decree, rendering any possibility of separation non-existent." Indeed, it was concerning this matter. Shen Wan hastily reassured him, fearful that Xie Jingyu might harbor deadly thoughts towards her. "Rest assured, there must be a way to annul our union. If all else fails, I could feign death to make way for you." Xie Jingyu's expression visibly darkened. Through gritted teeth, he retorted, "Feign death? Do you understand the crime of deceiving the emperor? A man bold enough to challenge the emperor would surely not regard the crime of treachery lightly." However, Shen Wan dared only to voice her thoughts internally. "I merely wish to alleviate your concerns regarding my claim to your position as the heir's consort. You promised to lend it to me for 2 years. I am confident I can devise a mutually beneficial solution within that time. If it comes to the worst, I would have no choice but to pretend to be dead." Death was not an option. She knew that borrowing the position of his consort was fraught with complications, and she would never agree to truly relinquish it. This predicament was partly his fault. Why not have her seek the help of the heir of the Linjiang Marquis instead? That would spare them both unnecessary trouble. Noticing Xie Jingyu's gaze upon her, Shen Wan looked up to find him observing her with an indescribable expression, as though he were on the verge of throttling her. Sensing this, she instinctively raised her hands to protect her neck. Seeing the fear and wariness in her eyes, Xie Jingyu could not help but chuckle. Are you truly so terrified that I might kill you? Shen Wan silently lowered her hands. Even if Xie Jingyu had murderous intentions, he would not dare act upon them within the Duke's residence, especially not in her elder brother's study. Shen Wan suggested, what if I feign illness now? You could persuade your father and mine to jointly petition the emperor to revoke the marriage decree. I estimate that if the emperor were to reprimand them, he might acquiesce. Protect your neck. Shen Wan looked at him in confusion. Why? If you utter another word, I may indeed lose my temper and strangle you, Xie Jingyu warned, his expression darkening further. Shen Wan, not only obediently safeguarding her neck, but also retreating a few steps, gazed at him and asked, if you wish to silence me on this matter, what would you like to discuss instead? Xie Jingyu felt an itch in his palms. I have been entrusted with a matter of loyalty. Shen Wan was puzzled. What do you mean? Xie Jingyu explained. Do you not wish to facilitate a meeting between the heir of the Xiaoping Marquis and your elder sister? Shen Wan exclaimed, not at all. How'd you come to know of this? Why had the heir of the Xiaoping Marquis chosen to confide in Xie Jingyu for assistance? Could he not be a tad more reliable? Feeling exhausted, Shen Wan looked at Xie Jingyu. What does the heir of the Xiaoping Marquis desire? He wishes to see your elder sister. He requests your help. Shen Wan sighed, but my sister refuses to speak with him. What good would a meeting do? Xie Jingyu inquired. Do you require my assistance? Shen Wan regarded him skeptically. If I cannot assist her, how could you? Xie Jingyu smirked. Have them meet at the back mountain of the Hugua Temple the day after tomorrow. Then you shall see. Outside, a series of coughs echoed, signaling that her elder brother was on the verge of losing his temper. If she did not emerge soon, he might very well cough up a lung. Shen Wan stepped outside, while Shunli continued to cough, explaining that he was not urging her to emerge, but rather was choking on the wind. Shen Wan pulled Shunli aside. Shunli, moments ago, had felt dejected, as his sister seemed to distance herself from him, preferring to converse with her husband. Yet now, she was speaking to him without including her spouse. He and his brother-in-law were not so estranged, after all. Shunli inquired, what is it that you wish to discuss? Sister? Shen Wan asked, brother, who is the lady you fancy? Shen Li's mind buzzed. He playfully tapped her head, admonishing her curiosity and forbidding her from prying into such matters. Shen Wan retorted, are you not afraid of missing your chance with her? Shen Li's expression grew dim. The sorrow in his visage caused Shen Wan to feel a pang of empathy. It seemed he harbored some secret burden. Even if there were reasons behind it, he ought to confide in her, for she was his beloved sister. Shen Li suggested, why not converse a bit more with your brother-in-law to cultivate your relationship? A deliberate attempt to change the subject. Why was her brother so tight-lipped? Despite her inquiries, she had yet to glean anything. He had taken a wife in his past life, and if he chose to remain silent, so be it. She was determined to uncover the truth. Shen Wan declared, I have received word that the Minister of Revenue has become embroiled in a corruption scandal and fears the Emperor's wrath. He intends to marry his daughter to you, brother, in hopes that the Emperor will show leniency, given the father's standing. You must tread carefully when you leave the residence. Do not fall into anyone's trap. I have no desire for Miss Chu to become my sister-in-law. Shen Li responded, how could that be? Shen Wan's greatest fear was that her brother would dismiss her warnings. She insisted, it is better to be overly cautious than to be caught unawares. If I do not heed the matters concerning my elder sister, she may be lost. Shen Li's demeanor became grave. Shen Wan continued, in any case, brother, avoid Miss Chu. If trouble arises, I shall have the crown prince of Jingbei hang you from a tree for 3 days and nights. Though Shen Wan spoke softly about other matters, the last statement was uttered with considerable volume. Xie Jingyu, in his study, clearly heard her words. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. On that day, Shen Wan had rushed to save Shen Li, and even after hanging him for merely half an hour, he had been furious. Little did he know that when she became angry, she was far more formidable, threatening to hang Shen Li for 3 days and nights. Shen Li assured her that upon encountering Miss Chu, he would indeed avoid her. To alleviate Shen Wan's doubts, he raised his hand as if to swear an oath. This was more acceptable. Shen Wan turned to leave. On her way back to Mingwei Courtyard, she spotted Yin Chuan hurrying ahead. When Coral called out to her, Yin Chuan approached. Coral asked, "Why are you in such a rush? Where are you headed?" Inchuan replied, "Just now, Hong Xiu delivered something to the young lady, but she felt nauseous in her room. The young lady asked her to summon a doctor, but Hong Xiu refused. The young lady then told her to rest in her chamber, and not feeling assured, she sent me to report to the madam." Shen Wan interjected, "There's no need to report. Go out and purchase some candied fruits and snacks. Get a variety of both sour and sweet plums to send to Hong Xiu." Inchuan looked bewildered. The state of Hong Xiu seemed so dire that it felt as though she were clinging to the last vestiges of life. The elder and younger sisters sought to summon a physician for her, yet she obstinately refused, as if she had no desire to survive. When she insisted on her refusal, the younger sister complied, but not without first providing her with a plethora of delicacies. It was a perplexing gesture, if one were to consider it indifference. Why then the bounty of food? Yet, if one were to regard it as concern, such indulgences would hardly remedy her ailment. Inchuan found it all rather strange, but dared not inquire further, simply acquiescing to their wishes. Upon returning to Mingyue courtyard, Shen Wan sought out Shen Yu, stating, "I have already cautioned our elder brother to be vigilant, yet I remain somewhat uneasy. I intend to visit the Huwu temple the day after tomorrow to consult with the Taoist priest. I would like my elder sister to accompany me." Without hesitation, Shen Yu nodded in agreement. Chapter 64. The Assassin. On this day, after breakfast, Shen Wan and Shen Yu made their way to Shoan Hall. Shen Yu seldom ventured out of Mingyue courtyard, only accompanying Shen Wan for a stroll in the garden. Upon arriving at Shoan Hall to pay her respects, the elderly matriarch was somewhat taken aback, inquiring why Shen Yu had come to greet her today. Shen Wan replied that her elder sister had been cooped up in the estate all day, and she had accompanied her to take a walk at Huwu Temple to lift her spirits. "That is well," the matriarch remarked, her gaze falling upon Shen Yu's face, noting that her complexion was not quite healthy. "Have you seen a doctor lately?" Shen Yu shook her head, reassuring her grandmother, "Do not worry, I am perfectly fine." Ever since the revelation that the second master had replaced his legitimate daughter with his illegitimate child, a rift had formed between the first and second households. Shun Wu and the others, being perceptive, had refrained from accompanying them. Otherwise, Shen Wan would have had to concoct an excuse to send them away. As the sisters exited Shoan Hall and approached the main gate, they ascended the steps just as a servant from the Marquis of Xiaoping's residence rushed over to deliver a visiting card before making a hasty retreat. Manager Li, aware of the servant's predicament, understood that the Marquis's wife had requested the delivery, and the servant dared not refuse. However, the matriarch had forbidden the acceptance of such cards, insisting they be returned, for it would place the servants of the Duke of Guo in an awkward position. Upon seeing Shen Wan and Shen Yu approach, Manager Li sighed at the seventh visiting card from the Marquis of Xiaoping, which had been sent with such relentless frequency, arriving every couple of days without fail. Shen Wan remarked, "Mother will not meet with the Marquis's wife, so let it be returned." The servant brought the carriage over, and after Shen Yu boarded, Shen Wan followed suit. After a bumpy hour, the carriage finally arrived at Huwu Temple, which was bustling with activity as throngs of visitors entered and exited. Shen Wan first sought out a Taoist priest, but found the divination stall, which had a long queue. Devoid of anyone, puzzled, she approached the stall only to discover that the priest was absent. A wooden sign was placed there, inscribed with, "Not available in windy or rainy weather," resting on the 5th and 10th. Shen Wan felt a wave of contentment wash over her. "What should we do if he is not here?" Shen Yu asked. "Then we shall have to return another time," Shen Wan replied. Fortunately, Huwu Temple is known for its efficacious blessings, and the surrounding scenery is delightful. We can still explore, so our visit will not be in vain. In truth, she had only used the search for the priest as an excuse. His presence was not essential. The sisters ascended the steps and entered the Mahavira Hall, where they lit incense and contributed oil money, requesting the temple's eminent monk to recite scriptures in memory of the late General Yi and the Shen family. Once they completed these tasks, they finally had the leisure to wander about. The beauty of Huwu Temple was timeless and ever-changing, regardless of the season. As Shen Wan and Shen Yu strolled along the path, chatting and laughing, they suddenly spotted a figure approaching them. It was the heir of the Marquis of Xiaoping. Shen Yu's smile froze, and she grasped Shen Wan's hand, turning to leave. Shen Wan had anticipated this reaction. She knew that even if the Marquis's heir were to encounter her elder sister, she would instinctively retreat. With a swift turn, they attempted to walk away without exchanging a word, leaving Shen Wan curious about how Xie Jingyu intended to assist them. Before they could retreat, the heir leaped forward, blocking their path. Shen Yu halted abruptly, pulling Shen Wan with her as they turned to head back. Shen Wan, the heir of a Marquis of Zhaoping, obstructed their path, his gaze filled with anguish. "Can't you spare a moment to hear me out?" Shen Yu replied. "I have nothing to say to you. Step aside." Yet the heir remained firm. Shen Yu, undeterred, withdrew a golden hairpin from her hair and pressed it against her neck. Not only was the Marquis's heir taken aback, but even Shen Wan was startled by Shen Yu's fierce temperament. "Elder sister," Shen Yu uttered just 2 words. "Step aside." The heir did not move, and in the next moment, the sharp pin pierced her skin, blood oozing forth. With eyes reddened, the heir finally yielded and cleared the way. Shen Yu took Shen Wan and departed. Shen Wan felt a twinge of fear. Should their elder sister learn that she had aided the Marquis's heir in escorting her to the Guan National Temple, it might jeopardize their sisterly bond. Clearly, their elder sister held feelings for the Marquis's heir, or she would not have reacted so intensely upon seeing him. Once they had distanced themselves, Shen Wan expressed her concern. "Elder sister, your neck is still bleeding." Shen Yu's eyes were swollen with tears. The pain from the wound on her neck paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. Shen Wan offered her a handkerchief to wrap it up, which Shen Yu accepted without protest. However, just as they had finished bandaging her wound, several black-clad assassins charged toward them, their swords glinting ominously in the sunlight. Shen Wan was initially startled, but upon seeing the Marquis's heir step in front of them, she managed to suppress her emotions, her lips remaining straight. Truly, he was the one capable of toppling Xiao Yun in her past life, facilitating the union of her elder sister and the Marquis's heir. Such prowess was indeed commendable. The Marquis's heir defended her sister and bore the brunt of the injuries himself. Even if her sister possessed a heart of stone, she could not disregard the heiress' sacrifice. She should have anticipated this strategy. The black-clad assassins were formidable, and the heir fought valiantly against 4, sustaining cuts to his arms and back, blood streaming down. Shen Wan's lips twitched at the sight. Given her elder sister's skills, it was hard to believe she couldn't discern the charade. A mere scratch would suffice. As the Marquis's heir faltered from his wounds, one assassin lunged at Shen Wan and Shen Yu. Shen Yu was momentarily paralyzed with fear, and Shen Wan, dazed, embraced her sister, intending to shield her from the blade. Just as the sword was about to descend, another blade shot forth, piercing the assassin's heart. The assassin collapsed, lifeless, turning back upon hearing the commotion. Shen Wan beheld Xie Jingyu rescuing the Marquis's heir, having dispatched 2 assassins and sparing one. "Who sent you?" Xie Jingyu's voice was icy. Shen Wan was taken aback. Were not the assassins sent by him? The remaining assassin bit down on the poison concealed in his teeth, succumbing to death. Xie Jingyu turned to Shen Wan and asked urgently, "Are you injured?" His eyes reflected genuine concern, leaving Shen Wan momentarily dazed as she whispered, "These assassins are not your men?" Xie Jingyu replied, "My men have yet to make their entrance." Shen Wan was left in disbelief. What an uncanny coincidence. She had mistaken the true assassin for those sent by Xie Jingyu to aid her. Had he not arrived in time, she would have truly met her demise. Realization dawned upon Shen Wan, sending chills down her spine. The young master of the Zhaoping Duke endured 2 sword strikes, teetering on the brink of collapse before ultimately succumbing and falling to the ground. Shen Yu, witnessing the wounds on his back and arms, could no longer restrain herself and rushed towards him. In a panic, she cried out, "Are you all right?" The young master of Zhaoping, weakly responding, reassured her, "I am fine. I shall not perish." At that moment, Chen Ping emerged, clad in black, exuding the unmistakable aura of an assassin, save for a piece of black cloth to conceal his face. This was the assassin prepared by Xie Jingyu. Chen Ping glanced at the young master's injuries and declared, "My lord, the assassin's blade was poisoned. The young master of Zhaoping has been poisoned." Xie Jingyu ordered, "Take him to see a doctor." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chun Ping swiftly helped the young master to his feet and led him away. Chapter 65. Coincidence Shun Yu yearned to follow. But saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Chen Ping did not wait for her. After pursuing for several steps without catching up, she halted, watching as Chun Ping led the young master of Xiao Ping Bo far away, fading from her sight. Shen Wan approached elder sister, wiping away her tears. Shen Yu expressed her concern. He won't come to harm, will he? Shen Wan reassured her. He will undoubtedly be fine. As Xie Jingyu approached, Shen Yu bowed. I am deeply grateful for the life-saving grace of the young master of Jingbei. Turning to Shen Wan, she said, I shall wait at the pavilion over there for a while. You may converse. Shen Wan hesitated, but she felt no inclination to speak with Xie Jingyu. Although she wished to accompany Shen Yu, she refrained, aware that Xie Jingyu had just saved their lives. After finally repaying that debt, they now owed another. The identity of those assassins troubled Shen Wan, who longed to exact vengeance upon them. Noticing Shen Wan's unease, Xie Jingyu inquired, Do you have nothing to say to me? Shen Wan glanced up briefly before quickly averting her gaze, settling on the cloud patterns embroidered on his robe. Thank you again for saving my elder sister and me. She stammered. Do you find my robe pleasing? Xie Jingyu asked. It is beautiful, Shen Wan replied, her face flushing upon realizing her impoliteness in not meeting his eyes while conversing, fixating instead on his attire. Yet, she truly dared not meet his gaze. She had never had the courage to do so, and it was even more daunting now. With her head bowed, Xie Jingyu wondered why Shen Wan was so afraid of him. I shall escort you back to the residence, he declared. Shen Wan gasped, no need. Xie Jingyu scrutinized her. Are you not concerned that there may be assassins lurking on your way back? Unable to articulate her refusal, Shen Wan pondered the implications. The only individuals aware of their journey to Huwa Temple were from the Duke's residence. Could those assassins have been dispatched by the Duke's house? Yet, her elder sister posed no threat to them. There was no motive to harm her. Turning towards the pavilion, Shen Yu appeared lost in thought. Upon seeing Shen Wan approach, she queried, Have you finished your conversation with the young master of Jingbei so soon? In a hushed tone, Shen Wan replied, Elder sister, if you and the young master of Xiao Ping Bo have no words to share, what conversation could I possibly have with the young master of Jingbei? Her heart was in turmoil. Between her and Xie Jingyu lay the burdens of past humiliations and the enmity of a previous life, entwined with the gratitude for his repeated acts of rescue in this lifetime. Shen Wan felt utterly lost in how to interact with him, both grateful and apprehensive. Those memories from her past were indelible. Reflecting on how her parents intended to marry her off to the young master of Jingbei within 3 months, and the prospect of sharing a roof with him filled Shen Wan with dread. Elder sister, let us return home. Shen Yu had hoped for Shen Wan to converse longer with the young master of Jingbei, but as Shen Wan tugged her up, she acquiesced. After all, marriage was imminent. The young master of Jingbei was quite commendable. Marrying him would surely bring Shen Wan happiness. As they rode home in the carriage, Xie Jingyu rode behind them, ensuring their safety until they reached the street where the Duke's residence stood, at which point he felt secure enough to depart. After Shen Wan dismounted from the carriage, she assisted Shen Yu down, and the two entered through the second gate. Yunshe hurried over, expressing her alarm. How could there be an assassination attempt on you? Were you harmed? Shen Yu shook her head. Shen Wan replied, Neither I nor my elder sister suffered any injuries. But the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping was wounded by the assassin while attempting to save us and has been poisoned. We are uncertain about his condition. Yunshe was aware that Shen Yu and Shen Wan had been attacked, and it was the Duke of Xiaoping's heir who shielded them, followed shortly by the heir of King Jingbei, which led to a fortunate escape. The thought of the Duke of Xiaoping's heir caused Yunshe distress. He had saved her daughter's lives, and even if he were considered an enemy, it was her duty to express her gratitude. However, despite receiving 7 invitations from the Duke of Xiaoping's residence, she had returned them all. The Duchess had even publicly knelt in supplication for her son. Yet the Duke's residence had barred her entry, leaving Yunshe feeling compelled to visit the Duke of Xiaoping's estate herself. Uncertainty about the heir's condition only added to her anxiety regarding the impending awkwardness. Shen Wan suggested, Perhaps we should send elder brother to check on the Duke of Xiao Ping's heir first, and then mother can visit afterward. If Shenli were not allowed entry to the estate, then Yunshi would have no need to go. However, such a scenario seemed unlikely. Previously, a soothsayer had prophesied that the Duke of Xiao Ping's heir had stayed at the Guogui Temple for several days, which had left the Duchess in a state of alarm. Now, having risked his life to save her elder sister, he must be aware of his feelings for Shenyu. If the Duchess were to make demands again, the two families would be irreparably divided. Yunshi found this plan agreeable, noting that her elder brother was often absent from the residence, and she would send someone to fetch him. As Shen Wan and Shenyu made their way back to Mingwei Garden, they were summoned by the matriarch to Shoan Hall. What trouble has arisen now? The matriarch's face bore concern, but if she truly cared for them, she would not summon them at such a time to interrogate them. Shen Wu remarked, last time, it was the heir of King Jingbei who rescued elder sister from the startled horse, and now, he has saved you again from an assassin. How coincidental. Shen Wan shot a glance at Shen Wu, sensing her sister's veiled insinuations. What are you trying to imply? Shen Wu replied, I merely find it exceedingly coincidental. Her repeated emphasis on coincidence was clearly loaded with meaning. Shen Wan retorted coldly, it is not just the heir of King Jingbei's repeated interventions that are coincidental. My elder sister and I arrived at the Guogui Temple, and shortly thereafter, the assassins appeared. Had it not been for the Duke of Xiaoping's heir's timely intervention, the heir of King Jingbei would have arrived just in time to collect our corpses. Shen Wu's expression shifted. What do you mean by that, second sister? Are you suggesting that someone from the Duke's residence is behind the assassination attempt? Shen Wan mirrored her sister's earlier words. Why are you so agitated, third sister? I too find it exceedingly coincidental. Those assassins were clearly targeting elder sister. Ever since her separation, she rarely ventures out. How could the assassins have known she was at the Guogui Temple? Shen Wu's gaze flickered momentarily. Who knows? Shen Wan's unwavering stare on Shen Wu did not miss the fleeting evasion in her sister's eyes. She was certain that this incident was entangled with the affairs of their household. While the assassins were not sent by them, their movements had undoubtedly been leaked. But who would wish to harm Shenyu? The eldest sister possesses a gentle disposition and has never harbored enmity towards others. Could it possibly be linked to the Yongqing Duke's residence? Yet, the Yongqing Duke's household, having already become a target of public scorn for the demise of her elder sister, has lost its reputation. The Duke's heir is now infamous. Even if he were to send assassins, their aim would surely be directed at her. For had it not been for her, the scheming of the Yongqing Duke's household might have succeeded. Shen Wan is convinced of her intuition. Today, those assassins were indeed after Shenyu, with her murder merely a secondary objective. Unable to fathom the situation further, Shen Wan decided not to trouble herself with it any longer. She intended to return with Shenyu. At that moment, a maid rushed in from outside. Old madam, this is Dyer. The second young master and the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue have fallen into the water. Chapter 66. Self-blame. Shen Wan pondered in bewilderment how Shen Zhao and Chu Yin could have both fallen into the water. The second lady had already inquired aloud about the situation. One of the maids explained that the young master and the second young master had embarked on a boat ride on the lake, accompanied by the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue, who had encountered Miss Chu and a few other young ladies. In an unfortunate turn of events, Miss Chu stepped on her gown and fell into the water. In a rush to rescue his sister, the eldest son inadvertently caused the second young master to tumble in as well. The old lady pressed for information, asking if the second young master was unharmed. The maid shook her head, assuring her that he was safe and had even managed to rescue Miss Chu. The old lady's brow furrowed deeply. Years prior, when Shen Yu and the heir of Yongqing Bo had fallen into the water together, it had tarnished their reputations, leading the wife of the Marquis of Xiaoping to withdraw her proposal and marry the heir instead. It was unexpected for such an incident to occur again with Shen Zhao. The daughter of the Minister of Revenue seemed an exceptional match for Shen Zhao. However, the minister's current involvement in a corruption scandal cast uncertainty on the future. Otherwise, this union would have undoubtedly been a splendid match for the second household. Shen Wan sat there, sensing that the matter was far from simple. It could very well be a scheme aimed at her elder brother. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence now. With Chu Yin and Shun Zhao having fallen into the water together, even if she did not marry Shen Zhao, it would be impossible for her to wed her elder brother. After days of anxiety, Shen Wan finally felt a sense of relief. She intended to seek out Shun Li for clarification, but upon his return to the estate, he was summoned by Lady Yun to visit the Marquis of Xiaoping's residence to check on the Marquis's heir. By the time Shen Wan encountered Shun Li, it was already evening. Shun Li arrived at Minghua courtyard and informed Xing Yu that he had met with the Marquis's heir, who had recovered from his poison and would heal from his injuries within 10 to 15 days. It is a relief that he is well, Xing Yu responded softly, her voice tinged with guilt. She had met the Marquis's heir several times, either remaining silent or hastily departing. Yet he had nearly fallen victim to an assassin while attempting to save her, leaving her with an uneasy conscience. Shun Li turned to Shen Wan and quietly inquired, "Who informed you that the Minister of Revenue's household intended to scheme against me?" Shen Wan gazed at him as he continued, "If it weren't for your warning, I would have indeed fallen into their trap today. I owe a debt of gratitude." It was evident that the treachery was directed at her elder brother. Shen Wan cautioned Shun Li to be vigilant, pointing out that Chu Yin had taken a detour. Shun Li, initially skeptical, did not fully acknowledge the warning, but considered it nonetheless. He seldom encountered Miss Chu, and should the situation arise, he could simply avoid her. However, he had not anticipated that avoidance would prove difficult. After breakfast that day, Shun Zhao persuaded Shen Li to join him for a boat ride on the lake. Shen Li, thinking there was no harm, agreed. Yet, to his dismay, the eldest son of the Chu family was also present. Shen Wan had merely advised him to steer clear of Miss Chu. The eldest son posed no threat. However, midway through their outing, Miss Chu and several young ladies were invited aboard their boat. Feeling apprehensive, Shen Li made an excuse to depart early but was blocked by Shun Zhao, who insisted he stay, along with several friends who were determined to indulge until intoxication. Reluctantly, Shun Li remained. He remained cautious, and after Miss Chu fell into the water, the eldest son inadvertently pushed Shun Zhao, who seized the opportunity to attempt to push Shun Li into the lake. Shun Li deftly evaded the maneuver, employing a clever tactic that resulted in Shun Zhao falling into the water instead, fortuitously landing next to Miss Chu. As Chu Yin was engulfed by water in her panic, she grasped onto Shun Zhan, who promptly rescued her. Reflecting on the events of the day aboard the ship, Shun Li was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Shen Wan's urgent counsel, he would have undoubtedly pursued the hand of the Minister of Revenue's daughter without hesitation. Observing Shun Li's expression of relief, Shen Wan inquired, "So, will you heed my words in the future, brother?" "Yes, I shall certainly listen," he replied. "That is all I need to know." Shen Wan gazed at Shun Li, understanding that he was aware of her intentions to inquire further. Concerned for her brother's lifelong happiness, she had fretted excessively. Yet despite her persistent questioning, he remained resolutely silent. This time, however, Shen Wan would not be dissuaded. Whenever the subject arose, Shun Li's demeanor darkened, and with a bitter smile, he lamented, "It is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but I became acquainted with her too late. We are fated to be apart." The notion of having met too late sent a jolt through Shen Wan's heart. Could it be that she was already wed? Shun Li patted her head and reassured her, "Do you truly fear that your elder brother cannot find a wife? If the esteemed heir of the Duke of Jingbei cannot secure a spouse, then few men in this world would ever marry. However, finding a partner and sharing a life with one's true love are vastly different matters. The distinction is profound." Shen Wan had not anticipated that her relentless inquiries would lead to such a conclusion. It was no wonder that in her past life, regardless of how her sister-in-law pressed for answers, her brother remained tight-lipped. The painting had been concealed for so many years, revealing the depth of his genuine affection. Her incessant probing had undoubtedly reopened old wounds for him, and regret washed over her. Shen Wan spent the night in self-reproach, resulting in a restless sleep and a late awakening. After breakfast, she made her way to Shoan Hall, where everyone had gathered. The fourth madam was speaking, mentioning that Miss Chu had fallen into the water and caught a severe fever. The matriarch turned to Yunshi, saying, "You should visit the Minister of Revenue's residence to inquire after her, and while you're at it, propose for Jean." Why should her mother be tasked with every errand? The Minister of Revenue's household was embroiled in a corruption scandal. Should her mother approach them? It would be difficult to refuse if the minister's wife requested assistance from their father. "Mother, please do not go," Shen Wan interjected as she entered. The matriarch's brow furrowed. Her gaze icy. Shen Wu retorted, "Grandmother has instructed aunt to visit the Minister of Revenue's estate. Do you dare to obstruct that?" Shen Wan replied, "If it were merely a visit for well-wishing, I would not object. But a marriage proposal. My elder sister was compelled to wed the heir of the Earl of Yongqing after a similar incident, leading to her subsequent misfortunes. This matter resonates deeply with me. Saving someone should not necessitate a marriage, nor should the other party be forced into wedlock. Such a requirement is excessively harsh. What if the rescuer were a beggar? Must one sacrifice a lifetime for that?" The fourth madam was rendered speechless. Shen Yao, displeased, remarked, "Sister, do not curse me." The matriarch asserted, "While the Minister of Revenue's estate may choose not to marry off their daughter, our Duke of Dingwa's household must not neglect to propose." Yin spoke gently, asserting that the matriarch's decisions were undoubtedly appropriate. However, the words of Wanner resonated with her innermost thoughts. Given the cautionary tale of Yuer, even if she were to visit the Minister of Revenue's residence, she would find it impossible to voice her intentions. It would be better for the second sister-in-law to undertake the visit herself. She expressed her inability to speak up, and should the matriarch insist on her attendance at the minister's residence, she would comply, but would remain silent regarding the proposal, absolving herself of any blame. The second lady, displeased, retorted, comparing her son Chaoer to the disgraceful heir of the Duke of Yongqing, questioning whether her sister-in-law intended to insult her. Chaoer, being the second son of the Duke of Dingwa, was indeed of a status worthy of the Minister of Revenue's daughter. If Shen Chao were the son of Shen Ji, his lineage would also suffice. Yet, their father had recently been demoted by 2 ranks, now merely a 5th-grade official. How could he be deemed suitable for the daughter of the minister? Yin maintained that he was indeed worthy. Yet one who had been bitten by a snake once would fear the ropes of a well for a decade. She was reluctant to engage in such matters again, but would not obstruct the second household. She urged her sister-in-law not to press her further. Yun's stance was resolute and understandable. The matriarch could not compel her, turning to the second lady instead, suggesting that perhaps she should go. Chapter 67. Rumors the last visitor to the Minister of Revenue's residence was the second lady. As Shen Wan returned to Minghua Courtyard, just as she was about to have lunch, Yin Chuan entered and reported, "Miss, the Minister of Revenue has promised his daughter to the second young master." This was an expected development, and Shen Wan was not surprised. The world is exceedingly harsh on women. Shen Zhan had rescued Chu Yin from the water, an act witnessed by many. If Chu Yin did not marry Shen Zhan, it was unlikely that anyone would come to propose. The Minister of Revenue valued his own future too highly to allow his daughter to slip away, considering Shen Zhan was the second young master of the Duke's residence. Shen Wan felt that Chu Yin and Shen Zhan were quite well matched. In her previous life, they had already engaged in a clandestine affair, so it seemed fitting that they should unite in this life as well, thus sparing others from their mischief. 3 days swiftly passed. One day, while Shen Yu was admiring flowers, she appeared lost in thought. Shen Wan surmised that she was worried about the heir of the Duke of Zhaoping, but hesitated to inquire. She sought out Shen Li, requesting that he visit the Duke of Zhaoping's heir once more, as he had previously sustained injuries while saving their sisters. It would be appropriate for him to visit more frequently. Shen Li agreed, and Shen Wan specifically instructed him that if the heir had anything to say to the eldest sister, he should write a letter for her brother to bring back. Shen Li looked at Shen Wan and asked, "Do you wish for them to be together? Does an elder brother wish for it?" Shen Wan retorted. This left Shen Li momentarily speechless. While the Duke of Zhaoping's heir was indeed admirable, he feared that Shen Yu might suffer from gossip should she seek a divorce and remarry. The Duke's residence could support her for a lifetime. There was no need for her to endure hardship in another household. Shen Wan remarked, "The Duke of Zhaoping's heir is quite exceptional, and I believe elder sister harbors feelings for him. I trust he would not betray her." Shen Li responded, "If he dares to betray her, I shall not let him go unpunished." Shen Li was a man of his word. During these days, whenever he encountered the Duke of Yongqing's heir, he would seize him and give him a thorough beating. The Duke of Yongqing was aware that it was Shun Li who had assaulted him, yet he had not witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, his clandestine liaison with his cousin was common knowledge in the capital, and should word of his beating spread, no one would pity him. Rather, they would deem him deserving of his fate. After being beaten several times, the Duke of Yongqing had grown fearful of venturing outside. When Shen Li visited the Duke of Zhaoping's residence, he indeed returned with a letter. At first, Shen Yu refused to accept it, but Shen Li said, "If you won't read it, shall I throw it away?" As he turned to leave, Shen Yu swiftly snatched the letter from his grasp. This action only confirmed Shen Wan's assertion that Shen Yu had feelings for the Duke of Zhaoping's heir. Shen Wan was genuinely curious about the contents of the letter, but felt too shy to glance over. After Shen Yu read the letter, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Shen Wan inquired, "What is it?" Shen Yu shook her head. The maid Tuba, sharp-eyed and quick-witted, interjected. The letter contained nothing but an invitation for the eldest miss to meet tomorrow at Qin Shui Bridge. Shen Wan turned to Shen Yu, who declared, "I shall not go." Shen Wan refrained from persuading Shen Yu. The following day, after paying her respects to the matriarch, Shen Wan took Shen Yu by the hand and headed out. Shen Yu protested, "I will not go." To which Shen Wan replied, "The Duke of Zhaoping's heir has not yet recovered. Are you not afraid he might wait for you from dawn till dusk, only to faint from exhaustion?" Shen Yu was somewhat taken aback. "If he cannot wait for me, he will surely leave." Shen Wan remarked that his elder sister had been married for 2 years without him finding a spouse, a testament to his unyielding nature. If his sister was indeed certain about her decision, he would send someone to check this evening to see if he was still around. Shen Wan settled down to sip tea, while Shen Yu remained indecisive. After a quarter of an hour, Shen Wan declared it was time to leave. This time, he took Shen Yu by the hand. The carriage had been prepared early, and they set off towards the Qin Shui Bridge outside the city. Inside the carriage, Shen Wan lifted the curtain and beheld the heir of the Zhaoping marquis standing there, his figure emanating a profound sense of desolation, evoking sympathy. However, after a few moments of observation, Shen Wan's brow furrowed tightly, for the heir did not even glance back as they descended from the carriage. Shen Yu stood beside the carriage, and Shen Wan decisively pulled her forward. They had come all this way, and there was no time for modesty. The heir stood by the water's edge, and as Shen Wan approached, he turned his head slightly, revealing red-rimmed eyes that left Shen Wan momentarily stunned. Though this was not her first encounter with the heir in such a state, the previous occasion had been at Shen Yu's grave. With the assistance of several assassins, Shen Yu had softened considerably, and it seemed that everything was progressing positively. Should the heir not be pleased? Why then did he appear even more forlorn? Shen Wan found this perplexing. The heir gazed at Shen Yu, expressing his surprise. "I thought you would not come." Shen Yu lowered her gaze, replying, "I should not have come." The heir, after a long pause, spoke with difficulty, his voice tinged with emotion. "Do you intend to return to the Yongqing marquis' residence?" The question, seemingly baseless, caused Shen Yu's brow to furrow in confusion. Shen Wan had intended to step away, allowing them a moment of privacy. But upon hearing those words, her legs felt rooted to the ground. She had gone to great lengths to bring her elder sister to see him, and yet he was unable to cherish this moment, even mentioning the Yongqing marquis. Shen Wan felt a surge of frustration. "My elder sister nearly lost her life at the hands of the Yongqing marquis. This is a well-known fact. What does the heir mean by this question?" Shen Yu attempted to pull Shen Wan away, but Shen Wan firmly held on to her, determined to clarify the situation. The heir looked at Shen Yu, stating, "If you are resolute in not returning to the Yongqing marquis' residence, I shall come to propose marriage. As long as the child is born in the Zhaoping household, he shall be mine." Shen Wan, bewildered, exclaimed, "What?" Shen Yu mirrored her confusion. "Do you understand what he is saying?" Shen Yu shook her head. The heir, with pain in his eyes, declared, "I shall treat him as my own." Shen Wan's confusion deepened. "What are you saying? What child?" The heir turned to Shen Yu. "Are you not carrying the Yongqing marquis' child?" Shen Yu's expression stiffened, and she turned to leave. Shen Wan could not hold her back, glaring at the heir. "Who told you that my elder sister is with child by the Yongqing marquis?" The heir looked at Shen Wan, bewildered. "No, is it not true?" Shen Wan was nearly beside herself with anger. "If my elder sister were with child, would I have brought her to see you?" The heir became flustered. But rumors are circulating outside. Shen Wan's brow twisted in disbelief. What nonsense! The young heir of the Duke of Zhaoping rushed to pursue Shen Yu. Just as she was about to board the carriage, unable to stop her, he swiftly lifted her down from the yoke of the carriage. Chapter 68. Heartless Shen Wan and Coral hid behind a tree, stealing glances. Merely observing from a distance, they could not hear a single word. Yet even without sound, the sight alone was enough to leave them flushed with embarrassment. The two of them covered their eyes, but their fingers left gaps wide enough to see clearly. Shen Yu was being carried away by the son of the Duke of Zhaoping, struggling fiercely in his arms. Unable to keep her, he was forced to set her down. It was evident that a quarrel ensued. Shen Yu attempted to leave several times, but the Duke's son blocked her, ultimately resorting to a kiss. In a fit of anger, Shen Yu slapped him. He feigned injury, prompting Shen Yu, despite her fury, to express concern for his well-being. Eventually, she seemed to realize he was pretending, and in her rage, turned to leave. Shen Yu climbed into the carriage, and the Duke's son did not pursue her further. Only then did Shen Wan enter the carriage, wisely refraining from asking a single question. The two returned to the residence of the Duke of Jingbei, with the Duke's son following behind to escort them, only parting ways when they reached the estate. Upon arrival, as Shen Wan emerged from the carriage, she spotted someone kneeling at the entrance, an all-too-familiar figure, the son of the Duke of Yongqing. Was he not about to marry her cousin? Why was he kneeling outside the residence of the Duke of Jingbei? Suddenly, Shen Wan recalled what the Duke's son had mentioned. Rumors were circulating outside that Shen Yu was with child. Anger surged within her. She contemplated instructing a servant to head to the second gate, but it was too late. Madame of Yongqing had already seen Shen Yu seated in the carriage and hurried over, saying, previously, our Yongqing Duke's household wronged you, but the child is innocent. We cannot allow the child to be born without a father. Shen Yu's expression turned as grim as a frostbitten eggplant. Suppressing her disgust, Shen Wan retorted, is this truly what you believe, Madame of Yongqing? To endanger my elder sister merely to make way for the Duke's son's cousin? It is often said that one should not strike a person's face. Yet Shen Wan directed her ire squarely at Madame of Yongqing. Madame of Yongqing's expression stiffened. The past was behind them, and her household had already learned its lesson. We cannot let the child be born in the residence of the Duke of Jingbei, she insisted, constantly mentioning the child, who was truly spreading the rumor about her elder sister's pregnancy. Madame of Yongqing spoke so lightly of the matter, as if her son had not narrowly escaped death at the foot of a cliff. Stepping down from the carriage, Shen Wan declared, elder sister, let us return home. Though Shen Yu wished to avoid Madame of Yongqing, she would not hide in the carriage. She stepped out. When Madame of Yongqing attempted to grasp Shen Yu's arm, Shen Yu evaded her and walked straight into the residence. The son of Yongqing, kneeling on the ground with thorny branches on his back, called out. Madame of Yongqing gazed at Shen Yu, asking, can you truly be so heartless? Who is truly heartless? Shen Wan's fury surged. Your son and daughter-in-law have perished at the bottom of that cliff. Only my elder sister remains, and she is in no way connected to your Yongqing household. Madame of Yongqing was displeased with Shen Wan as a younger generation. Shen Wan's repeated confrontations left her at a loss for words. The child is always innocent, she maintained. Shen Wan laughed derisively. Why didn't Team Madame of Yongqing bring a doctor? Lady Yongqing's expression froze in disbelief. Why did you bring a doctor? Shen Wan inquired. Who informed you that my elder sister is with child? Lady Yongqing was momentarily taken aback. Is it not true? Shen Wan replied. Even if I say it isn't, you likely wouldn't believe me. Please summon 2 more doctors to put your minds at ease. The Yongqing residence did not genuinely concern itself with progeny. Rather, it was a matter of offending her father. These days, Yongqing Bo's standing in the court had been less than favorable. The heir to Yongqing Bo held only a title without the prospect of serving in the court, stained by the notorious reputation of being ruthless and complicit in his cousin's demise, a shadow that would haunt him for life, inviting whispers and scorn behind his back. Now, with rumors circulating that the elder sister was pregnant, they sought to atone by bringing her back, hoping to mend relations and restore the familial ties, with the father's intervention potentially paving a smoother path for the Yongqing heir's future. The audacity of their calculations was almost palpable. They had put her elder sister in peril, yet they sought to claim her back as if the Duke of Jingbei's family were a mere plaything. Lady Yongqing turned pale prior to her visit. Yongqing Bo had sent word that if they could not retrieve Xinyu, neither she nor her son should return home. Yet the rumors were rampant. How could they not believe in her pregnancy? Shen Wan, disinterested in her doubts, took Xinyu's hand and attempted to enter the estate. Lady Yongqing, still skeptical, questioned, if she is not with child, how could it be common knowledge throughout the capital? Shen Wan wished fervently to have them expelled, insisting, have I not made myself clear? My elder sister is not pregnant. If you do not believe me, then summon the doctors. If that was not enough to convince them, she would not hesitate to speak more harshly. Your Yongqing residence has shown a willingness to harm my sister, a living being. What confidence do you have that should she truly be pregnant, the Duke of Jingbei's family would allow her to be cast into the flames of your Yongqing estate? Her words struck at the heart of the matter. Even if she were pregnant, the likelihood of termination was not beyond the realm of possibility. Lady Yongqing's complexion turned ashen, as if she might collapse. Shen Wan led Xinyu into the estate, her own countenance darkened, driven by an urgent desire to uncover the origin of these malicious rumors. For 2 years since her sister's marriage to the Yongqing heir, there had been no sign of pregnancy, only coercion to consume various concoctions under the pretense of health restoration. A sinister ploy to undermine her sister. Such treachery was unparalleled. As they entered the second gate, Yun's mother hurried over, asking Xinyu if she truly was with child. Shen Wan, incensed, retorted, why would you believe the rumors circulating outside? Yun's voice rose in pitch before descending. Not true? That is good. If she were indeed pregnant, I would not know how to proceed. After 2 years of marriage, Xinyu had consumed countless remedies to conceive. Should she terminate? Yun feared Xinyu might never bear children again, yet retaining a grandchild bearing the blood of the Yongqing family was equally unpalatable. Furthermore, Xinyu would not be devoid of prospects for marriage in the future. Thankfully, it was not the case. But how did these rumors even arise? Yun fumed. Coral remarked beside her, might it be that the retching of Hongxiu in the young lady's chamber was overheard? I heard from Yinchuan that the chattering maidservants in the courtyard were speculating whether the young lady was with child. Yinchuan mentioned she had chastised that loquacious maid quite sternly. There is no need for doubt. It must be so. When Hongxiu was retching in her elder sister's room, it was but a few days later that they encountered an assassination attempt at the Hugua Temple. She had previously wondered why anyone would wish to bring harm to her elder sister, but now it was clear. Someone did not wish for her to return to the Yongqingbo manor with child. Shen Wan suspected that someone within the Duke's household had leaked this information to the Su family. The existence of a child would only jeopardize Su Zi's standing and would not impede anyone else. Recalling the evasive gaze of Shun Wu when she spoke of this matter, it was evident that this was connected to the second branch. The second branch delights in such spectacles, do they? Today, she would ensure they witnessed the unfolding drama in its entirety. Shen Wan suppressed her anger and instructed Coral to have Steward Li summon a physician to the manor. Chapter 69. Spare me. Coral went to relay a message to Manager Li. Shen Wan intended to visit Shoan Hall, but Yun remarked that the Minister of Revenue's wife was with the old matriarch and suggested they return to Mingwei Garden instead. Surprised by the presence of the minister's wife, Shen Wan insisted that she and her elder sister should indeed go. Yun was perplexed. Recently, Shen Wan had not only shown remarkable initiative, but also executed her tasks with meticulous precision, leaving Yun uncertain of her intentions and thus refraining from interference. The old matriarch was in high spirits, and as Shen Wan ascended the steps, she could hear the laughter of the old matriarch and Madame Chu emanating from within. Hoping they would still be in good humor shortly, upon seeing Shen Wan and Xinyu enter, the old matriarch's expression soured, believing they were being inconsiderate. The second madam remarked to Madame Chu that she would accompany the minister's wife for a stroll in the garden. After their departure, the old matriarch's demeanor darkened further as she chastised Yun, questioning whether they did not understand the principle that family shame should not be aired publicly. A lesson she implied Yin should also grasp. Shen Wan retorted, asserting that the heir to the Yongqing marquis was still kneeling at the main gate. and the entire capital was watching the Duke's household become a source of ridicule. This family disgrace could not simply be concealed by the old matriarch's wishes. Her statement was irrefutable, based on undeniable facts. The old matriarch perceived her as meddlesome and turned her attention to Shen Yu, inquiring why she had not disclosed her pregnancy. Shen Yu replied, "I am not with child." The old matriarch's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Are you certain?" Shen Wu's voice rose. "How can that be? Rumors abound outside, and even the maids say they have heard the eldest sister suffering from morning sickness." Shen Wan interrupted, asking, "Has anyone witnessed the eldest sister experiencing morning sickness firsthand?" Shen Wu's voice faltered. "Whether the maids saw it, I cannot say." Turning to the old matriarch, Shen Wan continued, "On our way here, we speculated about how these rumors began and concluded it must have originated from Hong Xiao." The old matriarch's brow furrowed tighter as Mama Sun interjected. "How could it be Hong Xiao? She is known for her discretion and would not speak carelessly." Shen Wan clarified, "Mama Sun has misunderstood. I am not suggesting that Hong Xiao spread the rumors. Rather, she's been unwell lately, frequently experiencing nausea. I wished to summon a doctor for her, but she insisted that a couple of days' rest would suffice. A few days ago, she delivered something to my elder sister's chambers and ended up vomiting there, which the maids may have misinterpreted as the eldest sister's morning sickness. I have already sent someone to find Hong Xiao, and the old matriarch will soon be informed." Shen Wu remarked, "Hong Xiao is a maid whom you, grandmother, have reluctantly gifted to my second sister. How could she become ill in such a short time after going to Mingwei Garden? This implies negligence in her care." Shen Wan replied, "Hong Xiao is diligent. I asked her to assist me in embroidering the 100 longevity picture, and she worked tirelessly, which likely led to her exhaustion. I have instructed her to rest in her quarters these past few days. Continuous embroidery with her head bowed can indeed lead to nausea. It is not considered a grave issue." Observing Shen Yu's normal complexion, which did not suggest morning sickness, the old matriarch remarked, "It is good if you are not pregnant. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to handle the situation." The old matriarch, a devout follower of Buddhism who revered life, would never allow for a miscarriage to occur. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You may return now." Shen Wan stated that she had requested manager Li to summon a physician, and they awaited the doctor's arrival to check on her elder sister's pulse. Not long after, precisely a quarter of an hour later, the doctor arrived. After examining Shen Yu's pulse, he withdrew his hand, prompting Shen Wu to inquire whether she was with child. The doctor replied that the essence of Yin water still lingered in her body, making pregnancy impossible. At that moment, Yin Xuan and Hong Xiao entered the room. Hong Xiao had just returned from Showan Hall, and upon seeing her emaciated appearance, even the matriarch was taken aback. Despite the incessant needlework, it was hard to fathom such drastic weight loss. As the doctor prepared to take his leave, Shen Wan interjected, requesting him to examine her ailing maid, who had been unwell for several days. Hong Xiao's complexion turned pale as she repeatedly shook her head, insisting she was fine and did not require a physician's attention. Shen Wan turned to the matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, observe how she resists my offer of a doctor. She is averse to seeking medical aid." Previously, Shen Wu had subtly criticized Shen Wan for not caring for Hong Xiao properly, but seeing Hong Xiao's public refusal to be examined left her speechless. Shen Wan continued, "I initially believed your ailment to be minor, but after several days of no improvement, I thought it best to have the doctor take a look while he is here." Hong Xiao still refused, stating she did not wish to see a doctor. Shen Wan, now incensed, commanded, "Sit down. Even if you are a maid gifted to me by grandmother, as your mistress, I am concerned for your well-being, and you ought to comply." Coral and Yinchuan promptly seated Hong Xiao on a chair, yet she still struggled against them. Mama's son interjected, "The second young lady has your best interests at heart. Why not sit still and let the doctor examine your pulse?" With Coral and Yinchuan holding her firmly, Hong Xiao could not move. As the doctor placed his fingers on her pulse, her face turned ashen. After examining her, the doctor hesitated to speak. Shen Wan urged him to be candid. The doctor finally revealed that the maid had been pregnant for nearly 2 months. His voice was barely audible, yet it resonated clearly throughout the room. The atmosphere became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The fact that the second young lady's maid was with child was a significant scandal that could tarnish her reputation. No, Hongxiu had not been in the second young lady's service for long. She had conceived while attending to the matriarch. Someone within the household had encroached upon a matriarch's domain, and in her ignorance, she had gifted a maid of questionable virtue to this second young lady. With this realization, the entire room held its breath, glancing furtively at the matriarch's expression. Her face was ashen, while Yun's countenance was even more grim. Although Hongxiu was requested by Shen Wan, it was unacceptable that the matriarch was unaware that one of her maids had been compromised and still bestowed her to Shen Wan. Yun declared, "Escort the physician from the residence." Once the doctor departed, the matriarch's piercing gaze fell upon Hongxiu. "Take this wretched maid away and punish her severely." Hongxiu's face went pale, and she fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. Two matrons approached to drag her away. Yun interjected, asserting that a single hand cannot produce a sound. The child within Hongxiu's womb is not solely hers. Before condemning her to death, it will be prudent to ascertain the identity of the child's father. Chapter 70. Intentions. The old lady's eyes glimmered with a cold light, revealing her displeasure at Yun's inquiry. Although she was unaware of the identity of the child within Hongxiu's womb, she knew that Hongxiu was a maid she had painstakingly nurtured. The young servants of the household could not possibly hold her attention. The first branch, Shunji and Shunli, would not dare to touch those around her, while the third branch, being illegitimate, lacked the audacity to do so. This left only the second and fourth branches. The second and fourth masters were her sons, while the second young master, Shunzhan, and the fourth young master, Shunsun, were her own grandsons. Regardless of who was responsible for this scandal, it would tarnish their reputation. Thus, it would be better to execute a swift judgment, allowing the matter to fade into whispers among the household servants. However, Yin insisted on uncovering the truth. The old lady, wishing to divert attention, would be seen as intentionally shielding the guilty, thereby undermining her own authority. With an unyielding expression, the old lady listened as Yun asserted that it was prudent to investigate thoroughly. There was more than one maidservant by the old lady's side. If they did not uncover the truth and impose strict punishment, such incidents could easily recur. Although Yin generally adhered to the old lady's wishes, she would not hesitate to stand firm when her bottom line was breached. The household was not lacking in maidservants. If they truly needed more, they could always procure them. The old lady's gift of a maid to Shun Wan was not lost on Yin. It was merely a matter of maintaining a stricter oversight over the young ladies of the household. Nonetheless, placing an untrustworthy maid beside her daughter, thereby implicating her other daughter in a scandal that spread like wildfire throughout the capital, was utterly unacceptable to Yin. This matter could not be overlooked. The old lady must investigate, whether she liked it or not. Shen Wan turned her gaze towards the kneeling Hongxiu. Although their time together was brief, Hongxiu had proven herself diligent and trustworthy, earning the old lady's favor as a senior maid. The circumstances surrounding the child's conception must hold some hidden truth. If you truly have grievances, my mother will certainly advocate for you. Even if the child cannot be born, at the very least, your life will be spared. If you refuse to speak, you may very well face the old lady's decree of death. Having served alongside the old lady, Hongxiu was acutely aware that despite the old lady's facade of piety and benevolence, she harbored the deepest of self-interests and wielded her power with cruelty. When the old lady spoke of execution, it was no idle threat. It was a genuine decree. In contrast, Yun exhibited kindness towards her subordinates. If she vowed to spare a life, she would indeed uphold that promise. Caught in her indecision, Hongxiu faltered. Yun urged, "Since you are unwilling to speak, let's submit to the old lady's will." Before she could finish her sentence, two matrons approached and forcibly dragged Hongxiu away. Fear gripped Hongxiu as she cried out, "I will tell you. Who is the father?" It's the second young master." Her voice echoed throughout the room. The occupants exchanged incredulous glances. The old lady's face turned ashen, her body trembling with rage as she pointed an accusatory finger at Hongxiu. "You wretched maid! How dare you cast such aspersions upon the second young master?" Having already implicated Shenzhan, the old lady's protective instincts flared. If Shenzhan were not so coddled, He would not dare to harm those in the old lady's favor. Regardless, he would face no repercussions. Should any trouble arise, the old lady would shield him without question, leaving him emboldened. Madame Sun signaled discreetly, compelling the two matrons to continue dragging Hongxiu away. Shen Wan admonished, "Grandmother suspects that Hongxiu is slandering the second young master. Did you not hear? To drag her away and execute her would tarnish the reputation of the maidservants near grandmother, a stain that the second young master would never be able to cleanse." The two matrons were momentarily at a loss, caught between Madame Sun's silent orders to remove the girl and Shen Wan's overt command to release her. Ultimately, they chose to heed Shen Wan's words. For while Madame Sun had the trust of the old matriarch, she remained merely a servant and could not be compared to Shen Wan, who was a legitimate mistress of the household. As they loosened their grip, Hongxiu fell to her knees, gasping in pain. Shen Wan inquired, "Is the child you carry truly the second young master's? Speak falsely, and you shall meet a far graver fate." Hongxiu replied earnestly, "I swear, I speak not a word of deceit." Yinshi interjected, "Do not think that oaths will win you belief. No matter how reckless the second young master may be, he would not dare to act against you in the Showan Hall." Seeing that Yinshi doubted her, Hongxiu hastily explained it was not in the Showan Hall. "Over a month ago, the second young master dropped his jade pendant there, which I found. Madame Sun instructed me to deliver it to him. When I arrived, he had just finished his martial training and was taking a bath. He detained me, and the young servant by his side can attest that I speak the truth." The old matriarch, seated upon the Luohan couch, nearly crushed the prayer beads in her hand, casting a sharp glance at Madame Sunday. The latter felt as though she were treading on needles. The old matriarch was furious that she had permitted Hongxiu to deliver the pendant to the second young master, not foreseeing the latter's audacity to act against even the maidservants close to the old matriarch, and to do so while Hongxiu was with child. The second master had already sullied the family's name with his illicit affair and illegitimate child. If it were to be revealed that the second young master had also entangled himself with a maidservant of the old matriarch and that she was pregnant, it would surely be said that like father, like son. Furthermore, the second young master had only recently become engaged to the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue. The minister's wife was likely still at home, and should she learn of this, her wrath would be unimaginable. Hongxiu had revealed Shen Zhan's identity and even detailed the circumstances of their encounter. The old matriarch could no longer claim that Hongxiu was slandering anyone. Shen Wan, relishing the unfolding drama, insisted that they summon the second young master to confront Hongxiu directly. The old matriarch trembled with fury. "Madame Chu is still in the residence. Do you intend to ruin this engagement?" Yinshi shook her head at Shen Wan, indicating that the old matriarch was already aware of the situation, and that Shen Wan should refrain from further involvement. However, Shen Wan, undeterred, rose and took a few steps away before turning back to the old matriarch. "Grandmother, it would be prudent to issue a gag order swiftly. The matter of my elder sister's delicacy has not been widely discussed within the household, yet it has become a rampant rumor outside. Before Madame Chu departs, the news of the second young master's involvement with a maidservant could become public knowledge." The old matriarch's expression was one of exquisite distress. Shen Wan turned to Yinshi, "Grandmother, as you are devoted to your faith and are inclined to punish Hongxiu, my second aunt will surely be even less forgiving. Hongxiu is ultimately innocent. May you strive to preserve her life." Abandoning that remark, Shen Wan Fu departed. Shen Yu returned to Mingwei courtyard alongside Shen Wan. Upon their return, Shen Wan approached the carrier pigeon, a gift from Yun Yin, which she had yet to utilize. Today, it would serve its purpose. The Ministry of Revenue's minister had set his sights on her elder brother, while the second branch spread malicious rumors, drawing the ire of the Yongqingbo's residents and causing harm to her elder sister. This grievance she vowed to avenge. The matriarch had issued a gag order, ensuring that the incident involving Hongxiu was not whispered beyond Showan Hall, while the minister's wife departed in high spirits. After the second madam bid farewell to the minister's wife, she hurried to Showan Hall upon learning of her son's misdeeds, intent on executing Hongxiu. Shen Wan publicly demanded that the Yun family spare Hongxiu's life, and the Yun family exerted all their efforts. leading to a fierce dispute between the second madam and the Yun family. Ultimately, the matriarch intervened, ordering the termination of Hong Xiu's pregnancy and selling the child to a broker. It was said that when sold, Hong Xiu's skirts were drenched in blood, a sight too harrowing to behold. Shen Wan felt a chill run through her, yet compared to the fate of being executed outright in her previous life, at least Hong Xiu had been spared her life. However, the matriarch, who devoted her days to piety, regarded the lives of her maidservants as mere trifles. Chapter 71. Entanglement. After the sale of Hong Xiu, the Yun family visited Mingyue courtyard. She was aware that today, Shen Wan and Shen Yu were departing the estate to meet the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping. Whispers circulated outside the residence, and it was certain that the Duke of Yongqing had heard them, as the heir would undoubtedly be informed. Upon their return, Yun wished to inquire, yet the presence of maids made it difficult to speak freely. Within the confines of their home, however, there were no barriers between mother and daughters. Yun asked, "Did you meet the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping today?" Shen Wan replied, "Mother, the Duchess of Xiaoping has once again come to propose marriage for my elder sister. You and father should agree to the union." Shen Yu interjected anxiously, "Mother, do not heed one's words. Whether to listen or not was a decision Yun would make herself." She turned to Shen Wan, questioning why they should consent to the marriage. Shen Wan explained, "The heir of the Duke of Xiaoping harbors genuine feelings for my elder sister. I cannot bear to see her suffer. You must understand, he has been swayed by the rumors circulating outside, believing that my sister is indeed carrying the child of the Duke of Yongqing. As long as she does not return to the Yongqing estate, he is willing to marry her, claiming the child as his own. A man willing to accept such a situation is exceedingly rare." As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Shen Wan suddenly recalled Xiao Yun, who was also ready to raise another child in pursuit of power. Yet, none were aware that the child was not Xiao Yun's own, not even she herself. If the rumors had gained traction, Xiao Yun would not have risked her ambitions in such a manner. The heir's affection for Shen Yu had been tested across 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, Shen Wan would not have been so earnest in her matchmaking efforts. Yun was moved. She had not anticipated the depth of the heiress' feelings for Shen Yu. If only the engagement had not been broken so many years ago. With tears brimming in her eyes, Shen Yu implored, "Mother, I do not wish to ruin the life of the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping." Shen Wan remarked, "Sister, you are too cold-hearted," preferring that the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping remain alone in his devotion rather than accepting his hand in marriage. Shen Yu was taken aback. Shen Wan continued, "This world is excessively harsh on women. Both you and the heir hold esteemed positions. Should you choose to divorce and remarry, he would gladly carry you away in splendor. This would inspire those women who have suffered through similar fates, showing them that they need not be burdened by the judgment of others. Sister, consider this as a courageous step for them." Yin was astonished by Shen Wan's eloquence. She caressed Shen Wan's face, her own eyes beginning to glisten with tears. The glimmering gaze mirrored that of old Lady Lin when she looked at her, as if peering through her to see another person. In her 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Yin had regarded her in such a manner. Shen Wan recalled the words of Shen Wu before she was consumed by flames, claiming she was not their biological child. Could it be that she truly was not their daughter? Mother Shen Wan's voice quivered. Yin returned to herself, wiping away her tears with a smile. "I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments, my dear." Shen Yu's lips moved, yet she could not utter a single word. She was infuriated by the rumors surrounding the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping, but was also touched by his words. The thought of the Taoist prophecy loomed over her. Did she truly have to witness the heir's life spent in the company of flickering lamps and ancient Buddhist scriptures? She found that unbearable. No one pursued the topic further, and Yin remarked that Hong Xiu had been sold, and that she would give Xia He to her. Shen Wan shook her head, asserting that Xia He was accustomed to serving her mother. How could she take her? The silver bracelet was commendable, and she intended to promote Xia He to headmaid. With her and Shan Hu by her side, she felt sufficiently attended to. Hong Xiu rarely accompanied Shen Wan to Mingyue courtyard. Even in her absence, there was no detriment. Shen Wan remained resolute in her refusal, and Yun acquiesced, sensing her daughter had suddenly matured and developed a distinct sense of self. As the three women spoke, a young maid entered, announcing, "Madam, the Duke has returned to the manor and ordered the second young master to be taken to the ancestral hall for 30 strokes of the rod, followed by 3 days of kneeling." Yun's brow furrowed in concern. The old matriarch had issued a gag order, and no one dared to discuss the second young master's affairs. Who had the audacity to inform the Duke? The young maid shook her head. Yun rose and left, followed by Shen Wan, intrigued by the unfolding drama. The old matriarch, fond of her 2 grandsons, summoned Shinji upon hearing of Shun Zhan's impending punishment. "I know this misdeed lies with Zhan heir," she began, but in his impetuous youth, he was led astray by that wretched maid, Hong Xiao. He could not help but err. He is betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, and in a few days, the minister's wife will visit our manor. 30 strokes will surely incapacitate Zhan heir for half a month. Shinji's face turned ashen. Did the old matriarch expect him to feign ignorance? "I have dealt with Hong Xiao," she continued. Zhan heir's engagement to Miss Chu was a result of a near-drowning incident, compelling the betrothal. The minister's household is already disgruntled. Spreading such rumors now would only exacerbate tensions. "I am mindful of the minister's reputation. Punishing Zhan heir can wait." "Can wait," he echoed bitterly. "As long as today passes without punishment, it will soon be forgotten, correct?" He was acutely aware of the matriarch's ulterior motives. She feigned concern for the minister's dignity while eagerly seeking to shield her own grandson from the consequences of his grievous error. Shenya retorted coldly. "Does the old matriarch believe this can remain hidden from the minister? I have issued a gag order. Should anyone dare to spread this beyond our gates, I shall not be lenient." The matriarch's voice was sharp, clearly indicating her intent to hold him accountable for the breach of her order. Yet someone had still dared to inform Shenji. The old matriarch's expression stiffened. How could this be? Just then, another maid entered, reporting old matriarch. "There are rumors circulating that the second young master's personal maid is pregnant, allegedly a gift from you to the second young mistress. Claiming the child is the second young master's." Now, not only was Shun Zhan's reputation at stake, but the old matriarch's own standing was in jeopardy, as was Shen Wan's. Though she remained innocent, the scandal of a personal maid's pregnancy was far too scandalous. Rumors have a way of spiraling out of control, and no one can predict the ultimate shape they will take. The thought of these rumors reaching the residence of the Prince of Jingbei fills Yun with both sorrow and anger. Her daughter, Wan, is so innocent and should not have to bear such burdens. Chapter 72. Censure Shinji was already fuming, and the words of the Yun matriarch only fueled his ire, driving him to the brink of wishing harm upon Shen Zhan. The old matriarch used the Ministry of Revenue as an excuse to protect her grandson. Yet the scandal had spread widely, nearly driving her to the edge of despair. How could she dare shield Shen Zhan now? Shen Zhan was dragged to the ancestral hall and subjected to 30 strikes, left there to reflect upon his misdeeds. Shenji was infuriated. In the past couple of months, the second branch had brought forth numerous shameful incidents, tarnishing the reputation of the Duke of Dingwa's household. If the second branch did not repent and continued to act in ways detrimental to the family's honor, the old matriarch should not blame him for expelling them from the residence. With this remark, Shenji stormed away, his face a mask of fury. The old matriarch sat on the Luohan couch, breathless with rage, at a loss for words. First, Shen Wu had brought disgrace by fabricating lies at the birthday banquet of Princess Shenyang. Then the second master had taken a concubine and passed off his illegitimate daughter as a niece to seize the title of county princess that rightfully belonged to Shen Wan, committing an act of treason against the emperor, resulting in his demotion. Now, Shen Zhan's involvement with a maid by the old matriarch's side had led to her pregnancy, further damaging the reputations of Shen Yu and Shen Wan. The second branch's notoriety was rampant, casting a shadow over the old matriarch herself. The fourth madam remarked that despite the old matriarch's explicit orders for silence, the matter had spread beyond the estate at an alarming rate. It was bound to reach the ears of the Minister of Revenue. Investigate this matter. I wish to see who has disregarded my words. The old matriarch's voice was sharp. Shen Wan sat there, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let them investigate. even if they turn the Duke of Dingwa's household upside down. They shall find no blame directed at me. The Minister of Revenue must now regret plotting against her elder brother. Their schemes had backfired, falling into Shen Wan's hands. Aside from the appealing title of the second young master of the Duke of Dingwa, he was utterly lacking. Once the household was partitioned, the second branch would be left with nothing. They had already made a lowly match, and now, as their engagement unfolded, the scandal of Shen Wan's involvement with the maid had become common knowledge. Should anyone else face such a circumstance during their engagement, they could simply break the engagement without consequence. However, the Minister of Revenue's household found themselves unable to do even that. The indignity was more than they could bear. The old matriarch, overwhelmed with dizziness, was assisted by Mama Sun back to her chamber to rest, while Shen Wan and the Yun matriarch exited the Shoan hall. The Yun matriarch was in a foul mood, prompting Shen Wan to say, "Mother, do not be upset. It is not just anyone spreading rumors. It is we and our cousin who are at fault." The Yun matriarch sighed. "Your elder brother has reached the age of marriage. Your father and I wish to find him a suitable match. Yet with such events unfolding, even your brother's reputation is tarnished." The Yun matriarch had always been aware of the old matriarch's favoritism towards the second and fourth branches. It was natural to show some bias towards one's own flesh and blood. However, she had not anticipated it would reach such an extent, allowing the second young master to cast aside propriety and honor. When Shun Ji sought to punish him, the old matriarch would defend him to such a degree. If she did not impose stricter discipline, who could foresee what further troubles the second branch might conjure in the future? The old matriarch's favoritism did not concern the Yun matriarch, but now it had begun to affect her own children. She yearned to finalize Shun Li's marriage arrangements as soon as possible. Having identified several noble young ladies, she wished to inquire about his preferences. However, the recent scandal involving the Duke of Ding's illicit affairs and the young master's inappropriate conduct with the old lady's maid had tainted her confidence, leaving her with little hope of presenting a marriage proposal. Upon contemplating Shun Li's prospective match, the image of her elder brother's despondent gaze and the anguish of unrequited love flashed through her mind. Her brother, with his boisterous demeanor, concealed his feelings deeply. She had failed to perceive this in her previous life, yet she sensed it vividly in Xie Jingyu. Why did her brother fall for a woman fated to be unattainable? Knowing the futility of his affection, why did he still harbor her in his heart? Was this not a greater torment? Though reluctant to unearth her brother's wounds, Shen Wan could not suppress her curiosity about the woman who occupied his thoughts so persistently, a woman he could neither marry nor forget. She resolved to uncover the truth. Determinedly, she reassured Yun, saying, "My brother is so concerned about my future that he must surely be attentive to his own. Do not worry, mother. He will undoubtedly marry a lady with whom he shares a profound connection." Yun playfully poked Shen Wan's forehead, retorting, "If your brother were truly invested, your father and I would be at ease." Shen Wan replied, "Mother must trust my brother's judgment. After all, it is he who will spend his life with her, and it must be someone he genuinely adores." Yun acknowledged the urgency of the situation. "We cannot rush this. Your wedding is imminent, followed by the second young masters, and perhaps even your eldest sisters. It will likely be at least 6 months before your brother marries." The thought of her daughter departing for marriage stirred a sense of reluctance within Yun. Shen Wan quipped, "Then I shall not marry." Instantly, Yun dismissed such nonsense. "Donotiist, are you not afraid the words of the Taoist will come to pass? Your father and I are concerned. Marrying sooner will bring us peace of mind." Shen Wan, Yun, unwilling to part with her daughter, valued her life far more than the prospect of marriage. She understood the weight of priorities. As Shen Wan contemplated marrying Xie Jingyu, she felt an urge to dismantle the Taoist who had threatened her, the one who had ensnared her in this predicament. The Taoist claimed the one who threatened him was her future husband. She was certain the Taoist could not see clearly with the imperial decree of marriage. Her future husband could only be Xie Jingyu. Yet, Xie Jingyu was aware of her reluctance to wed and had sought her brother's assistance in thwarting the match. How could he possibly threaten the Taoist? Ultimately, he had offered her the position of his future wife, knowing that if she occupied that role, he could not marry the woman he truly desired. Was that not a trap for both of them? Shen Wan cast aside these troubling thoughts and continued walking with Yun when a maid approached, holding an invitation. "Madam, the Earl of Xiaoping has sent an invitation." As instructed by Steward Li. The last time they received an invitation from the Earl was on the day Shen Wan and Xun Yu visited the Hugui Temple, and none had come since. The Earl's heir had been injured while saving them from poisoning, and Yun had already expressed her gratitude to the Earl's household. For them to send another invitation now, especially after the Duke of Ding had returned one, was quite excessive. Aside from marriage proposals, it was unlikely the Earl's lady would have any other reason to visit. Accepting the invitation from the Duke of Ding signified a tacit agreement to the match. Chapter 73. Difficulties the following day. Shen Wan, as was her custom, after enjoying breakfast, took Coral to Shoan Hall to pay her respects. Today, the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis would be visiting the residence. After Shen Wan offered her greetings, she did not take her leave, but chose to remain in the flower hall with Shun Wu and Shen Yao. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, a maid announced the arrival of the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis, prompting Yun Shi to rise and greet her. Having decided to unite their families, Yun Shi naturally would not neglect the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis and welcomed her with courtesy. However, Yun Shi was mindful that there were others in the Duke of Dingwa's household, particularly the matriarch. The lady of the Xiaoping Marquis bowed to the matriarch and remarked with a smile that the matriarch's grace remained as radiant as ever, even surpassing her past self. The matriarch responded with a faint smile, setting down her teacup, remarking that as one ages, vitality diminishes year by year, making it impossible to compare to 2 years prior. Since the broken engagement, the Duke of Dingwa's household and the Xiaoping Marquis family had not entirely severed ties, yet their interactions had significantly waned. On occasions of joy, the opposing family would send congratulatory gifts, yet they would never attend in person. The last visit from the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis was to formally retract the engagement. The lady of the Xiaoping Marquis had mentally prepared herself for ridicule upon her return to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, fully aware that her predicament was self-inflicted. Unbeknownst to her, her son was deeply enamored with Shun Yu. Had she known, she would never have dared to appear to retract the engagement, thus harming both Shen Yu and her own son. The previous time Yun Shi visited Hugui Temple, she had persuaded the Xiaoping Marquis' heir to return home. Yet even though he returned, his heart remained at the temple, diligently copying Buddhist scriptures at dawn and dusk, which instilled fear in the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis. As a marquise, she had even knelt before Yun Shi, and now that she had come to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, she was prepared to endure any ridicule that might come her way. The lady of the Xiaoping Marquis stated in the past, "I wronged the Duke of Dingwa's household and failed Shen Yu. Now that Yin Chuan and she have an opportunity to rekindle their bond, I hope the household can overlook past grievances." The matriarch replied, "A few days ago, Yu heir and Wan heir went to Hugui Temple and encountered an assassination attempt. Fortunately, they were rescued by the heirs of the Xiaoping Marquis and the King of Jingbei, escaping with only a scare. Yu heir owes a debt of gratitude to the Xiaoping Marquis' heir for saving her life. While the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis sincerely seeks marriage, it is my duty as the Duke of Dingwa to comply. However, Yu heir has been married before. Can the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis truly disregard this matter? After all, Shen Yu had merely fallen into the water and was rescued by the heir of the Yongqing Marquis. An incident deemed too sensitive to discuss for fear of tarnishing her son's reputation, leading to the retraction of the engagement. Marrying a divorced woman would undoubtedly invite far more severe rumors than those faced in the past. The matriarch's words were, without a doubt, a slap in the face for the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis. Filled with regret, the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis lamented, "In the past, I was too concerned about public opinion. Rest assured, I shall not err in such a manner again." The matriarch regarded the lady of the Xiaoping Marquis, who was acutely aware that Yu heir had been married for 2 years without conceiving. If she were unable to bear children, what would become of the Xiaoping Marquis' household? Shen Wan and Shun Wu concealed themselves behind a screen, eavesdropping. The matriarch's remarks grew increasingly harsh and confrontational. Yet this indeed posed a hidden risk. Shen Wan hoped to address the matter openly before marriage rather than facing discord afterwards. The lady of Xiaoping gazed at the matriarch and then turned her attention to Yun. This matter had already been discussed by the Duchess of Jingbei with me, and I have contemplated it thoroughly since. The fate of offspring is also a matter of destiny. The fact that Yuer has not conceived a child for the Duke of Yongqing does not imply that she is incapable of bearing children. The old matriarch interjected. But what if it is confirmed that she cannot bear children? Yun's brow furrowed. It was entirely reasonable for the matriarch to harbor such concerns, yet her words seemed excessive. If such notions were spread, it would give rise to unfounded beliefs that Yuer was barren. If it were established that Shen Yu could not have children, the Duke of Yongqing would not merely pressure her into consulting physicians and consuming various tonics for her health. Rather, they would openly take her cousin as a concubine, leaving the Duchess of State with no grounds for objection. The Lady of Zhaoping sensed the malice behind the old matriarch's words, which were not only directed at her, but also at Shen Yu, causing a slight displeasure within her. She remarked, "My husband and I have also contemplated this possibility. Should I claim indifference? I fear you would not believe me. The Zhaoping house pledges that if Yuer remains childless after 10 years of marriage, we shall allow for the taking of a concubine. To assert indifference would only appear hypocritical. By clearly stating that no concubine would be taken for 10 years, it instead demonstrates the sincerity of the Zhaoping house. In front of so many witnesses, failing to uphold this promise would certainly invite trouble from Shunji and Yun." Having made her point, the Lady of Zhaoping found the old matriarch at a loss for words, for indeed, there are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, with childlessness being the gravest. The matriarch's reputation had already suffered due to her personal maid being bullied by Shen Zhan and in ignorance. She had given the maid to Shen Wan. Should it be rumored that she was using her influence as the daughter-in-law of the Zhaoping Duke to deny the Zhaoping house heirs, she would be subject to public scorn. The old matriarch sipped her tea in silence. The Lady of Zhaoping turned to Yun, saying, "If the Duchess of State has any further requests of the Zhaoping house, please feel free to express them." Yun replied, "All I desire is for Yuer to be happy. Nothing else matters." This was an agreement, and the Lady of Zhaoping felt a surge of joy. Just as she was about to speak, a maid entered and reported, "Old madam, the wife of the Minister of Revenue has arrived. Shouldn't the second lady be visiting the Minister of Revenue's residence instead? Why is the minister's wife coming to the Duchess of State's house, especially at such a fortuitous time while the Lady of Zhaoping is present?" Shen Yao whispered, "Zhaoping's lord has only recently been appointed Deputy Minister of Revenue, and he has already unearthed a corruption case that implicates the minister. My father mentioned that this has left the minister in a state of distress. Not only was the minister distressed, but Shen Wan was also troubled. In the previous life, the corruption case had been triggered by lightning striking the Grand Ancestral Hall and had not involved Zhaoping. In this life, however, Zhaoping was scrutinizing the accounts of the ministry, which had been uncovered. If the Minister of Revenue wishes to avoid trouble, he must remain the superior of Zhaoping. And should he seek to undermine Zhaoping, it would certainly be enough to burden him. Should the minister be demoted, it would not only breed resentment from the minister's household, but also draw disfavor from the old matriarch and the second household towards the Zhaoping house. The earlier difficulties posed by the matriarch might well be influenced by the minister's household. What a tumultuous scene this is. The old matriarch turned to Yun. "Please go and greet Madame Chu." The moment the old matriarch spoke, Shen Wan's demeanor turned notably cold. The second lady is indeed present, yet the matriarch insists on summoning her mother instead. This serves as a clear message to Lady Zhaoping, indicating that the Duke's residence is governed by the matriarch's authority. Although Lady Yun is generally accommodating, she will not allow the matriarch to belittle her in front of a potential relative by marriage. With a composed demeanor, Lady Yun glances at the second lady, urging her to rise, as the matriarch has requested her to welcome the Minister of Revenue's wife. This moment signifies a subtle confrontation between Lady Yun and the matriarch. What the Duchess is reluctant to do cannot be compelled by the matriarch. Thus, the second lady must stand. This responsibility rightly belongs to her. Neither she nor the matriarch can openly suggest that Lady Yun should attend, especially with Lady Zhaoping still present. The matriarch may have momentarily overlooked this, but should Lady Yun insist, it would reflect poorly on the matriarch's understanding of propriety. Regardless of her feelings toward Lady Zhaoping, such a breach of etiquette is unacceptable. Chapter 74. The dilemma, the Yun family remained unscathed, and Shen Wan let out a sigh of relief, only to feel a pang of embarrassment for the old matriarch. Her son had taken a concubine and dared to pass off his illegitimate child as a niece, while his own grandson had the audacity to engage with the grandmother's personal maid. Such behavior tarnished her reputation, and it was no surprise that she had failed to uphold her dignity. Furthermore, she had committed a breach of etiquette in the presence of Lady Zhao Ping, which only highlighted the shortcomings of her progeny. Lady Zhao Ping wore a faint smile, her thoughts hidden from all. Soon, the second mistress welcomed the wife of the Minister of Revenue into their abode. The second mistress returned in good spirits, unlike the previous day, and upon noticing Lady Zhao Ping's presence, she remarked on her unfortunate timing, as the residence was entertaining distinguished guests. The old matriarch responded with a smile, proclaiming that henceforth, both the Zhao Ping and Chu families would be kin to the Dingwa household. The rumors regarding the engagement of the Zhao Ping heir and Shen Yu had circulated widely, and Lady Chu was undoubtedly aware. She remarked that it was unexpected for the eldest daughter of their household to end up marrying the Zhao Ping heir, given that her fall into the water had sullied her reputation, making the marriage a perilous gamble. Though Lady Chu spoke softly, her words held significant weight. The room fell into an immediate hush, the silence palpable, with the second young master embroiled in scandal. The Dingwa Duke's household ought to clarify matters with the Minister of Revenue's family, but here was Lady Chu suggesting a withdrawal from the engagement. This sentiment echoed like an invitation to rescind the proposal. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Dingwa Duke's household had been forced into marriage with the Yongqing Earl's heir due to a similar incident, nearly meeting her demise in the process. Now, having obtained a divorce, the Zhao Ping heir seemed unfazed by her past, still desiring to marry her. Lady Chu's daughter had merely been rescued by the second young master from a watery fate, should the engagement be annulled. She could certainly find a suitor who would not hold her past against her, thus avoiding the risk of tying her daughter's future to the second young master. The second mistress grew anxious, and the old matriarch's complexion darkened. They could empathize with Lady Chu's desire to withdraw, yet if the engagement were to be rescinded, unless the second young master inherited the title and Shun Zhan became the heir to the Dingwa Duke, it would be impossible to find a suitor of higher standing than Chu Yan. The prospect of being forced into marriage due to a fall, with the alternative of remaining unmarried for life rather than marrying Shun Zhan, left them pondering who would dare to promise their daughters to him. Yet, Lady Chu's assertions remained unrefuted. When Shen Yu married the Yongqing Earl's heir, he was of esteemed reputation, and they had lost the gamble. In contrast, Shun Zhan was the son of a man with an illegitimate child, already casting a shadow over his legitimacy. His actions, having compromised the maidservant beside his grandmother, were not merely reckless. They were akin to knowingly leaping into a pit of fire. Lady Zhao Ping felt increasingly uneasy, recognizing that Lady Chu's arrival heralded trouble. It was evident that she would not bring good tidings, and indeed, her words had thrust Lady Zhao Ping into the eye of the storm. The Chu family could have withdrawn from the engagement with grace, yet they chose to invoke her son's proposal to marry Shen Yu, clearly inciting the Dingwa Duke's household's disapproval. The old matriarch had already shown her displeasure towards Lady Zhao Ping. Should the engagement truly be annulled, the old matriarch would undoubtedly vent her fury upon her. Lady Zhao Ping regretted not arriving earlier. Now, with discussions of the betrothal halfway completed, she found herself unable to depart. Lady Zhao Ping remarked that the matter of our Zhao Ping Marquisade's regret over the broken engagement has long been the talk of the town, serving as a cautionary tale for all. It is evident that Lady Chu, the wife of Minister Chu, still consents to the marriage, suggesting that her decision was made after careful consideration. It is not as if the news of Miss Shun's divorce is new. She is still eligible to marry my son. At the time of the betrothal, they did not use our Zhao Ping Marquisate as an excuse to decline. Now, to retract the engagement and invoke it again would be a deliberate act of sowing discord. The elder lady explained to Lady Chu that the Duke of Dingwa's residence was on its way to the ministers, intending to clarify the rumors that had arisen yesterday. To her surprise, Lady Chu had already arrived. With a cold expression, Lady Chu replied that upon her visit yesterday, The second madam expressed a desire to hasten the marriage of Yen'er, considering that the engagement was already agreed upon and the two residences are in close proximity. I found it reasonable to consent, not anticipating that my husband would become embroiled in a corruption scandal, leaving us in disarray. Hence, I have no heart to prepare the dowry. Today, I come to inform you that we shall postpone the sending of the betrothal gifts until my husband clears his name. There are still esteemed guests to attend to, so I must take my leave. Just as the maid brought the tea, Lady Chu stood to depart. Although she did not mention the broken engagement, her refusal to send the betrothal gifts left the matter in limbo. Given Shun Zhan's reputation, the minister's residence could approach at any time to retract the engagement, and the Duke of Dingwa's household would have no grounds to refuse. Lady Chu's mention of the corruption case was a clear indication of her intent to leverage the situation against Shenji, employing the retraction as a threat. Should the minister's residence face difficulties, the Duke of Dingwa's household would certainly have no obligation to assist, rendering any familial alliance unnecessary. The minister, abusing his position for corrupt dealings, had been proven guilty in a previous life. However, he was not the mastermind. The emperor, considering Shun Ji's reputation, granted the minister a chance for redemption, but that does not imply that he was truly wronged. She certainly knows how to manipulate the situation. Not only does she exert pressure on the Duke of Dingwa's household, but she also manages to entangle the Zhao Ping Marquisate in her schemes. Lady Chu intends to retract the engagement, yet the elder lady will not easily allow the heir of Zhao Ping Marquisate to take Miss Shen away. She fears no conflict with the Zhao Ping household, for Miss Shen is not her own granddaughter. The Zhao Ping household has suffered humiliation in her hands. Inventing her frustrations upon Miss Shen does not impede her in any way. The second madam accompanied Lady Chu on her departure, and the elder lady remarked that she too had heard of the corruption case, which was unearthed by the Zhao Ping Marquisate. Both the Zhao Ping Marquisate and Minister Chu's household are our kin, placing the Duke of Dingwa's household in a difficult position. This statement implied that the Zhao Ping Marquisate had intentionally put the Duke of Dingwa's household in a precarious situation. Lady Zhao Ping was aware that the elder lady was venting her frustrations upon her, yet she remained silent. However, she cannot speak, yet Yin could. As the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Zhao Ping performed his duties diligently. When he uncovered the corruption case, he was unaware that our Duke of Dingwa's residence and the Chu minister's estate would become in-laws. The Duke had watched the old matriarch grow up. He harbored no tolerance for deceit. If Lord Zhao Ping were to engage in any acts of favoritism, the Duke would indeed look down upon the Zhao Ping household. This is true. Although Shenji had assisted the Chu minister in his previous life, he held a disdain for the minister's conduct. The old matriarch cast a glance at Yun, stating her fatigue. Let us discuss your marriage another day. She lifted her hand, and Mama Sun helped her to her feet. Yun furrowed her brow tightly, while the face of Lady Zhao Ping could no longer maintain its composure. Earlier, the old matriarch had dismissed Yun without naming her directly. Yun could interpret it as a call for the second madam. However, at this moment, she could no longer ignore the old matriarch. Lady Zhao Ping, not wishing to put Yun in a difficult position, stood to take her leave, with Yun accompanying her out. Upon exiting the Shoan Hall, Shen Wan hurriedly caught up, calling out "Mother." Yun paused, and Lady Zhao Ping turned to look at Shen Wan. Shen Wan stepped forward to bow in greeting, and then addressed Yun. "Mother, can my elder sister marry first, and then I shall follow?" Yun felt overwhelmed. The old matriarch's stance was clear. She intended for the second young master to wed Miss Chu before allowing Shen Yu to marry. While marriages could be arranged according to age, if the old matriarch insisted on adhering to the order of engagements, neither she nor Shunji could refute it. "Your grandmother has yet to approve the marriage." Shen Wan responded, "Mother, do not attempt to deceive me. I heard distinctly that grandmother referred to both the Zhao Ping household and the Minister of Revenue's estate as our in-laws. If she has not approved the marriage, can they truly be called in-laws? Moreover, Shen Yu's remarriage did not require the old matriarch's consent. Shen Yu could decide for herself. Out of respect for the old matriarch, they had come to discuss matters in front of her, but it was not solely her authority that dictated the outcome. Lady Zhao Ping recognized that Shen Wan was advocating for her and promptly stated, "Our Zhao Ping household also wishes to welcome you into our family as soon as possible." She presented the engagement jade pendant she had brought to Yun. After a moment of hesitation, Yun reached out to accept it. Lady Zhao Ping sighed with relief. With the acceptance of the engagement jade pendant, the marriage arrangement was officially established. Unless the engagement were to be annulled, the pendant could not be returned. Chapter 75. Pleading for mercy, the Yun family escorted the lady of the Marquis of Zhaoping out of the estate, entrusting the engagement jade pendant to Shen Wan for delivery to Shen Yu. However, after Shen Wan had taken but a few steps, a maid approached with a message. The matriarch wished to see her. Coral, her expression fraught with concern, warned that the matriarch would not permit the engagement, and that Shen Wan's act of allowing her mother to accept the pendant would surely incur punishment. Yet, Shen Wan, undaunted by the potential repercussions, proceeded into the Showan Hall. Upon rounding the screen, she beheld the matriarch leaning against the grand pillow, her countenance a stormy shade of blue, with fury simmering in her eyes. Shen Wan approached, questioning whether her grandmother was angered by her mother's consent to the engagement. The matriarch coldly replied, recalling how the lady of the Marquis of Zhaoping had once come to rescind the engagement, causing considerable distress to her elder sister, nearly leading to her demise. Now, with a mere visit, she hastily offered her younger sister in marriage. A treasure so easily acquired would surely be undervalued. The matriarch's objections, though cloaked in eloquence, could not disguise her ulterior motives. Shen Wan responded, understanding her grandmother's intentions were for her elder sister's benefit, yet asserting that her request for her mother's approval was, in fact, for the good of the second branch. The matriarch's eyes narrowed, intrigued to hear how this could possibly serve the second branch. She explained that their father despised being coerced. He had already consented to the engagement before the lady of the Minister of Revenue had visited the estate. Both the matriarch and her mother had given their agreement, but upon the minister's request to delay the engagement of the second brother, the matriarch had reneged, easily giving rise to misunderstandings. It could be perceived that she intended to leverage her elder sister's marriage to coerce the Marquis of Zhaoping and their father into assisting the minister. Given their father's temperament, even if he intended to intercede on behalf of the minister, he would not act. Some matters could be executed discreetly, yet ought not to be articulated openly. As Shen Wan unveiled the matriarch's selfish motives, the matriarch's expression darkened further. I am solely concerned for your elder sister, and this is how you perceive my intentions? Shen Wan replied coolly, noting that their father was one who responded better to gentle persuasion than to force. If the matriarch truly wished to assist the second branch, she ought to discuss with their father the withdrawal of the engagement to the minister's eldest daughter. The more one sought their father's aid, the more resentment it would foster, leading to counterproductive results. Disregarding the matriarch's need for rest, Shen Wan inclined her body slightly in respect and turned it apart. The matriarch watched her leave, her gaze shadowed, before finally speaking. Go to the front courtyard and send word for the Duke to return home and see me. Upon exiting the Showan Hall, Coral glanced around, ensuring no one was in earshot before inquiring, how does the young lady intend to maneuver the Duke for the second branch's benefit? Shen Wan turned and gently tapped Coral on the head, exasperated. What sort of folly is this? How could I possibly conspire against my own father? The matriarch lacked an understanding of their father, but Shen Wan did. Regardless of whether the matriarch approached him, he would undoubtedly assist. After all, the two families were connected by marriage, and when a family member was in distress, one could not simply stand idly by. Moreover, with Shen Zhan's reputation tarnished, and Shen Qian already wronged, should an incident occur involving the minister's household, their father's inaction would lead others to label the Duke's family as callous. Assistance was inevitable, yet the extent of that assistance would be determined by their father. In this lifetime, Shen Qian was not her sister-in-law, and their father would not spare no effort to support Minister Shen. The father is not only inclined towards gentleness over firmness, but he also possesses a resolute mindset. Should the matriarch genuinely heed her advice to negotiate with him regarding the annulment of the marriage proposal from the Ministry of Revenue, he would not interpret it as a strategic retreat. He would assume that she is sincere. He would never permit the Duke of Dinggui's family to approach with a proposal. Yet he would certainly facilitate an opportunity for the Minister of Revenue to rescind the engagement after offering assistance. The engagement, without a doubt, shall not be annulled. Although Shen Wan may seem insignificant, the father enjoys the emperor's trust. Should any troubles arise from the Ministry of Revenue in the future, the father could be of assistance. And this patronage is something the minister would be reluctant to abandon. Furthermore, the father has already made it clear that the Minister of Revenue should come to withdraw the proposal, despite the minister's insistence on marrying off his daughter. The Duke of Jingbei's family will no longer be indebted to the minister's household. Once Chu Yin marries into the family, she should not expect to vocalize her grievances as she did in her previous life, nor should she anticipate that the entire household will accommodate her whims. Should the minister encounter difficulties again, the father will not extend his support. By advising the matriarch, she not only demonstrates her genuine concern for the second branch, but also circumvents numerous pitfalls for the future, achieving a dual benefit. Shen Wan returned to Mingwei courtyard with a light step, handing the betrothal jade pendant to Shenyu. Shenyu was already aware of the Yun family's consent to the marriage, as she held the betrothal pendant, which had once belonged to her and the heir of the Marquis of Xiaoping 2 years prior. She felt a sense of disorientation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the estate, Shenji went to Shoan Hall to meet the matriarch. They discussed the marriage between Shen Yu and the heir of the Marquis of Xiaoping. The heir had risked his life to save Shen Yu and Shen Wan, and the Marquis's wife sincerely acknowledged her previous mistakes. Given that the engagement was already established and Shen Wan wished for Shen Yu to marry first, the matriarch deemed it more appropriate for the elder sister to wed first. While Shen Wan desired for Shen Yu to be married first, the matriarch believed this to be advantageous, and Shenji had no objections. The matriarch added, "The matter regarding Zhan has stirred considerable rumors. Today, the Minister of Revenue's wife visited and proposed to postpone the engagement, even hinting at a potential withdrawal. Our Duke of Jingbei's family has suffered losses concerning your marriage, since the minister's family wishes to annul the engagement. It would be prudent for the Duke to assist in facilitating this." Shenji frowned. "This cannot be. Our family owes a debt to them. If there is to be a withdrawal, it should be initiated by the minister's household. How can we, the Duke of Jingbei's family, take the initiative to annul the engagement?" The matriarch responded, "The minister finds himself embroiled in a corruption case. I am aware that the Duke is not keen on aligning with such individuals. If we do not withdraw, we must advocate for the minister. Zhan has erred, but who among us is without fault? As long as one sincerely repents, what is there to fear about marrying in the future?" Shenji replied, "This is a matter I shall deliberate on my own." He did not linger and departed. Mama's son could not help but remark, "The second young lady truly understands the Duke well." The matriarch intends to have the Duke advocate for the minister, but the Duke will certainly not be so easily persuaded. The minister, although not the mastermind behind the corruption case, was implicated. Once the investigation concluded, Shenji sought the emperor's intercession on behalf of the minister. The emperor, considering the minister's years of diligent service, chose to impose a lighter punishment. A year's salary was forfeited, but he was not demoted from his office. Nonetheless, the minister's position could no longer be held, and he was swapped with the Minister of Works. While both held the title of minister, the Minister of Works wielded far less authority than the Minister of Revenue. The outcome left Minister Chu feeling discontented. Given his understanding of Shenji, he was certain that Shenji would assist him in retaining his position as Minister of Revenue. However, after receiving Shenji's support and exiting the imperial study, Minister Chu expressed his gratitude. Shenyi responded, stating that his failure in educating his children and the misfortune of his youngest daughter were well known. It is only natural for Minister Chu to fear that his daughter might make an ill-fated match. Hence, he could return the betrothal jade pendant. Minister Chu was taken aback by Shenji's willingness to annul the engagement and hastily remarked that the Duke of Ding had only just interceded on his behalf. Would he not appear ungrateful by withdrawing his proposal? Shenji replied that as long as the two families do not harbor enmity, the opinions of outsiders are of no consequence. With that, Shenji concluded the discussion. On that very day, Madame Chu visited the Duke of Ding's residence to discuss the arrangements for Shen Zhan to wed Chu Yin. Chapter 76. Completing the arrangement, Madame Chu departed with a radiant smile. Shen Jiahui would uphold the standards befitting the heir of the Duke of Gua's residence to marry Chu Yin, promising that Chu Yin would be allowed to enter the household, with the stipulation that Shen Jiahui would not take a concubine for 10 years. Yet, this was not what delighted Madame Chu the most. It was the flattery from the second madam. In the news that Xu Shangshu would not remain in his position at the Ministry of Works for long, soon to return to the Ministry of Revenue. To Madame Chu's ears, this signaled that Shun Ji would seize the opportunity to assist Xu Shangshu once again. The following day, Shen Wan visited the Shoan Hall to pay respects to the matriarch. The matriarch was discussing matters with Lady Yun, or rather, she directly communicated to Lady Yun that the household would prepare 30,000 taels as a bridal gift. Lady Yun furrowed her brow. It was customary for the second young master's marriage to entail a bridal gift of 18,000 taels. The matriarch responded, stating that the Duke of Guo's residence had already caused Chu Dajia some grievance, and thus, the household must compensate with a bridal gift. Lady Yun retorted, asserting that it was the second branch that had wronged Chu Dajia, not the Duke's household. If compensation were to be made to the second branch, it could be arranged however they wished, but it was unreasonable to expect the household to bear this expense. The matriarch's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Lady Yun's defiance. Seated nearby, Shen Wan corrected Lady Yun's remarks, saying, "Mother, the second branch has not wronged Chu Daji either. It was Chu Dajuan who inadvertently pushed Gu into the water, and Gu saved Chu Dajia, thus having a debt of gratitude to her. Father, recalling the bond between the two families, interceded on behalf of Chu Shangshu, which is why the emperor was lenient in his judgment against Chu Shangshu. Although Gu has a poor reputation, father feared that he might ruin Chu Dajia's life, leading Chu Shangshu to withdraw from the engagement. It was Chu Shangshu's own unwillingness. Thus, there is no grievance to speak of. If the second branch is not in a position to claim grievance against Chu Dajia, how can the Duke's household be? The matriarch sought excuses to allocate funds from the household to the second branch. With her presence, such notions were futile. The second madam did not expect Shen Wan to be so eloquent, replying, "As for the bridal gift, the matriarch has already promised the Chu family. Even the emperor's words can be retracted. Must we also fulfill the matriarch's promises?" Shen Wan replied, "The household should contribute its fair share, and the remaining amount can be compensated by the second branch." The second madam looked towards Lady Yun, incredulous. Since when has it become the place of a young lady to meddle in household matters? Lady Yun replied, "As Wanner is soon to be married, I must teach her the intricacies of managing gifts, providing her an opportunity to learn how to respond. Although it may not be her decision to make, it is not inappropriate for her to express her own views. While I manage the gifts, I cannot take charge of matters that deviate from household regulations. I need the agreement of the Duke and the other branches, and I have no objections." The matriarch interjected, "The Duke is busy with military affairs. We should not trouble him with such trifles." The fourth madam added, "I have no objections." Both the fourth and second branches, being the matriarch's own offspring, naturally had no dissent. The third branch, being of lesser status, dared not voice any objections. As long as Lady Yun was compelled to agree, the matter would be settled without the need for Shun Ji's consent. Shen Wan cautioned, "Mother, please refrain from discussing this with father. We are still uncertain whether it is Chu Shangshu's residence that feels aggrieved or if grandmother and the second branch believe they have wronged Chu Dajia, seeking to make amends. Father originally intended to dissolve the engagement, but found it difficult to withdraw. If you inquire, father may feel compelled to go to Chu Dajuan to formally retract the engagement, and then you would be left in a difficult position. Mother will not mention this to your father," she concluded. Yin glanced at the old lady, contemplating whether she should approach the Duke herself. As long as the Duke consented, she would neither dare nor wish to oppose. Just then, a maid entered, announcing, "Madam, Lord Yun has arrived." Yun immediately rose, and Shen Wan accompanied her to greet her uncle. Exiting the Shoan Hall, Shen Wan curiously inquired, "What brings uncle here?" Yun chided Shen Wan gently. "You must marry within 2 months. Your elder sister is to wed before you, which only tightens the timeline. I have summoned your uncle to assist your sister with the dowry brought back from the Yongqingbo's residence, and to procure new items, having her daughter remarry." Yin wished for her to have no ties to the past. She feared that the dowry might remind Shen Yu of past grievances and that the heir of the Zhaoping bow might feel disheartened upon seeing it. Despite Yun's good intentions, she felt it unnecessary to dispose of even the antique paintings and calligraphy in the dowry. However, given that the Yun family owned a shop specializing in such items, it would be manageable. Yin remarked, "Tomorrow, I will accompany your sister to the market to select jewelry." Shen Wan eagerly nodded in agreement. However, Shen Yu resisted going out, particularly to the market, and, on the following day, Shen Wan practically dragged her out. Even so, Shen Yu wore a half-veil. Shen Wan commented, "Sister, this makes you even more conspicuous. Besides, if you intend to marry brother-in-law, will you never venture out again?" Shen Yu's cheeks flushed, wishing to strike Shen Wan. What brother-in-law? Shen Wan lightly tapped her lips, adhering to the principle of not imposing on others what one does not desire for oneself. Her elder brother often referred to Xie Jingyu as sister's husband, and she felt exasperated that her brother teased Shen Yu about it, realizing that her brother's influence had led to this mischief. Acknowledging Shen Wan's good intentions, Shen Yu finally removed the veil just before they reached the street. This was as it should be. The dissolution of her marriage was not her fault. The heir of Yongqing Bo and his cousin brazenly ventured out. So why should Shen Yu be apprehensive? Shen Wan led Shen Yu into the Emerald Pavilion, prepared to select the finest items for her sister's dowry. Without hesitation, they ascended to the third floor to choose 2 sets before descending to the second. Anything that caught their eye was promptly purchased. The lavish spending stirred envy and admiration among other young ladies of noble birth. The thought of Shen Wan gifting several thousand taels worth of jewelry to a mere pretender was overshadowed by the fact that she was now selecting for her own sister. Yet, in her exuberance, she inadvertently overlooked the jewelry that had already been chosen. "These 2 purple jade hairpins are exquisite. Wrap them up as well," Shen Wan instructed. The young attendant hurriedly apologized. "My sincerest apologies. These 2 were selected by Princess Jiangling of the Yongwang residence. I momentarily forgot to put them aside." The attendant continued to offer apologies, fearing he might incite Shen Wan's ire, which could lead to severe repercussions from his employer if the second Miss Shen decided to abandon her purchase in frustration. "If the second Miss Shen desires them, let her have them," came a clear and melodious voice. Shen Wan turned her head to see a splendidly dressed young lady approaching, a gentle smile gracing her face, reminiscent of a spring breeze. It was none other than Princess Jiangling of the Yongwang residence. Shen Wan responded, "How could I deprive someone of their preference?" Princess Jiangling shook her head, her hair adorned with southern pearls that formed a perfect arc. "These hairpins suit the second Miss Shen splendidly." Shen Wan smiled and said, "I am selecting the dowry for my elder sister." The Princess of Jiangling glanced at Shen Yu in surprise, then smiled gently and said nothing further. Shen Wan thought the matter was settled. After she and Shen Yu finished choosing the jewelry and were preparing to return home in their carriage, a maid approached, presenting a brocade box. "Miss Shen and the heir of the Marquis of Zhaoping have finally united in love. Our princess is also delighted for you and has specially sent a congratulatory gift." Shen Yu glanced at Shen Wan, and as Shen Wan lifted the curtain of the carriage, she saw the Princess of Jiangling boarding her own carriage not far away. Shen Wan remarked, "The Princess of Jiangling extends her heartfelt congratulations. Elder sister should graciously accept it." Chapter 77. Borrowing. Shen Yu received the brocade box and asked me to convey her gratitude to your esteemed princess. After the maid departed, Shen Yu opened the box, revealing the exquisite pair of purple jade hairpins that Shen Wan had set her eyes upon. They were truly precious, so much so that Shen Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had little acquaintance with the Princess of Jiangling. Knowing that the princess would bestow such valuable gifts upon her, she might as well have purchased them herself. Shen Wan remarked that since the Princess of Jiangling was to be wed next month, her elder sister could present these as a bridal gift in return. Shen Yu found this arrangement agreeable, yet was puzzled, inquiring how Shen Wan knew of the princess's impending marriage. The reason for her clarity stemmed from the fact that in her previous life, the Princess of Jiangling had married mere days before her elder brother brought home Chu Yan, 2 closely tied unions that she could hardly forget. However, the thought of the princess's tragic end taking her own life less than a year after her marriage, caused Shen Wan's heart to ache. The princess of Jiangling was to wed the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing, a match brokered by the Empress Dowager and graciously bestowed by the emperor himself. The heir was a nephew of the Duchess of Song and a cousin of Xiao Yun, holding a prestigious lineage and handsome demeanor. With a bridal procession adorned in 10 miles of red, who could not envy the couple, believing them to be a match made in heaven? Yet, tragically, when the princess took her life, she remained untouched, while the heir, fond of the company of men, had fallen drunk from a balcony, resulting in a broken leg, which led to public scandal. Unable to endure the humiliation, the princess of Jiangling chose to end her life. With the imperial edict binding their union, separation was not an option. Death appeared to be the only escape. In her past life, Shen Wan had little interaction with the princess. After her marriage, the princess had become melancholic, rarely leaving her residence. Yet whenever they crossed paths, she treated Shen Wan with warmth. Once, when Shen Wan was reprimanded by the empress, the princess came to her defense, even enduring the empress's ire on her behalf. Had the princess of Jiangling been promised to someone of lesser standing, Shen Wan would have endeavored to rescue her from such a perilous fate. But given that her union with the heir of Wuqing was sanctioned by the Empress Dowager and the emperor, her hands were tied. The best she could do was to subtly inform the princess of her fate, perhaps even assist in delaying the wedding. Yet, as long as the emperor did not retract the marriage decree, the princess was destined to wed. This sense of helplessness, knowing that someone was stepping into a pit of fire while being unable to offer assistance, left Shen Wan feeling anxious. Shen Yu sensed her unease and inquired, "Is something troubling you, Wana?" Shen Wan shook her head. She resolved to find an opportunity to discreetly warn the princess of Jiangling and then turned her thoughts elsewhere, discussing other matters with Shen Yu or peering out to observe the scenery outside. As they approached the entrance of the Duke of Dinghu's residence, Shen Wan noticed a horse tied to a temporary hitching post outside, her expression turning peculiar. It was Xie Jingyu's horse. She recognized it at once, having seen it several times before. Was he coming to the Duke's residence once again? His frequent visits seemed excessive. Although it had been several days since his last visit, even her elder sister's return home after marriage had not been met with such frequency. This was only what she was aware of. Surely there were times he had come that she did not know about. Shen Wan was apprehensive about encountering Xie Jingyu and feigned ignorance. However, her aspirations were thwarted when she returned to the residence and was informed by a servant that the heir of the king of Jingbei had arrived. There was no longer any pretense of ignorance. Shen Yu merely smiled and suggested that the servant go to meet the heir. Reluctantly, Shen Wan decided to attend, as her maid had informed her that Shun Li and Xie Jingyu were engaged in a sparring match at the training grounds. This presented a splendid opportunity that she could not afford to miss, though her intentions were not merely to observe their sparring. She had long sought a chance to rummage through her elder brother's study to uncover the beloved painting he had kept hidden, curious to discover the identity of the girl who had captured his heart. The sparring would occupy them for a while, providing her with the perfect moment to search. With determination, Shen Wan made her way to Shun Li's study. Finding it unoccupied, she hastily began her search. She was aware that her brother's study contained secret compartments, yet the precise locations eluded her. After an exhaustive search, she finally discovered one of the concealed compartments, only to find it filled with silver notes. Frustration welled up within her. Why would he hide mere silver notes? Instead of contemplating robbing her brother, she concluded that it would be far more rewarding to rob her cousin. After replacing the silver notes, Shen Wan continued her search, but found no other hidden compartments, leaving her quite disheartened. Was it possible that her brother, anticipating her intrusion, had relocated the painting? This seemed plausible. The only other place where he might have concealed something of value, aside from the study, would be his bedroom. Resolutely, Shen Wan exited the study and proceeded to Shun Li's bedroom. Coincidentally, upon her arrival, she learned that Shun Li had gone to Shun Ji's study in the outer courtyard, and Xie Jingyu was presumably absent as well. Shen Wan sneaked into her brother's bedroom. Despite being his younger sister, she felt it inappropriate to enter without permission. Once inside, she closed the door behind her and began to search. She first opened the drawers of the desk, but found nothing. As she moved towards the screen, she discovered a bathing tub concealed behind it. and to her shock, she nearly lost her composure when she realized that Xie Jingyu was inside. Their eyes met, and had she not been paralyzed by surprise, she would have surely gasped in astonishment. "You, what are you doing in my brother's room?" Shen Wan stammered, quickly turning her back, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Xie Jingyu replied, "After the sparring match, I was quite sweaty and did not wish to meet my future father-in-law in such a state. So I borrowed your brother's room to take a bath and change into clean clothes." His tone carried an undercurrent of danger. Shen Wan's mind was consumed by his reference to future father-in-law. Who did he consider his father-in-law? Her cheeks, already flushed, felt as though they might ignite from the heat of embarrassment. She turned to leave, but her determination faltered. She had come to find something and could not afford to miss this chance again. Just as she contemplated her escape, a knock on the door interrupted her. A servant entered, bringing hot water for Xie Jingyu. In a moment of desperation, Shen Wan sought a place to hide, but there was nowhere to conceal herself. Ultimately, she resorted to crouching behind the bathing tub, casting a pleading glance at Xie Jingyu, silently imploring him for assistance. Just as the servant was about to approach, Xie Jingyu stated, "Simply place the water on the ground." The servant was somewhat bewildered. With the hot water positioned so far away, would the crown prince of Jingbei not have to rise to carry it? Would it not be more convenient to pour it directly into the bath bucket? The servant found this peculiar, but dared not inquire further and complied. He set the bath bucket beside the screen, then exited and closed the door. Xie Jingyu turned to Shen Wan and said, "Bring over the hot water." Given that the young lady had just assisted her in avoiding discovery, it was only natural for Shen Wan to lend a hand. However, as a pampered young lady, lifting a full bucket of water was indeed quite burdensome. More importantly, she felt a sense of embarrassment. Although this scoundrel had treated her lightly in his previous life, her own sense of propriety was not so easily disregarded. After all, it was merely her father, and she still had to bathe and change into a brocade robe. Was it truly necessary to feel so flustered? As Shen Wan poured the hot water into the bath bucket, Xie Jingyu observed her and asked, "What are you searching for?" Did this rogue not realize that he was being overly inquisitive? Shen Wan replied with a fierce expression, "You must not tell my elder brother about my search for something." Chapter 78. Harmony with fierce determination, Shen Wan declared her intentions and prepared to leave. However, upon reaching the screen, her reluctance overcame her, prompting her to turn back and continue her search, as if Xie Jingyu was non-existent. Xie Jingyu remained nestled in the bath, observing Shen Wan as she combed through the area with earnest diligence. How audacious she was to threaten her elder brother into sabotaging a marriage. Yet she chose to rummage about stealthily rather than confiding in him. The more meticulously Shen Wan searched, the greater Xie Jingyu's curiosity grew. The locations she chose to investigate were glaringly illogical. She overlooked the obvious places where items might be concealed and instead scoured areas that offered little hope of discovery. Unable to contain himself, Xie Jingyu suggested checking beneath the bedboard. How could anything be there? Shen Wan shot him a glance before kneeling down to peer under the bed, her head nearly disappearing into the space. Xie Jingyu raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation. With a resigned sigh, he lifted the bedding to inspect whether there were any hidden compartments in the bed frame. Shen Wan, now prostrate on the ground, felt her face burn with embarrassment. Why couldn't he articulate his thoughts more clearly? Quickly rising, she lifted the bedding and, to her surprise, discovered a hidden panel near the intersection of the bed. Had she not been diligent, she would have missed it entirely. A sense of anticipation surged within her. She was certain that it concealed the items she sought. Eagerly, she pried open the panel and, indeed, found the painting she had been searching for. Had it not been for Xie Jingyu's guidance, she would never have uncovered it. As she unfurled the artwork, her heart raced. It was the very portrait that had incited such turmoil between Chu Yin and her elder brother in her past life. The face remained unpainted, yet all other details were exquisitely rendered. Shen Wan's gaze fell upon the adornments worn by the woman in the painting, particularly a hairpin that seemed profoundly familiar. She was certain she had seen it before, though she could not recall the exact moment. It was understandable. Her brother's affections likely lay with some prominent young lady from the capital, and having seen her was hardly remarkable. Shen Wan was confident she could eventually recall it, or, at the very least, inquire further to uncover the truth. After scrutinizing the painting thoroughly, she returned it to its hiding place and restored the bed to its original state. As she descended from the bed, she noticed Xie Jingyu's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Shen Wan felt a wave of discomfort being observed so intently, especially by someone who was lounging in the bath. Worried that the servant might return, she hastily made to leave, only to be halted by Xie Jingyu's request for a cup of tea. How brazen of him to treat her as a maid. Yet, given his assistance in unveiling her brother's secret, it seemed only fitting to oblige him with a gesture of gratitude. Shen Wan approached and poured him a cup of tea. Upon receiving it, she promptly retreated. However, the brief delay had inadvertently trapped her. As she reached the door, the voices of her brother and the servant reached her ears, causing her to flounder like a headless fly before ultimately taking refuge beneath the bed. Shunli entered, spotting Xie Jingyu still immersed in the bath. "Are you not yet done? Surely, it cannot take this long simply to work up a bit of sweat. Shall I, your brother-in-law, assist you with your back?" Xie Jingyu sighed, exasperated. "Enough of this. Please, step outside. I shall rise at once." Shunli raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I have not seen you so reserved when a group of us were enjoying the hot springs." Nevertheless, despite his words, Shunli exited. Shen Wan, hiding beneath the bed, felt a wave of despair. Her misfortunes seemed endless, and she wondered how long she would have to remain concealed. Although she could see nothing, she tightly shut her eyes. After Shen Jingyu changed into his brocade robe and confirmed their departure, Shen Wan hastily crawled out from under the bed and left in a flurry. Coral, anxiously waiting beneath the tree, exclaimed upon seeing Shen Wan, "At last the young lady has emerged." Shen Wan replied, in the manner, "Do you truly fear for my safety?" "It is not that I worry for your safety, but it would be quite disastrous to be caught rummaging through the young master's belongings," Coral responded. Fortunately, they had not been discovered. Upon returning to Mingwei Courtyard, Shen Wan felt parched and went straight to her room. Yin Xuan poured her tea and remarked, "The fourth young lady has been punished by the second madam and sent to kneel at the ancestral hall." Before Shen Wan could speak, Coral inquired, "What did the fourth young lady do?" Yin Xuan explained, "She went to pay her respects to the second madam and accidentally collided with a maid, shattering the second madam's favorite porcelain vase. Shen Ti had been sent back to the second house, and, after several days of tranquility, Shen Wan felt a sense of disappointment. At last, there was some excitement to behold. Although Shen Ti often caused trouble by colliding with others and requiring her parents' assistance to rectify the situation, those incidents were orchestrated by Shen Wu. Shen Ti was well aware that the second madam held a grudge against her, and she would exercise greater caution when paying her respects. Shen Wan doubted Shen Ti would make such a foolish mistake as to fall into the second madam's trap. It was effortless for the second madam to manipulate Shen Ti, and the prolonged silence indicated that the old madam had reprimanded her. Today's actions were likely linked to the matter of the betrothal gifts. The official contribution was only 18,000 taels, leaving a shortfall of 12,000 taels that the second madam was reluctant to provide. Although it was intended for her daughter-in-law, the second madam preferred to keep the money for herself. The situation with the old master maintaining a concubine and illegitimate child had tarnished her reputation, and the old madam insisted that she treat Shen Ti well. The second madam, harboring resentment, saw today's events as an opportunity to exert pressure on Shen Ti to compel the old master and the old madam to contribute the necessary funds. As long as the money did not come from the official coffers, Shen Wan could simply enjoy the spectacle. Ultimately, the old madam approached Shinji to request an increase in the betrothal gifts, but she did not dare to demand an extravagant sum like the Yun family did, asking for 20,000 taels outright. Even the additional 2,000 taels she sought met with Shinji's refusal. The official funds belonged to everyone, and if the second young master were to receive an extra 2,000 taels for his marriage, would not the other young masters in the household expect the same? The family rules were not mere formalities. Once established, they were to be adhered to without exception. Shen Ti was punished, but her sentence was not long. She was released by evening. Wan informed Shen Wan that Aunt Mei had compensated the second madam for the vase. However, compensation alone would not lead to Shen Ti's immediate release. The old madam would certainly have something to say about it. Indeed, it soon emerged that the old madam had given the second madam 3,000 taels, but would that truly placate her? Shen Wan expressed skepticism. Chuan whispered, "The fourth madam is quite displeased." It was entirely normal for the fourth madam to be unhappy. The public funds have stirred discontent among the four ladies. Yet they are kept in check by the matriarch, suppressing their ire. The tarnished reputation of Shenzhen has now cast a shadow over her son, further aggravating the grievances of the fourth lady. The second household feels a sense of injustice towards the eldest daughter, no matter how they seek to compensate her. Words elude them. It is inappropriate for the matriarch to use her personal wealth for this purpose. As her grandson establishes his own family, it is only fitting that she offers some assistance. However, the 3,000 taels seem excessive, not accounted for in the list of gifts. Yet, the silver bracelets fail to comprehend that the matriarch could discreetly provide for the second lady. Shen Wan chuckled softly, noting that the 3,000 taels were indeed intended for the fourth lady's observation. After so many years under the same roof, the fourth lady surely understands the second lady's machinations, particularly how she manipulates Shen Ti directed towards the matriarch. The fourth lady, more astute, recognizes that without the matriarch's intervention, the second lady would not easily relent in her treatment of Shen Ti. If funds were given privately, the fourth lady might speculate on the exact amount. Both sides are equally precious, and fairness must be maintained. Whatever is given to the second household must be mirrored for the fourth, lest discord arise among the sisters-in-law and strain the brotherly bond. The matriarch publicly grants 3,000 taels to the second household and secretly bestows the same amount upon the fourth. In the eyes of the fourth lady, this demonstrates that while the matriarch does not favor the fourth household, she at least ensures equitable treatment, thus quelling potential unrest. Additionally, should the matriarch provide a further gift to the second lady, the latter, cognizant of her advantage, would likely cease her demands regarding Shen Ti. Maintaining harmony among the brothers is indeed a challenging endeavor. Feeling a surge of emotion, Shen Wan promptly turned to inform the fourth lady of these developments. Chapter 79. The Golden Hairpin. The following day, after enjoying her breakfast as usual, Shen Wan prepared to pay her respects to the matriarch. Just as she was about to step out, a young maid entered and conveyed the message that the matriarch was unwell and had excused the young ladies from their morning greetings. The exemption from the formalities was precisely what Shen Wan had hoped for. Once the maid departed, Wan entered and quietly remarked that she had heard that the fourth madam had visited the Shoan Hall after dinner the previous evening, leaving in tears. Shen Wan lifted her teacup, the fragrant steam masking the smile that tugged at her lips. The fourth madam was known for her resourcefulness. It was no surprise she would complain to the matriarch upon discovering the preferential treatment shown to the second house. It was likely that the matriarch had compensated the fourth madam with 3,000 taels. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen ill from anger. Throughout the morning, Shen Wan remained at her writing desk, lost in thought as she gazed at the sketch of the hairpin on the paper. She had pondered over it for an entire night and an additional morning, yet she could not recall who had worn this hairpin in her past life. Given its significance to her elder brother's lifelong happiness, it was imperative that she remember. Coral and Chuan began enumerating the prominent young ladies of the capital, and for each name they mentioned, Shen Wan would shake her head. After several attempts, she felt dizzy and rubbed her temples. Suddenly, she looked up at Coral and asked, "Who did you just mention?" Coral, taken aback by Shen Wan's strong reaction, cautiously replied, "The eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue." "That's it," Shen Wan exclaimed, her spirits soaring. The eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue had indeed worn this hairpin in her previous life. Finally, she had found the answer. However, her joy was short-lived, as her brow furrowed in concern. The eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue was not currently engaged. If her brother wished to court her, he could simply propose directly. With his status as the heir to the Duke of State, the minister's family would surely not refuse the match. Yet, her brother had not approached them, instead suggesting that fate had been unkind. When had he become such an obstinate person? Shen Wan sensed something was amiss. In her previous life, she had only seen the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue wearing the golden hairpin 6 months later, by which time it had belonged to her. That did not necessarily mean it was hers now. Perhaps it had been gifted to her by someone else. After finally recalling the individual, only to realize it might have been in vain, Shen Wan felt utterly frustrated. Coral suggested, but it could still be the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, right? Shen Wan shook her head. It probably is not her. Chuan chimed in. Such exquisite jewelry is rare in the capital. There are few shops capable of crafting it. I could inquire further. Perhaps we can uncover more information. That seemed to be the only course of action. Shen Wan handed the sketch to Chuan for her to investigate. Having had a restless night and consumed by thoughts of this matter for the entire morning, her head felt heavy. She decided to take a breath of fresh air in the garden, intending to find Xinyu to accompany her. Just as she reached the door, she overheard Tu by expressing her anger, claiming that the Jingbei family was clearly trying to provoke them. Shen Wan entered and inquired, "What is the matter?" Tu Bai replied, "The heir of Jingbei is set to marry Miss Su in 5 days." Shen Wan interjected, "Isn't that something we already knew? What is there to be upset about?" Tu Bai continued, "The Jingbei family has just sent an invitation, requesting the Duke and Duchess to attend the wedding feast." Shen Wan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. The Yongqing Marquis's residents seemed to either believe that her parents were excessively amiable or that they were impoverished to the point of starvation, prompting them to partake in the celebratory feast of those shameless individuals who nearly caused her elder sister's demise. Concerned that Shen Wan might be infuriated, Xinyu remarked. "There is no need to be angry," Shen Wan replied. "I am not angry." They had already divorced. The Yongqing Marquis's household ought to conduct themselves with humility, allowing both families to coexist without interference. However, the insufferable audacity of the other party was relentless, even daring to send wedding invitations to the Dingwa Duke's residence. If she did not take action, they might truly perceive her family as easy prey. Shen Wan pulled Xinyu for a stroll in the garden before returning to Mingyue courtyard for lunch. Afterward, a seamstress arrived to take Xinyu's measurements for a new outfit, and Shen Wan remained by her side throughout the process. Once the seamstress departed, Shen Wan returned to her room, where Chuan entered with pastries. Coral inquired, "Did you find out anything?" Chuan looked at Shen Wan with longing. "I couldn't find out anything, and I even lost the drawings." Coral scolded. "How could you be so careless?" Chuan explained, "I inquired at all the reputable jewelry shops in the capital. Upon leaving Jinyuj, I happened to see the eldest daughter of the Ministry of Personnel. I wanted to ask if she had seen anything. In my haste to catch up to her, I was accidentally bumped into, causing me to lose the drawings. By the time I realized and went back to look for them, they were already gone." Her voice trembled with the threat of tears. The young lady had treated her so kindly, promoting her from the garden to serve as a headmaid, yet she had failed at this minor task. Understanding that Chuan had not acted with malice, Shen Wan did not reprimand her, but instead comforted her, saying, "It is just a drawing. If it is lost, it can be redrawn." Shen Wan did not dwell on the matter. The following morning, while in the courtyard, listening intently to Xinyu play the qin, Coral's urgent voice called from her room, Miss, come quickly." The loudness of the call caused Xinyu to cease playing and look towards Shen Wan's inner chamber, wondering what had occurred. Coral, who had followed Shen Wan through 2 lifetimes, had never displayed such a lack of composure. She rushed out, her expression frantic. Miss Shen Wan stood and approached, asking, "What is it?" Coral hesitated. "Miss, you should see for yourself." Entering the room, Shen Wan followed Coral to the writing desk, where a delicate brocade box lay. It was unfamiliar to her, clearly not her possession. She inquired, "Where did this come from?" Coral urged, "Miss, you should first see what is inside the box." Shen Wan lifted the brocade box and opened it. Inside, to her astonishment, lay the golden hairpin she had been searching for. Shen Wan exclaimed. She swiftly turned to Coral, asking, "Who sent this?" Coral shook her head. "I do not know. I found it as soon as I returned." Had she known, she would not have urgently called for the miss to come and see. Shen Wan was on the verge of losing her mind. She had scoured all of the capital in search of the owner of the hairpin, and while she had not discovered the person, the hairpin had miraculously found its way to her without her knowledge of who had sent it. Who could have sent it? In the study, Xie Jingyu was engrossed in military texts when Shen Ping entered. "Sir, the item has been delivered." "What did she say?" Xie Jingyu casually turned the pages and inquired. "Is there not even a word of gratitude?" Shen Ping shook his head. Xie Jingyu raised his gaze to him. "Are you certain she can deduce it was I who sent it?" Shen Ping replied. "Who would dare to present gifts to Miss Shen Air, attempting to undermine your standing? If you have any lingering doubts, I could convey the message again." Xie Jingyu responded, "That is unnecessary. As long as the item has reached her, that suffices." Chapter 80. In person, the item had reached Shen Wan's hands, yet she was nearly driven to frustration. Concerned, Shen Yu entered and inquired, "What has happened?" Shen Wan dared not disclose the intrusion into her private chamber, where a golden hairpin had been delivered. Instead, she concocted an excuse, saying Coral was startled by a gecko. Shen Yu replied, "Geckos are toxic. I shall summon someone to catch it." Shen Wan countered, "It has already fled through the window, frightened by Coral's cries." Shen Yu, believing her words, departed. Yesterday, Shen Wan had been lost in thought over blueprints. Today, she found herself entranced by the golden hairpin. She could not fathom which celestial being had sent her such a gift. It was not the hairpin she desired. If someone were to bestow a gift upon her, they might at least leave their name, allowing her to acknowledge their kindness. Rather than feeling touched, Shen Wan found herself inwardly cursing the anonymous giver of the hairpin. She had contemplated presenting the hairpin to her elder brother, but knowing his reticence, she feared that probing him would only reveal her secret of sneaking into his room to admire his paintings. Shen Wan was so incensed that it pained her chest. Coral, somewhat anxious about the intrusion into the young lady's quarters, pondered whether to inform the Duke, but that would expose the existence of the hairpin. Though she was furious at the audacity of the act, she secretly hoped for another visit from the sender. Shen Wan insisted, "The bearer of the hairpin harbors no ill intentions. This matter concerns my reputation and must remain confidential." Coral and Inchuan nodded in agreement. Shen Wan longed for another encounter, eager to inquire directly, yet regrettably, no one else visited her chamber. On this day, while reading, Yunshi came to see her, asking, "In but a few days, it will be the birthday of the Prince of Jingbei. Have you prepared a gift?" Shen Wan replied, "I have yet to begin embroidering." Yunshi's brow furrowed. "After such a long time, you are still unprepared?" Shen Wan explained, "It is merely a pouch. Half a day is sufficient." She had intended to finish it sooner, but the matter of the hairpin had disrupted her focus. Yunshi poked Shen Wan's forehead. "It does not require much effort. Why not complete it sooner? You are not personally delivering the birthday gift to the Prince of Jingbei. How long do you intend to delay?" Understanding that Yunshi valued heartfelt intentions, Shen Wan refrained from arguing. "Mother, I shall start embroidering right away." Yunshi glared at her several times, urging her to concentrate on her needlework before departing shortly after. A single pouch felt too meager as a birthday gift. Shen Wan resolved to invest more thought into the pouch, employing double-sided embroidery with great care. The next day, after paying her respects to the matriarch, Shen Wan sought out Shun Li in the front courtyard. As Shun Li emerged from the study, he asked, "What brings you here, sister?" Shen Wan presented the pouch, which he assumed was a gift for him. "This pouch is quite exquisite. It matches well with your brother's brocade robe," he commented. Shen Wan clarified, "This is my birthday gift for the Prince of Jingbei." Shen Li gazed at her. "Just a pouch? How rather perfunctory." Shen Wan sighed, "It is so challenging. I wish to gift a jade pendant, but mother deemed it insufficiently thoughtful. Now, a pouch seems dismissive to brother. How am I to reconcile this?" Shen Wan sighed wearily, stating that her mother had given her approval. Upon mentioning the Yun family, Shen Li fell silent. Shen Wan extended the purse, and Shen Li inquired, "Are you not personally delivering this to your brother-in-law? Must you incessantly refer to him as brother-in-law?" Shen Wan retorted, glaring at Shen Li, "Am I to go to the Jingbei Wangfu to present it? She and Xie Jingyu are not truly wed. Even if they were, it would be too embarrassing for her to do so." Shen Li replied, "What is so difficult about this? If you're unwilling to go, I can summon him here." Shen Wan thought to herself that he truly was her elder brother. Was it necessary to deliver a mere purse in person? Since her brother had matters to attend to, he departed the residence. After taking a few steps, Shen Li turned back and accepted the purse from her hand. Shen Wan initially thought her brother had changed his mind. But Shun Li stated, "I shall take this purse. You can embroider another for your brother-in-law." What kind of elder brother would take her purse without assisting in delivering a birthday gift? Shen Wan said, "The purse is fine for you, but I need you to do me a favor." Shun Li immediately felt the purse was burning in his hands, wishing to return it to her, stating that their parents would not permit it, and thus he could not assist her. Shen Wan said, "Tomorrow is the day when the son of the Duke of Yongqing marries my cousin. I need you to deliver a congratulatory gift on my behalf." It was a small favor, and Shun Li certainly agreed to assist. The next day, while accompanying Xunyu in the garden to feed the koi, Yin Chuan dashed into the pavilion, grinning widely. Today, the son of the Duke of Yongqing is getting married, and on his way home with the bridal sedan, he was pelted with 2 rotten eggs. They say the stench is unbearable, and he was left in a disheveled state. Typically, only death row prisoners would be subjected to such treatment. It was the first time she had heard of a groom being attacked in such a manner. Yet in Shen Wan's eyes, the son of the Duke of Yongqing deserved this fate. Since the Duke's residence did not send an invitation, she felt justified in her actions. They brought this upon themselves. 2 years prior, when Xunyu married, the banquet at the Duke of Yongqing's was a grand affair, attended by nearly all the officials. But this time it was much quieter. The Duke of Yongqing and the Duke of Dingguo were at odds, and out of professional courtesy, they could not avoid sending congratulatory gifts, so they sent a steward to deliver them, while few attended the wedding feast. Upon learning that the son of the Duke of Yongqing had been pelted with rotten eggs, those few colleagues quickly found excuses to leave. Witnessing the dismal and sorrowful wedding banquet, both the Duke of Yongqing and his wife nearly suffered from apoplexy. The following day, Shen Wan went to pay her respects to the matriarch, where Shun Wu and others were discussing the incident. Shen Wu remarked, "It must have been the doing of either the second sister or elder brother." As Shun Wan approached, the matriarch asked, "Was this your doing?" Since she had instructed her brother to carry it out, there was no need to inquire further. Shen Wan remained silent, and Shun Wu continued, "You are sympathetic towards elder sister, standing up for her, but they have already divorced. This matter should be put to rest. Should we engage in such actions again, it would only serve to paint our Dingguo residents as narrow-minded." Shen Wan coldly interrupted Shun Wu, "What of it? Are you suggesting that my brother and I should apologize to the son of the Duke of Yongqing?" Shen Wu felt a lump in her throat and turned to the old lady, saying, "Grandmother, do you see the attitude of my second sister? She feels no remorse whatsoever." Shun Wan interjected, "Did you witness me and elder brother engaging in such actions? A condemned criminal being led to the execution ground will undoubtedly be pelted with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. Could it not be possible that someone is taking up arms in defense of our Duke's residence? Such deeds will certainly arouse suspicion that we, the Duke's household, are implicated. My brother and I hold the reputation of the Duke's residence in the highest regard." The weight of the phrase reputation lingered heavily on Shun Wan's tongue. The second branch has tarnished the name of the Duke's residence beyond repair. How could they possibly have the audacity to instruct her on conduct? Shun Wu, in a fit of anger, tore apart the silk handkerchief in her grasp. Yin Shi entered and addressed the old lady, saying, "The Yin family has just sent word that Mr. Huang's dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains cannot be retrieved. I have come to inform you, old lady. The second branch must seek alternative solutions to avoid the embarrassment of being unable to compensate the Prince of Kong for the painting." The second lady dismissed the notion that the Yun family could not recover the painting, believing instead that they were simply unwilling to assist Shen Ti in rectifying the situation. She remarked, "The Duke has already made a promise to the Prince of Kong." Yun Shi gazed at the second lady. "Do you truly believe the prince will seek compensation from the Duke?" The second lady's expression stiffened. The fact that Shen Ti was the illegitimate daughter of the second master was common knowledge in the capital. Shen Ji had suffered greatly from this deception. How could the Prince of Kong possibly demand compensation from Shen Ji? He would only go after the second master. Shen Wan observed the expressions of the old lady and the second lady, feeling a twinge of displeasure but not enough concern to warrant alarm. As she had surmised, it was merely a matter of aiding the Prince of Kong in recovering the Yun family's painting, rather than an actual demand for compensation. Thus, she felt no apprehension. The Yun family acted with caution, since they would no longer provide the Duke's residence with a painting. It was prudent of them to send word to avoid future misunderstandings that might result in blame falling upon the Yun family. This topic did not continue, fading away into silence. After a brief respite, Shen Wan strolled through the garden, admiring the flowers before returning to Mingyue courtyard. No sooner had she returned than a maid approached her, saying, "Miss, the young master wishes to see you in the front courtyard, and he asked that you not forget to bring the pouch." Shen Wan thought to herself, "My brother is truly something else. He has gone so far as to bring Xie Jingyu to the Duke's residence merely to deliver a pouch for me. If my brother ever gets beaten by Xie Jingyu, it will be entirely his own doing." Chapter 81. Affection. Shen Wanzhao approached the embroidery basket, picking up the delicate pouch. Despite its exquisite craftsmanship, it was simply excessive for the esteemed heir of the Jingbei Wang to visit the Duke of the State's residence. How could she possibly present such a gift? She regretted heeding her mother's advice and wished she had prepared a jade pendant instead. However, lacking a suitable piece to offer, she steeled herself and carried the pouch to the front courtyard. Inside the study, Shun Li and Xie Jingyu were engrossed in a game of chess. Shen Wanzhao entered and cast a fierce glare at her elder brother. Startled, Shun Li's hand trembled, causing a piece to fall on the board, disrupting the arrangement. He hastily restored order and informed Xie Jingyu that he suddenly felt unwell and needed to excuse himself. As he passed by Shen Wanzhao, he made a point to take a detour. Filled with a desire to reprimand her brother, Shen Wanzhao turned her attention to Xie Jingyu. With her brother present, she felt somewhat composed, but once he left, her face betrayed her, flushing with embarrassment. She was at a loss for words and contemplated summoning her brother for a scolding to lighten the mood. Xie Jingyu regarded Shen Wanzhao with an unwavering gaze as she approached him, her steps laden with trepidation. To anyone unaware, it might seem as though she were walking towards her doom. Her palms were clammy, and with a reddened face, she stammered, "Tomorrow is your birthday. I've crafted this pouch for you, wishing you joy today and every year henceforth." She extended the pouch towards him. However, Xie Jingyu did not take it. Instead, he inquired, "Is the pouch your brother wears also one you embroidered?" Shen Wanzhao hadn't paid attention to that detail. It was originally intended for him. But her brother had insisted she present it in person, even taking it from her. Thus, she was compelled to create another. Rising from his seat, Xie Jingyu commanded a greater presence, and Shen Wanzhao instinctively took a step back. He instructed, "Put on for me." Shen Wanzhao was taken aback, thinking she must have misheard. Yet, Xie Jingyu had already removed the pouch from his waist and tossed it to Qin Ping, who took it and stepped outside to guard the door. He was serious. He genuinely wanted her to adore him with it. The heat of the pouch in her grasp was overwhelming. Presenting it was one thing, but to have him wear it on the spot was another matter entirely. She couldn't simply toss it to him and leave. Never had she felt so flustered while giving a gift. She urged herself to be brave. If she was so intimidated here, how would she fare after marrying into the Jingbei Wang's residence? It was merely a matter of tying a pouch. It was not a monumental task. Summoning her courage, Shen Wanzhao stepped forward and secured the pouch for him. Once it was fastened, she exhaled softly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a voice resonated above her. "Have you been cursing me these past few days?" Startled, Shen Wanzhao looked up, inadvertently colliding with Xie Jingyu's chin. A sharp pain echoed between them. Tears welled in her eyes from the sudden impact, and Xie Jingyu reached out to soothe her head, asking if she was hurt. "Could not hurt?" Shen Wanzhao retorted, gazing at him. "You have done me no wrong. Why would I insult you?" Although she had previously expressed her disdain for him, even wishing to take his life, ever since he saved her elder sister, she has chosen to let go of the past. Xie Jingyu remarked, "Ever since I gifted you that golden hairpin, I have found myself sneezing inexplicably these past few days. I hope it's not because you're cursing me." Shen Wan's eyes widened, and her voice rose in disbelief. "That golden hairpin was a gift from you? What other explanation could there be?" Xie Jingyu replied, "Indeed." Shen Wan felt an overwhelming urge to berate him, even to strike him. Anger welled up within her, causing her chest to ache. "You gave me a golden hairpin, and even if you didn't present it to me directly, at the very least, you could have left me a note to inform me." Outside the door, Qin Ping immediately interjected, eager to clarify, "My lord intended to leave a note. but he could not find a pen. Xie Jingyu retorted, "Next time, if you cannot find a pen, write in blood." Chen Ping, taken aback, thought to himself, "Does my lord realize what he is saying? Miss Shen already harbors fear of him. Writing in blood might lead her to mistakenly believe he seeks her life." Xie Jingyu gazed at Shen Wan and mused, "Even if you were unaware that I was the one who gifted it, must you chastise me so fiercely? Your harsh words have left me sneezing throughout the night." Shen Wan inquired, "How did you know I was searching for that golden hairpin?" "This is quite a coincidence," Chen Ping began to explain. While running an errand for Xie Jingyu, he happened to spot Yin Chuan, knowing she was Shen Wan's maid. Chen Ping took notice of her and inadvertently witnessed a scene where Yin Chuan collided with someone, her hands occupied with pastries and silk thread purchased for the other maids. As she bent to pick up the thread, a gust of wind whisked away her drawing. Chen Ping picked it up to return to her, but she hurriedly ran off. Glancing at the drawing, he chanced upon a shop assistant and inquired about the hairpin depicted. The assistant informed Chen Ping that the maid had asked whether the hairpin was crafted by their shop, in a rush to report back to Xie Jingyu. Chen Ping brought the drawing along. Upon examining the exquisite craftsmanship of the hairpin, reminiscent of imperial designs, Xie Jingyu instructed Chen Ping to inquire with the palace's goldsmiths. And indeed, it was confirmed to have originated from there. Hearing this, Shen Wan quickly asked, "From whom did you acquire the hairpin?" "The heir of the Yonwang." "That hairpin was commissioned by the heir of the Yonwang, who sought the palace's goldsmiths to create it." Xie Jingyu then approached the heir for information, and the heir, thinking he was assisting in the search for the hairpin, promptly sent it to him. Shen Wan's voice trembled. "The hairpin belongs to the princess of Jiangling?" "Yes." Although she had surmised this already, hearing it confirmed left Shen Wan's face ashen. Xie Jingyu observed her reaction. "What troubles you?" Shen Wan replied, "My elder brother has affections for the princess of Jiangling." "Are you certain?" Xie Jingyu inquired. "I know my brother has a beloved, yet regardless of how I probe, he refuses to divulge, merely stating that they are fated to be apart. I sought to uncover the truth, which is why I rummaged through his belongings. That hairpin belongs to the girl my brother cherishes." Shen Wan was uncertain why she divulged this secret of her brother's to Xie Jingyu, but she could not suppress her urge to share. "No wonder my elder brother speaks of fate as being intertwined yet unfulfilled. It is hardly surprising that, in a previous life, no matter how persistently my sister-in-law pressed him, he remained silent, for at that time, Princess Jiangling had already passed away. Their incessant inquiries were akin to pouring salt into his wounds. Not only was my brother unable to marry Princess Jiangling, but he could scarcely even behold her visage." Shen Wan felt a profound sorrow for both Shun Li and Princess Jiangling. Xie Jingyu remarked that the match between Princess Jiangling and the heir of Wuqing Marquis was arranged by the Empress Dowager, sanctioned by the Emperor. "Your elder brother. I shall assist Princess Jiangling in dissolving this betrothal." Shen Wan's voice rang with an unprecedented resolve. She had always intended to rescue Princess Jiangling from her predicament, but now she possessed an undeniable reason to extend her aid. Having been reborn, she vowed not to allow her brother to endure a lifetime of regret. Chapter 82. Caution. Noticing the resolute gaze of Shen Wan, Xie Jingyu felt a tinge of concern. The emperor's decree of marriage was no trifling matter, and her methods seemed futile. How could he so quickly assume her plans were ineffective when she had yet to devise a strategy? She was already troubled by the situation, and his discouraging words added to her distress. As Shen Wan prepared to leave, Xie Jingyu interjected, urging her not to act impulsively, offering his assistance. Shen Wan found him increasingly enigmatic in his actions. Knowing she sought the golden hairpin, he had delivered it to her. When she expressed her intention to help the princess of Jiangling annul her engagement, he readily supported her. However, Shen Wan cautioned that such a move would inevitably offend the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing and provoke the powerful Song Duke's residence, along with the Empress and the Dowager Empress. Fully aware of the gravity of the matter, Xie Jingyu reassured her, stating that as his fiancée, offending them was akin to offending him directly. But that cannot be the same. She protested. The distinction was monumental. If she were to antagonize the heir of Wuqing, the Empress and Dowager would undoubtedly conspire to thwart her union with Xie Jingyu. "Let my elder brother handle this," she suggested. Xie Jingyu chuckled. remarking that if her brother were capable of such undertakings, he would not lament his ill-fated connection with the Princess of Jiangling. It was evident that Xie Jingyu understood her brother well, yet she too possessed insight. Her brother was unaware of the heir's proclivities. If he knew of the heir's inclination towards men, he would realize that the princess's marriage would spell disaster for her. Even if he did not wish to marry her, he would certainly come to her aid. Xie Jingyu raised an eyebrow at Shen Wan's claim regarding the heir's preferences. The heir of Wuqing has such inclinations? Shen Wan was momentarily taken aback by her own revelation, and Xie Jingyu pressed further. How do you know this? I simply happened to pass by the Xianggu pavilion and saw him emerge. But Xie Jingyu was not convinced by this explanation. The Xianggu pavilion was situated in a remote location, and he hardly ventured there even once a year. How could she have casually passed by? What truly astonished him was Shen Wan's assertion that the princess would perish should she marry the heir. Such a portentous claim, though averted by his intervention, seemed all too likely to come to fruition had he remained inactive. Moreover, her foretelling of his mother meeting her demise at the Xingwu Duke's residence raised questions about her uncanny foresight. Recognizing that Shen Wan was reluctant to divulge certain matters, Xie Jingyu refrained from pressing her further, convinced that the truth would eventually surface. He remarked, just because he left the Xianggu pavilion does not confirm his inclinations. I will investigate this matter. If it proves true, persuading the emperor to rescind the marriage decree will be straightforward. Should your brother genuinely harbor feelings for the princess, he may not remain composed. Thus, I shall take charge of this affair, with a strategy as meticulous as a master tactician. A force capable of dismantling the very foundations of the capital. He would handle this with the utmost care, ensuring Shen Wan had no cause for concern. She simply did not wish to owe him too much. Yet, Xie Jingyu's words were not without merit. If her elder brother truly harbored affections for the Princess of Jiangling, upon discovering that the heir of Wuqing Marquis was such a pitiable figure, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy for her. In a fit of anger, he might act without discretion, and thus the matter of assisting the Princess of Jiangling in breaking off her engagement must be handled with utmost secrecy. Empress Song, with her narrow-mindedness, was particularly protective of her own. Should she learn that it was her elder brother who tarnished the reputation of the Wuqing Marquis' household, she would certainly thwart her brother's desire to wed the princess. Shen Wan nodded, assuring that if this matter succeeded, she would ensure her brother properly expressed his gratitude to him. Just then, Shen Li entered, inquiring what had been accomplished that warranted such gratitude toward his brother-in-law. Not again, Shen Wan thought, struggling to suppress the urge to sew her brother's mouth shut. Elder brother refuses to tell me who his beloved is, so I asked the heir of King Jingbei to keep an eye out, she replied. Shen Li was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether Shen Wan was teasing him or speaking earnestly. Without further ado, she departed. Once Shen Wan had left, Shen Li turned to Xie Jingyu and asked, "What assistance did my sister request of you?" Xie Jingyu settled down, glancing at the chessboard. "Did she not inform you?" Shen Li expressed skepticism. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Xie Jingyu shot him a glance. "What advantage would I gain from deceiving you?" "None, I suppose." Shen Li moved a chess piece. "Do not heed my sister's nonsense. I have no interest in any young lady. Well, the Princess of Jiangling. Do you not fancy her?" Xie Jingyu's words were cut short as Shen Li hastily covered his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment as he whispered urgently, "How did you know?" Xie Jingyu, concerned that Shen Wan might have misinterpreted the situation, probed further, and indeed, it turned out to be true. He brushed Shen Li's hand aside nonchalantly. "You were spying on the Princess of Jiangling. Whom do you intend to deceive?" Shen Li, overwhelmed, felt a murderous impulse rising within him. He was acutely aware of Xie Jingyu's inscrutable nature, but never had he anticipated that he would be so transparent before him. He recalled Shen Wan's words about not being able to contend with Xie Jingyu. Indeed, it felt as though the two siblings were being bullied together. Shen Li was now troubled. Should Xie Jingyu truly take advantage of Shen Wan, he doubted his ability to protect her. However, his own matters required immediate attention. "This must not be disclosed to my sister." Xie Jingyu regarded Shen Li, who immediately wilted under his gaze, his expression pleading, "I am your elder brother-in-law." Xie Jingyu placed the chess piece down, smirking, "Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to Wan'er." Outside, Chun Ping had been waiting by the door, puzzled as to when the heir had observed the heir of Dinghua taking a clandestine glance at the princess of Jiangling. He had always accompanied the heir, yet had never witnessed the heir of Dinghua and the princess appearing together. Understanding dawned upon him. The heir was merely projecting his own experiences onto others. Meanwhile, upon returning to Mingyue courtyard, Shen Wan retrieved a golden hairpin from her drawer, intending to have Xie Jingyu return it to the heir of Yongwang. However, after some contemplation, she decided against it. In her previous life, the princess of Jiangling had gifted this exquisite and valuable hairpin to another, indicating that while the princess did not hold in high regard, its existence would serve as a pretext for her to visit the Yongwang estate whenever she wished. Previously, Shen Wan found it peculiar that the princess of Jiangling had offered her that pair of hairpins, which she had declined. She believed the matter should have ended there. However, the princess unexpectedly gifted the hairpins to her elder sister. It appeared that the gesture was made out of respect for her elder brother. In her past life, he had treated her kindly, advocating on her behalf, which ultimately led to Empress Song receiving reprimands due to her brother's involvement. It was evident that her elder brother harbored feelings for the princess of Jiangling, and it seemed she reciprocated to some extent. The nature of their connection remained a mystery to her, especially since the emperor had arranged for the princess to marry the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing a year ago. Given her brother's character, he would not easily fall for someone deemed unsuitable. There must be undisclosed matters between them. Shen Wan felt a restless curiosity within her, and once Xie Jingyu assisted in persuading the emperor to retract the marriage edict concerning the princess of Jiangling, she would insist that her brother confide in her without reservation. Chapter 83. The unusual Shen Wan has returned to Qingyi courtyard. After a 2-year absence, residing once more in her own chamber left her somewhat dazed. As she longed to dwell in Qingyi courtyard for a lifetime, Shen Yu felt a deep sense of reluctance. Even though Mingyue courtyard was in close proximity to Qingyi, it lacked the convenience of sharing the same courtyard. Shen Wan and Shen Yu agreed that she would dine at Mingyue courtyard for lunch, while Shen Yu would join her at Qingyi courtyard for dinner. After rising from her bed and donning her dress, Shen Wan sat before her vanity as Shan Xiao styled her hair. Following breakfast, Shen Wan, accompanied by Shan Xiao, proceeded to Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the matriarch. Upon reaching the screen, she overheard Yun speaking, mentioning that the Marquis of Zhaoping would send the betrothal gifts to the residents tomorrow, along with discussions regarding the wedding date. The matriarch lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, suggesting to postpone Yu's wedding date. Yun furrowed her brow, questioning the need for a delay. The matriarch explained that to avoid unnecessary complications, it would be best for Zhaner to marry Miss Chu first. Yin protested, stating that she and the Duke had already made promises to the Marquis of Zhaoping. The second matron interjected, asserting that while an engagement could be retracted, merely postponing the wedding date would not provoke any objections from the Marquis. In the eyes of the public, it would be inconceivable for the eldest branch to accommodate the second branch's marriage arrangements. However, in the context of the Dinghua Duke's household, this was deemed perfectly acceptable. The matriarch, merely a secondary wife, felt justified in her demands due to her sacrifices in marrying into care for her father. Yun, unwilling to concede, remarked that the Duke had urged Chu Shangshu to retract the engagement, but Chu Shangshu had already been reluctant to do so. The second matron expressed her concerns about the timing of Wanner's marriage, emphasizing that it could not be altered. Originally, it was arranged for Yuer to marry first, which was already a hasty decision. If the second young master were to proceed first, when would Yuer have her opportunity? The matriarch countered, stating that no mother would eagerly wish for her daughter to marry early, and that waiting until after Wanner's marriage would not be too late. Yin was reluctant to see her daughter wed, yet she understood the importance of keeping one's word. She was even less inclined to allow the second branch to dictate terms. Although Yun had previously tolerated the second branch, their audacity had grown intolerable. They had sent a concubine's daughter to their side, manipulating Shenji as they pleased, causing Shen Wan to endure much hardship. Consequently, Yun's feelings towards the second branch and the matriarch had soured, and she was no longer amenable to discussion. As Yun prepared to speak further, Shen Wan entered and shook her head. She remarked that it was natural for her grandmother and his second aunt to wish to resolve the matter of the second brother's marriage swiftly. But the timing of a daughter's marriage was not solely at their discretion. It required the consent of Chu Shangshu and Madame Chu. Convincing Madame Chu would prove far more challenging than persuading her own mother. The second matron stated that she intended to visit the Chu residence to discuss the matter, asserting that she would act as though the elder sister had given her consent. However, Yin doubted that Madame Chu would agree and refrain from further opposition. At that moment, a maid entered to announce that the carriage was ready. The second matron immediately rose, and Shen Wu accompanied her out. Shen Yao expressed her surprise, asking if the third sister was also going to the Chu residence. Shen Wu replied that she was not going there, but rather to her maternal grandfather's house. Shen Yao questioned why she had just visited there a few days prior. Shen Wu harbored disdain for Shen Yao's prattling. I visited 2 days ago. Am I not permitted to go again today? Shen Yao, reprimanded, felt a twinge of displeasure but refrained from further comment. Shen Wan found the situation peculiar. Upon exiting Shoan Hall, she instructed Coral to discreetly inquire after the third young lady's whereabouts once she returned home. Shen Wan lingered in Qingyi Courtyard for a while before returning to Mingwei Courtyard. The old matriarch's birthday banquet was fast approaching, and although the household was busy with wedding preparations, the celebration would remain modest, confined to family merriment. Shen Wan did not intend to present a lavish, embroidered longevity picture, having prepared an alternative gift, which she instructed Silver Bracelet to send out for framing. After Silver Bracelet departed, Shen Wan arranged flowers when Coral entered and remarked, "Miss, it appears the third young lady did not visit the Tsin family." Shen Wan inquired, "Where has she gone?" "To the residence of Prince Kong," Coral replied. Shen Wan's hands faltered momentarily before she resumed, placing the flowers in the red jade vase. The Yin family would not be presenting old Huang's painting to Shun Ti for resolution. This matter must surely be communicated to Prince Kang's residence for early preparations. Shen Wu could visit Prince Kang's residence openly, and Shen Yao would not insist on accompanying her. Why the need for such secrecy? Nevertheless, she was genuinely curious about how the prince's residence would explain the absence of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains painting and the Yun family's reluctance to bear the blame. As Shen Wan arranged the flowers, Coral commented, "Miss, your floral arrangement is truly exquisite." Shen Wan concurred, and, as the lunch hour approached, she took the flowers to present to Shen Yu, who lavished her with praise. Shen Yu placed the flowers on a small table. When Silver Zhu hurried in, "Say, miss, your wedding has been postponed." Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback, and Shen Wan inquired, "Postponed?" Silver Zhu nodded, explaining that the second madam wished for the second young master to marry Miss Chu sooner, and both Chu Shilang and Madame Chu had consented. Shen Wan's face turned a shade of green with anger. She was not incensed by Shen Yu's acquiescence to Shen Zhan's wishes to delay the wedding, but rather by the fact that Chu Shilang and Madame Chu had agreed to let Chu Yin marry early. In a previous life, Shen Li had rescued Chu Yin, and their engagement had been anticipated. The Yun family, believing the marriage was settled, sought to expedite the process. However, after numerous visits to the Chu residence, Madame Chu imposed one demand after another, raising the bride price from the princely sum of 30,000 taels to a staggering 50,000 taels, which the Yun family reluctantly accepted. Even then, they continued to delay under the pretext of being reluctant to marry off their daughter. Now, the one marrying Chu Yin was from the second branch. With a mere mention from the second madam, both Chu Shilang and Madame Chu readily consented. Shen Wan was seething with frustration, feeling as if her insides were twisted in anguish. She had never encountered such base behavior. Shen Zhan was unworthy of even carrying her elder brother's shoes, yet marrying him seemed to be a welcome invitation. Shen Yu, unaware of Shen Wan's true grievances, assumed her sister was merely advocating for her. "I never wished to marry early," she said softly, "so this turn of events suits me perfectly." Shen Yu did not desire an early marriage, and Shen Wan knew that since she had not outright refused in the morning, it was now too late to oppose the decision now that both Chu Shilang and Madame Chu had given their approval. As the maidservants brought in the meal, Shen Yu beckoned Shen Wan to sit and eat, placing a chicken leg in her bowl. Shen Wan cast aside her troubling thoughts and the sisters shared laughter and conversation. After finishing lunch and lingering a while longer, Shen Wan returned to Qingyi courtyard. Upon returning, Shen Wan retrieved the old calendar. When Yin Xuan returned with pastries after completing her errands, she found Shen Wan frowning at the calendar, troubled by her obsession with the idea of Shen Yu marrying first. This fixation stemmed from the belief that it would allow her to postpone her own marriage indefinitely, perhaps even circumventing it altogether. Her meticulous plans had been utterly disrupted. Yin Xuan inquired of Shan Hu, "Why is the young lady so disheartened?" Shan Hu then relayed the news that the Chu family had consented to allow the second young master to marry Miss Chu first. Upon hearing this, Yin Xuan remarked, "I delivered a painting to be framed in the market and encountered a maidservant of Madame Chu purchasing goods." Shan Hu responded, "What is so remarkable about a maidservant shopping in the market?" Yin Xuan glanced outside and whispered that maidservant was seeking a folk doctor to procure medicine. I found it peculiar, so after she departed, I inquired further and discovered that she had purchased Mandarin duck powder. At the mention of those words, a chilling wave coursed through Shen Wan's bones. Mandarin duck powder. In her previous life, it was indeed this very substance that ensnared her, an intensely potent aphrodisiac. Its consumption not only clouded one's senses, but also obliterated all memory of the events that transpired afterward. How could Madame Chu permit her maidservant to acquire such a perilous concoction? Who was she intending to use it upon? Chapter 84. Caution in her previous life. Shen Wan encountered misfortune at the residence of King Kong, while Chu Yin had already married by then. On that fateful day, she too had visited the king's palace to celebrate the birthday of the Queen Dowager. Shen Wan was aware that those individuals had drugged her to assist Xiao Yun, yet she was utterly astonished to discover that such a poison had been procured from a street-side quack. Shen Wan's chest heaved with indignation as she forced herself to regain her composure. She needed to contemplate whom Madame Chu intended to harm with the aphrodisiac powder. The esteemed scholar Chu and his wife were blessed with only a pair of children. In her former life, the eldest son had married rather early, and aside from herself, there were no reports of anyone else falling victim to the aphrodisiac. Reflecting on Madame que est inusual behavior. It seemed incongruous that she would agree to marry her daughter to a shameless man like Xinjiang, especially considering the many demands she had previously made of her own mother, yet had been so lenient with the second madam. This was indeed peculiar. Given the ruthless nature of such individuals, Shen Wan could not help but envision the worst. Originally, Chu Yin's intentions had been directed towards her elder brother, but due to his precautions, he had managed to evade her advances, ultimately being saved by Xinjiang, which forced an engagement between them. Had the situation escalated, Chu Yin would no longer need to wed Xinjiang. If Shen Yu could remarry after a divorce, how much easier would it be for Chu Yin, who had merely been saved by Xinjiang? Once the opportunity presented itself, Chu Yin would be free from the obligation to marry him. To ensure her daughter's lifelong happiness and the reputation of the Chu family, Madame Chu would undoubtedly take desperate measures. The more Shen Wan pondered, the more alarmed she became. She had suffered greatly and could not allow her brother to fall into the same trap. Rising to her feet, she made her way to the front courtyard to seek out Shun Li. Shun Li was engrossed in his reading when he noticed Shen Wan's entrance. "Sister, what brings you here?" he inquired. Shen Wan instructed Coral to guard the entrance diligently. "I feel uneasy and came to remind you, brother, to avoid falling prey to the schemes of the Chu family." Shun Li looked puzzled. "But the scholar Chu has only one daughter, and she is already promised to my second brother." Shen Wan replied, "Why are grandmother and the second madam so eager for our second brother to marry first? It is precisely because the eldest daughter of Chu has not yet wed him that there remains uncertainty." Shen Li furrowed his brow, concerned that he might dismiss her warning. Shen Wan continued, "My maid just spotted Madame Chu's personal attendant purchasing the aphrodisiac powder, a potent stimulant. Imagine, brother, if that potion were intended for you, who would ultimately marry the eldest daughter of Chu, you or our second brother." Shen Li's expression darkened. "Why does scholar Chu insist on marrying his daughter to me?" Shen Wan explained, "It is because our father wields military power and the Yun family is immensely wealthy. Marrying you is far more advantageous than marrying our second brother." Although at her previous life, Chu Yin had eventually become entangled with Shen Zhan. By that time, the title had fallen into the hands of the second branch, and without the status of heir, Shen Wan doubted Chu Yin would still be interested in Shen Zhan. "I will be cautious," Shen Li assured her. Shen Wan cautioned, "Even if you are careful, one must always prepare for the worst. In the future, whenever you go out, take a shadow guard with you. Should you inadvertently fall into their trap, at least you could be escorted to safety." Had it not been for Shen Wan's prior warning, Shen Li would have already been ensnared. Shen Wan reiterated her warning, and Shen Li dared not be indifferent. As long as her brother remained unmarried, there would always be those who coveted him. Xie Jingyu had promised to investigate the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing, but it had been several days. She wondered whether he had made any progress. In the study of Xiaolan Pavilion, Xie Jingyu was immersed in military literature. A sudden wave of nausea emanated from outside the window. Shen Ping inquired, "Who is out there?" "It is I," replied the shadow guard Shunin, as he leapt through the window. Shen Ping asked, "Are you unwell?" "Not ill, merely nauseated." Shunin turned his gaze towards Xie Jingyu. "Master, it is indeed true that the heir of Wuqing Marquis has a penchant for the company of men. I have witnessed it with my own eyes." Before he could finish his statement, Shunin was once again overwhelmed by the urge to retch. He was aware of the existence of establishments like Xianggu Pavilion in the capital and understood that certain individuals harbored peculiar preferences. The heir of Wuqing Marquis had entered through the back door of Xianggu Pavilion, and to ascertain the truth, he had scaled the wall for a closer look. The sight that greeted him was so shocking that he wished for blindness. The heir cradled a grown man in his arms and laid him upon the bed. The impact of that scene still haunted Shunin. It was utterly revolting. The heir of Yonwang had a good rapport with the heir of the Marquis. Should he discover that his future brother-in-law possessed such inclinations, he might be driven to draw his sword against the heir of Wuqing Marquis. Shunin stated, "The heir of Wuqing Marquis typically visits Xianggu Pavilion every 3 to 5 days. Have the heir of Yonwang come to see me." The following day marked the occasion of the Zhao Pingbou's family delivering the betrothal gifts. A total of 64 sedan chairs were sent, among which the wild geese were personally caught by the heir of Zhao Pingbou, demonstrating the effort invested. The matriarch of Zhao Pingbou was aware that Shen Wan was to be wed within 3 months to avoid dire consequences. Thus, she arrived at the residence to discuss the wedding date, fully prepared. Consulting the birth dates of Shun Yu and the heir of Zhao Pingbou, she selected 2 auspicious days for confirmation by the Duke of Dingwa's household. Believing she could finalize the wedding date, when Lady Yun went to greet her, she regretfully announced, "The wedding date for Yuer and the heir has been postponed." This news struck the matriarch like a bucket of icy water, leaving her utterly chilled. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Why? Why?" She feared that the Duke of Dingwa would reconsider the marriage. Lady Yun replied, "The matriarch wishes for the second young master to first marry the daughter